Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 1, Prologue. Third-person POV. Today is another day in Manhattan. The weather is nice and the city is full of noise. We can see people going on about their work. There is a Starbucks at one of the side of the road which is bustling with people. There is a 17-years-old high school student who is arguing with the Starbucks employees. MC POV. Today was boring like any other normal day. Woke up after sleeping for 2 hours because I was busy reading fanfics on the internet. Stubbed my toe on the leg of the table and the teacher decided to take a pop quiz which was frankly too easy. I was on my way back home after school and decided to take a coffee at Starbucks. Told them that my name is Simon Pierce, and as the rumor goes the Starbucks employee wrote the wrong name. Well, it's no big deal, but this time they wrote small penis. How the hell does Simon Pierce translates to small penis will always be a mystery. One argument later. Now I am going back to my home while hearing some funk songs. Seriously, these songs are just fire. But in my admiration of songs I forgot to hear the honk of the truck. Suddenly it felt like my entire world went slow. My brain was in shock, not able to adapt to the sudden change, but the pain came soon after. It felt like someone was hammering my entire body continuously. I heard some screams and the sound of the ambulance, but after that everything went dark. After an unknown amount of time. Unknown POV. In the endless darkness of the abyss there is a tree which glows brightly even in the eternal darkness of the abyss. The tree is responsible for wiping the memories of dead peoples and reincarnating them in different universes without any supernatural powers. We see another soul moving near the universal tree to get reincarnated, but suddenly when the soul was about to get reincarnated the tree shook, then everything went normal, but the soul was nowhere near. The soul about to be reincarnated disappeared. The tree didn't think much and went back to its job as it is the only thing it knows. Back to MC POV. After waking up all I see in darkness, I thought that I am dead and hallucinating. People say your brain flashes your entire life just before death. But all I am seeing is darkness. Don't tell me my entire future life is this bad that my brain perceives it as darkness. But seriously, what is happening? More than enough time has passed to let me know that I am awake and I can't feel my body parts, so looks like I am somewhere between death and life, but where exactly I have no idea. It has quite long and I still haven't figured out where I am or how long has it passed since my death, but I have noticed that whatever place I am in, it has gotten more cramped, like another person was inside it. I try to speak but voice isn't coming out of my mouth, that is if I even have a mouth. Some more time later I can finally move my legs and arms. Also my neighbors in the black box. Oh yes, the place which I have been in for quite a time. I have decided to call it a black box as you know it is quite dark inside. By now that I can move my limbs I have been doing that quite a lot, but I get tired quite fast and the box does not break. Sometime later. After I gained the ability to move my limbs I started to count in my mind to help me remember the time and also save me from going insane, but I lost count after 300 seconds. But I didn't give up and continued trying. And I finally was able to count up to 86,400, that means a day. But to know the exact time I would have to add all the counts I have had. Some painful addition later. I have calculated that I have counted a total of 20 million seconds, meaning a total of 231 days approximate, and taking the time I didn't count I can say that about 8.5 months have passed now. Soon I will be able to test my various theories I have conjured in my free time. The theories I have come up are as follows. 1. I am about to die and am hallucinating. 2. After I got hit by the truck some secret agency took me in to do some biological experiments. 3. I am in hell or heaven and this is the general procedure. Now that almost 9 months have passed I am sure something will happen, so I am trying to keep myself conscious for as long as possible, as I always go to sleep if I leave my mind empty. 9 months later, after the death of MC. 500 years after the Great Holy War. Unknown POV. In Lucifer, the largest castle was in an uproar as the mother of all devils and the queen of succubus Lilith was giving birth to her children. Many devils were thinking what was so new, as Lilith was giving birth to biological children of her and Lucifer, as other all first-gen devils are made out of her flesh by her husband, the original Lucifer, the first devil and the angel who rebelled against the Heavenly Father. Lucifer used the book of Lucifer and Lilith's flesh to make the other devils, but currently the ones Lilith was going to give birth was their biological children. But the Great Holy War has long ended and the original 4 great Satans are dead, and Lilith was missing since the end of the Great Holy War, as the succubus race was driven to extinction by the other factions and pantheons due to their powers and beauty. Head made all the servants are asking questions as Lady Lilith suddenly came back and now she is about to give birth to twins. Calm down Melissa, first help Lady Lilith have a safe birth and then I will tell everyone the reason for such circumstances. After listening to the head maid, the maid called Melissa calmed down thanks to her maid training. After that Melissa told the other servants the same thing. In the room of Lilith. Push Lady Lilith, the twins' head is out, just a little more push and they will be born. After hearing the maid, the mature woman also known as the Queen of Underworld gathered her strength and pushed hard. Yua. A cry of a baby sounded in the corridors of the castle, along with a large amount of demonic pressure fell on the room, making everyone other than Lilith and the head maid fall to their knees, and suddenly the pressure was gone like it was never there. After that, the head held the two newborn twins and saw them. One was crying while the other was looking at her with eyes full of intelligence and shock. The head maid said, "Lady Lilith, the twins are both healthy and both are boys," and handed the twins to Lilith. Lilith, who was very tired after giving birth to two babies, now held the twins like they're the most precious things in the world. And smiling, started to think for their names. After a bit of thinking, Lilith started to speak. "I will name my sons as Rizevim, livian, Lucifer, and Cain, livian, Lucifer, and proclaim them as the heir to the house of Lucifer, with both being equal inheritors." After saying this, she kissed both her children and looked towards the head maid, and suddenly her body started to become faint and finally she disappeared, leaving everyone except the head maid confused and bewildered. Just like the children understood that something happened to their mother, by instinct they started crying, leading to the head maid to start ordering the other servants. Chapter 2, Birth. MC POV. Suddenly the black box started to convulse as if trying to push us out. I was ecstatic, as finally after 9 months I will see some light. Seriously, I was getting claustrophobic inside. And just as my head was out, I heard, "Push Lady Lilith, the twins' heads are out a little more and they will be born." And after that I was in the hands of a woman. Wait, let me change that to a beautiful woman, and she was a giantess, and every other person in the room was a giant who looks like I am in Brobdingnag, like in that one novel. And how many of you understood that reference? Yua. I heard a baby cry and looked. That was my neighbor of the black box, and he is a newborn child. Wait, does that mean I am also a baby? And looked at the person who was now holding us, a very beautiful lady with black hair. The lady handed me to another lady who, even when haggard, was like a goddess with yellow eyes, beautiful enough to get lost. I instinctively understood that this woman was my mother. My mother held me and my neighbor from black box. Wait, if I am a child, does that also mean that black box was the womb and my neighbor is my brother? After holding us, the lady that is my mother named me Cain, livian, Lucifer, and my brother Rizevim, livian, Lucifer, and kissed us on the forehead and suddenly disappeared, leaving us on the bed. Just after that my brother started to cry and I started feeling sleepy as my eyelids got heavy. Looks like I did too much thinking for a newborn baby and fell asleep on the soft bed, feeling the warmth of my first mother of both lives, as I was an orphan, my precious life. So this warmth was something precious to me. Head maid POV. After Lady Lilith suddenly vanished, all the servants were shocked and confused, so I alerted them. Clap. All of you stop staring at the bed like fools and get to work. Melissa, put the babies in their room and make sure they are sound. Sleep safely, make no compromise for their safety and comfort. Other will go and do their work, and after completing your work gather in the main hall of the castle. I will explain what happened today there. Now stop standing like statues and go do your work. After neutralizing the situation, I went to do my work as the head maid. I have to make sure the twins are safe, their last hope for the Lucifer bloodline. I must keep my promise to Lady Lilith. First I will talk to Lord Lucifer and inform him of the situation. He will surely help in protecting the babies from the other devils and fallens. After some time all the servants of the house Lucifer were gathered in the hall, eagerly awaiting for me to explain the happenings of today and their implications. First of all, I would like to tell you that there should be no interruptions during my explanation, and I will answer all the doubts you may have after completing my explaining. All of this started when the Great Holy War was about to end. Lucifer was enraged that he was losing against the Heavenly Father and was using the book of Lucifer to make devil from Lilith's flesh, non-stop turning her infertile and causing necrosis. So Lady Lilith didn't go into hiding, but she was simply put somewhere hidden by Lord Lucifer. But Lady Lilith had already predicted that Lucifer would do something similar, so before she lost her powers and form she spent a night with Lucifer and got pregnant. But she knew if she told that to Lucifer he will use their children as war machines, so she made me promise that I will protect the two babies when they will be born. To prevent them from being born during the war, she went to Lord Agar's and split her body. One body staying with Lucifer as the queen of the underworld, and other was put in a time-stop chamber by Lord Agar's, so they are born later in the future. And today the clone of Lady Lilith came and gave birth to the twins that were conceived 500 years ago. This is the reason as to why Lady Lilith suddenly disappeared after giving birth, as the clone ran out of demonic energy reserves. Now if you all may have any questions, I will answer them, so ask away. Miss Rachel, if the Lady Lilith who gave birth was a clone, then where is the original Lady Lilith? Vanessa, a far relative of the Valifor clan who recently became a maid, asked the question, to which my reply was, nobody knows where the Lucifer kept Lady Lilith, but it has to be somewhere in the underworld, as outside it would not be safe for Lady Lilith, and I don't think Lord Lucifer will take such risks. And after answering some more questions like, why did Lucifer hit Lilith, or why did Lady Lilith didn't come back after the war, everyone's curiosity was fulfilled, and then everyone went back to work. Now I am going to meet Lord Lucifer. He should be on the way to the castle, as I had already informed him before coming to the main hall. Walking inside the living room of the castle, I find a silver-haired man with a fearless face. This is Lord Lucifer. I bowed a little to show him respect, and he showed a little smile of his own. After explaining the situation about the twins, he went into deep thought, and after a while he said to me, Rachel, I understand the seriousness of the matter, so I will give you my word as I will do my best to protect the heirs of House Lucifer, and surprisingly my wife also gave birth to 2 twins, 1 boy and 1 girl 3 months ago, so they will make nice Lucifuges for the young Lucifers. I will start their training after they come of age. Until then you should make sure that the young Lucifers have a nice childhood. After saying so and explaining to me about who to tell and who not to tell, Lord Lucifuge left me in the living room and went back to his own territory. I started the preparations to announce in the underworld about the birth of not 1 but 2 Lucifers, as this would send waves across the entire biblical pantheon, as many would try to harm or manipulate the young Lucifers for their own gain, and as the head maid of the proud house of Lucifer I will make sure that no harm comes to the twins. MC POV. After some time I finally woke to see that I am now in baby crib and my twin brother is still sleeping. After recalling what events had happened in the past, I was once again in shock as I died and got reborn as a baby, on top of that as a Lucifer, as I am pretty sure my mother said my name was Cain livian Lucifer. So what now? I am a devil who rules hell, or I am his successor, but whatever. After a while where I was thinking if gods were real or not, the gate to our room suddenly opened and a mature woman with white hair came in. She first checked on my brother and finding him sleeping she came near me and picked me up and looked at me with a smile and said, "Hello young lord, I am Rachel Eligos from the house of Eligos and I am the head maid of the house of Lucifer." Is this woman retarded or what? I am 1-day-old baby and she is giving me an introduction. The hell am I gonna understand it? But suddenly I saw that I was able to understand her language as well as comprehend it. So it means that devils mature fast and their children also smarter than a human child, or this is because I am a reincarnator, but this still doesn't explain the language problem. So this must be the fabled silver tongue, the ability to understand and speak all kinds of languages, so fascinating. And after she introduced herself she waved her hand and a bottle of milk appeared and she fed me. Not gonna lie, I was a bit disappointed at not being able to drink from the source, but food is food, so I drink, and after a long time I had a taste of food in my mouth, and again after sleeping I went to sleep as I was still a 1-day-old baby. Chapter 3, First Year and Meeting Gerhard Lucifuge. MC POV. A year has quickly passed after being reborn, and it was quite a year, with me soiling my diapers and getting embarrassed, my brother crying and being annoying, with maids literally fulfilling every need of ours on a moment's notice. All in all, although embarrassing, but overall it was a good year. Today is my birthday and Rachel told me that there is a surprise for me and my brother, but I, using my puppy eyes, managed to get Melissa to tell me what was the surprise. Apparently the head of House Lucifuge and the right-hand man of the Lucifer is coming to visit me today. This was the surprise that Rachel was talking about. It is surely a big matter of the Lucifuge is coming. I must be on my best behavior to impress him, as he will be essential to my survival until I am strong enough to keep myself safe. During the evening Rachel came and picked both me and Riz to prepare us for the evening party. And yes, I nicknamed my brother Riz. He gets annoyed by it sometimes. It is fun see him look at me like he is going to eat me alive. Also, the evening party is only attended by the servants of House Lucifer and Lord Lucifuge, as the official announcement of our birth will be on our 3rd birthday. To make sure that until then there is no attack on me and my brother, Rachel went to quite a length to protect us, even as far to make a soul gius with every servant that they will not reveal any info on the Lucifer twins. After entering the hall from my limited vision, most of which was restricted by the huge mountains of Rachel, I was able to spot many familiar faces like Melissa, Aaron, Diana, and more. They were all the servants of House Lucifer, as I have at least seen them once trying sneak peek at me. I have not seen my appearance up until now, as I can't walk or crawl, so my guess is I am quite cute, and seeing as Riz is also quite cute, I should be cute too. After seeing a bit more, I saw a new face which I hadn't seen until now in the castle. That man or devil, I guess, has silver hair up to his neck, a nicely trimmed hair and a fearless look on his face. All in all he looks like the perfect butler material. I guess that man is Gerhard Lucifuge, the butler of the original Lucifer, and frankly he fits the role of being a devil's butler to a T. Like the look at his face says it all. Suddenly he turns and looks towards me as if knowing I was analyzing him, and have a gentle grandfatherly smile and started walking towards Rachel. After coming near me he greeted me and Riz, "Happy birthday to both of you young Lucifers," and waved his hand, summoning 2 rings with silver crystal embedded in them. After inserting the ring in my and Riz's hand, the ring fitted them automatically. He said, "These rings are my birthday gifts to you young lords. They can survive a full power attack of an ultimate class being for a full minute, but after that it will break." Hearing those words, my mind definitely decided that maintaining a healthy relationship with this man will be beneficial, as someone who can give items like this must be strong. But how strong is ultimate class? Like, depending on how strong ultimate class is, these rings can be life-saving to useless. Looks like I need to get information about this world. It seems I need to start reading the books in the library, but for now let me enjoy my birthday, as it only comes once in a year. Now I am sitting on the chair along with Riz as we are about to cut the cake, and it is huge, like almost equal to a small hill in size. It can probably fill the stomach of 5 elephants, but surprisingly the devils can eat a lot as their metabolism is quite strong. After me and Riz blew the candle, everybody sang the birthday song and we partied, or like the adult devil did, as we got tired quite quickly and Rachel put us to sleep. Gerhard POV. Today I finally met the 2 young offspring of my lord, and just like my lord they are incredibly strong. Especially the one named Cain has demonic energy reserves equal to low ultimate class, and his eyes radiate intelligence as if he not a child but an adult, while the young Rizevim also has reserves equal to mid-class, making both of them transcendence. Looks like the younger generation of this time is quite strong, having 4 transcendents, the other 2 being the daughter of Zeoticus having high-class reserves and also the power of destruction of the Baal clan, whereas the child of Lord Astaroth also has mid-class reserves, so we have 4 transcendents in this generation. What a great thing, the devils at least will have strong leaders in the future. Third-person POV. In a darkly lit room we can see some people sitting together. One of them presents a magical projection of 2 young babies having silver hair sleeping peacefully. After seeing the projection on, the men started screaming in shock and started saying, "It is impossible, don't lie to me, you scheming bastard, it must be a trick from you to scare me, yes it must be." Another person, who is Lady, said with a pleasant voice, calming the men, "Calm down Lord Paimon, Lord Zagan wouldn't lie over something this serious, am I right?" The men also revealed as Lord Zagan. One of the devil pillars said, "Yes, I am not lying, as one of my spies who is a servant in the Lucifer castle saw both the children, and every devil know that silver hair like that means Lucifer." The last person, and the person who was constantly releasing his power, said with a heavy voice, "Zagan, use your spy to make sure that the children are monitored, and Paimon, you confirm the truth behind this projection, as this will be a big threat to our plan." The lady again asked, "What if they are of the Lucifer bloodline, then what are we supposed to do?" The men said in a no-nonsense voice, "If it is true, then the Lucifer bloodline will once again be made to go extinct. Until we need to make a move or the news is verified, do not contact or call a meeting again." Soon the 4 persons left the room and vanished in the darkness of the night. And, any ideas on who the remaining 2 mysterious villains are? Hint: all are lords of different devil pillars. Chapter 4, Another year and seeing death close once again. MC POV. Another year has passed away and I have grown closer with the servants too. Now I can finally walk as a devil. Physiology is stronger. I should be able to start controlling the energy under me, or demonic reserves as called by Rachel. She also teaches me other things in devil history in the form of children's stories. Melissa is from House Barbados, so she is like a free animal who is overly curious, as the clan trait of Barbados is to tame and control animals, normal and underworld types too, so she takes upon her tamed animal that is a wild cat. She plays with me, or more like teasing me, to which I give a deadpan face, and she starts complaining she also is clumsy and lazy, so Rachel always punishes her. Vanessa is from House Valifor. She was supposed to the heir, but she does not have the clan trait that is shadow manipulation, so she was disowned, so Rachel took her in as a servant of House Lucifer. She is also a very good cook and always feed me new dishes from the human world, but I know most of them, but I still give reactions to not look suspicious. Aaron is from House Paimon and their clan trait is telekinesis, which a very op power if used correctly, but he sometimes acts suspiciously, so I try not to be alone with him for long. He always keeps smiling, which kinda creepy, but the other maids keep dreaming about him as he is quite handsome. And lastly, Rachel, who as I knew from her introduction is from House Eligos and their clan trait is ghost-like powers. There is no fixed name, but she can possess things and talk with recently dead living beings while using a special ritual to talk with someone who died long ago, though only the clan head is able to do so. She is generally strict, but sometimes on my and Riz's stupid actions shows a little smile, which just leads to me having a nosebleed as the Gapmo is too strong with this one. And the last year Gerhard visited 2 to 3 times, and every time he came his eyes will look at me and Riz like we're his grandsons. He also brought toys to play with, which were toys for children, which I found embarrassing to play with, and to not look suspicious I had to play with them. I totally not played because they looked cool alright. 2 months have passed since my 2nd birthday and Riz has been pestering me to play with him that Aaron came to us and asked us if we would like to take a walk around the garden behind the castle. To which Riz replied, "No Aaron, I am going to play with Cain, so you can go to the garden," and started to bring out his toys. Aaron like always smiled and looked towards me, and I, to escape from playing with Riz, said, "Yes. I would like to go to the garden and see the flowers, Aaron." Aaron, who had kept smiling all the time, now looked towards Riz, who reluctantly agreed to go to the garden as the vote was in my favor. See that this proves that I am the big brother by 1 minute, and Aaron lifted us in his arms and started walking towards the castle while smiling, and it was getting creepy seeing him smile no matter what Riz did to annoy him. So to see him he ever loses his smile, I also started annoying him by pulling his hair, pinching him, but my surprise he kept smiling and kept walking towards the garden, and for the first time in Second Life I started to have a bad feeling in my gut. Third person POV. Some days before Aaron took Cain and Riz to the garden. In a dark lit room again, the same scene as 1 year ago can be seen, but this time the atmosphere is tense. The tension is such that you can cut it with a knife. After some time the mysterious man spoke, "Have you figured out the truth, Paimon?" The man known as Pesival Paimon spoke, "Yes, I have confirmed that the children are descendants of Lucifer born from Lilith, but how I can't figure it out." The lady spoke, "It doesn't matter how or why, we just need to make sure that they are dead so our plan doesn't fail." The mysterious man spoke with a heavy voice, "You are right, Lady Andres, we must make sure that they die before they are able to create problems for us. Their birth is not known to the underworld yet, so even if they die we won't any questioned, as we don't know, so we can simply deny it and they can't investigate in the open." The man once again spoke, "Zagan, you have a spy close to the twins, right? Tell him to do the job carefully." Zagan replied, "Yes, Lord, I will make sure that Aaron does his job correctly." Hearing a familiar name, Paimon spoke, "Is this Aaron, the son of the subfamily of me?" To this Zagan simply replied yes and left, and soon following him the other left too, leaving the dim lit room empty. MC POV. After getting in the garden, Aaron simply started towards the forest beyond the garden. Not understanding his intention, I asked him, Aaron, your clan is Paimon, right? So what is your clan trait? He replied, yes young lord, I am from the Paimon clan and my clan trait is telekinesis. Hearing that Riz spoke, wow, that means you can lift things from far away and through them far away too. I already knew what his clan trait was, so I asked just to be sure and to check whether he would lie to me or not, and he told me the truth. That means he is not an enemy, but my gut feeling says so otherwise. I noticed that we were quite far in the forest and feeling suspicious, I asked Aaron, why are you taking us so deep into the forest? Didn't you say we will go into the garden? He replied in a tone of amusement, I was wondering when you would ask me, young Lord Lucifer. It would have been better if you asked a bit later, but we are far away, so let me show you instead of telling you. And looked towards me, and feeling the sarcasm in his tone when he said young Lord Lucifer made me alert, but suddenly I was flying and I was seeing Aaron upside down and I hit tree while Riz was thrown behind me. He didn't crash with the tree but with the ground. The pain, it felt like I was hit by a truck again. The sturdy tree with the telekinesis and physical force of an adult devil surely helped to once again remind of my death. My vision was a little dizzy, but I stood up while Aaron watched me stand up, amused with that creepy smile of his. After I stood up, he started clapping. Clap clap asterisk. The young lord has finally stood up to die, and made motion of grabbing Era, lifting it up, and suddenly it felt like my neck was choked and I started lifting up in the air. Just as I was about to lose my consciousness, Aaron suddenly fell to his knees and suddenly Rachel appeared in front of me. Looks like Rachel noticed me and Rizevim missing and came here finding me. Thank Satan she was quick enough, or else I would be dead. Looks, she used the clan trait of her house, power of ghosts, to dematerialize and pass through Aaron, making him lose his concentration. Rachel looked at Aaron with serious eyes that promised death, while Aaron still had the creepy smile on his face, looking unconcerned as if her being here would make no difference. And who will win the fight between Rachel and Aaron, or will there be a plot twist? To know more, read the next chapter of Dragon Cough as a Lucifer in DxD. Comment any mistake if you find it. Chapter 5, Rage. MC POV. The stare down between Rachel and Aaron was broken by Rachel asking, why are you doing this, Aaron? Weren't you the servant of the Lucifer house for the past 2 decades? Does the relations and time you spent with us mean nothing to you? Hearing this, Aaron's smile got wider, almost like his cheeks were cut, and started laughing and said, what are you talking about, Rachel? None of that matters to me. Why should I care? We are devils. We don't need to show sympathy, love, or any other feeling. Devils are supposed to be evil, treachery, betrayal, and all other crimes are like our goal, so why are you surprised? Anyways, your talk will not make any difference, as the gap in power between me and you is too large. After saying that, he started releasing his aura, which kept on rising it until it reached low ultimate class, which shocked everyone present here, as we knew that Rachel was only high class, so the chances of us surviving were extremely low. But even after seeing the gap in power between Aaron and herself, Rachel didn't move or shake in fear or despair. She kept standing strong and said, Melissa, Vanessa, take the young lords to safety. And suddenly from behind us, Melissa and Vanessa came and lifted us and took us away from Rachel. We were only able to see as Rachel and Aaron started their fight. Rachel POV. I suddenly felt that something bad was about to happen, and my instinct has helped me quite a few times in life-threatening situations, so I trusted my instinct and jumped back. Just a second later, a spike of earth came out at the spot I was standing earlier. Looks like Aaron can use his telekinesis quite proficiently, and he is also stronger than me. The only way I have a chance of winning is that he underestimates me and I manage to kill by surprise. I started to dematerialize to increase my speed and defense and move towards him in my astral form, but he seemed to have sensed me and moved aside. Looks like he can tell my position in this form too. I have no other notable abilities, as there no one to posses, and Aaron can't be possessed by me as he is stronger, and he should have protected his mind as he knows about my ability. The only way left is to stay in my astral form and keep using devil magic to defeat him. I started using devil magic, and by imagining my attacks I was able to cast it instantly, but Aaron simply dodged, used telekinesis, or overpowered my magic with his own. Third-person POV. In the forest behind the Lucifer castle, some explosions can be seen going off as Rachel and Aaron fight, while Melissa and Vanessa carry the twins and keep coming towards the castle. But suddenly Cain spoke, Melissa, take me back to Rachel. She will die if she fights Aaron alone. He is an ultimate class devil. But Melissa kept running and replied, no, young lord, Lady Rachel ordered me to get you to safety and then come back. Cain impatiently spoke, she will be long dead by the time you take us to the castle and come back. Take me back. This is an order, Melissa. I have a plan, trust me. Melissa looked towards Vanessa while Rizevim also spoke, this an order from me too, Vanessa. Take me back to the place the fight is happening. Nodding towards each other, Vanessa and Melissa turned around and started running towards the spot where the fight was going on. I was not lying when I said I had a plan. Well, it was relying on the ring Gerhard gave to me on my first birthday. It could withstand the all-out attack of an ultimate class being for a whole minute, so I was betting that in that 1 minute Rachel could defeat or at least injure Aaron so that we can run back to the castle. After a few minutes we finally reached the place where the fight was going on, and seeing there shocked me. Rachel was heavily injured, with her white hair becoming red, showing clear signs of several head injuries on hand, was lying limp on the side while her breathing was labored. While not unscathed, Aaron was undoubtedly in a better condition. He had some injuries but nothing too serious, and the creepy smile was still on his face. After reaching there I shouted to Rachel, Rachel, fast, come towards me. Rachel, hearing that, suddenly turned and started running towards me. Unlike Melissa, who I had to order, Rachel heard me and acted on it immediately. This shows that she trusts me more than Melissa does. While Aaron simply started walking towards us and spoke, "Wow, young lord is so eager to die that he came back. Looks like young lord is quite a moron that even after being so close to escaping you came back just to die." By the time he had completed his villainous speech, Rachel was already near and I started to tell her my plan, but not before asking Melissa to put a simple barrier to not let Aaron hear about my plan. After the barrier was up I started to speak. "Rachel, just after the barrier breaks I will use the ring that Gerhard have to me and create another barrier, and just as Aaron will keep attacking the barrier you should sneak out and deliver a decisive blow to him while he is focusing on the barrier as he cannot sense inside the barrier. Remember to hide your demonic signature once you get out of the barrier." After hearing my plan, Rachel simply nodded and started to hide her demonic signature, and soon the barrier made by Melissa broke. We all were surprised as it took this long for the barrier to break. Looks like Aaron is taking his time with us. Good for us, this means he is underestimating us. Just as the barrier broke, Aaron, using his clan trait lifted earth, made them into spikes and threw them at us, and at that moment I pushed a little of my demonic energy in the ring and a grey-colored barrier covered us and took the earth spikes without having a scratch. Looking as his attack got hindered, Aaron showed a surprised expression, but his smile returned soon after and he spoke. "So this the ring's power given by Lord Lucifer. Looks like it was not a fancy ring but a protective barrier. Very nice, but what about its time limit? Surely an artifact like this will have a time limit after that. What?" Even if he was right, we had another ring in Rizevim's finger, so we had 2 minutes instead of 1, but as I turned towards Riz I saw that his ring was dim, like he already used his power. Fearing the worst, I asked him, "What happened to your ring, Riz?" And he replied, "I used it when Aaron first threw me against the ground." Hearing that, my blood ran cold. Now this means we only have one chance, no second chance. Rachel has already stepped outside and preparing to strike. It's too late to call her as it would reveal her position, so I can only bet that she manages to injure Aaron. While looking at Aaron, it seemed he knew what we were doing as he spoke, suddenly stopping his attacks on the barrier. "Did you really think you, a mere high-class devil, can escape my senses, you fool?" And just then the barrier broke and I saw a horrifying scene. Aaron had one of his hand passing through Rachel's stomach and she was about to die, and she looked towards me and said weakly, "Run." And her eyes closed. Aaron threw her away and looked towards me, his smile getting abnormally large as he said, "Why don't you run, young lord?" I was not giving any attention to him as the moment Rachel closed her eyes and spoke towards me was repeating in front of my eyes, and seeing Aaron smiling, something snapped within me, and the last thing I saw was Aaron getting to his knees to my demonic pressure, and for the first time his face losing his smile and then getting impaled by tens of spears made up of a dark light. After this happened, I suddenly woke up from my trance and ran towards Rachel to find her still breathing and looking towards me. And a cliffhanger. The detailed description of Aaron's death will be given by another POV in the next chapter. Also, Cain finally awakened his clan trait. Chapter 6, The Might of a Lucifer and Farewell. Vanessa POV. I pride myself in being able to keep my stoic face in front of anyone or any situations, but my stoic facade was broken twice in single day, and both were for different reasons, once for despair and once by awe in someone's power. Sometime before I saw Miss Rachel coming towards me and Melissa with a panicked expression on her face. Looks like the young lords did something dangerous. It has been like this for the past few months. Because the young lords became able to crawl, they have been doing mischievous things and troubling every servant in the castle, with the exception being Miss Rachel, as they listen to only her. Even me and Melissa sometimes get annoyed by them. Melissa, Vanessa, quickly follow me. The young lord have gone missing. It seems like a servant took them in the forest where it has been prohibited by me. Their demonic signatures are coming from very deep inside the forest where it is dangerous. Saying so, she, without waiting for our response, she ran using demonic energy to augment her speed. Me and Melissa followed her, seeing the situation was quite serious. Augmenting our legs with demonic energy, we also ran behind Miss Rachel. Reaching inside the forest, Miss Rachel told us while running, "You two first make sure that the young lords are safe. I will handle the problem. If I alone am not capable to defeat the opponent, first make sure to take the young lords to the castle and then come back." Hearing this, Melissa turned towards me and slowly said, "I don't think I would come to that. Miss Rachel is a high-class devil, right?" I replied, "Maybe, oh may not be. There are people stronger than Miss Rachel, but among the servants she is the strongest." And we saw a shocking scene. Aaron was about to attack the young lords, and seeing this, Miss Rachel dematerialized to increase her speed and passed through Aaron, making him unstable. I nodded towards Melissa and ran towards Lord Rizevim and picked him up. He was surprisingly unharmed, looked like he lucked out. After that, we started to run towards the castle as per Miss Rachel's order, while Melissa was carrying Lord Cain, while I was thinking about Aaron's betrayal, while I and Melissa were unaffected about it as we didn't associate with him much, while Miss Rachel did as her job required her to do so. And the worrying part was that Aaron was in ultimate class, just the low level, but still quite a bit stronger than Miss Rachel. It may be hard for her to defeat him. Flashback no Jutsu. Young Vanessa POV. It has been 3 weeks since I have been abandoned by the Valifor clan because I didn't awaken the Valifor clan's ability. They believe that I am a failure of the clan, and only those who have the ability to control and manipulate the shadows are true members of the Valifor clan. Even my own mother, who always encouraged me and played me, threw away and looked at eyes filled with contempt, her face looking as if blaming me as to why I didn't awake the clan trait. I was in despair for the first week, but after that I decided that moping will get me nowhere. I decided to make myself strong, but after a week I finally understood why devils value clan traits so much. I was only able to augment myself with demonic energy after practicing for a whole week, but I had seen my cousin do so in a day with only a little training. This made me despair and I went into a state of despair once again, but then one lady in a black and white maid outfit with white hair and green eyes came to me, and even with me being a devil she looked like an angel to me. She offered me help, took me as apprentice maid, and I was surprised to find that I was a maid of the esteemed Lucifer house. For me, Miss Rachel was my angel who saved even a failure like me and helped me get strong even if only a little bit, gave me a home and a family. Current Vanessa POV. After myself thinking, I suddenly heard Lord Rizevim talking, an order from me to Vanessa, take me back to the place the fight is happening. Hearing that, I was surprised that both the young lords were not scared but also willing to help Miss Rachel. After that, both me and Melissa went back to the place, and with Lord Cain devising a simple but concrete plan, I thought everyone will be safe, but I was proven wrong as I was currently watching Aaron throw Miss Rachel's body away, leaving a gaping hole in her abdomen. Seeing my savior in such a state, I was broken. I wanted to kill that bastard for doing this to her, but I couldn't move. I was feeling fear from that bastard. Tears were running down my face as my stoic mask broke, but I couldn't move or speak. But suddenly a pressure which was equal to Aaron but much more domineering than Aaron, that even be felt burdened and fell down to his knees. This pressure felt like completing us to kneel as if he was our emperor, and we did. Both me and Melissa were kneeling while Lord Rizevim was knocked out. From the corner of my saw Lord Cain standing with glowing crimson eyes and his hand open towards Aaron, and suddenly many spoke made up of light impaled him, and he died just like that, not even being able to scream in his last moments. After that, the pressure disappeared and Lord Cain started to go near Miss Rachel. I also followed him while passing Lord Rizevim to Melissa. She looked at me, motioned me to go ahead. She realized that this would probably be the last conversation with Miss Rachel for me. MC POV. I didn't know what happened, but I knew I had somehow managed to kill Aaron. I reached near, bent down and held her hand. Surprisingly, she was smiling while at looking at me and concerned or worried. I was about to say about helping her, but she stopped me and started speaking. Lord Cain, you finally awakened your clan trait at such a young age. I thought you will awaken it at a later age, but you proved me wrong, and thank you for letting me witness the power of dark light, which even the Heavenly Father found hard to counter. Rachel started to cough blood and her condition starts to get worse. I was about to tell her to stop and I will make sure she will recover, but she put a finger on my mouth and I felt her look behind me. I turned and saw Vanessa standing behind me with tears running down her cheek. Noticing, I also found I was also crying. Rachel once again started speaking. Vanessa, I know you always keep that stoic mask of yours to keep you away from emotions, and yes, I know that your stoic look is a mask. After all, I raised you. I only hope you stay being a servant of house and serve the lords well. Cough. She spewed more blood and with a smile on her face said, young lord, please restore the house of Lucifer and Vanessa support the young master well. And with that, Rachel stopped breathing and her eyes closed, and she had most beautiful smile I had seen on her face until now. After that, Rachel's body started to disappear and finally it burst in white feathers and flew away. Looks like I won't even get to cremate her properly. This is the price of messing with the dead. With the ability to become ghost-like beings while alive, your body won't stay in the material world after death. With that, today's exhausting day ended with me losing something precious and gaining a new determination. I will become the strongest devil, even stronger than the original Lucifer. All that were behind this act, whether it be Clan Paimon or Bael, all will pay. And now the MC will change to become ruthless and cunning. While this will be the event which will give Rizevim his twisted theory that all devils are evil and act evil. Chapter 7, The Aftermath. Cain POV. A week has passed since Rachel's death and I was moping about for the past week, and I have come to think a lot about my years after being reborn and the past incidents. I have been too lax, far too naive, that just because I was born with a silver spoon life will be good. Nobody will make my life difficult. I have been a fool for thinking that it took the death of my maid and first friend in my second life, who was loyal even in her last moment. I have also been thinking about how to figure out the ones behind the death of Rachel. Every way is a no-go as I don't have strength or authority. So from now on, gain information about this world and grow strong enough to shame the original Lucifer. I also heard from Melissa, who was taking care even though I was throwing a tantrum, that Rizevim has also locked himself in his room just like, and also refuses to eat. But I have enough of this world now. This world will finally get to know Cain, Livian, Lucifer at its best. I will follow the 4 rules from now on. Survive. Adapt. Improvise. Overcome. I survived the attack on my life. Now I will adapt to this world, improvise myself to become strong, and lastly overcome whatever comes my way with the best of my ability. After that self-review, I came out of my room to make some decisions as the heir of the house of Lucifer. Me coming out of my room after a long time was quite a surprise from the servants, as they were looking at me like I was a new animal species, but I ignored them and went to find Melissa, as after Rachel she was now the one in charge, but it will change to me now as I will only believe and trust those I choose. After finding Melissa, called her out. She turned towards me and with surprise evident in her voice she spoke, "Did you come out of your room, my lord?" I replied to that with a short nod and with a gesture asked her to follow me. After bringing her to my room, I sat on the bed and started to talk. "Melissa, does the castle has a library?" "Yes, it has, my lord." I nodded my head and asked, "Can I make decisions which affect the clan as a whole?" She looked at me confused but replied, "No, lord, for decisions affecting the clan as a whole, both the heirs need to agree on it. Apparently Lady Lilith had left behind a will and Miss Rachel after your birth kept it in the castle vault." Hearing that, I went into thought. Looks like I can't make big decisions, but I can't trust Rizevim after I saw that look on his face after hearing the twisted words of Aaron, so looks like I would need to talk to him about making a pact between us of non-aggression. After that I replied to Melissa, go ask Riz to come out of him, and if he refuses to come out tell him I need to make a big decision, I need his consent for that too. After Melissa went to do as I told, I went to take a bath with servants to help me. Even if I am a better in physical department due to my devil physiology, I am still a child. After taking a bath I went to the library by asking another one of the servants to guide me there. After reaching the library I asked the servant to leave me alone and tell Melissa to come here after she has done what I have asked of her. After that I started to look for books on devil history and clan traits of various house, but one book suddenly caused me to freeze just by reading its name, which was Sacred Gears and its types. The gears in my mind moved at an astronomical speed because I heard that in one of the animes I watched for time pass, if I remember its name was High School DxD. This, while easing me a little bit, terrified me a lot, as gods and being which can destroy the world roam here like it's every Tuesday, and a boy with unhealthy obeson with weird stuff becomes as strong as the gods. But this also means I have a lot of knowledge about stuff in the future. But if I remember correctly, Rizevim was born to the OG Lucifer and was at least 1000 years old in canon, so this means I am that behind my canon, so holding backs means nothing, as my actions may or may not affect it. And while I was busy thinking about the possible routes I can take, Melissa touched me and I suddenly jumped away, turning around, but seeing it was her I calmed down. Seeing that I calmed down, she didn't comment and spoke, Lord Rizevim is waiting for you in the living hall, my lord. I left my contemplation for a later time and went with even more resolve to make a non-aggression pact with Rizevim. Now I know that his motto is even more twisted than Aaron, thanks to my canon knowledge, and also my resolve to get stronger got even more better, as I knew the threats, especially those machines and almost extinct fairies. Entering the hall I found Rizevim sitting on the couch, which was old-fashioned, and now I can clearly the crazy glint in his eyes. Yeah, I think I need a non-aggression pact right now. I walked and sat in front, and after we both stared at each other I was about to speak when Rizevim spoke something which shocked me. Let's split the house in 2 equal parts, Cain. And that line told one thing: canon was F***ed from this moment onwards. I blinked and looked around if it was a prank, but alas it was not, and he was being serious. I only thought of a simple pact of non-aggression until we become strong enough, but he went one step further and proposed to split the house in half. This would mean any harmful act against each would lead to the entire clan weakening and the other pillars taking advantage, so if both of us want a secure environment to grow strong we can't harm each other. Thaya is simply brilliant, and we are only 3 years old, so this the power of the big bad villain of a anime. After a bit of thinking about the pros and cons along with the terms of the contract, as this can't be enforced with a mere pact, we need a certified devil contract for this. I looked towards Rizevim and nodded. He, understanding it, ordered, all the servants except Melissa and Vanessa leave us alone. So even he finds both of them a little trustful. Good, at least he isn't a total mad lad yet. Surprisingly, Vanessa got over Rachel's death in only 5 days and took her advice quite seriously, as I can see the fanaticism in her eyes towards me. Looks like she understood Rachel's last words as her will or something to look after me. And Rizevim came prepared as Melissa presented a contract between us. We both went over the terms and punishments for breaking the contract and then signed it by putting our demonic signatures on the contact paper, and then the contract paper burned in hellfire and vanished. And Rizevim left the hall just after, and I was pondering one of the terms of the contract, that was 3. The maids Vanessa Valafor and Melissa Barbados will serve under Cain, Livian, Lucifer. For this exchange, Rizevim, Livian, Lucifer can have 2 more servants than the other party. This term was proposed by Riz, not me, and I accepted. Thinking about it, there can be only 2 reasons: either one, the maids is loyal to him and not me, or he has 2 servants who are special. This will be up to me to decide which of the reasons is true. This reminded me of the party of our 3rd birthday where the lords of various houses will be present. I need to prepare myself for it, as they will use everything to gain control over me, and I have no intentions of becoming someone's plaything, so into training and information gathering. And MC finally starts on the way to become a badass devil. There will one more chapter about the party and then a time skip when he gets his personal attendant, Lucifer. Also comment if you would like a Rizevim POV or Graphia POV as a chapter to show their thoughts. It will be from birth to until now for Rizevim, or until meeting MC for Graphia. Chapter 8, Meeting the Devil Pillars. After a year, approximate. Cain POV. Vanessa was helping me get ready for my 3rd year birthday party. Originally the plan was to let all the lords and heirs attend the party, but it was changed to only the lords of the devil pillars. Also, for the past year I have started training my control over my demonic energy. I have also been keeping an eye on both Melissa and Vanessa, as the term of the contract still bugs me, but no signs of suspicions have been shown, but I will continue my suspicions until I am completely sure of their loyalty. Also, me and Riz now live in 2 opposite sides of the castle. He has his own servants and amenities while me my own. After my monologue was finished, Vanessa finished dressing me up, and boy was I looking cute with my silver hair and crimson eyes in a blue 3-piece suit. I was looking absolutely fabulous. I turned towards Vanessa, made puppy eyes and spoke, "How I am looking, Vanessa?" Her mask broke for a moment, but she replied coolly, "You are looking quite handsome, my lord." But that moment was more than enough me to see her little smile. After that she took me towards the main hall. I asked, "Are all the preparations completed?" She replied, "Yes, my lord." All the lords will be present. Will be today. The attitude will be decided by how they act towards me. I have also made plans towards what will Riz do. If he acts like a child which can be manipulated, I will act like a mature person, while if he acts like a mature person, I will act like a spoiled child. It's a 50-50, so I think I am prepared for his first move. After reaching the hall I saw all the servants ready for the party while Riz was standing with his servant. I think his name was Cameron. Looks like he is the one he is going to make his personal butler. After seeing me he smiled, to which I replied with a small nod. After that I looked at the clock and it showed 8 p.m. The main guests will start coming in a short while. The other lords of small houses were already there. As they looked at me coming down they were shocked, as I looked like a mature devil, not a child, with the no-nonsense look on my face while looking towards Riz. I had seen him mingling with other lords, and the way he is acting he looks like a fool with no understanding of the world, so he chose the spoiled kid role. Looks like he wants to look like a child who can be manipulated. He will act like he is getting manipulated and make the other lords attack me. That way the contract will not be broken, as he can simply say he was manipulated and it was not intentional. To counter this trick I need to act strong, sending the message that I am not the one to be messed with. Various lords were licking the boots of Riz, as the Lucifer clan's fortune is enormous. It is even more than the current richest men alive in the human world. Not many clans or factions can boast of such wealth. Only the Phoenix clan is comparable, but they are still a little less wealthy than the Lucifer clan. Suddenly a big pressure descended on top of everyone present in the hall, and everyone went quiet. It was deathly silent, and suddenly only the walking of boots was sounding and a man entered the hall. He was middle-aged man with black hair and peaceful violet eyes, wearing a noble attire. He exudes as aura of dignity from his body. Undoubtedly this is Rizevim Baal, one of the few living first-gen devils created by the OG Lucifer himself. He kept on walking, but he took his aura back. I didn't realize that I was holding my breath. So this is the power of a Satan-class devil. Truly awe-inducing power. To make a hall full of prideful devils quiet just by his mere presence, and to think he not even remotely close to the top 10. Just what kind of ridiculous strength does they have? He came near me and lowered himself to my level and said in tone of a grandfather, just like Gerhard but less strict. Congratulations on your 3rd birthday, my lord. May you live long and become even more famous than your father. I dumbly nodded my head as I was in shock. Wasn't he supposed to be a master politician who is also called the shadow of the devils? Why the hell is he acting like a old grandpa? Ignoring my internal conflict I kept my attention on his words. If we look at relationships we should be brothers, but as I am 5 millennials old while you are only 3 years old, that doesn't sound right, so you can call me by my name just like the original Lucifer said. I again simply nodded my head to maintain my no-nonsense style, although I was looking like a child throwing tantrum instead, but it is what it is. He then went towards Riz, and seeing him all the others left him alone and he started his talk with him. Next Lord Phoenix came and gave his greetings and went to enjoy the party. Same one after the other. Various high-ranking lords came and went, and none caused a ruckus like Lord Baal did. Looks like they still have a semblance of respect for the Lucifer clan. But even after a long time I did not see the lords of House Paimon, Zagan, and Hagenti, as well as the notorious Lord Valak. The name reminds me of a movie Ghost Back in Earth. But again a pressure fell at the hall, but this time it was much weaker than the last time, and like I had a déjà vu. The clacking of boots again started echoing, but this time the hall was not quite at all. Many who can resist the pressure simply ignored it and kept talking. The Lord of the House of Valak was another first-gen devil who has survived the Great Holy War against Heaven and Grigori. He had purple unkempt hair, black eyes, and a ferocious smile which will scare the faint of heart. He didn't give a fuck about anyone, and in the history books it is said he was even unafraid of the true Lucifer. That was the mastery he had over his clan trait, the power to stay unafraid as long as they believe they can win. He kept coming towards me and stood in front of me. He didn't give any greetings at all, he just stood there. This was an act of disrespect against the Lucifer heir. Well, half heir, but it is known only to certain people, and all of them are under a life contract to not utter a word about it. But letting Rizevim get away with it is one thing, and letting Valak go is not. So I need to show him his place. I raised my voice and said, "What are doing, Lord Valak? This a party thrown by the Lucifer clan, not some power show by a circus that you can show your strength like you want." Everyone in the hall was shocked, seeing me talk much better and reasonably than a 3 years old should be. Valak kept on looking at me and then smiled and said, "What are you gonna do, Lord Lucifer? Beat some sense into me." He said so mockingly. He knew that a 3 years old can't be that strong, but he was wrong. I was a transcendent being, meaning I was already strong since birth. I at once realized my ultimate class aura without any warning, and Valak's face went from mocking to surprise to having uncertainty. Satisfied that he understood he can't get away scot-free from this mess, he was thinking of a way to apologize without making others belittle him. After all, the Devil Society values reputation as much as personal strength, so he can't look weak in front of so many devil pillars. But before he can say something, another pressure almost equal to mine fell on him, and everyone in the hall looked towards Riz. I didn't look, as I knew he would not let me hog all the spotlight alone, and I knew he was also training his control over his demonic energy like me. Seeing that the other Lucifer has also made it clear he can't do as he please in the territory of Lucifer clan, Valak said, "Indeed, I have overstepped my boundaries, young Lord Lucifer. It was not my intention to harm the Lucifer clan's reputation. I apologize for my actions. My head butler will bring in formal apology along with proper compensation at a later date," he said, and left the hall without waiting for my reply. I was quite surprised that he accepted and apologized, as he was supposed to be quite an annoying devil, but looks like he can be clear-minded too. But with this little interaction, or should I say the Lucifer heirs, have made sure that the Lucifer clan is not weak. Out of the corner of eye I can see Zekrom nodding his head like he agrees with my way of dealing with Valak. After that nothing serious happened and the party went as planned, made small talk with some other devil lords and the party ended. I was quite tired after that, so I left my dress to Melissa and went to bed. And sorry for no chap. I was having exams for 1.5 months. There will be new chaps now regularly. Chapter 9, Getting a Personal Maid. Cain POV. 10 years have passed since my birth in this fictional world and I still am amazed by the sheer ridiculousness of the fact that I, a normal person, transmigrated from Earth to the world of Draconic Deus. After my 3rd birthday I started focusing on increasing my personal strength and knowledge. I studied about the devil history, clan traits, the Great Holy War, the angel's powers, the falling of Azazel and the orgy he created in heaven, along with some basic knowledge about all the other major pantheons like the Greek, Nordic, Hindu, Chinese and Shinto. I also tried to find information on some of the less-known pantheons like the Egyptians, Aztecs and Sumerian. I also studied about the sacred gears and the Longinus. I didn't ignore my massive potential due to being a direct descendant of Lucifer and Lilith and being a transcendent devil with low ultimate class demonic energy reserves at birth and having the Lucifer clan trait of dark light. I successfully managed to reach peak high class in strength, which is a record, as in the past no one had reached high class at the age of 10, which shows my talent. Riz also reads a lot, but the look in his eyes kept getting more crazy as time passes. He also trains and we sometimes spar, though it almost every time results in a draw due to me hiding my full strength and him being cunning in battle. My bond with Melissa and Vanessa has grown stronger over the years as now I trust them quite a lot. But the reason for me thinking about my past in this world is because today is a day on which, depending on the decision I make, the future may change. Today is the day that will make me full-fledged Lucifer. Yes, today is the day I am going to get my Lucifuge. After having a monologue that lasted for about 5 minutes, I opened my eyes to find that Melissa was standing beside my chair on which I was sitting, and I was waiting for Gerhard to come along with his children. I was 90% sure that the children are going to be Graphia and Euclid, but if this is an AU then it may be a problem. But I have learned one thing after my reincarnation, that in this world your attitude changes a lot of things, so I will take any problems this world will throw at me with everything I have got. Just after my small monologue ended, the door opened and Vanessa came in. She has grown a little bit and became a beautiful lady. Vanessa looked towards me and said in monotonous voice, "Lord Cain, Lord Lucifuge has arrived and has gone to Lord Rizevim to let him meet his Lucifuge." I was surprised hearing that Gerhard went to Riz first and not me, but thinking about it, Gerhard triers me and Riz equally, so this should not come as surprising. After thinking a bit I nodded my head and said, "After Gerhard is done with Riz, escort him to me. Both of you go and do this job." Hearing me, Vanessa nodded and went outside, while when Melissa was about to go I slapped her as making her startled. She then turned towards me and said in a teasing voice, "Looks like young Lord has gotten better at teasing the ladies." After saying that she went outside, but I noticed the extra sway her ass had after that slap. I always tease Melissa and Vanessa every now and then. While Melissa sometimes returns the teasing twofold by her words or actions, Vanessa either glares at me like she will kill me if did it once more, or if the teasing gets too much, for she starts getting red as tomato, which made the situations more amusing to me. All while I was thinking about the reactions of Melissa and Vanessa, the gate of my study opened and the person I had been used to see around in these years appeared. Gerhard walked inside and sat in front of me and greeted me. "I hope you are in good spirits, Lord Lucifer." "Indeed I am in good spirits, Gerhard. I am exceptionally excited about meeting my Lucifuge today." "Have patience, my lord. I will ask Graphia and Euclid to come in. I have ordered your maids to stay outside the room until asked to come inside, as this matter requires utmost secrecy." After I nodded in response, he clapped his hand twice, the gate opened and 2 children, one brother and sister, walked in. Only after they stopped and greeted me that I was out of stupor, as even comparing these little children to models of my previous seems like a cheating. This shows just how beautiful any character having a main role in DxD is. Both of them greeted in perfect harmony. "We are pleased to make your acquaintance, Lord Lucifer." Now that they raised their heads I could see some semblance between the anime and the world, although Graphia had her hair laid down and not in braids like she had in the anime. Seeing me not replying, Gerhard said, "Lord Rizevim has chosen Euclid as his Lucifuge, Lord Cain, so this means you will get Graphia as your Lucifuge. Euclid, now go back to your lord." Hearing this, Euclid made a short bow and left, saying, "Yes, father." Seeing that Euclid left, Gerhard got serious and asked Graphia, "Do you have anything to say or ask Lord Cain, Graphia?" She nodded and asked, "Are you a good master and lord?" I simply smiled and answered, "Why don't you stick around and find out, Graphia?" Hearing my answer, Gerhard smiled, sending that I had no problem with Graphia, my Lucifuge. He then proceeded to tell me about the contract between a Lucifuge and Lucifer and blah blah. I just ignored it and stored it somewhere back in my brain so I can review it later. After completing his long-ass speech, Gerhard whispered something to Graphia, went back to his castle. Now only me and Graphia were in the room. I said, "Judging by your clothes you would be a maid, I guess." She simply replied with a nod without changing her emotions. Looks like she still takes her perfect maid role too seriously. That is something I will need to tone down in the coming years. I then called Melissa and Vanessa inside and started speaking. Melissa, Vanessa, meet Graphia. She is my Lucifuge and is going to be my personal maid from now on. Please let her know about my schedule and likes and dislikes. Both of them simply nodded and accepted Graphia. I had already told them about this beforehand. So there is no drama about me leaving them for her or some stupid anime idiocracy. After that I also went back to reading the records of the clan Lucifer in my study. Suddenly Vanessa entered the room alerting me. I asked her, "Why didn't you knock, Vanessa? Is there an emergency?" She looked at me and said, "I did knock, my lord. You didn't answer. I came in." "Oh, so what is your reason to come here?" She replied, "Lord, it is time for dinner. You haven't eaten or drank anything for the past 8 hours. Your health may degrade if you keep losing track of time like this every time you start reading books." Oh, looks like I again forgot to keep track of my time. This one of the major problems of the devil race. Their perception of time is quite different, so it becomes hard to check how much time has passed. Very well, prepare the dinner. I will be coming after taking a bath. Hearing that, Vanessa went and also teleported to my room. Yes, I do teleport even for small distances to increase my control over my enormous demonic energy reserves. After taking a bath and wearing some light clothes, I went to the dining room to see the table set up and all Vanessa, Melissa, and Graphia standing near the largest chair. Looks like all of them are competing on who stands nearest to my chair. This is amusing. I sat down on the chair and was immediately blown away by the aroma of the food. Seriously, the cooks at the castle are too good at this. I taught them some basic dishes which will be invented in the future, and they are already good at this. I started eating with a single thought in my brain: let's hope this peace lasts for a little more time before the civil war starts. And in the upcoming chapters there will be some action and adventure. Quick question: which do you think is more versatile? A. Telios Karma. B. Innovate Clear. Chapter 10, Spar Between Brothers. I. Cain POV. It's been 2 years since Graphia has joined me in the castle, and our relationship as a Lucifer and Lucifuge is going swimmingly well. She really is a perfect maid, as it took her only 3 days to totally understand and remember my preferences, likes, dislikes and schedule, and she has been doing a great job at being my personal maid. Also, my teasing has increased a lot, and now I am waiting for me to grow up so I can finally lose my damn V card, which has been etched into my existence since 29 years, if I take both of my lives into account. But for now I am waiting and cultivating the seeds of love in the hearts of my 2 beautiful maids. Graphia, while she talks to me normally, still has that emotionless look on her face every time she is in her maid work. I haven't managed to make her break her cold facade once. The only time I had heard her laugh was in the ladies' bath along with Melissa and Vanessa, and that was only because I was sneaking around to get a peek. Looks like one of my major sins is going to be lust. My main sin is wrath, which I generally keep under control due to multiple reasons, one of them being not going ballistic on every living being in my vicinity when I am in an annoyed mood. I have seen Riz going into the restricted section of the castle library multiple times, and every time he comes out the look in his eyes keep getting more and more crazy. Looks like Aaron's BS speech and some messed up magical books in the restricted sections do not mix up well, and one of his main sins being pride does not help it either. For the last couple of months I have been reducing the time I spend on supernatural history books and increasing the time I spend on my dark light mastery. I can successfully create dozens of solid spears and make a shield out of dark light, and all of them are quite durable. Since we have gotten our Lucifuge Riz, and I haven't spared, so looks like he is trying to get to know Euclid and corrupt him with his stupid devil's evil kill other beings theory, and out of nowhere he sent me a spar challenge through Euclid, who gave it to Graphia. Looks like he still is a siskin, though a pity Graphia sees him as a brother, and most importantly I am here. Me thinking it as a good opportunity to test my strength and gauging my brother's strength, I accepted the challenge. After accepting the challenge and telling Graphia to inform him about it, I went to take a bath and relax myself. After taking a bath I wore my training clothes and sat down on the bed. While I was relaxing I got an idea: why not make Melissa and Vanessa sleep with me to increase their affection towards me? Wait, I should be thinking about the spar, not about how to get a girl. Seriously, the sin of lust is quite hard to control. I will need to increase my training more if I don't want to become a guy who thinks with their lower half. After seeing that the agreed time has arrived, I went towards the training arena of the castle, which is honestly too big to be called arena. It is a damn coliseum. I entered it and saw Graphia and Euclid standing together on one side and Melissa and Vanessa standing on the opposite side of the arena. Riz was just there standing menacingly, or at least tried to look like a proper anime villain. Unfortunately for him I ignored him and simply went to the side opposite to him and stood there waiting for him to start. He looked a bit stupid standing there in the middle like a JoJo character, but he got over it and started speaking with a smirk on his face. Looks like these cheap provocations won't work on you anymore, Cain. But this is nothing, I will finally defeat you today. Those provocations never worked, Riz, and today is the day I win, not you. After all, you rarely train here, you study more in the library after all. After me saying that, we both went quiet and waited for each other to make a move. After all, the match had started the moment I had stepped in the arena. While I was concentrating on the flow of demonic energy, I heard Graphia and Euclid talking. This is one of the benefits of training your control increased senses. Who do you think is gonna win, sister? I cannot say anything on this matter, Euclid, as I do not know Lord Rizevim or Lord Cain's strength. Then according to you, who is stronger? Judging by the aura, my lord is stronger than your lord Cain. My God, I can hear the sarcasm in his voice. Suddenly I sensed a movement in the air and I saw the world upside down and Rizevim with a smile on his face. I realized that he had known about my control, so he ordered Euclid to talk to Graphia in order to distract me for a moment. He knew I would not ignore their talk due to me being curious. Such cunningness from him and foolishness from me, or so he thought, but he didn't know one thing. I knew about it already, so I was prepared for his attack from behind. As for me slipping due to him using magic, I have trained enough to land safely on my feet. I dodged the wind blade he had created on my back mid-air by putting my hand on a dark light spear I created in air and landed on my feet in a spectacular fashion, shocking everyone present. After all, I trained my physical body too. Seeing that his little plan had no effect on me, so decided for a more frontal approach to use magic. His inherent magic, i.e. sacred gear canceller, is useless against me, so he needs to find other ways to fight me. He created ropes made from pure demonic energy and tried to bind, but I countered with chains made up of dark light. Dark light, being superior to demonic energy, easily managed to destroy his ropes and went past them. I controlled them to bind him, but he teleported away from his place. I sensed the magical energy gathering in two places, one behind me and one in front of me, which was of no surprise. I knew Riz is better at teleportation magic than me. He does not train his physical strength actively, so he will not engage in close-quarter combat. So the in front should be the decoy, so I quickly jumped sideways and using my imagination launched a fireball behind my previous position. And my deduction was correct, the demonic signature in front of me was a decoy because a small rock was there while Riz almost got hit by my fireball but managed to dodge it at the last moment by rolling away. Looks like this spar will not end soon, as both of our magical strength is equal. I would not like to let him know my full strength. Thinking about his weakness being close-quarter combat, I decide to get him near me so I can exploit his weakness. Seeing me not falling for his traps, Riz decides to use more variety of magic, as I can see 4 different types of magic circle forming the circles, then release a fireball, water spear, wind blade, and lightning snake, and he then launched it towards me. All of this happened in less than 5 seconds. Seriously, devil magic in DxD, though lacking in firepower, makes it up by removing calculations and having your imagination do the work. I had already formed my teleportation circle below me by the time his attacks reached me, and everyone being unable to see anything during the resultant smoke from Riz's attack, I teleport behind him. He managed to sense me, but it was too late as my demonic energy-coated fist landed squarely on his face. Getting hit by full power enhanced punch from me, Riz was thrown backwards and landed on his back and started skeeting, but was able to roll and get back on his feet whilst stopping me from following him by freezing the ground. And I see the blood drip from his mouth, and with that the first blood has been acquired. And how was the fight scene? Any ideas for improvement? Also, did you know Zekram's name is made by joining the names of the Pokemons Zekrom and Reshiram? I just got to know it recently. Leave a review if you like the story thus far. Chapter 11, Spar Between Brothers 2. Cain POV. Riz wiped off the blood from his face and the look on his face became serious, and suddenly I sensed a large amount of magical energy gathering around him. The amount was equivalent to a low high-class devil's total demonic energy reserves. How the F did you get into high class, Riz? I haven't reached high class just yet, Cain. It's just that the restricted section of the library has some interesting books on how to gain power quickly. Shit, this some restricted magic knowledge, and knowing that the restricted section of the library is only for Lucifer descendants, it may be something left by the OG Lucifer himself. I can't let him complete that spell. I also increased my demonic energy and started materializing dozens of spears made up of dark light. This is the most I can do without revealing my true strength. I also created the shield of dark light around me, reinforced it with devil magic, and launched the spears at Riz. He didn't try to dodge or stop the spell. I trusted in his devil physiology to carry him through this, and it did. As I had recently started training with dark light, I couldn't bring out its full potential. Riz managed to not get knocked out, but he was looking very bad with cuts all over his body and he was bleeding a lot, but he didn't show any pain on his face. Instead, it was a smirk. Nice try, Cain, but looks like it wasn't enough to knock me out. Now feel the wrath of the magic created by the Lucifer himself, prideful son. And I looked up to see a massive ball of flames descending on top of me. The magic was so strong that it raised the temp of surroundings by a few degrees. If I couldn't cancel it out with an equally powerful attack, then I will lose. That attack cannot be evaded with my speed as its range is too big. I gave up on hiding my strength and used high-class strength and created spears of dark light, but this time they were more than a dozen. I made them more larger, each having a length of 3 m, and they were more durable than before, and launched them at the descending sun. The resulting explosion made both me and Riz shield ourselves, but even after that we were thrown backwards. The place just below the explosion was turned into glass, showing how much heat was generated in that collision. Looks like it will still end in a draw, Cain, just like all the other times. No, Riz, this time I win. Look at your limp arm. Prompted by me, Riz looked at his arm to see a chain of dark light binding it. He looked towards me and wanted to say something, but he couldn't and fell unconscious. The dark light corroded his strength and stamina, and him being injured just made it faster, and just like that in one. But now everyone knows that I am in high class. I only won due to me training dark light and him getting his hand injured, so it made it easier for me put dark light chains on his hand, or else he would have sensed it, but I managed to win, and that all that matters. Rizevim POV. I am in a black space, it's totally dark around me. How did I get here? I lost to Cain in the spar and got knocked out, so currently I am in my subconsciousness. So Cain is stronger than me. In the end he is more talented, he is better than me, he has the clan trait, not me. I am a fake Lucifer. No. I am also a Lucifer, I also have my own pride, I will become better, know the best. If I can't become stronger than Cain in physical strength, if I will learn magic, if I lose in magic, I will learn runes, if I still lose I will be cunning, make plans, schemes, traps, use other people, manipulate them, in the end I will have the last laugh, not him. He was hiding his own strength to show me pity. Does he think I don't notice him matching his aura to mine to look equally strong? No Cain, I know it, you like to think you are superior, you are the heir, but no, I am also a Lucifer. What if I don't have dark light? I still have the devil's blood in me. Yes, I don't need to play fair, I can do bad and evil things to make him suffer. Just like that scum Aaron said, devils are evil beings, they don't need to show any virtue, we don't need to act good and help, we don't need a reason to evil acts. Why? Because devils are evil, that's a fact. When I first heard this from Aaron's mouth I thought he was babbling some BS. After all, he died to a 2-year-old kid. What can something he said make sense? Also, it was the first time I knew that Cain was stronger. It is a bitter memory seeing him act like a god, killing Aaron and acting like a good guy. He is just a hypocrite. When I first went into the restricted section of the library and read Father's books, I was surprised he also thought that devils were superior, being that we are stronger, have longer lifespans and have good magic. It was then that I finally understood Aaron's intent. Devils are superior, so it doesn't matter if we do good or bad, it is up to me to decide that. After that, the more books I read about devil superiority, the more fascinated I became, and after learning some dark magic from the restricted section I challenged Cain, thinking I would win easily, reveling his true nature, but I was a fool. He was one step ahead of me, he had already reached high class. I must have looked like a fool in his eyes. I also made stupid mistake putting all of my strength on a single card and letting pride affect me during the battle, leading to me losing. But this will be the last time I do something stupid as letting my sin get the better of me. A devil does not play in the light, he lives in the shadows, pulling the strings and increasing his strength and only revealing himself at the end to win. I will plan, Cain, let's see how you manage to get away from me next time, because it won't be a simple spar, it will be a play between you and death. With that I opened my eyes to find Euclid standing near the end of the bed looking worried. Looks like I need to increase my reputation in his eyes more to make him a perfect tool for my plans. Just you wait, Cain, in the end I will be the one to stand at the top, not you. Cain POV. After Euclid took Riz to get him healed and rested, I was still standing there thinking about Riz's improvement. He went from not being able to get me serious to forcing me to use my full strength. How did he improve so much? What did he do in the last 2 years? Does the restricted section have ways to increase strength permanently too? I have a lot of questions and no answers as of now. Looks like I still am lacking. I was thinking about some random stuff, not knowing that Rizevim was planning my demise at this very moment in his subconsciousness. After that, out of the corner of my eye I saw Graphia, Melissa, and Vanessa still standing in the arena. Seeing them I am reminded that I also need to make sure that they are sufficiently strong too. Let's start their training from today. I can't believe I forgot to increase my followers' strength in pursuit of my own. I can't protect everyone on my own, they also need to be strong enough to ward off trouble, or at least be able to survive until I arrive. I called them near me, started asking them about their fighting ability. How strong are you 3? I am at peak middle class, my lord. I have been trained by father from the age of 6 years to be strong enough to serve you, my lord. So Graphia is training for 6 years and is at peak mid-class, while I only started actual training since 8 years, and Riz started at the same time as me, so my strength rised 1.5 times faster than Graphia and Riz, and I can assume that the new Satans were around peak mid-class to low high class. So keeping that in mind, it is confirmed that my potential is even greater than Surzek's. After that I looked towards Melissa and she started speaking. I am at mid-class, lord, I have received no training since birth. Hearing that I frowned. Aren't you from the Barbados clan? Didn't you learn at least basic devil magic in your clan trait? No, my lord, I was trained to be a maid from the start as my parents were only branch family members. I didn't ask Vanessa as Melissa told me about her past. She was abandoned at a young after her clan discovered that she cannot awaken the clan trait. Looks like I need to train Melissa and Vanessa from the scratch, but I also need to train myself. Looks like Graphia's training will have to wait a little, as she will need to train both of them out the basics. The power of the Barbados clan be of great use if trained to high level. With that I again start my training routine, and this time I have 3 beautiful girls accompanying me to train. Also I managed to get Melissa and Vanessa agree on sleeping with as a prize for winning the spar. At least winning that spar got me something. And a little longer chapter than usual. This chap sheds some light on as to why Rizevim was affected so much by Aaron's ideology. Anyways, give me some ideas for monsters in the underworld along with the IMG. Chapter 12, Planning a Walk in the Vatican. Third person POV. In the castle of the Lucifer, a maid with black hair and stoic face can be seen walking eagerly towards the place her lord is generally at this time. If one looks carefully they can see the maid is in a state of panic under the stoic mask. She walks briskly and reaches in front of a door and knocks it. A charming voice of a boy answers, "Come in." Getting the permission, the maid walks inside the room and looks at her lord, and like a vampire dying from sunlight all her worries die instantly seeing her lord fine. "What happened, Vanessa? Why are you sweating? Did something happen?" The maid, Vanessa, didn't answer for a while, then spoke. "My lord, the servants who were responsible for checking the perimeters of the castle found 3 bodies of devils killed and thrown in the forest behind the castle." "Oh, they did? Well, there is nothing to be scared of. Maybe some fools ventured into the forest and got lost and then got killed by one of the beasts in the forest. But my lord, you also sometimes go into that forest for hunting the demonic beasts. If the beasts can kill 3 adult devils, then it can harm you too." "Calm down, Vanessa. I am much stronger than any average adult devil, and there is no demonic beast stronger than me in the forest. The devils who got killed must be some weaklings. You don't need to worry about me. On the other hand, you should sometimes go out with Grafia in the forest and get some combat experience by hunting the demonic beasts." Hearing the logical answer from Cain, Vanessa calmed down and was about to leave until her eyes landed on a shiny dagger. "Image here." She asked, "Where did you that dagger, my lord?" "Found it in the basement of the castle. It was lying there on some table. Thought I could use a weapon." "My lord, didn't I and Melissa warn you not to enter the basement?" "Indeed you both did, but just because you warned doesn't mean I have follow your warning, do I?" Hearing that, Melissa was taken aback, as her lord generally listened to her, and Melissa, this was one of the few times she had seen him using his authority of a lord. Looks like her lord is growing fast. After that, Vanessa left the study and Cain went to reviewing the documents of the clan Lucifer and the business it had in the human world, and he had one thing to say: the money that the clan gained through the human world was ridiculous, and he had to manage all of that because he was the heir. All of this was previously managed by the House of Lucifuge, but now that there are heirs to the House of Lucifer, Gerhard just appeared on my 13th birthday and dumped all this paper in my study and called it a birthday gift. After some time, Cain put the paper back and simply sat there looking out of the window. The underworld had no system of day and night. The sky was eternally purple. The only way to keep track of the time was to look at a watch. Looking outside, Cain started talking to himself. Cain POV. It's been 13 years since my birth. I have grown in multiple ways, physically, emotionally, and mentally. This world has changed me a lot. This is a world of be killed or be a killer, and I chose to be the latter. I have thought multiple times about the plot, but I have watched only the anime and read some fanfics about DxD, so my knowledge is limited, and the current year being centuries behind of the canon, the plot doesn't matter much, to be honest. The 3 devils in the forest were killed by me yesterday. I was hunting since beasts and they tried to ambush me but failed miserably, and me, who has decided to be a killer not be killed, sent the 3 foolish devils to their death. And after killing that, I felt nothing. Looks like my mind has changed after becoming a devil. Normal human morals don't apply to me. I still wasn't able to figure out the one bang the attack, but they will reveal themselves sooner or later as I foil all their attempts on my life. I also went into the restricted area of the library of the castle and found many books, but the books were weird. It was like they resonated with my bloodline and whispered in my ears about devils and killing all other supernatural beings, but I kept my head straight and went deeper and found a secret entrance in the library. It connected with the basement, and just as I entered the basement the weird feeling disappeared. Looks like the restricted books in the library had some sinister dark magic imbued in them, forcing anyone with devil blood to become more and more evil. It probably only gives away, not alters their personality, like Riz. Even after spending years in there daily, only has his ideology changed and he didn't become a complete maniac. Anyways, the basement is huge, and even after exploring it for hours without stopping, I found no end to it. I found this dagger inside and it looked cool, so I bought it out with me. Melissa and Vanessa told me that there are some dangerous items in the basement which can kill even ultimate class beings, but I doubt it, and even there is such a thing, it will be in the deeper part, not the top part. Nothing much has changed much in the past year, but other than sleeping with 2 beautiful women daily, I also managed to make Grafia drop her cold facade around me, but only when we both are alone. It happened after I talked to her like a friend, not like a lord she was supposed to serve, and after a few training sessions and telling her that I also like maids, we hit it off. She literally had stars in her eyes when she was talking about maids, and with that I managed to get past the Ice Queen's emotionless mask and make her act normal around me, but she still has that mask when others are present. Other than that, I finally managed to reach low ultimate class in combat power, while my energy reserves have reached high ultimate class due to me emptying them almost daily. And Riz had asked me if I had free time. Looks like he need to talk to me about something. I can feel it in my balls that it is something bad for me, so I need to make sure that this time I repay I kind. I called Grafia using a magic circle. She appeared by teleporting inside my study. "Greetings, Lord Lucifer, you called for me." "Ah, yes Grafia, I had job for you. I need you to go talk to Euclid and tell him that you are not satisfied with me being your lord. Show him that you do not like me." "Pardon me, Cain, but why would I do that? I am quite happy with you as my liege." She stared, talking to me as Cain, not lord, but she is still too green when it comes to underhanded plots. "Just go and do it. You will come to know what will happen at a later date when the time is right." "Fine, just explain to me your schemes at a later date." She went after that and I was thinking of how will Riz react to this, will he take the bait or not? If he accepts the bait and tells her about his plan even superficially, it will be enough to make enough counterplays. I need to give him a warning that you can't expect me to stay silent if you attack. Well, I hope this time it will be enough for him. He is still my blood-related brother in this world. I had no other family members in my previous life, so I will prefer I have not to kill him, but after this he still doesn't understand, I will unfortunately end his life. Third-person POV. After that everything went well and Riz took the bait. Grafia's acting is really well. And the plan he made was ridiculous. He wants to go inside the Vatican in the main church and search for documents about the Great Holy War. Is he out of his mind? If we get caught accidentally we will die and restart the war again. But if we succeed I can get a proper proof that God is dead, and if I am lucky I can get some notes on how to deal with divinity, as all other powers have a way to be dealt with, but divinity is very troublesome. Let's hope that Big G had a way of that. With that, me and Riz planned about the trip, which was bordering on the line of reinstigating the war. Maybe he wants it, but in the end me, Riz, Grafia, and Euclid are going. Well, let's see what you have planned for me, my dear brother. And this is the new chap. The MC finally goes out for his first adventure and it is in Vatican. Oh, the irony. In the next chapters there will be some action and interaction between MC and Grafia. And Riz will get a nice warning to not mess with the MC. Also, the pick of dagger was provided by Mr. Quack. Thank you, Mr. Quack, for supporting TE story so far. Chapter 13, Secrets of the Vatican. Third-person POV. In the medieval Rome everyone is going about their life without any care as to that the devil spawn themselves have stepped foot into the holy city. In a dark alley a silver circle forms and 4 people walk out of it, each of them being a beautiful and handsome person in their own right. The 2 silver-haired men walked forward discussing something. Weren't we supposed to teleport directly into the Vatican? Why are we in an alley, not in the damn church? The angels have put a strong anti-teleporting magic over the entire Vatican, although I can trespass it. Doing so will alert the people sensitive to magic, which will result in a war. So you think that the devils will lose the war? Huh. It's not a matter of who will win or lose. The moment the war starts all the other pantheons will also jump in like hyenas. The sole woman of the group pulled out 4 cloaks and 4 masks of different kind and gave them to the other. Hey Cain, are you sure the priests will not be able to sense our demonic energy if we wear these cloaks? Be assured, Riz, these are made from the hide of the demonic shapeshifter chameleon. Its ability to hide its wearer's energy signature is top-notch. Fine. Anyways, let's go. Me and Euclid will go into the armory section and you and Grafia will go into the library section as planned. Yes, and remember, Riz, if you get caught don't expect me to help. I will leave you and get myself out of here. After that, Cain and Grafia separated from the other 2 and went on their own way. Grafia, I have a hunch that Riz will deliberately show himself to try and kill me. I need you to start working on the teleportation circle from the start after we enter the church so we can evacuate at a moment's notice. But what if the circle is not completed and he shows himself? Then both me and Riz will have to fight till either you or Euclid forms a teleportation circle, and yes, before you say something, I can't use devil magic or my clan trait as it will start a war. So we are rogue magicians from the organization Grausauber. The leader is Mephisto, so it will not be weird if we use a little bit of devil magic. I understand, my lord. After that, Cain went near Grafia and lifted her up in a princess carry. And this caused her face to become red like tomato. Cain, what are you doing? Calm down, FIA, and get your brain out of the gutter. I am doing this so I can travel fast and staying hidden. Also use your shadow magic to further suppress our presence. Hearing that she got back into her maid work, did as told. While it was true that this way we will be faster, I wanted to see her break her stoic mask, and it was really cute seeing her all flustered and embarrassed, and the magic effect of the face getting red was also present. After that, I increased my speed to a level where no normal human or even weak supernatural being can't perceive me and started to move towards the largest holy energy source I can sense. After I reached near the wall of the church, I entered the church and went on top of a tree, hid myself, and started sensing how strong the people inside are. And I was disappointed, as the strongest person, who I think was the Pope, was only at mid-ultimate class, which only a little stronger than me. In a fight I might win because of my abilities and physiology, but I can't use both of them freely, so he may pose a threat to me. All other are at varying level. I only sensed 4 other humans at high class level, which is good. All of this was happening when Rizevim was making his way towards the armory. Cain went sneaking towards the library and entered from a window without being seen and knocked out the fodder who was guarding it with a single attack on his neck and put a sleeping spell on him using human magic. After that, he put Grafia down and ordered her to start forming the teleportation circle in the corner where reaching was hard and the books were dusty, signifying that not many people came here regularly. Cain POV. After leaving Grafia in the corner section of the library, I went to search the library, but I didn't find any useful book, archive, or record. Looks like there is nothing in this library. Just as I was about to go back, I saw a peculiar book, the Bible. There were many different versions of Bible in many languages, but this one has an ancient aura and looked really old. I went towards it, picked it out, but instead of coming out, the entire shelf started rotating, leading to a dark tunnel. I used the connection I had with Grafia as a lucifuge and Lucifer to ask her to come here at once. After she came we both went inside and the shelf came back to its original position. Graphia using magic created a light ball to light up the passage and what we saw shocked us. The passage was long and kept on going. And the end it led to a large dome-shaped library. From the looks of it we are underground. Seeing that the passage was very dusty and unused I figured out that this was not known to anyone in the current generation and ordered Graphia to make a permanent two-way teleportation circle here. It will be a surprise tool that may be of use in the future. After she started her work, I went to look at the library and I was surprised each book here was old and had a depiction of gods and their doings. It was almost as if some fanatic who liked gods made this place. All this place was filled with information upon gods. I have hit the jackpot with this. With this the second most annoying guys in the world can be countered, the gods. All that is left is some dragon-slaying stuff and I am set. I started reading books I found interesting and useful at once. I made sure to make a magic clock to keep a check of the time. After some time, 3 hours to be precise, Graphia came and informed me of the completion of the teleportation circle. My lord, the teleportation circle is complete and can be used. Only those allowed by me or you can use it and it quite hard to trace back as well. Splendid work as always, Graphia. Now that we are prepared, help we take the books to the circle. Yes, my lord. But all my delusions were broke as we learnt that the books, or to be more precise this entire library, has complex magic and runes arranged so that no book can be taken out of it. And by the looks of it even I will be unable to override it. Maybe it was created by a very strong angel. But thanks to that the teleportation circle will see a lot of use, as to the weird magic I will need to come here every now and then to read all these books. After that I went outside making small talk with Graphia about the library and the books. And the moment when I opened the shelf at the end of the secret passage I was greeted by a lightsaber to my face. I dodged it and burned the ambusher to ashes. And after getting a clear view of the library I knew in a heartbeat that Rizevim has started his plan. FIA, kill all of them, leave none alive. Yes, my lord. With that time to make Riz experience a loss. And comment if you want a Riz POV about this fiasco. If half of the comment I will write it. Chapter 14, Showdown in the Vatican, I. Third-person POV. All the while the people around the world are praying to their God, while in the holy city a massacre by the devil is taking place. Kill all of them, FIA. Leave none alive. Yes, my lord. Two voices rang out one after the another, and before the opposing side could understand who their opponents are, the slaughter started. The maid used her ice magic to create ice lances and impale the Knights of the Vatican, while the men simply went around tossing different kind of magic without any care for his magic reserves. While it may look like that Cain was using his energy reserves quite sparingly, as he may have to fight the Pope later on. After all, the priests inside the library were dead except one. Cain caught him and started to peek inside his mind using his devil magic to find out how did they know that he was in the library. Memory magic of the devils is hard to find, so it was fine. Even if Riz got caught deliberately, they would search the church, not be ready like they knew he will be in the library. What he saw shocked him. My brother is also in this flithy church of yours. He is stronger than all of you and will kill all of you if you dare attack me. Then where is that strong brother of yours? He is in the library. When he will come back he will bury you all alive. Say your prayers while you have the time. Seriously, this is it. I am leaving him here to die. Fuck the contract. It states I can't attack him. It doesn't stipulate that I have to save him from a problem he created. Just after Cain had finished searching through this pitiful guy's memory, he felt a large amount of holy power coming towards him. Seeing that fighting the Pope is inevitable, he prepared himself mentally and ordered Graphia. FIA, go out and kill every single priest you can find that you are able to kill. Don't worry about anything, just don't give away your identity. After I manage to get away or kill the Pope I will come get you, and first we will teleport inside the secret library and then from there back to the castle. Understood, my lord. Please take care, I will be waiting for the news of your victory. After that she jumped out from the window and made wings of ice on her back and started killing all the priests below her. Looks like you have been waiting for quite a time, Mr. Pope. So why don't we have a little spar while our subordinates have a little impromptu war? A elderly voice sounded after Cain said the words. Looks like some fools who don't understand the greatness of our God have entered the holy place. I will eradicate you vermin myself. Do try, old coot. With that both of them started the fight. As both of them started the fight, they were very of each, neither of them knew each other's powers. Cain took the initiative to test the waters with launching several flame spears at the Pope. But just as about the spears were about to reach the Pope, shadows engulfed his attack and redirected his attack back at him. Shocked by the sudden appearance of a sacred gear, Cain created a shield using earth magic. The shield broke, but it protected it from the flaming spears. What happened, unholy bastard? Cat got your tongue. Shut your mouth, you holy fanatic. A mere night reflection will not hinder me in the least. Although I said that being in an enclosed space with him having night reflection sacred gear, his strength will increase with more shadows. I need to take this fight to a more open space. With that, Cain created a familiar spell that was once used by Riz on him. Prideful son, with those words Cain launched a small sun, but the target wasn't the Pope but the library itself. The attack was far stronger than what Riz used on him. On the outside, Rizevim was fighting 4 high-class humans, one with a light gun, one with a lightsaber and one with his fists, while the 4th one was shooting bows at him using his sacred gear Starling Green. Suddenly the fist guy got twice as strong as he was before and attacked Rizevim with even more ferocity. Rizevim created a platform of darkness and stepped on it and jumped away, and simultaneously created lightning snakes and made them attack the twice critical user. While this was going on, Graphia was simply flying and raining spears made up of ice and darkness. There were dozens of dead priests lying around on the ground dead, with the spears piecing them, making a gruesome scene in the church. Suddenly a part of the church blew up without any warning, raising up a lot of smoke, and 2 persons came out of it. One was standing on the air while the other one was standing in the ground. Not caring about the fight going outside, the 2 kept on releasing attack after attack, ignoring the collateral damage they caused. The attack launched by the invader were all captured by the Pope, Shadow and reflected back, while Cain had no problem dodging or destroying his own attacks. Seeing that killing or defeating the Pope will require him getting serious, he mentally spoke to Graphia. Graphia prepared to teleport to the hidden library. We will be returning, as I hadn't thought that the Pope might have a sacred gear. No reply came from Graphia, almost as she was not hearing him. Cain spoke louder this time. "Fia, what are you doing? Prepare the circle." This time she responded, but not with the answer he was expecting. "My lord, Euclid is not here." "Did he? No, he didn't. I can still sense him. He is busy creating a teleport circle." Cain interrupted her. "But if we go now, he may die." Cain, while dodging launching attacks in the battle with the Pope, was faced with a dilemma. Either he orders Graphia to teleport and loses her trust, or stay and fight to make sure Euclid doesn't die, but making sure Euclid doesn't die will also lead to Rizevim surviving, which he didn't want. Cain sighed and spoke to Graphia. "Kill as many as you can. I will kill the Pope, but after that we go back, no questions after that." Graphia responded a little late but in an affirmative tone. After this conversation, Cain ramped up his attacking frequency and started to go to a deserted place to make sure he can finish him off. Lesser the evidence, better the case. Almost as if Graphia has been possessed by a killing goddess, she started killing every priest around her with absurd frenzy. After Cain managed to get the Pope to a place where not many priests were present, he used another magic from the restricted section to kill all the other humans here. "Potion downfall," said Cain, and a huge amount of black poisoned water began to materialize in the middle, spreading, and whoever got in contact got poisoned and was paralyzed, and with the ridiculous amount, if it got inside anyone they died almost instantly. Cain thought mentally, the restricted section has too many dark magic books. All of this happened while Cain was still fighting the Pope. The Pope, understanding that he can't kill the unholy bastard, as he liked to call Cain, decided to use his holy magic along with his sacred gear. This increased his strength to a level 2 times greater than before. The battle raged on, with Cain continuously using magic of all kinds, human and a little bit of devil, with the old coot using holy magic to counter the devil magic and heal himself, while using his sacred gear to counter the human magic. Knowing that he can heal himself with his holy magic, and this guy probably informed the angels about the attack, Cain decided he need to end the battle soon. Thinking about that, Cain made up a plan to make sure that his devil energy signature doesn't remain anywhere. To do that, he will need to use his clan trait and destroy the Pope's body so there is no evidence left. With that, the battle going in the Vatican was about to become even more fierce, with Graphia going on a killing spree, Riz fighting 4 strong bishops, and Cain fighting the Pope, all the while Euclid was busy making a teleport circle, and with the angels coming soon. And a chapter filled with combat only. How was it? Also recommend some magic names and what they do for Cain to learn. Chapter 15, Showdown in the Vatican, 2. Third-person POV. With Cain deciding to kill the Pope, the battle was becoming more and more intense by the moment. With the Pope having sacred gear, the fight was prolonged for a much longer time than it should have, and Cain being unable to use his devil magic and clan trait freely made it harder to end the battle fast. "Just wait, you motherfew *cur. I have informed the angels about the attack on the Vatican. They will soon be here, and then you will understand the folly of your actions. For a Pope, your vocabulary sure is quite vulgar. And I am not afraid of these pigeons you call angels. My other friends are also nearby waiting for the chance. You underestimate the minds of rogue magicians from strong organizations. So what, all of your friends will die by the hands of the holy angels? With that, I have managed to make sure that he doesn't suspect me of a devil just yet, although it is inevitable that if I have to kill him I will have to use my clan trait. I have a plan, but for that I need to create the stage." With that, Cain started going on the defensive while coming down to the ground and having a fist fight with the Pope. Surprisingly, the hand-to-hand combat skill of the Pope was not as good as Cain, as even when Cain was only defending he was still pushing him back. Figuring out that he will lose if he fought in close combat, the Pope jumped back, but Cain refused to give him some space. He followed him with even greater speed and made a direct punch to his face. The Pope crossed his arm to defend, but it was a feint. Cain changed his attack at the last moment and made it an uppercut. The attack launched the Pope up into the air, and seeing that the Pope can't dodge mid-air, Cain figured out it will be a chance for him to make him unable to use his holy magic. Cain, while fighting with the Pope in CQC, was creating a magic circle on the ground. It was magic circle written in one of the books in the restricted library section. It made anyone inside the periphery unable to use any magic-related thing with this. The Pope can only use his sacred gear. While the Pope was in mid-air, Cain activated the magic circle and made the entire area devoid of magic, but he had modified the magic a little. Devil magic is still usable in the circles along with its natural weaknesses, i.e. sacred gear and clan traits. With that, the Pope can't heal himself, so let's do this. After that, Cain started to attack with devil magic without care. As there is an anti-magic field deployed, it will be hard to find any traces of any kind of magic. The Pope was having a hard time believing that someone can cast magic at this rate. This time Cain managed to burn the left hand of the Pope. The Pope tried to heal his hand but was astonished to find that he can't use his holy magic. Now that he understood that can't use his holy magic to heal himself, he got scared. After all, most people are afraid of death. But almost as he had an enlightenment, he screamed, "You heretic, you are no rogue magician, you are a devil. Curse you. Finally figured it out, Mr. Pope. You have won the Best Detective Award of the year." Now that Cain had his identity revealed, he started using devil magic openly without any care. The situation for the Pope became worse from bad. Seeing that he can't win, the Pope wanted to run away, but Cain created a circle of fire around the place, effectively locking the Pope in a fixed place. With that, the Pope started using his sacred gear, Night Reflection. Although it wasn't able to counter physical attack. With that, Cain started to create different kinds of weapons like axes, swords, spears, using dark light and launching them at the Pope. A certain gold-haired king will be proud of me. Now that Cain was using his clan trait along with devil magic, the Pope was getting cornered as the fight had been getting more intense. The Pope didn't have the advantages of devil physiology, neither he can use his holy magic to heal and recover himself. Combinations of such things made him lose his concentration for a moment, but Cain didn't miss it and went for the kill. Cain created another magic barrage in the Pope and launched it while simultaneously teleporting behind the Pope. The Pope was busy reflecting that magic, so he didn't notice, and the anti-magic area had dulled his senses. Cain got behind him, impaled him with his spear, made up of dark light. Cain had aimed at his heart, yet instincts honed through his lifetime, he dodged at the last moment, leading to his stomach getting pierced instead of his heart. The Pope fell to his knees and said a few words before breathing his last, "Glory to God." With that, the Pope, the head of the religion on earth, died. But Cain didn't give any thought to it and immediately burnt the body to ashes and using wind magic scattered them. After that, he contacted Graphia. "Graphia, the Pope is dead. I am coming now. We are going, no questions." Without waiting for a reply, he teleported near her by sensing her demonic signature. Graphia was surprised by his sudden arrival, but he didn't care about it and lifted her up in a princess's carry. "My lord dash." He didn't let her complete and said in an authoritative voice, "We are going back now, no questions asked." And created a big explosion using human magic, and under the smoke created, he teleported near the teleportation circle created by Graphia, and entered in it, activated the circle using his magic and teleported away. Back on the church, the dust settled and the priest saw that the invaders have vanished, and just after the two magic circles appeared on the sky and two angels appeared. Both of them had 10 wings on their back, signifying them as ultimate class angels. Just a bit before Euclid had completed his one-time teleportation circle and came near Rizevim, who was breathing heavily, but all the 4 persons were lying dead. Riz, sensing the large amount of holy aura, showed a smile and said, "Looks like my brother played me this time too, Euclid. Going back now will be a problem, but I will survive." And with that being said, Riz turned towards the angels with Euclid standing behind him. "You shall be executed for this crime, heretic." The melodious voice of the angel rang and the fight began. Back to Cain, he teleported safely inside the castle in his room and put down Graphia. He saw that she was about to say something, but he stopped her and said, "Go and tell the maids about our arrival and rest. I will call you after getting rested." Graphia simply nodded and went to do what she was supposed to. Cain went and laid down on his bed and quickly fell asleep. "I will think about the consequences later on." Sometime later, the maids found that Lord Rizevim has returned back, but the way he looked made them think what happened to Lord Rizevim. Rizevim was in a bad condition. He had lost a lot of blood. One of his arms was cut off. His entire hair was dyed in red by his blood. He looked like he could die if anyone just lightly punched him. Although Euclid was also in a bad condition, he was still in a better condition than Rizevim. He was also carrying the cut-off arm of Rizevim. It can be reattached using a lot of phoenix tears. With that, it looks like Rizevim had to pay a large price in order to escape the Vatican. Both of them went in their rooms without saying anything, leaving the maids bewildered. At night in the study of Cain, he was sitting in his chair and was in deep thought. A knock sounded on the door and replied, "Come in." Graphia entered the room with her eyes downcast and stood in front of Cain. It was time to have a serious talk between master and maid. And many people were asking, like, how can some pre-adolescent devils can kill so many priests in the Vatican? The answer to that be revealed in the next chapter. I actually planned a little. Also, I know the name is Livian, not Livian, but the reason why I say Livian not Livian will be revealed in the future. Chapter 16, Punishment and Situation in Heaven. Third-person POV. In the room of the Lucifer, one can see a silver-haired maid standing in front of a young man sitting on the chair with a stern look on his face. So, Graphia, care to tell me why did you ask me to save Euclid's life knowing that it can cause problems in the plan? No reply came back from Graphia. She just kept standing there silently accepting her mistake. Cain continued, I had to reveal my identity as a devil in order to kill the Pope just because you wanted Euclid alive. It had already been decided that I won't be helping Rizevim and Euclid if they got caught, yet I had to do to your request. Now don't stand like a deaf person and answer. This time the tone of Cain's voice was higher than usual. Graphia still stood like a statue and didn't answer. Seeing that she wasn't going to answer to his questions, Cain decided that further questioning is useless. After that, Cain opened a drawer in his desk and took out a bracelet. It was a jet black bracelet with ancient runes written on it in molten silver. The bracelet gave of an eerie feeling. This one of the toys I found in the basement during one of my little expeditions. This bracelet will be your punishment, Graphia. Cain continued, I know that Euclid is your brother, but for a Lucifuge the first thing should be his, or Lucifer. But you still have some problem in understanding that. Cain continued, this bracelet cuts off the wearer's senses one by one every week and then returns it one by one following every week. You will do your daily maid work while wearing this bracelet for the next 3 months to understand that I, your Lucifer and master, come above your brother who has way too much interest in you beside the interest I should have. Hearing that, there was a slight change in Graphia's expression, but it returned back to her stoic look quickly. With that being said, Cain stood up, walked near Graphia, who was still standing silently like a doll. He put the bracelet on her left wrist and said, seeing that you are not talking, I will take your silence as accepting your punishment. As along with the taste of sense, the bracelet also takes away the wearer's ability to talk. Whoever's crafted this was super sadist. Because this was your first mistake and I don't want to seriously punish you, I hope you understand and make this your last mistake, Graphia. It hurts me to do this to you. After putting the bracelet, Graphia lost her ability to taste and speak. In the next week her ability to see will be sealed, and so on. In the 6th week the magic sense will be sealed, and from then one by one every week the senses will start to come back. In the 6th floor of heaven, Zebel, an angel with the appearance of a handsome-looking man with long blonde hair reaching till his neck and green eyes, could be seen walking. He has 12 wings growing from his back, and unlike other angels whose wings are white, his wings are colored gold, further symbolizing his position as the current leader of the angels. This angel was Michael. He had just heard from the other angels that there has been an attack on the Vatican in which the Pope died. He was told that Archangel Uriel handled the situation, but Michael was not informed. He was on his way to ask why was he not informed about such a big event from Uriel. Reaching near Uriel, Michael asked, why wasn't I informed about the attack on the Vatican, brother? Uriel turned towards Michael and replied, it wasn't a big deal, brother. The ones who attacked were some rogue magicians from Graubasser. It wasn't a small deal either, brother. The Pope died. Even if the situation was not needing immediate attention, you should have informed me. Come on, brother, the Pope was a corrupt guy. If anything, we should thank the rogue magicians for getting rid of him for us. Uriel, Michael said with his voice raising a little. Don't say that all life is equal and nobody has the right to decide who is wrong and right. Tell me, even when you knew about the attack, why did you not go there personally or informed another seraph about it? If you or any other seraph went, maybe the Pope will still be alive. Brother, I sent 2 ultimate class angels. That is already more than enough. Looks like you don't understand, Uriel. Don't let a thing like this repeat itself or else I will have to punish you. Yes, sure, brother. The reply was half-hearted and it was not serious, as Uriel knew that Michael is a softie for his brothers and sisters. He will never punish any of them seriously. All they would ever get is a light slap at the wrist. Unknowingly, Uriel's hate for the corrupt Pope lead to him not informing any other seraph and delaying the ultimate class angels going to Vatican, which lead to Rizevim surviving. Ironically, an archangel saved a devil due to his own radical views. If Uriel knew about the attackers being devils or worse, heirs of Clan Lucifer, he would have personally went there. In the future, after knowing about what he did Uriel and what it entails, he will get quite angry, which will lead to him engaging in a fight with Cain. Back to Vatican, the personnel were busy rebuilding the church and counting their losses. On a rough estimate, about 83 priests were dead, with 4 sacred gear holders and the Pope himself. There may be still some bodies underneath the rubble, or there may not be a body left at all, so about a 100 men lost just because of 4 rogue magicians. The Vatican has done a great job at hiding this, as nobody except the involved parties know about it yet. The Pope will be announced dead after the rebuilding is completed, along with all the stuff. He died by a disease is what they will be telling the world. Although those having connections to the supernatural will sooner or later find out the truth. 8 months later. In the Lucifer castle, the relationship between the 2 heirs has gone from bad to worse. After healing from the injury suffered to the ultimate class angels, Rizevim has cut all contact from Cain. Even Euclid wasn't allowed to talk to Graphia. On the other hand, Cain, although miffed by the fact that he wasn't able to kill Riz, was still in a good mood, as after her punishment Graphia has become even more loyal and subservient to him. Looks like losing all of your senses can be pretty terrifying, and with him being the only one who helped her in that period with some more hot and cold treatment, he managed to make her fall in love with him. Looks like the Stockholm Syndrome can affect even devils. Cain's relationship with the Melissa and Vanessa has also improved accordingly, as now Vanessa also sometimes responds back to his teasings in her own cold manner. With all this going, Cain left the thing about his brother being evil back and put that on hold, as only when he gets another chance he will be able to kill Riz. With that, everything went back to normal and Cain again dove into training himself and his maids. In a darkly lit room, 4 devils can be seen sitting across a circular table. 3 of them have grave expressions on their faces while the other has a smile. These 4 are Percival Paimon, Xenophilus Zagan, Hannah Haganiti, and Valak. All 4 are very old devils, especially Valak. He is a first-gen devil. Lord Paimon starts speaking. What were you thinking, Valak, going to the Lucifer heirs party like that and openly provoking them? Unlike you cowards, I have the guts to stand in front of them even after planning for their deaths. Seeing that these 2 were going to fight, Hannah said. Now calm down, both of you. What happened is in the past. We should live in the present and plan for the future. Fighting over something that happened will not change it. Both of them calmed down, but still Paimon was looking a bit angry seeing that Zagan spoke. Anyways, what do we do now? The plan to kill them failed when they were still small. And we had to lay down due to the Lucifuge investigating stuff. Now that the matter is finally calmed down, what do we do next? Hearing that Valak spoke, that fearless smile still on his face. Increase your connections with the other devil pillars and become close to them enough to change of affect their decisions. When we reach that stage, I will tell you the next phase. You 3 get close to some devil pillars, I will get close to one of the Satans and try to influence them. But all the devil lords are quite old, it will take time to build that level of trust. Hannah's sweet voice rang after Valak finished speaking. Indeed, this a long-term plan, it may even take a long time, decades even. But if it succeeds, we may become the next rulers of the underworld. Hearing that, all of them become excited. After all, devils lust after authority and strength the most. So after that, the 4 of them went to their own ways to plan for the things they will have to do. With this meeting, the circumstances that will lead to the devil civil war have been initiated, which will cause a lot of mayhem in the underworld in the future. And hello, I am back. It took 2 weeks to get completely cured. I'm back to full health and ready to write new chapters, and the next chapter will be the first lemon. Chapter 17, Time Skip and First Time, R18*. Third Person POV. Today is March 7th in the world of DxD. On this day, year 1508, the man named Cain livian Lucifer was born. And from then 18 years have passed and finally Cain has become an adult. Today he was going to celebrate his birthday along with his 3 maids Graphia, Melissa, and Vanessa, but Gerhard called Graphia and Euclid a day ago saying he was going to check on their progress and see if their skills are up to par or not. This left him only being able to celebrate his birthday with only Melissa and Vanessa. Although not the ideal situation, but he will make do with it. Today was supposed to be an easygoing day with him relaxing in the daytime according to the clock, as the sky is eternally purple. Cain was bored seeing purple sky all the time in the underworld. He decided that when he hold the reins of the underworld he will change the sky into having a system of proper day and night. Nighttime was supposed to be the fun time with Melissa and Vanessa making a cake, and after that he will finally get to drink some devil wine and play some games. Currently Melissa and Vanessa were preparing the cake and he is patiently waiting for them to come so that he can start the game. The game which he had thought to play is Truth and Dare. After all, a little bit of alcohol and Truth and Dare go a long way. While Cain was laying on his bed, the gate opened and the 2 maids which he had grown accustomed to entered the room with a chocolate cake and bottles of finely aged devil wine in their hands. After putting the cake and wine, both of them turned towards him waiting for him to cut the cake. Seeing that, he took the knife and started cutting the cake. Clap clap asterisk. Both Melissa and Vanessa started clapping and said together in a sing-song voice, "Happy birthday to you, my lord." After that he fed the cake to both of them and motioned them to sit down on the bed. He brought out an empty bottle and opened the wine bottles and started pouring himself a drink. "So what plans do you have, my lord? You asked us to order the other servants to do all the work for us the rest of the day. We are going to play an interesting game. Although it's a pity that Graphia is not here, let's not be upset and continue. What is the interesting game you speak of, my lord?" After Vanessa asked that question, Cain explained to them about the game and its rule, and after that he spun the bottle and it stopped on him. Seeing that he chose truth, and the first question of the game asked was, "How strong are you, my lord?" The one who asked the question was Melissa. As per the rules he had to say the truth. He can lie, but that will spoil the fun, he replied. "Low Satan class." And without waiting for their responses started spinning the bottle and the game went on. Some time later. The 3 are still playing the game, although Vanessa is almost sleeping due to her having low alcohol resistance. The bottle had stopped at Melissa and she had chosen Dare. A lot of weird and awkward secrets and situations had occurred till now, but Vanessa in her intoxicated state gave the Dare to Melissa. Bath with the Lord in the bathtub. And dozed off, making the situation reach the highest level of awkwardness till now. Seeing that Melissa was not saying anything, Cain offered, "If you don't want to, we can stop the game. It is not necessary to do the Dare." But Melissa mumbled, "I will do it." And stood up. Cain was not able to hear, so he asked again, "What did you say?" Melissa replied, walking towards the bathroom, "I will do the Dare, my lord." Seeing that she was willing to do it, Cain followed her to the bathroom, not thinking much due to the alcohol. After getting inside the changing room, he saw Melissa's maid clothes outside and the sound of water filling the bathtub. Hearing that gave a wild rush to his imagination, making his blood flow towards his lower region. He also quickly got out of his clothes and went inside the bathroom, and what greeted him was a beautiful scene. With Melissa sitting in the bathtub full of water, having patches of foam covering some parts and leaving some to increase the allure, and she had a blush spreading on her cheeks. All of this almost made him jump on her at this very moment, but he controlled and went inside the bathtub and sat opposite to her. But just as he sat, something else came out of the water rising, and this time it was the shield It was his spear, which was standing on full mast, which is equal 8.5 inches due to the excess blood in it. The situation got even more weird due to it. And at that time Melissa, the ever-curious maid, asked something which unleashed the lust sin of Cain. "Can I touch it? It looks like it will hurt, so maybe I can help." Hearing that, Cain left all his limitations and said, like a sage while nodding his head. A few hours later. On the bed of the Lucifer, the heir can be seen laying along with his two maids, cuddling asleep with a content smile on his face, with a single thought in his mind. I fuck *, King finally lost my damn V card. Chapter 18, Young Devil Gathering, Cain POV. People say that if you want to do something with all your determination, then the world itself will help you, but looks like in the underworld the opposite is true. Here I am sitting in my study going through the business files when I saw a letter addressed to me with the stamp of the Beelzebub clan on it. Seeing that it was from one of the 4 Satans, I put my work aside and opened the letter, and the content was quite short and only to the point. Lord Lucifer. It pleases me to give you the invitation to the young devil gathering of this generation. It is gathering for every devil house's young generation to meet and build relations with the other houses. Although the 4 Satans do not need such things, it is important that the other devil pillars get acquainted. So with great awaiting I hope that you will be present along with your Lucifuge. The place of gathering is attached with the letter along with the time and date. Shalba Beelzebub. Getting this letter was surprise, as I had not really made any public appearances till date except that party at my 3rd birthday, and that too was only attended by some of the devil pillars. So if I accept this invite, I will finally have to make an appearance to the devil world officially. Although I haven't made any official appearance, my existence still made many rumors go off in the public. Like how would I be, how strong am I, how smart am I, and other things. I was basically a celebrity to the common devils, as I am a Lucifer descendant. I was about to go into a deep monologue about whether to accept the invite or not, but my 3rd and last major sin, pride, made me accept the invite. After all, why should I worry about the others? I will do as I please. And I started to write a letter to the Beelzebub that I accept the invitation. I will have Graphia send it later. After I had lost my V card to Melissa and taken her and Vanessa's V card, both have become more beautiful. Although after learning about that, Graphia got angry and pouted, which was cute. I had to pacify her by saying that I will not leave her alone, and said some cringy lines, but it worked. And after that she understood and went back to her duties. I am planning on making her first time a special one. Anyways, I need to prepare for the gathering, as the gathering will be my first appearance in the underworld and first impressions are important. I told Melissa to make all the preparations about the dress I will be wearing in the gathering. Another thing to notice was the whether Rizevim was invited or not. Most probably he was. Although this whole gathering thing is to show the superiority of the Satan houses on the devil pillars, it will be stupid to not invite the heirs of the Lucifer clan. Looks like after so many years I will be again seeing my wretched brother. So what should I do? He will probably try to do something against me as always. Should I just straight up kill him? Nah, way too much trouble. Until I get a genuine enough reason to kill a Lucifer heir, it will be problematic to handle the consequences, and the contract is still there. I need to be at least super devil class to be able to break the contract on my own. That is one of the few motivations to get stronger. So much to think about and make decisions for all the situations. 3rd person POV. All the young lords of the Underworld Devil Society are getting ready for the Young Devil Gathering with renewed vigor. After all, it is an event that happens only once for a generation. It was a perfect moment to make connections, show their strength, and above all find a fiancé for themselves to strengthen their future alliance. And this time the Satan descendants, even the Lucifer heirs, will we present one, will be able to get extremely high in the society if they can get a chance with the heirs. Many young ladies are already dreaming of the Lucifer heirs due to the rumors of them being the most handsome devil to exist till date. Many young lords were thinking about the 3 devil princess of the generation: Kateria Leviathan, Seraphal Citri, and Zira Gremory. The 3 of them have fame to be strong, beautiful, along with having a big background. On the day of the gathering in the big hall of the Lucifuge clan, the gathering was going on. The various lords attending the gathering were talking to each other with great interest. The meeting place was a grand hall in the territory of the Lucifuge. The Lucifuge are responsible for the gathering arrangements and keeping the law here. All while the lords were enjoying themselves, 4 persons entered the hall, each of them exuding a fair amount of power. They were the future Satans of the underworld, although now it is hard to say due to Cain being here. They were Ajuka Astaroth, a bewitchingly beautiful and attractive young man, with light blue eyes and green hair that is slicked back. He has a mysterious aura around him which makes him seem devilish. Falbium glaciolabilis, a tall man over 6 feet tall, a bald head and a goatee on his chin. Wearing a military-like dress of white color. Seraphal Citri, a beautiful girl, looking in her late teens with black hair, tied into twin tails and blue eyes. The phrase short but busty fits her. She has a cheerful and bubbly personality. Zira Gremory, a beautiful girl with crimson hair falling freely up to her waist with azure blue eyes and a relaxing but strong aura around her. She was wearing an imperial-styled party gown of blue theme with a single slit running up to her thighs and some light jewelry to top it. Image. All 4 of them entering together showed that they already are close with each other. It is known in the underworld that some of the houses are against the Satans and their houses are a part of them. All 4 of them stood at one side of the hall and didn't talk to anyone except a few other. While everyone were enjoying themselves, the familiar of House Lucifer started speaking loudly. The grandsons of Beelzebub, the sons of Bidliad Bashalin Beelzebub, Shalba, and Melon Beelzebub have arrived. With that the 2 young Beelzebub arrived in the gathering. They were radiating arrogance and walked like they owned the place with their aura unrestrained, making the weaker devils shiver with fear. Shalba had the appearance of a handsome man dressed in black armor with a cape. He had long brown hair that goes to his hips with many bangs covering his right eye. While Melon had brown hair covering one of his eyes, average looks and a thin smile on his face all the time. He was wearing a 3-piece suit of green and red combination. His aura was very unsettling, giving off an eerie feeling. Just as they entered, the familiar once again started speaking loudly. The granddaughter of the Leviathan, the daughter of Tsufame Tarika Leviathan, Kateria Leviathan has arrived. With that a bespectacled woman with brown hair and buns, purple eyes, and tan skin appeared. She had an aura befitting the title of a Leviathan. It was reeking of envy. Just as last time, the familiar again spoke. The grandson of the Asmodeus, the son of Demedosu Zeraikal Asmodeus, Cruzari Asmodeus has arrived. And true to his name, he was simply looking at all the females present at the hall with unrestrained lust, not giving them any respect. When his eyes reached Zira, he was about to speak when the familiar spoke again, louder than the last 3 times. The sons of the Lucifer, Cain Livian Lucifer and Rizevim Livian Lucifer have arrived. Everyone went silent after the announcement and the entire hall was filled with the sound of shoes hitting the ground. Unlike the others, the Lucifers did not come from the gate but rather they came down from the stairs. Cain from the right and Riz from the left. Both had their Lucifuges behind them. Both of the brothers had different auras, while Rizevim had the aura of arrogance and seeing everyone as a being below him. Cain had the aura of an emperor, making anyone consciously see him as the leader in any situation. Only those with sufficient strength were able to tear their eyes away from them, but still most of them were shocked with them. Cain had silver hair with a single bang falling to the side of his face, piercing red eyes and wearing a black and white 3-piece suit. He simply looked devilishly handsome. With that both of them came down and the other Satan's heirs greeted them, to which both of them responded with a simple nod. This marked the beginning of the young devil gathering, as all of the invited devils are here. After the crowd got back to their sides and the various lords started greeting the Satan heirs. But the 4 of the anti-Satan guys didn't. This was a pretty bold move, as it can be seen as the spark of rebellion, but the heirs are too arrogant to notice it. Only Cain, Rizevim, and Melon were able to figure this. To them they are probably ants, they think. Prior to this gathering, all the devil lords had sent gifts to the Satan heirs on the birthdays. Which was ignored by Cain as he was too busy sleeping with his maids and keeping the business in the human world running. Suddenly there was a burst in the demonic energy and in the hall, and a young devil was thrown, destroying a part of the wall. Crash. Auriac's heir. The voice of Shalba Beelzebub rang out with a snarl. The quality of your gifts were worse this year compared to previous year. May I know why? All while Melon was standing away from his brother like he was a plague. Although Cain was able to see the smirk he had. And the shit show starts, thought Cain. Can't this just be a normal devil gathering? Cain was regretting accepting the invite now, but he can't back out now, unfortunately. And I am back after going through a writer's block. Sorry for not posting. And I finally have a release schedule once per week. The chapter length will be long, around 2K to 2.5K from the next chapter. Chapter 19, Young Devil Gathering, 2. Third-person POV. Oh boy, Shalba sure is vengeful. He is shaming the Auriac's heir in front of the whole devil world basically as their future heirs. The future social life of the poor guy is over. Cain thought while drinking the wine. The Auriac's heir finally had enough of this and finally decided to talk back, but that was a bad move. Even if Shalba isn't the most hardworking guy, his strength is far higher than Olive Auriac's. Beelzebub heir this year, due to a famine my family was not able to produce enough amount of resources, that's why the gift was of low quality. Shalba didn't like him talking back, so he punched him in the face while taunting. What the hell am I supposed to do if you don't have enough money? The Auriac's heir was bleeding from his cheek. That last punch made a cut on his face, and faced with the psychological and physical pressure he was about to do something dangerous like openly attacking Shalba. A certain redhead came between Shalba and Olive and protected Olive by shielding him with her own demonic energy. Everyone in the hall was shocked by her brazen action. This was a direct affront to the house of Beelzebub. After all, someone stopped him. Shalba is very arrogant, he won't let it end like this. Shalba's face became twisted like he went mad and he spoke like an animal in frenzy. What are you doing, Gremory? Don't get in my way. This can be seen as affront to me, the heir of the house of Beelzebub. Hearing Shalba speak like that, Zira remained calm and said, Please calm down, Lord Beelzebub. Heir Oriax has given a sufficient reason for his lacking gift. You don't need to kill him for that. I think he has been punished enough. But Shalba didn't care about he attacked both of the heirs opposing him with magic. Now everyone was getting wary. After all, this can be said to be a very big event. But the Satan heirs were looking like they were watching an interesting drama with interest. All the attacks of Shalba were cancelled by the Gremory heiresses by her skillful use of the power of destruction of Baal inherited by her mother. All Shalba was doing was wasting his energy, as none of his attacks were causing any trouble to Zira. But Shalba was getting more and more annoyed that he was not able to defeat the two worms, and he was about to use his clan trait, the King of Flies, when a maid with silver hair came and stood between Shalba and Zira. Now this became a three-way clash. Shalba, still in his arrogance, spoke, Move, Lucifuge, or I will not hold back against you. Graphia ignored his threat and replied calmly like she was telling a child, Lord Cain is being disturbed by the ruckus that is being caused. So please settle this conflict after gathering. Shalba was livid, hearing that he was thinking, a mere maid dares to speak to me like that, and what does the Lucifer brat think he is, to tell me to stop because he is annoyed. I am going to teach his maid a lesson. Shalba did not give heed to Graphia's warning and went on to activate his clan trait, but suddenly enormous pressure descended on the hall. The weaker devils simply fell to their knees. The stronger ones were trembling and sweating profusely. The barrier made by Zira was destroyed by this pressure and the Oriax heir fainted. Shalba was standing there like a statue. He slowly turned his head to find the source of this gigantic aura, and his eyes met with Cain. That day Shalba felt primal fear so much that even he was shivering. His eyes went bloodshot. There was only one thought going on his mind. How? He is the same age as me, then why I am feeling the same fear I felt towards my father. Why? Then Cain spoke, bring him back to reality. Shalba. Quiet down, this a place for elegance and etiquette, not for barbarians to show strength in an uncouth manner. And were you trying to attack my Lucifuge? Shalba spoke with stutter, no, I was not trying to. He was shivering and was pale like a vampire at this point. Looks like this is enough. If I do more he may piss himself. Thought Cain, and retracted his aura and simply called Graphia back. He was thinking about going back, but he felt a hand on his shoulder and a presence near him. Cain turned and found a face he definitely didn't want to see. It was Rizevim, having a joyous smile on his face, acting like a loving brother. Shit, I need holy water. I need to cleanse my eyes. Do this abomination, screamed Cain internally while appearing like statue outside. Meanwhile Shalba went back to his brother to talk about something, and Graphia came back to Cain. Just as she was back at her position, Rizevim clapped and attracted everyone's attention. Young lords and young ladies, may I have your attention please? After seeing the conflict between the heirs of Oriax clan and Beelzebub clan, I have decided to make an event in the party which will help resolve any ongoing conflicts between the lords and help foster a healthy competition. Cain, not believing that his brother will help in creating a healthy competition, asked, What event do you speak of, Riz? Just speak straight, no need to sound like a commentator. Rizevim, surprisingly unperturbed by Cain's remark, said, The event is quite simple actually. First we will create a list based on strength for all the heirs and heiresses present, then we will give everyone 3 chances to challenge anyone to a spar. The winner exchanges the rank with the loser if the winner is lower ranked. If the winner is the higher rank, then there is no change in rank. And how exactly does this promote a healthy competition? Questioned Cain. Quite simple. By the end of this everyone will know their place, so they will be in line and not provoke anyone they know is stronger than them, hence preventing feudal conflicts between the pillars. Even Cain was a bit surprised that Riz said it loud that this was simply to show the pillars their place, not some everyday spar. This will decide the hierarchy of the generation until some major changes happen in between. The other lords were silent, mulling about it in their minds. The stakes are quite high, but the benefits are also good. If they rank high they will get recognition, and in the underworld might makes right. The lords said in unison that they agreed to the event. In between, Ajuka Astaroth spoke, How is the list going to be made? I don't think anyone knows the strength of everyone present here. To that Cain replied, Graphia can do that, her sensing abilities are top-notch. Rizevim also said, Euclid can help her in that. With that, a big event was underway in the underworld with big stakes. The list was made in about half an hour while the lords were talking to each other and making teams so as to reduce the threat of losing their rank. The heirs of the Gremory clan, Citri clan, Astaroth clan, and Glaciolobulus clan were standing together, showing that they are in a cooperative alliance. The list that both Lucifuge complied was as follows. 1. Cain. 2. Rizevim. 3. Shalba and Melon. 4. Kateria. 5. Cruisery. 6. Graphia. 7. Euclid. 8, Zira. 9, Ajuka. 10, Serafal. 37, Olive Oriax. 38, Rex Zepar. 39, Tiara Bodis. 40, Ariana Ranov. Out of the 50 surviving devil pillars from the Great Holy War, only 40 had their heirs at the age of 18 to 20. And as the list was presented to everyone, it was also projected on the air by the Lucifuge familiar. Everyone was shocked to see the top 10. The Satan heirs and the Lucifuges were understandable, but the other 3 were quite surprising. Seeing that the list was made, Rizevim started the event by saying, "So the arena has been prepared by the Lucifuge clan inside the hall with barriers. The Lucifuges will be the judge of the battles. Also, don't try to kill the others. Some lethality is allowed, but there should be no deaths here." He added the last part with a joking voice, but he was still a Lucifer, so many lords nodded their heads. With that, the event began. Many lords were challenging each other, but no one tried to challenge the top 10. Looks like they are afraid of the strength shown by me and the other Satan guys. Well, better if no one challenges me. Cain was busy wondering about something else. In the midst of this, Shalba was about to challenge someone when Zira said, "I challenge the heir of Clan Beelzebub, Shalba." Oof, this girl has a pretty personality, protecting someone at the cost of gaining enmity with one of the Satans. Shalba was going to challenge the Oriax guy. Even if he kills him as a Satan, nobody can do anything, but now things will get interesting, thought Cain. The hall was shocked, as this was the second time Zira had openly opposed Shalba. But the Lucifuge simply started the spar when both of them were at position. Euclid was the judge. Another interesting thing that Ajuka challenged Melon to a battle and Graphia was the judge for that. If anyone had doubts, now that has been clear that the 4 rookies are opposing the Satans in an open way without fear. Well, a civil war was supposed to happen in the underworld before canon. These are just the trailers. The movie will start later in the future. Cain still was relaxed, as he doubted anyone will challenge him after he scared Shalba using his glare and aura alone. Oh, how wrong was he? In Zira's match, Shalba went on the offensive from the start. He was taking out his anger on Zira. Even when Shalba was going all out without using his clan trait, she was doing fine, just standing and creating a layer of destruction around her, destroying all the attacks of the Beelzebub heir. Everyone was surprised by the dexterous control of Zira over the famed pod of the Baal clan. On top of that, she was not even sweating while continuously using her power to defend. On the other hand, Shalba was getting more and more frustrated over the situation. And from now on, pod will be used for power of destruction. Finally getting enough of the stalemate, Shalba raged and unleashed his clan trait, King of Flies. "Let's see you acting calm now, Gremory. This is the power of a Satan. Tremble before me." Ha ha ha. With his word, large amount of fire materialized in the arena and circled around Shalba. With a flick of hand, they went towards Zira and started shooting aura bullets at her continuously from all the sides. Zira was surrounded by her pod and kept on defending herself. Everyone had thought she was going to lose after the clan trait of the Beelzebub clan was activated. Cain all of a sudden started focusing on this fight. That is some serious amount of power she is gathering inside that little dome of hers. Just as Cain finished his 4th glass of wine, the dome of pod broke like glass. And an enormous amount of demonic energy rised, tinged with the intent of destroying everything in its way. The aura continued to destroy the stage along with the flies, and finally when it reached Shalba, the arena blew up. By this time even Rizevim was watching the spar with great attention. After the dust settled, Shalba could be seen lying on the ground with his armor destroyed and bleeding profusely. While Zira was standing like she hadn't fought at all, she said, "For a descendant of the Satan you are quite weak," and started walking away while Shalba was too shocked to retort. Graphia announced, "The winner is Eris Gremory." With that, 1 point went to the anti-Satan group. Let's go back a little in time when the spar between Melon and Ajuka began, of which Euclid was the judge. The match was quite simple, both of them starting with basic magic, then taking it a notch up. It resulted in a clash of the 2 clan traits, the King of Flies of the Beelzebub clan and Seal formula of the Astaroth clan. Unlike his brother Shalba, who lost his cool and was defeated in a pathetic manner, Melon maintained his calm throughout the spar, and even after losing didn't create a scene. He even gave a handshake to the Astaroth heir after the result was announced. With that, the score between the unofficial matches of the Satan and anti-Satan group was 0-2 in the favor of the anti-Satan group. The event was going smoothly when 2 voices rang out at once. "I challenge Graphia Lucifuge to the battle." "I Magdalene Baal challenge Cain Lucifer to the battle." "I really don't want to have a fight right now." Cain was thinking of going back into time and killing himself for accepting the invite. Now I will have to fight Zekram's son and possibly either Serafal or Falbium if the trend is to be followed. Just great. And any ideas for the clan traits? I will create a AUX chapter for the surviving clans and their clan traits in the near future. Anyways, comment any ideas you may have. Chapter 20, Young Devil Gathering 3. Third-person POV. Cain was having a headache due to the challenge to him by Magdalene Baal. He thought because since he showed his power, he was not going to be challenged, allowing him to enjoy the gathering like a civil devil, although that is not a thing. Why the F*** does that fool want to fight me anyways? It should be clear that I am far above his league. He at best was somewhere around mid-high class. And Grafia is challenged by Zira just great. Anyways, Cain moves towards the arena with elegance while having thoughts of ending the fight in a single attack. In the arena, Magdarin was standing with a smile on his face, not the arrogant one but the one battle maniacs have. Seeing that Cain was having another headache. He's a battle maniac. That clears as to why he challenged me. Showing off my strength just backfired. Euclid was the judge of this match and some other Lucifuge servant was the judge for the match between Grafia and Zira. Cain simply stood at his place with no emotion on his face, intent on quickly ending the match and enjoy the various dishes and wine of the gathering. As the match was started by Euclid, neither Cain nor Magdarin moved, they were staring at each other. Magdarin broke the starting contest by speaking. The power you showed before was truly awe-inspiring. Having such strength at only 18, I can understand why my father, Zekrom, is so admiring of the Lucifers. Cain didn't reply to that, he simply stared at Magdarin. I don't believe that the scheming Zekrom will not teach his son about fighting. Is he planning something or is he just a battle maniac? While Cain was thinking that, Magdarin suddenly disappeared and reappeared in front of him with his fist coated in pod. Seeing that Cain didn't get flustered, he was relieved. Good, this makes sense that he is a scheming guy like his father. Well, that was a refreshing thing. Let's end this fight. With that thought, Cain shifted his body and avoided the punch from his opponent and kicked him in the gut with enough power to knock Magdarin out. The event happened in less than a second. Everyone saw Magdarin appearing in front of Cain with a blinding speed and getting thrown out of the arena at twice of the speed. The entire all was again shocked by the ridiculous strength of Cain. Cain simply walked out of the arena, and on the other side Magdarin was embedded deep in the wall with no sign of getting out as he was knocked out by that kick. The match between Zira and Grafia was intense. While it looked intense to the outsiders, the combatants in question were not going all out. In fact, Zira was even talking to Grafia in the middle of the fight. Cain looked at Zira and then at Grafia. He did this a few times and shook his head. Grafia's going to lose. Well, the list according to power should have Zira and Rizevim at the same rank, but due to politics they had to put them at a low rank. This was the hard truth, as the arrogant Satans won't accept being weaker than some other noble devils. Grafia POV. I was surprised that someone challenged me. On top of that, it was Eris Gremory. According to my sensing, she is much stronger than me. I think only Cain Sama can fight and defeat her in the gathering, although I think she is as strong as Rizevim Sama. I already knew I couldn't win this fight, but as the Lucifuge of Cain Sama I can't show a bad display, I must give it my all. The fight started and we both were only using basic devil magic. I was at a better position in that, but the tables turned when she started using her pod. In return I used my clan trait, Power of Darkness, along with my ice magic, but all amounted to nothing. She had enough free time in the match to talk to me. She was simply asking me questions about my life and other girl stuff. Grafia, do you really think that the Satans believe in the development of the devil race as a whole? While I was thinking about something else, she asked me a question. I wanted to answer, but I couldn't say so. I don't think any of the Satans think for the devil race, they only think for themselves, but Cain Sama is different. He cares even for common devils. He has made various laws in his territories for improvement of basic living state of common devils. He even started a school for basic knowledge. I replied, I don't know about the other, but Cain Sama surely does. She didn't seem content with my reply. She again said, then why didn't he intervene when Shalba was about to attack the Auriak's heir? I tried to answer, but I couldn't. I don't know what goes in his mind sometimes, but it must be a valid reason. Gremory, Cain Sama has far greater intellect than anyone. Nobody can predict his actions, and what is he planning? I replied, but I knew that wasn't true. Maybe one day I will be able to understand what goes in his mind after I become one with him. What am I thinking in the middle of the match? Get yourself together, Grafia. Third person POV. The small talk ended and Zira again used that destroying the arena technique and defeated Grafia. Euclid announced the result with a bitter face. He couldn't believe that his great one Isama lost to a noble devil. But this time around Zira didn't look as relaxed. She was out of breath. Surely fighting two strong devils consecutively will have some effect on her. Cain was enjoying a different wine this time around when a bubbly voice rang and made him almost drop the glass. I challenge Cain Kuan. Let's fight Cain Kuan. I swear anyone challenges me after this, I am murdering him. Poor Cain can't get a break. He was about to taste the 300-year-old devil wine, now he has to fight. Cain, although annoyed, still went to the arena and stood on the other side. Seraphal was standing looking upbeat. At least this fight will be interesting, unlike the last one. Cain was mentally consoling himself about his fight. Grafia was the judge of this match. She had downed a vial of Phoenix Tear just to be able to become the referee of this match. She signaled for the match to start. Cain was standing while Seraphal used her clan trait, Water Manipulation, to create tentacles and attacked Cain. Cain was unfazed by this. He simply stood there. The tentacles changed their trajectory at the last moment before touching him. It was like the water avoided him. Seraphal was making surprised Pikachu face. Her power never acted like this. Seeing that Cain spoke, you will have to do better if you want to actually fight me. Seraphol looked at him and spoke, "This is just the beginning, Cain Kuan, I can do a lot more." This time Seraphol used a large amount of her demonic energy and created a 7-headed hydra out of water. It stood at a towering 10 meters in height with its eyes glowing with dark Prussian color. Cain this time waved his hand and a dagger appeared in his hand. It was the same dagger he found in the basement. "Fine, Citri, I will actually fight you for a while." Saying that, Cain coated the dagger in demonic energy and swung it. The shockwave created thus destroyed 3 heads of the hydra. The other 4 survived because Seraphol was able to move them in time. Seraphol was shocked this time because he didn't release the energy in the dagger, just swung it to release a shockwave and almost destroyed her strongest non-lethal attack. Sarah decided she can't hold back this time. Mao. Both Zaichan and Ajuchan have won their matches. I can't be the only one to lose. Come on, Sarah. While having a monologue inside, Seraphol was having serious face outside. Cain seeing that was surprised. She is making the pout face only seen in anime. "I didn't want to use my trump card here, but you forced me, Cain Kuan." The gentle feeling of water disappeared and the feeling of desolate winter surrounded Cain. This is familiar. It's the ice magic which Graphia uses. Seraphol's bloodline had mutated, making her able to use ice magic too, like her clan trait. But the ice magic was lethal, something Seraphol only used when she was supposed to kill someone. Seraphol didn't like fighting and killing, but she is sure that Cain will be fine. She unleashed her strongest attack from the start, intending to make this the last blow. Icicle Rain. Seraphol screamed before attacking. Cain didn't even defend, he was face-palming due to the cringe. "Oh my Satan," she is screaming the attack names. At the last moment Cain used his clan trait, Dark Light, and created the exact number of spears as Seraphol and countered them whilst he teleported. The collision evaporated the ice and created thick fog obscuring the vision of the onlookers. Seraphol was also looking for him when she felt a tap on her shoulder. She moved quickly but was met with a finger poke on her cheek. Cain had teleported behind her and hid his energy signature. He poked her on the cheek and said, "Dead. If this was a real match, that is." And started walking away. Graphia announced the winner like a dedicated maid. "The winner is Cain-sama." Seraphol stood there for some time and went back, but she was blushing. "That was dangerous, he is very handsome when close." Seraphol returned to her team. Falbium had challenged Kateria and won. Only Seraphol had drawn the long stick and lost to Cain. Zira was tired, but she still challenged Rizevim to a battle. She is going to lose. If she was in peak condition it will be 50-50, but now that Riz is in top form and she is tired after fighting 2 strong devils, she is gonna lose. A pity. The match started just like Cain. Rizevim was also not very much interested in fighting, he was much more interested in the chaos caused by him. Zira's challenge made him angry that he was deprived of the chance of seeing the chaos. As far as control and devil magic was concerned, Zira was outmatched by Riz. In canon, Surzex was supposed to be stronger than Riz, but due to me Riz trains a lot more than his canon self, so he is currently stronger than Zira. Cain shook his head and took another glass of wine and watched the match with keen eyes. Rizevim was keeping his distance and utilizing the vast amount of magic he learned from the library in the castle. Zira was forced to use her pod from the start to defend, as her magic was not in the same level as Riz. Zira multiple times between the exchange tried to reduce the distance between herself and Rizevim, but every time she went close he used instantaneous teleportation. Rizevim was not gonna take his chances. "I simply need to maintain my distance and wear her down. She is already weak from the continuous fighting. I just need to be careful of her pod at close range. At long range my magic can nullify it." Rizevim's plan wasn't complicated or great, but it was definitely working. Many people had seen through his plan, but what can they do? Stopping teleportation will require to seal space, which is only possible by the clan trait of Visago. The situation of Zira was grim. She was already near completely exhausting herself. She was berating herself for being overconfident and not taking proper rest in between battles. Seeing that she would lose if this went on, Zira made up her mind and raised her power to maximum and released it in a spherical front. Rizevim was about to teleport, but he sensed something and stopped. He created multiple barriers in a short span and steeled himself for the attack. Other than him, only Cain and Ajuka were able to sense what happened. Ajuka ran towards the judge and asked, "Is Zira safe?" With urgency laced in his voice, the judge had a pale face as he replied, "I can't sense what's going inside the barrier." Ajuka clicked his tongue and went back with his sense completely fixed on the barrier. On the other hand, Cain was surprised, so because she can't seal space she destroyed it in the area of the arena, making teleportation impossible. What a crazy girl. Although Cain said so, even he will have trouble destroying that much space as of now. He definitely can, but it will be troublesome. The pod is just too good for destroying stuff. The red energy that was rampaging inside the barrier finally subsided and a shocking scene was seen. Rizevim was fine even after the massive attack. He was taking in deep breaths and his demonic energy was out of control and his thoughts were a mess. She did this much when she was tired. Everyone else drew a cold breath. The arena was a mess. Multiple black patches and cracks in the air could be seen in a haphazard way. showing that the destroyed space was not completely rebuilt by the laws of the underworld. Zira was lying on her knees, she was exhausted by the last attack and Rizevim was still standing. She lost. Rizevim, thinking about how an ordinary devil far below him made him become like this, raised his hand and created a large amount of wind magic. I can't kill her because of Duke Gremory, but disgracing her should be fine. He was planning something hideous and was about to bring his hand down. But the hand never came down because Cain was holding it with his own hand. Cain also dispelled the humongous amount of magic and stared with a cold glare at Rizevim. Rizevim, seeing that, had only one thought in his mind. How did he get here so fast, that too without me sensing anything? And 8 million views. Let's go. Chapter 21, Getting Acquainted. Third-person POV. Cain held Rizevim's hand and was glaring at him. Cain was expecting him to start a fight here. Rizevim didn't do anything and said calmly, like a certain old wizard with a phoenix, "Isn't this breaking the rules, my brother?" "Who made the rules and what rules?" "Of course I did, with consulting the others." "And why should I care?" Rizevim was making a face like he ate shit. Cain was openly disgracing him. Rizevim really wanted to beat him right now, but even if he tried, he will be the one to lose. This will further harm his reputation. Although it is already harmed by now, it is better to not get beaten by your brother in public. Rizevim snorted and shook Cain's hand off and walked back a little and said, "You should care, brother, you are challenging all the devil lords present here with your action. This was supposed to be a normal event to spar, yet you intervened in a fight." Cain didn't give a shit and said, "Didn't ask. Anyways, the winner of this match is you. Satisfied? Now walk away." Rizevim's face was livid. If this was a Xianxia novel by now, Rizevim would have coughed 3 liters of blood while shouting some young master shit. But it is not, and all he could do was glare at Cain like an enraged gorilla. Rizevim was about to do something, but Euclid said something to him through their connection. Rizevim, after hearing, suddenly calmed down and turned away and walked away, but not before leaving a few words. "This time it is your win, Cain. Euclid, the event is over, show the results." With that, the results were displayed in the hall and Rizevim and his loyal followers exited the hall. Cain ignored the words of his annoying brother and went near Zira and offered her his hand. Zira took his hand and lifted herself with his help. Zira was still weak after completely exhausting her demonic energy reserves. Just as she stood up, she stumbled and fell, but Cain caught her in time. Cain thought no one was seeing them as the others were busy seeing the results, but alas, a voice rang tinged with mischievousness presented itself. "Era, Cain Kuin is flirting with Zira-chan. What a playboy." Hearing that, Zira blushed and Cain showed no reaction, earning a TCH from Serafal. Cain ignored and looked at the blushing Zira. Her face was matching with her hair. Seeing that she had regained her bearings, he realized her and took a step back. "Little bit normal now," Zira thanked Cain. "Thanks, Cain. I would have been in trouble if you hadn't stepped in." Ajuka raised an eyebrow and made a tense face. What is Zira thinking, calling the Lucifer heir by his name without any respect? The other Lucifer is already a headache, now she is making another one. Cain also felt she was being too casual, but he ignored it. Beauties get some leeway. He simply replied in a neutral tone. "That is fine, but what you did was foolish. Continuously fighting strong devils is never a good thing until you are strong enough." Saying so, he walked away without waiting for her reply. Neither did he talk to her friends. From the looks of it, they are not in the mood for it either. But he murmured in an inaudible voice, "Strawberry, huh?" Zira was embarrassed when she heard him say that. It was the smell of her shampoo. But she felt something in her hands. She turned her hand and there was a card in her fist. It was blue card with gold lining and a few words. "One-time summon." She put the card away and talked to her friends, especially Serafal. She was asking questions about what Cain spoke to her, but Zira didn't tell her and instead focused on the results. 1. Cain. 2. Rizevim. 3. Zira. 4. Ajuka. 5. Serafal. 6. Falbium. 7. Melon. 8. Shalba. 9. Cruisery. 10. Magdarin. 38. Tiara Botes. 39. Rex Zepar. 40. Olive Oriax. The result was quite unexpected, as the Nobel Devils were ranked higher than the Satan heirs except the Lucifers, but that was understandable. Cain had shown untold amounts of power while Rizevim too had shown a considerable amount. But the other Satan heirs didn't show anything noteworthy. With this, the young devil gathering was coming to an end. The Lucifuge servants were seeing the various heirs and heiresses off in their carriages, while the Satan heirs simply teleported away using their clan circles. Cain also went along with Graphia. Back to the castle. Rizevim, not getting angry at the gathering, was suspicious. What did Euclid tell him? Cain needed to know the answers to many questions, but there was no answer. And just as he came back, Melissa came and informed him that Gerhard Lucifuge has came and is waiting in the living room. This information shocked Cain. Gerhard didn't came personally until this was important. Cain immediately went toward the living room without changing his clothes. Trivial matters can wait. Cain POV. I entered the living room to find Gerhard sitting there on the couch and drinking some wine. It is weird he doesn't drink until something serious is going on. I went and sat in front of him. He simply nodded and asked a question which brought a lot of memories, and those were not good ones. Cain-sama, do you remember the attack at your life when you were only 2 years old? I went rigid at the mention of that incident. The temperature of the room dropped a few degrees, but I controlled myself and asked with a heavy voice. Why do you need to talk about it, Gerhard? The ones behind the attack have been found out. The world stopped for me at that moment. For me, his words echoed in my mind, and after that I unconsciously found myself smiling without any restraint. Seeing that Gerhard said, I won't interfere, seeing your face even gives me chills. Saying that he simply put a letter in front of me and went away. But I kept smiling like a madman. There was only one thing stopping me from reading that letter and going off to massacre the bastards. But I kept my calm, and my smile suddenly vanished. Only a cold, calculating look on my face was left. They won't get an easy death. It will be painful beyond any sense. I will make them beg for angels and gods to save them. I opened the letter and saw 4 names written on it. Valak. Xenophilus Zagan. Percival Paimon. Hannah Haganiti. I burned those names in my memory and destroyed the letter. These guys will not be the only ones to die. Their entire clan will be eradicated along with them. With that I started preparing a plan to deal with each one of them. Gerhard POV. Young Lord sure is terrifying. But that smile, it's been a while since I saw it. My master Lucifer Morningstar only showed that smile when he was about to commence a large-scale slaughter. When I saw that smile on young Lord's face, I was prepared to stop him in case he wanted to go and kill the preparators now only. But behind that smile was a cold, calculating monster. Looks like I need not be worried for young Lord's safety. But these old coots seem to have forgotten who I am. Attacking my master's offspring when I am alive. Looks like I need to tell the underworld that the right hand of the Lucifer is still alive and kicking. I will need to make rivers of blood to give a warning to the other fools who may dare attack my young lords. Third-person POV. With Cain now knowing the name of the culprits behind the attack, he was now even more motivated to get stronger. Although he was strong enough to kill the culprits, the politics will restrict him. According to the information he had gathered, all 4 of the devils were quite close to some big devil lords. 2 of them were even close to the Satans. Killing them without a big reason will be problematic, but their clan members not so much. Even if Cain says that they attacked him, there is no proof, and the Satans will not agree to that either. So if Cain gets enough strength to ignore all the politics and rules, he can murder them in front of everyone and they can't do jack shit about it. As always, might is right in the devil society. Cain made some plans for the future, but nothing concrete, as the future is unpredictable, but he had a base outline on how to execute his vengeance. While this was going on, a few days passed and the news of the events of the young devil gathering had circulated through the entire devil society. Many were shocked by the strength shown by Zira Gremory and her peers. While every common devil was in awe about the Lucifer heir, aka Cain. In the eyes of the common devils he was unbeatable, as he stopped Rizevim. Apparently one of the guys at the party had recorded the entire fights of Cain and spread it in the underworld. Cain had sensed Tiara Bodhi spying on him but ignored, as she was too weak. With that, many people had felt that Cain was going to be the next Lucifer, because to be the Lucifer you must be strongest devil around, and it was clear by the results that Cain was undoubtedly the strongest devil in the upcoming generation. Although in the eyes of the common devils Cain was the next leader, the devil pillars weren't that sure. Just being strong enough is not enough in the devil society. You need to have the brain to back your brawn, or else you will die in your sleep without any reason. Cain POV. I was sitting in the garden when suddenly I felt a light tug at my soul pulling me somewhere. I stood up and told Grafia that I will be going somewhere and I may not come back soon. The card which I had given in the hands of the Gremory was used to summon me at this moment. After informing Grafia, I let myself be pulled by the string that connected me to the card, which was a prototype I had created in my free time for summoning devils. It will be helpful in the future after the Civil War. In the anime the devils had flyers, so I made a card for myself. With this I might be the first devil to be summoned by a self-made contract, not a ritual which required some sacrifice to activate and summon a random devil. Third-person POV. Sometime before Cain was summoned, the 4 new rookies, or so-called heirs of the houses of Gremory, Citri, Astaroth and Glacialobolas, were out for a picnic in the underworld. They were at the border of the demonic forest near the eastern end of the Baal territory. All 4 of them were here to enjoy themselves and get rid of the tension caused by the young devil gathering. Seraphal was plucking flowers and catching butterflies like a children who got summer vacation after a long school session. Falbium was sleeping under the shade of the tree. Ajuka was writing some runes and magic circles on a sheet of paper. While Zira was sitting under the shade of another tree staring at a beautiful blue card. She was wondering what it will do. It did say one time summon, but who did it summon, she thought. She was a bit curious that she was given this card by the Lucifer heir. She wanted to know, so she fed her demonic energy to the card. Just as she did that, the card caught fire and burned off with a dark red flame. For a moment Zira looked stupefied thinking that she destroyed the card, but the next moment a circle appeared near her on the ground. It was the clan circle of the Lucifer house, and from that circle Cain appeared. And write some reviews. The novels has 1 million views but only 14 reviews. The pace will increase from now on and characters from other factions will be involved. In 9 to 10 chapters the civil war will begin and also Cain's rise to become the Devil Emperor. Also throw in some stones lying in your account. Chapter 22, Sudden Adventure. Third-person POV. The place, which was full of various noises, suddenly went quiet and all the 4 heirs were looking at Cain. While Cain was looking at Zira. Zira still had her hands in the form of holding a card. Seeing that and their reactions, Cain put 2 and 2 together and figured out. He spoke. "Let me guess, you accidentally summoned me." And stared at Zira. She was again blushing due to the embarrassment. Somehow Cain always found her in such situations. While the other had approached Cain while he was busy watching the blushing Zira. "Wow, Zira-chan summoned Cain-kun." With Serafal speaking, Zira controlled her embarrassment and said, "Why did you give me a card to summon you?" Hearing this, Ajuka and the others were surprised that he gave her a card. As far as they knew, the only way to summon a devil was a sacrificial ritual. Cain replied, "Well, you pissed off my brother and he can be quite vengeful. I gave you this card so that if he comes after you, I can be summoned and help, but looks like you used up that chance." To that Zira retorted, "I can protect myself from that creep." Cain saw that as a useless talk and replied in a calm manner, "Yeah, sure." While this was going on, Serafal said, "Cain-kun, since Zira summoned you, she can ask a task to be fulfilled as the rules of the ritual." Cain replied with a nod. Seeing him agree, Serafal went near Zira and said something in her ears. Zira looked reluctant at first, but seeing it Serafal being persistent, she turned her face towards Cain and said, "We were planning to go inside the forest for some training, but this is Baal territory. So I was hoping that you can get me and my friends get a pass to train in the forest." Hearing that, Cain showed a small smile and said, "This forest is not Baal territory, it is Satan territory." Hearing that, the 4 rookies made a shocked face. Seeing them like that, Cain explained to them, just because it lies in the Baal territory it doesn't mean it is owned by them. In fact, most of the forests with a large number of demonic beasts are Satan territory. Cain continued, "Well, I am not in the mood to go back and bring back official agreement. I can go with you guys making this an official hunt." Hearing that, Serafal jumped while screaming, "Yay!" In the dense and unforgiving forests of the underworld, 4 devils can be seen fighting and killing the beasts. A 5th devil was walking a little behind them doing nothing. It was like he was enjoying a walk in his garden. "You guys have nice teamwork. I think my stupid brother will lose if he fights you all at once." To that, Serafal said, "What about you? Surely even you will lose to our combined strength and teamwork." Cain smirked and said, "Don't get too confident just because I complimented you guys. I am far stronger." To that, surprisingly, the lazy Falbium replied, "Don't lie, I doubt even you are strong enough to beat all of us together doing teamwork." What Falbium said was true, that is for most strong people, but unfortunately if Cain was ordinary in any sense, then others are just vegetables. Cain didn't reply to that immediately, but he stopped walking and then said calmly, "Yes, other may not be strong, but I doubt that I will lose to some devils who can't even properly sense danger." With that, numerous dark light chains appeared and pierced through air. At first it seemed Cain missed, but then green blood appeared with various bodies stranded in the air by dark light chains. The 4 were surprised by that. They hadn't sensed any of these demonic beasts before. If Cain was not here they would have been dead, although if he wasn't here they also wouldn't be able to enter into the forest. Falbium now understood why Cain had such confidence. But Ajuka asked, "How did you manage to sense them? Even with my various formulas I was unable to find these demonic beasts." "Well, these are special species. Instead of magic they use physical means to hide. You need to have a good sense of smell and instinct as they do not have demonic energy." Ajuka nodded his head and everyone, after being humbled again, went to moving forward with more caution this time. The 5 continued walking inside the forest, but they lost track of distance and wandered outside of devil territory. Except Cain, the other 4 were troubled as Ajuka pointed out that they have been moving around the same place for the past 15 minutes. Seeing that, they were dumbfounded. They tried very hard to figure out the reason but were unable to find it out. In the end, Zira requested Cain to tell them. "Any idea what is happening, Cain?" Cain smiled a little and simply said, "It a strong illusion barrier made by person used to environment like the underworld. So can the great Lord Lucifer break the illusion, making us lowly devils free of our suffering." Serafal said in an exaggerated manner, making everyone chuckle and reduce the tension within the little group. Cain moved forward and focused his sense inside the illusion barrier. What surprised Cain was that he met with a fierce resistance. There was living being inside the barrier almost as strong as him inside the barrier. Seeing that, Cain attempted to talk to the person inside by projecting his thoughts using his demonic energy directly inside the barrier. "Who are you?" Cain asked. The response came in a voice of a female. The voice was feeble and trembling but with a hint of arrogance in it. "Please do not enter the barrier. I am staying here to heal from my injuries." If you do so I will be forced to retaliate with my life on the line. Cain was surprised because the party inside was a goddess. He was able to figure this out by the divinity imbued in the voice. He predicted that she was a goddess of death or underworld, and by singling out the possibilities of gods who were hurt or weak enough to lose their territory. He figured out that the goddess inside was Ereshkigal. Due to the fact that the Mesopotamian mythology had recently been weakening due to the lack of followers and increase in the church's influence. I need a favor from you in return for not coming inside. Cain said. Why should I do a favor for you? Cain had predicted the reply that would come back, so he said, either you owe me a favor or else we fight. I am almost as strong as you, and with my peers the result is almost decided. There was silence for some time, and then the voice said back, fine. After that Cain withdrew his demonic energy and turned and stared, walking back while signaling the other four to fall back as well. Seeing that they got confused, but Cain told them about the situation, that fighting will be bad for both sides as he can't protect them if he fights seriously with the god of underworld who is willing to die if threatened. With that the sudden adventure of Cain and friends came to an end. After they came out of the forest, Cain decided that he has spent enough time and said his goodbye to the heirs. After a few days, when Cain, while messing with the teleportation spell, got an ingenious idea. Why not use the dimensional gap as a way to move fast? One needs to only think about the place they want to go in the dimensional gap and it would let them get there. This started in a cautious way, but being a Lucifer he got too arrogant and messed up, leading to him teleporting somewhere desolate with no signs of any life for as far as the eyes can see. In the middle of nowhere, a portal opened and a devil fell out of it. It was Cain. Just as Cain stabilized himself, he heard an arrogant voice boom from above him. Oh, look, a filthy devil. Cain turned his head and saw a person he knew, and he spoke. Ah, it's Choco Balls. Hearing that the fallen angle of the stars, and one of the current cadres of Grigori got furious and shouted. My name is Kokabil, you ugly bat. Cain, knowing him from his knowledge of the DxD anime, thought, although he was beaten by the main cast, that was due to him being weak as star to beat the ever-living shit out of him along with his power. He can be a great punching bag for me. Just as Cain was about to say something, he saw another few dozen lower-ranked fallen angel Apper just behind Kokabil. Is he going on a war or some shit? Why does he need these many fallen? With that Cain spoke, ah sorry Cockaball. My tongue slipped. With that Kokabil lost it and attacked Cain with the intent to kill him. Die you vermin. Kokabil launched spears made up of light. Seeing that, Cain thought, playing with light in front of me, what a moron. In return Cain made twice the number of dark light spears and launched them at even greater speed at Kokabil. All the spears of Kokabil were destroyed and one of the spears of the Cain grazed the fallen cadre's cheek, but he was not focusing on that wound but on the person that delivered that wound. You are the son of that damned cocky Lucifer. Cain in return smirked and said. Are you trembling after learning of my lineage? Saying that, Cain unfurled his wings and flew towards Kokabil and created a sword of dark light. In return Kokabil also created a sword of light and clashed with Cain. The other fallen angels had long since moved far away, as none of them were strong enough to withstand the clash of two beings of the legends. Just the clash from them was able to lay waste to the entire ecosystem in a radius of 5 kilometers from the point of impact, like an earthquake of untold magnitude. In the middle of all this Cain was smirking while Kokabil was making a shocked face. He is equal to a cadre at such a young age. If allowed to live longer he will be a monster. I cannot allow him to live. Kokabil made up his mind about Cain, while Cain very happy. Finally someone on my level who I can fight without any holding back. Saying that, Cain flew back and stretched out his hand and a scythe appeared. Cain caught the scythe and twirled it around and positioned the handle on his neck. He appeared like a grim reaper, of course without the dark theme. But the scythe had a different effect on the fallen angels. All of them went deathly quiet at its appearance and were shocked. Kokabil for the second time stammered and said with a shaky voice If the last time he was shocked, this time he was visibly scared. That is his scythe. Why do you have it? No, this can't be. I will kill you before you can realize and use that weapon to its full potential. This time Cain was shocked. The fuck is he talking about? Is this scythe supposed to be some big shot weapon or what? I found it lying in my basement getting rusted and it looked cool, so I took it out. Cain looked at the scythe. It was quite ordinary looking with a long black handle and a black and red blade. It also had some extensions and small circular blade at the other end. Kokabil rushed at Cain at twice the ferocity, intent on killing him here. Cain also welcomed it as he needed a life or death battle to hone his skills further. Poor Kokabil, he will die of high blood pressure if he could hear that Cain was using him as a skill enhancer option. Kokabil used his vast experience and strength as one of the angels who fought in the Great War at the front lines to the fullest, but every one of his attacks was met with an equal or stronger counter by Cain. When Kokabil launched a volley of spears at Cain, the response was an even greater number of spears back. If it was close quarter combat, the scythe was just too big of a problem. Cain's skills with it was dangerously high. In the end Kokabil gathered all of his energy and created a spear of light big enough to level a middle-sized island. Kokabeel didn't stop at that, he created numerous of them. There were 25 of those huge spears, enough to decimate an entire country if positioned correctly. Cain was surprised that his opponent can dish attacks that can level countries, so he responded in kind. Cain created spears of same size with dark light and positioned them at the light spears. The scene looked like Armageddon to the other fallen angles. One of them had told about the situation to Shemsai. He was on his way. Cain and Kokabeel were staring at each other with seriousness, both knew that this would be the deciding attack of this fight. They launched the spears. And finally some action. And Choco Balls is here. The scythe is some angel's weapon, any guesses? Couldn't find a pick for the scythe, posted here for my help. And give me power stones. Chapter 23, Dimensional Gap and Demons. Third-person POV. The spears collided, generating immense amounts of energy at the point of impact. For a moment a tiny black hole appeared, but it became unstable and broke down, creating an explosion which cleared all weak lifeforms in the entire ecosystem of this portion of Underworld. The destruction was the result of two beings capable of destroying countries, bringing out their most destructive attacks. The space was also broken around the collision point. The dust was raised high enough like an atomic bomb was dropped. The smoke cleared and two silhouettes were seen. Cain was still standing while Kokabeel was on his knees, bleeding profusely and looking like he was about to die. Well, looks like dark light is stronger than light. Cain said, and reels a slash from his side which reached Kokabeel, but the strike didn't reach his head as Cain intended to, but slashed his abdomen. Cain looked at the fallen angel who intervened and saved Kokabeel and said, "Birds of the same feather do flock together, I guess." But the blood that the cut brought out touched the scythe. And like the scythe had its own life, reeled humongous amounts of energy. Cain was surprised, looks like this really is some big shot's weapon. Although Cain was surprised, he directed that energy towards forming a massive scythe as the air behind him. The scythe was giving of a purple sinister aura. It was like death itself was here. Cain swung the scythe, bringing it down like he was the judge. "Limited death," calmly uttered Cain. With his command the scythe stared to slice towards Kokabeel and Shemsai. Well, looks like the new Lucifer is quite strong. Prepare to give your all if you want to survive, Kokabeel. With that, Shemsai created a barrier of light. Kokabeel also pushed himself and helped in maintaining the barrier. Both prepared for the impact. Shatter. The barrier shattered as the humongous scythe made contact with it, but the barrier also made the scythe lose its shape, barely protecting the two cadres. Cain was still in combat state. He was prepared to fight two 10-winged fallens if necessary. But from his knowledge, Shemsai was a ruler, not a strong combatant, even though he is a cadre. Most probably the two will retreat. Although I lost the chance to increase my skills further in exchange, I managed to awaken a strong weapon. I will consider this as a fair exchange. While Cain was figuring out his gains from the battle and monologuing, Shemsai called out to him. "How about we call this off now, Lucifer's child? Continuing this fight will be harmful to both. I have informed the other cadres before coming." "Yeah, sure. I was just trying my side skills and clan trait. It was a fun match. See you crows later." With that, Cain used his newly made teleportation technique, but what he didn't know was that to the fight the space here was unstable. Cain didn't saw as he didn't have space affinity or semi power. Due to this, he was teleported in a random place inside the dimensional gap. What the actual foo *K? What happened? Cain was feeling very weird. All he was seeing were various colored kaleidoscopic patterns all around him, making him feel weird. How come I am in the dimensional gap and not in my castle? Did I accidentally *CK up the spell? Cain was extremely confused about how he ended up here. If this goes on, I will be lost in the endless space. I need to find an escape from here. With that, Cain once again unfurled his devil wings and stabilized himself. He used the scythe to cut open space by imbuing it with large amounts of demonic energy and escaped in the space he cut off. Cain hoped he will land somewhere habitable enough for him to teleport back. In a desolate land with no vegetation or life, for as far as the eyes can see, a lone figure can be seen walking briskly, almost as if the harsh climate of the place is like every Tuesday to him. Cain, after coming to this place, started walking in a fixed direction, hoping to find a civilization. He could now teleport back to the underworld, but his curiosity got the better of him. Cain thought that the dimensional gap is huge, so maybe, just maybe, there can be other dimensions with sentient life forms. So he increased the scope of his adventure, and here he is walking in the harsh climate without stopping. Arg. Is there really a civilization here, or am I just wasting time? I am not flying as to conserve my energy reserves. On the horizon, Cain saw a settlement which grew into an entire town as he went closer. Cain got excited and started running at extremely fast speed to get there. He had already confirmed that it was not a mirage, as he used magic to confirm the structures. Cain reached near the entrance and saw two weird-looking beings. He can't find any resemblance to any beings from the DxD verse. The two beings had pitch black body with white lines drawn like tattoos. Long nails and two horns on their head. purple hair and wearing some pants on the lower limbs, otherwise no clothing. A normal person will have a heart attack seeing them laughing with the ferocious wolf-like teeth. A short line of the same kind was at the entrance. Looks like this is a new race. I need to disguise myself as them to enter. Time to put my devil magic to use. Cain used devil magic to transform into one of the person of the new race. Cain entered the queue and waited for his turn to come. Surprisingly, he was able to understand the language of the beings. Silver tongue coming in clutch, baby. When Cain's turn came, the guards asked, "Name?" Cain answered, "Lucifer." He said this to check some things, but surprisingly the guard had no reaction. Looks like they don't know anything about outside the dimensional gap. The guard said nothing more and gave Cain a token. The other guard spoke, "As you are a new person, this token is valid for 7 days only. If you cause trouble, death penalty is applicable." Cain was surprised that death penalty will be given for any kind of trouble caused regardless of the severity. They do look like barbarians, so this kinda makes sense. Cain took the token and nodded his head and went inside the town. After Cain left, the two guards looked at each other and said, "He was not a demon, right?" The other affirmed and went to report to the higher-ups, as the only species residing this world are the demons. Cain was unaware that his disguise has been found out and the higher demons were planning on killing him. He directly went to the library of the town and started reading all the books on the history of the world. Cain was in shock. The history of this world was very old, almost as old as the DxD world. How come this place was undiscovered? Moreover, Cain found that the demons have 7 leaders. Their names were Superbia, Avaricia, Luxuria, Invidia, Gula, Ira, Acedia. Talk about the similarities between demons and devils. Cain, satisfied by his information gathering, went to a tavern in the town to eat and rest for a while. He planned to go back to the underworld and come back and explore this world to increase his strength. Surely there will be strong beasts and people to fight. I can fight all I want without any care, as this is a completely different world. Cain was happy his strength had stopped growing after he reached Satan class, but after coming here he can find a new way to increase his strength. Cain was sitting in the tavern after eating a huge amount of food. He had seen the currency of this place and replicated it using his magic. Devil magic is so versatile. Cain went to the counter to pay his bill. As soon as Cain gave the money, the demon at the counter said, "How was our hospitality, stranger?" "Well, looks like my plan got caught. I enjoyed myself, to be honest. But from the looks of it, this is going to get annoying very soon." Cain was still calm even after he was surrounded alone in an enemy territory. Seeing that, the demon asked, "Why so calm, outsider? Do you think you will be fine?" "It will be alright, after all you guys are quite weak." Saying that, Cain dispelled his transformation and took out his scythe ready for combat. Cain had been cautious even after taking precautions, hence he was always ready to enter into combat at a moment's notice. And the reason for him not teleporting was that the strongest demon in this town was only at ultimate class. The demons lunged at Cain, unable to sense how weak they were in comparison to him. The demons had absolute confidence in their bodies, which were able to lift even mountains if trained, and survive in the dimensional gap with pure body strength. But alas, Cain's scythe was anything but normal. Slice. 3 demons were cut in half in just a single attack. But their upper halves were still showing movement. Wow, you guys have a lot of vitality. But that means you get to suffer more before dying. The demons were unaffected by the scenes created by Cain, which will make normal people dizzy, but kept their assault on him going. But the demons were too weak to cause any meaningful damage to Cain. But the demons have enormous unity. They will keep on fighting till the opponent dies or the entirety of the demons are killed. This made the demons a very strong and fearful races, as until one dwarfed the demons in strength, they will eventually fall to the relentless attack of the tenacious demons. As strong as Cain was, he was not a super devil yet, and the 2 he was fighting when half spent to the fight with the fallen angels. "Well, I will destroy the town and go back to the underworld." Cain started launching attacks big enough to destroy the town, but every time the attack was taken by a demon on his own body. "Well, you guys sure love your town. But that is none of my concern. I would have left this place peacefully, but you guys just had to be annoying." The demon that was the leader of the town said, "The last time there was an outsider here, he ended up killing half of our race for his experiments." Another demon spoke, "This time we will not let some outsider kill our kin." The leader continued, "Since then any outsider has a life or death enmity with our demon race." "Well, that seems like a you problem, but there is one major difference between that outsider and me." One demon spoke, "What is that?" Cain completely let go of any restraint on holding back. If they want a life or death battle, they will get one. Cain stopped holding back on his sin of wrath. "That guy killed only half. I will make your damn race go extinct." With that, Cain once again created that huge scythe in the air and swung it, claiming hundreds of lives of the demons in a single strike, while simultaneously using dark light to create various weapons like spears, swords, halberd, etc., and launch them. Cain was like a death god here with no one strong enough to stop the scythe from continuously slaying the demons. Within minutes the entirety of town's demon lay dead at the ground. The streets, the tavern, the houses, everything was destroyed and painted red with the blood of its residents. Cain was flying above the town looking down upon it. His clothes and side were dripping with blood, but surprisingly his face was clear of any stain of blood. Well, for the first time I let my sin of wrath let out of control. It was kinda getting frustrating keeping it under control. I can satisfy my sin of lust and pride easily, but wrath I cannot. At least without becoming a ballistic guy who murder anything in sight. Cain dismissed his scythe and looked at the sky, which was eternally orange, just like the eternal purple sky of the underworld. There was a huge spear in the sky pointing at the town. Cain let it fall on the town, completely erasing any sign of civilization being here. Cain changed the terrain of the place by that one attack. Nothing will be able to inhabit the place due to the side effects of dark light. Cain truly made this place uninhabitable. He hadn't done that while fighting Kokabeel. But he didn't need to hold back here. He can try all the theories he had and any attack ideas. With that, Cain teleported back to the garden of his castle in Lucifer. He didn't want to take too much risk. He was having less than 10% of his total demonic energy reserves left. Cain was currently being asked a lot of questions by his three maids about what happened. Why was he covered in blood? Was he injured? I am fine, just had to slaughter some demons. Don't lie to me, my lord, there is no race such as demons in the world. Melissa said and pouted. Well, think what you want. Both Melissa and Vanessa went back their duty, seeing that Cain was fine. Seeing that he was alone with Graphia, Cain spoke to her. Graphia, tomorrow we are going on a date in the human world. Saying that he walked away, leaving Graphia shocked and blushing. I was postponing her feelings for quite some time. She needs to be taken care of for being such a good maid. And here's some new elements in the story. Also, I just have started on the path to the Tao of shamelessness. So, as I pray, give me unlimited power stones. Chapter 24, Devotion of a Maid, R18*. Graphia POV. Since when I had reached the age of 6, all I had done was learn how to be a perfect maid because of my fascination with them. I was in awe of their ability to do seemingly impossible tasks for their masters if asked. When I first met my lord, Cain-sama, I was overjoyed at having such a great master. He was stronger, smarter, and better than others. But he still treated me with kindness. But I broke his trust due to me wanting to save my brother. I was devastated when he gave me that cold look. I was also very terrified when he punished me using that cursed item. But Cain-sama couldn't see me in misery, so he helped me when I was losing my senses. This shows how much he likes me. When I heard that he gave his first time to Melissa and Vanessa, I was heartbroken. I had thought that this was due to me not being completely loyal to Cain-sama. But my lord reassured me that he simply wanted my first time to be special. A few months had passed by then, and today my lord came bathed in blood like he was returning from huge war after fighting in the front lines. He assured me and the other two maids, saying that he was fine. He even said he killed demons. Melissa didn't believe him, but I think my lord told us the truth. It's just that we can't understand it. Just after that, Cain-sama told me that he will take me to a date in the human world. I felt untold joy as I comprehended what he meant by that. As a maid, nothing can be greater happiness than to be one with their master. Today is the day I am supposed to go on the date with my lord. I had dressed to the best of my abilities as to not disappoint my lord. I had worn a blue pants, a black top, and a black leather bag hung over my shoulder. My silver hair was having 2 braids hanging on the front till my shoulders and rest flowing freely on my back. I had gotten opinions from Melissa and Vanessa as to not raise any flags on the date. I am confident that this will be the best day of my life. All that is left is for my lord to come and pick me up. Third person POV. It was the year 1526 in London. In history, this year will be known as the year when Spring William Tyndale's English translation of the Bible reached England. And in the same year, 2 devils also toured the country of England. On the streets of the city on the banks of the River Thames, 2 foreigners dressed in lavish fashion are sitting in an establishment for breakfast. We will take 2 servings of the usual breakfast. Cain said to the waiter and turned towards Graphia, looking at her if she wanted to add something. Graphia nodded her head and said, a plate of fresh fruits along with that. The waiter was stunned by the beauty of Graphia, seeing that Cain cleared his throat, taking the attention of the waiter. The waiter, embarrassed, went to bring their breakfast. This is going to happen a lot today, isn't it? Cain said to Graphia, making her blush a little. This is the first time I have seen her blush this freely. After having their breakfast, both Cain and Graphia went to a theater to watch a play. Cain had planned the date beforehand, so the tickets were not a problem. The play lasted for quite some time. It was a play about a love story. Cain zoned out in the middle, though Graphia was very excited about it. She even shed some tears at the end of the play. By the time they were out of the theater, it was time for lunch. Cain took Graphia to a good restaurant which he had checked earlier. It was near the river, making it hot spot for lovers and tourists alike. The view there was absolutely gorgeous. Cain sat but not before helping Graphia sit like a gentleman. They ordered their food while talking about the play. The play was very good, my lord. It showed the intricacies of the human heart and emotions. I am sure you must have understood it completely. Cain, seeing that he may get caught that he zoned out during the play, responded hastily. Ah yes, it was nice play. The main character was pitiful, to be honest. But looks like his reply backfired as Graphia was looking at him accusingly. My lord, you zoned out, didn't you? Cain was saved by Graphia's wrath because of the arrival of the food. The food consisted of roasted meat, apple pies, and tart along with salad. It was the staple food around this time of the day. After eating, to appease the tantrum thrown by Graphia, Cain created a cat ear headband of pink color using magic and put it on her head, IMG. After that they went on the London Bridge and toured the rest parts. By the evening the both of them had lots of fun. They were going towards the inn for dinner when they came across a goldsmith. Cain took Graphia inside to give her a gift. Cain bought a gold pocket watch for Graphia and enchanted it to work for a long time, as the original one only worked for half an hour before stopping. Thank you, Cain-sama, I will treasure this for all my life. Cain smiled and said to her, you can call me Cain for today. This made the smile on Graphia's face even more beautiful. While on their way to the inn they also bought some sweet candy to nibble on. They entered the inn and booked it for the night and sat down to eat dinner. The dinner, like the lunch, was also good. They had marzipan for the dessert. They both went in the booked room together. They both knew the time for taking their relationship to the next level has come. Cain POV. Both of us entered the room allotted to us. It was a spacious room. I was about to take the lead as the experienced one, albeit not by much but still more than Graphia. But she pushed me on the bed, making me sit at the edge. I showed surprise at the bold move when she said, as a maid it is my duty to serve my master. Leave it to me, Cain. Seeing the devotion in her eyes I let her so as she pleases and relaxed myself. She kneeled between my legs and took out my demonic sword and took it in her slender hands. She gave it a few strokes to make it hard and started to lick it, starting from the tip and going all the way down to the base. Chapter 25, Demon's Secret, The World Tree. Third person POV. 3 months had passed by since Cain had taken Graphia on the date in London. After that, Graphia was even more enthusiastic in her work and her devotion towards him also increased. The bond between the three maids had also increased due to them having something to talk about their lord, which is common to all three of them. In this time period Cain made lot of tours in the demon world and destroyed hundreds of their towns and settlements. But not once had the leaders appeared. He had hoped that they will appear so he can get a good fight, but till now the leaders were absent. Cain had put this time in increasing his arsenal of abilities. Before he used dark light only to create chains, weapons, and huge spears, but he realized he had been only using it superficially. Dark light can be imbued in pretty much anything. It can be combined with all the elements, increasing their abilities to a whole another level. It can be molded in semi-liquid form to create pure beams which eradicate everything in its way. Currently Cain was in the demon world testing out the dark light beam, or demonic beam, as he had named it. The poor demons were made into test subjects by Cain. Due to the demons not having any long-distance communications, the news of someone destroying their towns is not known by many. In the hundreds of towns destroyed by Cain, only few of them had prepared countermeasure, although it hadn't done anything to impede the Lucifer air. Cain stood at the east portion of this wall and strched out his palm and started concentrating dark light in semi-liquid form. He created a sphere and tried to launch it as a beam. He failed. Damn, why can't I figure it out? While Cain was thinking about the reason of his failure, the sphere made contact with the wall and detonated. Boom. The entire eastern portion of the wall along with half of the town was blown up by that sphere. 2 cries of the demons rang out, cursing Cain. You monster, how can you do this? Shut up. I am thinking of something, wait there patiently. Jesus, a devil can't even think peacefully, what a demonic bastard. The sudden retort from Cain made the demons stagger. Cain's word made them think that they were in the wrong. But he pushed through it and attacked Cain. But Cain simply slapped him, making him roll over and die due to his entire skull being fractured. I figured it out. I always think light is a wave, not something solid or liquid, making me miss out on the imagination, and devil magic is all about it. But light is also a particle, so it can have semi-liquid state too. Damn, I was stuck because of basic physics. Yes, Cain was correct, light can behave as a liquid under certain conditions for a fraction of seconds, not for long times, but the imagination magic of devil kind offsets that problem, allowing light to bend and spiral through objects as a liquid. This allows me to do so much more. I can now mold dark light in any way and into anything. Previously I was restricted to solid and sharp-edged weapons. The potential of dark light is limitless. Cain, happy with his increase in skill, wasted no time in making use of it. He flew high up in the sky and reached the clouds. He made the clouds full of dark light and made it rain. The scene that happened was like hellfire started falling from the sky. The dark light corrupted their thoughts, corroded their skins and sanity, making them feel true despair. Truly it was something only a ruler of hell can do. Holy shit, this is too OP of an AoE ability, better not use it on some crowdy area. Despite massacring millions of demons in the past few months, Cain showed no remorse, staying true to his devility and showing why his title is Lucifer. Cain decided to go and destroy more cities today as a celebration of gaining more insight on dark light when he felt two auras comparable to his own coming towards himself at tremendous speed. So the leaders finally decide to see who is the one massacring the demons. The two demons WHI arrived were vastly different than the other demons Cain had seen thus far. One of the demons had a sickly thin twig-like black body with orange lines instead of white and had 6 horns on his head. The clothing was same except that he had a hunger-filled insane look in his eyes. The other one though was a female demon with a voluptuous body with pink lines on it and 4 horns on the head. She had heart-shaped eyes and was excluding a very seductive aura. Well, I know for a fact that the pink is Luxuria. Oi Gula, this guy is mine to suck dry, don't interfere. So the other one is Gluttony, I guess. Hey handsome guy, wanna have a night with this pretty girl? Well, I tend to follow a rule of no thoughts. With that, Cain took out his scythe and swung it towards Luxuria. She managed to dodge the scythe, albeit a bit awkwardly. Seeing that, Gula said, "You bimbo, this guy is the one who is killing the demons. Prepare to teleport us to the sacred tree. He is very strong. Looks like the Gluttony is going to buy time, but too bad I am going this quickly by combining liquid Darkolite with the scythe. You see, outsider, I eat all the time and store up my energy, and when I fight I release all my energy." Saying that, the demon swelled up to impressive size, towering Cain as to assert dominance, but he forgot that Cain has the alpha gene. And I didn't what I just wrote, just bear with it. Cain wanted to test the new power of dark light, so he coated his hands with liquid form of it and punched at the stomach of the demon. What happened surprised both Cain and the demons. The punch and passed through Gula's stomach like it was paper. The Demon King was only able to react when he felt blood coming out of his mouth. Seeing that, he felt alarmed. The strength of the outsider is too high. In reality, Cain was at the same level as the other two, but dark light made it seem so that he dwarfed them in power. Seeing that, Luxuria was scared. Oh my. This handsome guy I was trying suck is a monster in disguise, I need to run away. The Demon Queen activated the magic she was preparing, creating a big flash, and when the flash disappeared, nobody was left there. Somewhere in the demon world a huge all-encompassing tree stood. Its branches covered the sky and its roots the land. It gave of a red shine and all its leaves were continuously changing its color between TE7 rainbow colors. Its trunk was wide enough that it will take days to circle it even when flying at high speeds. On the tree hanged a single fruit which looked like a globe. The fruit was of rainbow color and looked like it wasn't ripe yet. Near the tree, 3 beings suddenly appeared out of thin air. One of them had a gaping hole in his stomach while the other was sweating very much and was pale. On the other hand, Cain was doing fine other than being a little disoriented at the forced sudden teleportation. The first thing he felt that, I can feel my energy increasing passively when staying here. What is this place? Cain ignored that and focused on the 2 demon leaders in front of him. He planned to eliminate them quickly before more of the demon leaders appear, making it more difficult for him. Cain realized all of his aura and created chains of dark light to bind the demons. The demons evaded the chains, not knowing that it will continue to chase them. Gula, already lethally damaged, was caught by the chains, making him immobile. Luxuria was a ranged attacker. She created a barrier to temporarily avoid the chains and started to chant a spell. These guys need to chant, what a useless spell system. Cain ignored Luxuria and swung his scythe at Gula. The hole in his stomach combined with dark light corroding him from both inside and outside made him unable to resist. Gula's head flew in the sky. Just like that, one of the leaders of the demon world died. The dead body fell near the tree with some of its blood getting in contact with the roots above the ground. 3 trees shook and its branches opened, revealing a hollow inside. Both Cain and Luxuria were surprised. But soon after that, a branch from the tree appeared, pierced the body of Gula and started sucking its blood. In a few moments the dead body was shriveled like it had been dead for months. Luxuria was scared, but she steeled herself and went towards the hollow portion, but alas, she was not a good close combat fighter. A branch from the tree came from behind and pierced her brain directly. This made her fall from her flight. Instant death, and just like before, all the blood was sucked by the tree. Cain was now wary of the tree, but he also felt that the tree was something special. He hadn't seen any tree like this. He had only heard about the fabled Yggdrasil in the records, which was in the Nordic pantheon. If his hunch was right, this was a world tree, something capable of creating an entire pantheon if used correctly by the person who has it. I need to take it, it is crucial to my future plans. Making up his mind, Cain also tried to get inside the hollow portion but was met with fierce resistance, but he was experienced and knew what to expect. He expertly dodged the branches and managed to reach inside the tree. What a waste! I was planning on taming Luxuria and making her the sole leader of this world under my control. But she is dead, can't do shit about that. But if this really is the world tree, then this is far more important than a single world. Cain was thinking and came at two possibilities. First, the world tree was not known by the demons and they thought of it as just a special tree, and this is the first time it absorbed blood like this. Or second, the demons knew about the tree and what it is and they did some blood sacrifice to make it grow and create fruits. Now Cain can just wait till the fruit matures and pluck it and eat it, get a seed from it and plant it in the underworld. That is if the demons don't know about the world tree. As Cain was thinking about what to do, the tree closed its trunk and went back to normal except the two dead demons lying at the ground near the tree. Cain was not alarmed, he can still travel back using the dimensional gap. Instead, this provided him a safe house in this world, a place where he can come and plan his stuff. Just a little time later the other 5 leaders appeared near the tree. Cain sensed the other and was surprised that all of them were stronger than him in energy reserves. My decision to come inside was good, I can't fight these many strong people at once not knowing about their abilities. Outside the tree the 5 demons all were astonished. The one who looked the most calm said in authoritative tone, clearing that he was the leader among the 7 demon leaders. Cain had increased his sense by infusing them with demonic energy to hear what's going on outside. Looks like the world fruit is almost ripe. The demon with 7 horns and violet tattoos said. His statement was affirmed by the others by a single nod. This time Gula and Luxuria were the sacrifices. As the 2 were leaders, no more sacrifices are required, right Superbia? The demon with 5 horns and green tattoos asked. The reply was, indeed. But Cain had other plans. He modified his voice using magic to sound old and mysterious and spoke with a booming voice to seem like it was coming from the entire tree. Demons, I need more sacrifices, this much will not do. All the demons present were startled. What, the world tree spoke? Has it gained sentience after all this time? But Cain spoke again, this time the world fruit is extremely potent, it needs more energy to ripe. Superbia stood still for a moment and did some internal thinking and spoke, fine. How much demon sacrifice is required? Cain smirked, seeing that the demons had fallen for his trap. Cain continued pressing on his advantage, a lot, keep on sacrificing every day a town's worth of demons and within a few decades the fruit will be ripened. Don't be ridiculous, you damn piece of wood. It will make the entire race extinct. The demon with 3 horns and red tattoos said angrily, but Superbia raised his hand, calm down Nvidia. It is possible, but what will the fruit do? It will provide unlimited energy and endless potential to whomever gets a bite of it. Cain was exaggerating the fruit to entice the demons, but surprisingly Superbia agreed and said, every year I will come to check the progress of the ripening. If it is not as you speak, I will uproot you. The tone of Superbia was prideful, not even giving respect to a world tree, thought Cain. But Cain continued his charade and said, fine demon, you can check it yourself. Now I must conserve my energy. I will only speak on agreed day annually. Seeing that the negotiations have been completed, the demon leader went back and Cain was laughing his ass off inside the tree. Just like this, using his wit and demons' lack of knowledge, he managed to get them to lower their numbers as well as increase the speed of ripening of the world fruit. Cain also left a branch of the world tree coated in his demonic energy to serve as a beacon as he needed to teleport here from now on. On the other hand, he felt that from just staying inside the world tree he got passively stronger. This was due to the fact that this world tree was of dark nature. With this discovery, my way to get stronger and my plans for the underworld became even easier than before. And bonus chapter at 150 power stones. After this 3 or 4 chapters and the Devil Civil War starts. Chapter 26, Taking a World Seed. Here the bonus chapter, enjoy. Third-person POV. After Cain had managed to trick the demons into sacrificing themselves by disguising as the world tree, his excursions in the demon realm have been going real smooth. Even if he does nothing, the demons will get less in number by themselves. Although he will have to wait for a long time for that to happen. In the meantime, he was busy training himself with dark light and he got better at it, but he made no shocking discovery like the one in the demon world. Man, this is getting boring. All I do nowadays is train my ass, eat, and then fuck my maids. And sometimes hang out with the 4 anti-Satan guys. Even my training is not getting me any benefits, only my skill level with the scythe has some considerable improvement. Although he went from low Satan class to peak Satan class in the past few years. Only his energy reserves had increased. He tried many different things, but all of them required too many conditions. He can't go and challenge some strong gods in this world, and he can't in the demon world due to the leaders actively searching for him. He still destroys some towns to relive some stress, but even that had become boring for him. And such things had happened in the past 12 years. The demons had been continuously sacrificed at the world tree, and the time that the world fruit ripens has come dangerously close. Today was the day Cain went to end the demon world. He was going to fight the demon leaders, but only the strongest ones, as to help him become a super devil or at least try to reach that level. And Surzex and Ajuka reached super devil class just by sitting around in canon. Surzex couldn't even control his. So it's fair that Cain gets his earlier because he has better potential and trains a lot. Cain, using his demonic energy as a beacon, teleported inside the world tree and waited for today's sacrifice to come. Soon after, a large number of demons were teleported near the tree and killed by the demon leaders. After the tree sucked everyone dry, the leader of the demons, Superbia, spoke. "Tree, for the past 12 years we have delivered the sacrifice as you have wanted. Now tell me if the fruit is ready to be plucked and eaten. Only a few dozen towns are left in the entire world. If the fruit is not good enough, say goodbye to your roots," commented Nvidia. The other three also nodded in agreement. Cain has also prepared himself for a big battle and spoke. "Indeed, you have delivered enough demons. Now the fruit is ready. I just need to transfer my own energy to make it edible. For that process you lot need to transfer a bit of your energy and don't not move until the fruit detaches by itself." Cain had sensed the fruit was ripened, but he wasn't satisfied by that, so he had sliced his palm and sprinkled the blood on the tree roots from the inside. Getting more potent blood invigorated the tree and it went in a frenzy. The demons Ira, Avaricia, and Acedia weren't prepared for the tree to suddenly attack, thus they were unable to dodge the branches, leading to their demise. The tree sucked their blood and energy, making them dry husks of their former selves. Seeing that, Nvidia got angry and screamed, "You cheating piece of log." Just as the demon screamed, Cain came out of the tree with his scythe and looked at the demons, who were livid, and spoke. "I am no tree, you numbskulls, I am a devil. How did it feel getting tricked by a devil?" Hearing Cain, the dots connected in Superbia's mind and he went into a flashback and saw all of the events in slow-mo. Seeing that Cain moved quickly and swung his scythe at Superbia, Nvidia was stood shocked to understand what just happened. But at the last moment, sensing danger to his life, Superbia managed to dodge the blow, but he got a shallow cut at his chest. Seeing that, he was again shocked. "You are the one who was destroying our towns before." Hearing that, Nvidia lost his rationality and attacked Cain. He was the one cared for the demon race the most. He had vowed to not let any outsider kill them anymore. Cain, sensing that he can't fight the two of them head on, used his brain and once again splattered his blood on the world tree and went near it. The tree didn't attack Cain, as he had made his energy signature the same as the tree. This was something he learned during his stay in the tree's hollow. The demons were unable to approach Cain. To make it even worse, Cain went and plucked the world fruit. "You bastard, if you dare eat that fruit, I will make sure I rip apart your guts and take it out." Superbia screamed at Cain. But he got ignored. Cain turned towards them and ate the fruit bite by bite. Crunch crunch asterisk. Tastes weird. I can't feel any flavor, but at the same time I can feel that there are all the flavors in my mouth. Weird. Hearing that, Nvidia lost it all. He gave up on defending himself and lunged at Cain. Just at that time, the tree lost all of its functions, like it got cut off from its power source. "Welp, looks like I gotta fight you guys. Looks like the world tree goes dormant after the fruit is plucked." Cain finished the fruit after dodging Nvidia and put the seed in his dimensional pocket, which he had found beforehand attached to the scythe. Now Cain was brimming with energy, so he did what anyone overflowing with energy will do. He went on a rampage. Cain, without any care for his energy reserves, attacked with consecutive dark light weapons and used the scythe to its maximum potential without any restraint. Cain had figured out this ability of scythe a while ago when he was busy experimenting on it to find its various abilities. Oops, I shouldn't zone out when two demons are out for my blood. Cain was still fooling around. After all, he can feel his energy reserves being replenished just as he emptied it. This made him a bit high. The world fruit also made one's consciousness hazy due to vast amount of energy and the power of an entire world inside it. Cain was feeling the side effects of the world fruit. "You're mongrel. Finally you decided to enter the fight. I was getting bored here." Cain was acting like a fool. He was busy spamming his attacks and dodging their attacks. His movements were very agile, making Superbia wonder what had happened for him to act like this. He looks like he has lost himself in the power granted by the world fruit. Nvidia is keeping him occupied. I can use this opportunity to land a decisive strike. Poor guy, he doesn't know that Cain is planning something way beyond his mind and body can comprehend. Finally, time to surpass the limits of the devil race and break the chains put on me by the heavens system. Time to become a super devil. Cain created a dome of dark light mimicking the structure of graphene, the hardest known metal to mankind. In devil magic, imagination mattered a lot, and for a former human like him, graphene is the strongest known material. He also made a shit ton of magic spells and put them near the periphery of his barrier and made a secondary barrier by stabbing the scythe and using its energy. He had to do it while dodging attacks from Nvidia and while Superbia was not interfering, but Cain thought maybe Nvidia was planning some big attack. But due to the limitless energy he had, he was able to do it. "Don't think blocking will help, you cursed bastard." Nvidia roared and continued attacking the barrier, but was met with countless spells. But he managed to plow through them by putting his body on the line, but was unable to touch the dark light barrier due to its corroding and corrupting property. Seeing this, Superbia got anxious. Why did he shut himself in? I can't let him do as he wants. Just a little more and my attack will be ready. While Nvidia got even more wild and started increased essaying his size in order to destroy the sphere, but was unable to so. This will keep them outside for a little while. I need to get my transcendent form before that. With time being a limited thing to a devil like Cain now, he focused on the energy of the world fruit swirling inside him and guided towards the imaginary chains he felt around him. He did this in order to break free of them to reach the super devil class. While Cain was losing his consciousness, Nvidia was busy breaking the outer dark light barrier but was unable to. But Superbia had charged his trump card. Behind Superbia, a huge tank-like construct of energy was built with having numerous magic circles in front of the muzzle. Superbia looked coldly at the dome, trying to pierce through it and see Cain's figure. He failed to do so, but he launched his attack. Superbia was confident that this attack will break the barrier and lethally damage Cain. Take this, you fool, Superb Pride Cannon. The beam came out of the muzzle and was amplified by the magic circles and moved towards the barrier. Sensing the attack, Nvidia moved away and the attack crashed into the barrier. A huge cloud of dust and debris was raised. Cain was not knowing what was going on due to being immersed in his transcendence. He was just about to break the chains when he felt a punch connect to his face, and then he opened his eye to find him flying at a breakneck speed towards a mountain. Cain got imbeed in the mountain. The fuck? They managed to break my barriers. Now I am stuck between the line of Super Devil and Satan class. Though I can still feel the energy inside me. Oh, the world fruit, I need to get my transformation before it runs out. While fighting. To top it off, I can't use my demonic energy as it is not stable to do me being disturbed in between. Just great. A good old fist fight it is. Cain came out of the half-destroyed mountain and engaged in a fist fight with Nvidia. Whereas Superbia was in a pitiful state. I used my strongest attack and he is still able to fight. Damn it, I can't move due to the backlash from my attack. Cain POV. I don't know how long had passed, but somewhere in between the fight I had began to enjoy myself. I let myself flow with my wrath sin and exchanged punches with Nvidia. The longer the fight went, the better my skills became. Along with that, I could feel my strength increasing. Looks like my transformation hasn't stopped but became slow. I can feel it nearing completion. So far Superbia hasn't interfered. Looks like he ran away or is in a tough situation due to that attack. I must end this battle quickly, as enjoyable it is. Feel it, the flow of the battle. Ignore everything, the only thing that is important are the fight, myself and my opponent. Third-person POV. Superbia had finally overcome the backlash and came near where Cain and Nvidia were duking it out. Seeing the fight made him go pale. Cain was overflowing with energy. He was making no useless moves and only focusing on ending this fight quickly. Cain was dismantling the fighting style of Nvidia and wrecking him with strong blows. Nvidia had long lost his consciousness and his body was fighting in total instinct, showing how much his hatred was for Cain. Despite being the personification of wrath, he was the one who felt the most compassion towards his race. Cain had started feeling the chains around him weakening, and in one sudden burst of energy he attempted to break through the limits placed by the heaven system on the devils by the big. A huge pillar of demonic energy was realized by Cain which reached sky high. Nvidia lost his arm due to it, but Superbia managed to save him from getting completely annihilated. Looks like this is it, Nvidia. There is no way we can defeat that thing. The pillar vanished and a being very different from Cain stood there. Cain's transformation was successful. He increased in height. His muscles became more defined. He had 8-pack abs. His white hair changed into black which came till little lower than his shoulders, and his red eyes turned purple. He also had 2 horns on his head. His wings had sprouted out and he also gained a tail, IMG. Cain was in ecstasy with the amount of power he had, but he gained control over his sins and stretched out his hand. The side which was thrown away due to Superbia's back came to him. Cain looked at the 2 demons in the distance, revealed his teeth and said, "Let's continue our little fight." Although Cain said that he moved quickly than his opponents could perceive and made them into tofu pieces. What a disappointment. Looks like I become too strong in my super devil form. Cain, who was hoping to have a good fight, was let down, but he cheered up and went near the world tree. If I let this be, it may bear a fruit and cause trouble for me if a demon eats it, so better to uproot it. Cain started hacking and slashing at the world tree. Previously he was unable to even damage its branches, but now he was able to cut them easily. Cain coated his scythe with dark light and swung it with all his might, directly cutting through it. But Cain didn't know that the tree will blow up. What the fuck? Cain was only able to haphazardly open a portal and jump into it, but still faced the explosion, making him unconscious. Sometime later, in an unknown place, Cain was lying in the ground. He had reverted back to his usual form due to the damage he suffered and him not having mastered his super devil transformation. In this place a woman of ethereal beauty appeared, like she was taking a walk in the garden, and saw Cain lying. Someone actually came here. I wonder how long has it been? Can't let him die now, can I? Saying that, the woman lifted Cain by creating some shadow constructs and took him with her. Chapter 27, The Night Knows Everything. Cain POV. The last thing I remember was chopping off the world tree and opening a portal. Since then I had lost consciousness and was stuck here in a dark place with nothing to do. Looks like you have succeeded in overcoming your race limitation, child. Who spoke? I was extremely vigilant as I couldn't sense anyone. Moreover, this should be my subconsciousness, there shouldn't be anyone other than me here. Do not fret, child, I bear no harm. Though if you think that you have surpassed your father, you are wrong. So you know my lineage, huh? It's only fair that I know about you too. I probed him, hoping he would humor me. Having even a little information can be important, as they say information is power. And someone who can enter my mind can't be weak. You will find that later. If you truly intend to surpass me and your father, get strong. Though you will have to face me to do so. So until you are qualified to become the Devil Emperor, child. Saying so, the mysterious man vanished, leaving no trace of him being here. But I have some inkling as to who he was. But I can feel myself awakening, so I open my eyes. The first thing I noticed was a royal ceiling. Though not the one at my castle. I could feel myself covered by silk covers. Moreover, I couldn't feel my wound. Looks like someone healed them for me. Whoever found me must have did this. I turned my head to find two pairs of curious purple eyes staring at me mischievously. At first I was surprised seeing that I couldn't sense her too. Did I come to some place with overpowered individuals running around like children? Is this Xianxia? But my greatest shock was from seeing the person herself. She was beauty above any else, truly divine. With black waist-length hair and purple eyes having tranquility and maturity in them. With a face to fight wars. Wearing simple dress which did nothing to hide her feminine body. Black wings on her back and dark aura surrounding her. Combining with her indifferent but curious look, I was mesmerized. IMG. I was sure that she was a goddess. The only thing which remained was to find which one and which pantheon. Third-person POV. It has been a day since the goddess had brought Cain in her abode. Since then she healed him, and since then sat near him watching him like he was a new specimen. Some may find her creepy, but for someone who hadn't had any contact with another being, this was a rare chance. Nobody had come to meet her for a meal. She was starved for interaction, for affection, for warmth. She had even sealed her own divine realm so as to not let Cain escape. That was how lonely the once mighty goddess of Olympus who ruled over the night was. Yes, this was Nyx, one of the primordial gods of the Greek pantheon. So any explanation? Cain said, as to find out the identity of the goddess. You came inside my divine realm unannounced in a half-dead state. I saved your life, you better be grateful for it. Cain was shocked. The explosion of a world tree is no joke, I almost died back there. Ah, thanks for that. I would really like to give my thanks, but I don't know your name. Nyx. That was enough to send chills behind Cain's back. She was one of the strongest gods out there in the past. No wonder I wasn't able to sense her. Cain was shocked, but he asked a question to quell his doubts. For someone who was in the top leagues, you don't give off that vibe. What does the term vibe mean? Nyx responded, titling her head sideways. She doesn't know modern terms, I guess. Forget that and tell me the answer to my question. After chaos disappeared, all the primordials weakened. Uranus was dead and Gaia was sealed. I also lost my powers. I was somewhat strong, but when the child of Kronos came, he sealed our connection to Mount Othrys using his authority as the god king. I was weakened and my worshippers were lessening due to various gods around the world representing light and sun. I cut myself from Olympus in order to preserve myself. But that backfired and now I am far weaker than my prime. While that is a lot of history and a tragic story. Cain was thinking about what Nyx said and was shocked to figure out that she probably hadn't had any contact outside her realm for a very long time. Cain now got up from the bed and was wanting to go outside but was stopped by Nyx. I told you so much about myself, so tell me about yourself too. Cain relented and said, my name is Cain Livian Lucifer, son of the original Lucifer. I am 30 years old. Cain said like a kindergarten child and looked stoically at Nyx. She looked him up and down as if sizing him and said, you are quite young but strong. Although I think your middle name should be Livon, not Livian. No, it is Livian. Looks like you do not have the book of Lucifer. I know that your mother was Livon Lilith. What is she talking about? More new info. Looks like I need to find out this book of Lucifer to understand why she is saying my name like that. Let's leave it at that. I want to see your divine realm, so let's go out for a walk. Nyx surprisingly agreed to that. Cain also saw her eyes twinkling when he said that. Well, I guess she was quite lonely. You, tell me a story as a compensation for staying inside my realm. A long one lasting for days. Cain sighed and said, yeah sure, let me tell you about the tale of a bunny goddess who lived on the moon and her sons and their descendants. Yes, Cain was telling Nyx a famous anime story from his past world. And such due to Nyx not wanting to let Cain go in fear that he will not come back, Cain was forced to stay here for more than a week. In this week both had gotten very close due to Nyx being foreign to such interactions and Cain simply wanting to build a relationship with her. For Cain, Nyx was the first woman he was making effort to get close to in order to build a relationship. All the three maids were practically in love with him already. For Cain, this was a novel experience which he enjoyed quite a bit. Cain had over the week gradually told her about Naruto while sometimes she told him about the stories about gods and pantheons. Some so old that there were no written or told accounts of them. Cain also gained vast amounts of knowledge about gods and their attitudes. Cain also managed to get some information on divinity. Flashback no jutsu. So Nyx, what is divinity? Is it like mana, demonic energy, or something different? Hard to explain it clearly, but it is something far different than any other energy. Every god when he ascends has a base amount which differs but that can be raised using sacrifices and faith. Sacrifices give permanent increase while faith is a temporary boost unless the faithful person dies while being a worshipper, then it gives the god permanent increase. Oh, so any sacrifice can do? No, the sacrifice must either be a devotee or a heretic, only those two count. Cain was in deep though and he asked casually, so any ways to counter divinity? To his surprise Nyx responded, there aren't many, but if you can lower the faith or make the god doubt their own divinity, it causes a momentary loss of control over it. Flashback over. Today is the day Cain was planning on asking Nyx to go. He could force his way out if he really wishes to, but he doesn't want to break the good relation with Nyx, so he went to ask her. Hey Nyx. Nyx was in her garden tending to her black roses with tenderness. Seeing that Cain decided it was better to postpone it. What it is, Cain? Nyx stood up and came near him. She was dangerously close to him. Due to not being in contact with a male for a long time, she didn't know the boundaries. But Cain was uncluttered being the guy he was and asked, any way to make you strong and prolong your life? Why do you ask so? I think using my divine realm I can survive up to a century just fine. You can, but I can't stay here for a century. No, I thought of a way. You need a new source of divine energy to recover, right? I am going to make hell in the future, so when I succeed you can just ditch Olympus and come to my side. Nyx looked at Cain like she was seeing at a chimpanzee in a zoo. You know what you said is weird. You are neither strong enough nor do you have the resources to start a pantheon. Cain nodded his head and said, as for strength I can gain that in the near future, and as for the resources I have the best one. Saying so, Cain closed his fist and opened it and a seed radiating the 7 colors appeared. Seeing that, Nyx was shocked beyond comparison. Yo, you, that is a world seed. If the news about it gets out, a divine war may start. And you revealed such a thing to me so easily. Cain smiled and said, I trust you, Nyx. Nyx blushed a little hearing that and retorted. So easily I can easily trap you and get my hands on it. I only know you for a few weeks and you still aren't strong enough. When he heard her, Cain, as if almost waiting for her to say that, transformed into his super devil form, astonishing Nyx even more. It took a few moments for Nyx to compose herself. Cain was looking at her all the while, making it even more embarrassing for her. After that, Nyx spoke, although you have all the resources you still lack strength. Even this form of yours is not strong enough to deal with Hades or Typhoon or the leaders from the Shinto pantheon. So you will stay here and I will help you get stronger. When you get strong enough you can go and make your own pantheon. Cain was expecting that he knew everyone in the Greek pantheon is a nut job. So he has more than one plan to get out of here without fighting. Some of them are quite Greek style also. Cain first told her ridiculous stuff to Nyx, then he showed her hope by showing that seed, then he showed her trust by telling her that, and finally showed her his strength, making him look like a fated guy to save her. The order was very important as it can affect the way she would see him. Cain truly used his brain here. Now he just needs to wait and the opportunity will come on its own. After all, Greek gods do not have much patience, but maybe Nyx will have more due to her solitude. Graphia and the others will be panicked. This is the first time I am out for this long without informing them. What was supposed to be a quick power-up turned into a long training arc. Well, this is a good thing in itself. With that, a month has passed since Cain laid down his cards. It was morning time according to his clock that he kept in his mind ever since he gained consciousness after he was inside here. Telling it was day or night was hard, as it was night all the time. It was to be expected when it is the divine realm of the goddess of night. The divine realms of a god have very high similarity to their divinity. Cain woke up feeling something heavy on his abdomen. He opened his eyes to find Nyx sitting on top of him and looking at him with her eyes filled with love. Only a month had been enough for the goddess to fall in love with Cain due to her loneliness. Still, Cain was calm and acted like a mature person and said to Nyx, "Why are you sitting on top of me while in such revealing dress, Nyx?" Although both of them knew that what this meant. Greek gods and their weird tendencies. Whoever reads ends up with quite the creative imagination. I think I don't need to tell the answer to a Lucifer now, do I? Hearing that, Cain put his hands on her slim waist and pulled her on him, making her grind on his length. Looks like the time has come to have a taste of a divine dish. While Nyx said, suppressing her moans, "You know, when you told me those stories about that ninja and the one about a human with a book to kill, I was surprised." Cain asked without stopping his hands, "Why?" Nyx answered to that, "Why? Because the knight is supposed to know everything." And Cain got Nyx. Give me power stones for Cain to get stronger quickly. Also throw in some ideas for Nyx's powers. More art of Nyx in the character art chapter. Chapter 28, Nyx, Goddess of Night, R18*. Cain and Nyx, after that exhausting activity, lay on top of each other with Nyx making circles on Cain's chiseled chest with her nails. She said in a sulking voice, "You cheated." Cain simply smirked and said, "I didn't cheat, I simply beat you at something I had a big chance of winning without hurting you." Cain continued, "I know you are thinking that I will go and not come back, leaving you lonely once more. But I won't. I can't stay here forever as I have other things and persons to attend. But I am not asking you to stay forever. Just till you become strong enough. Yes, but that will slow down my speed of growing strong. Don't worry, I will come to you every month. That means for you every 2 fortnights. Nyx sulked for a little while but at last said in a meek voice, "Fine." Hearing that Cain kissed her on her lips for a brief moment before getting dressed. Cain had been away from the underworld for a long time. And he must have missed some things which might need his immediate attention. Nyx helped him get dressed while she used her powers to get dressed herself. And with a few words and assuring Nyx of his return, Cain finally got out of the divine realm and found himself in the dimensional gap. Cain used his teleportation carefully this time and went back to his castle where his faithful maids were waiting for him. Cain went inside the castle sneakily without alerting anyone. While he was sneaking to his room, he found Graphia cleaning the desks and vases around the corridor near his room. She still cleans them when she can simply order other maids. She sure is dedicated. Gotta reward dedication like that. Cain went behind her without alerting her and grabbed her mouth with one hand and her huge boobs with the other. Graphia at first resisted but soon figured out it was her lord and simply gave in. TCH. Figured out so quickly. Cain grumbled at getting caught so easily. Graphia gave a beautiful smile and said in a soft voice, "I can recognize my lord's touch anywhere at any time." Cain smiled and told her to go and tell Melissa and Vanessa about his return. "Also, I will tell you girls what happened, so after resting come along with the both of them to my room." Saying so, Cain went to his room, took a bath and went straight to bed. After all, satisfying a Greek god who was hungry for affection since 1,000 years can be tiring even for him. Sweet dreams. After waking up, Cain saw all 3 of his maids standing near his bed in a line. Maids are the best. Cain looked at them for a while and started speaking. "First, let's talk about what happened to me, as you must be able to tell that I am different than before." The 3 maids simply nodded, waiting for him to explain. "Well, I told you that I was busy slaying demon, and then when recently I went in that world I kinda destroyed it, and to the blast I was thrown into God's divine realm. A goddess, to be precise, a lonely one on top of that. She was adamant on not letting me go, but after some persuasion, she let me go on a condition that I need to visit her once a month." After hearing that, Melissa said, "My lord, did you do the deed with the goddess?" Although she was the one asking, both Graphia and Vanessa were looking at him the same way Melissa was. "Well, yes, I kind of liked her, so gave her my D. And also I got an opportunity to get stronger quickly, so I took it, and now I'm the current strongest devil alive." First the 3 maids went to a corner, discussed something, and then said, "So that's why you feel so different, my lord." Cain found it weird that they didn't comment on him sleeping with another woman, but he ignored it. Understanding women is never easy, no matter the world. After that, Cain asked for the event that happened when he was not in the underworld, and oh boy was he shocked about what he missed. There was a lot of information needed, so he told Graphia to make a formal report and put it on his table so that he could check it the next day. "Oh, I also need to keep an eye on my brother dearest." After that, Cain took Melissa with him as a cuddle buddy and went to sleep again, as a few hours of sleep weren't enough for him to be completely replenished. Melissa is a very good cuddler. And well, all the preparation has ended. The next chapter will be the start of the Devil Civil War arc, which unfortunately will be released after 22nd of September due to me having my midterm exams. I will try to post more chapters for that arc anyways. Write some reviews and leave those power stones here if you have them in your pockets. Chapter 29, Tides in the Underworld. Third-person POV. Cain was sitting and reading the report written by Graphia in his study, and the things that happened were seriously concerning. The movements of Satan's descendants have grown more turbulent. When he was not in the underworld, Rizevim had shown no interest in the position of the Lucifer, so the other 3 had declared themselves as the next Satans. They also made an announcement about how they will restart the Great War and win this time. Although they didn't gain much momentum due to the efforts of Zekrom, and the other lords who care for the devil race as a whole managed to stop them by putting political pressure. But this was not a permanent measure. Sooner or later the Satans will get hellbent on doing a war. Although that may take a few decades, but for devils that was not much time. The population is still recovering from the war, and the devils always provoke the other factions, lowering our slow-growing population even more. The fertility of the devils was very low as the couples had a single children over the span of multiple centuries. The current devil population is about 3 billion compared to the 10 billion before the Great War. Looking at the result of the Great War, the faction which was in the most beneficial situations are the Fallens. They have their original leader, didn't lose too many of their kin and managed to win one of the Dragon Emperor corpses. Thankfully Azazel is not a warmonger, or else the situation would be very problematic. These things aside, Cain also noticed the 4 houses of Zagan, Paimon, Valak, Hagenti were moving very suspiciously. Almost like they wanted a civil war, 2 of them on the anti-Satan side and 2 on the Satan side. Good for me, if the war starts I can annihilate them without any reason while showing of my strength and establishing my position as the next Lucifer. Cain was kind of getting excited for the civil war. All things aside, looks like he needs to get his super devil form under control if he needs to make sure the civil war goes as he plans. Over the past months too many lords have been invited in parties and balls. In fact, for devil's time is not a fast thing, so them being this active means something big is going to happen. Cain had already planned on what to do in the civil war. The only variable factor was his nihilistic brother. Surprisingly, he also goes out to the human world for a few months sometimes. But if he decides to support the Satans due to some chance, things would be troublesome, as that would show the underworld that the house of Lucifer is divided. Well, for now he is not interested in this stuff, so Cain can relax, but having a backup plan never hurts. On the other hand, Zekrom was trying his hardest to get the Gremory, Astaroth, Glaciolabalas and Citri house on the anti-Satan faction. Although they didn't side with the Satans and also didn't listen to them, they still weren't on board with a coup. So Zekrom was in a bind as on how to prevent complete extinction of the devils due its foolish leaders. Zekrom could have solved this problem by asking Cain, but he thought that Cain was also disinterested in the devil politics like his brother Rizevim. Too bad. Cain was very much interested in leading the underworld. Again, in a darkly lit room, 4 persons sat with satisfied expressions on their face. This time Valak spoke and said, "How close how you gotten to executing the plan?" Hannah answered, "The Valafor was easy to sway with his admiration for women. I can affect his Deshin quite a bit, so I am ready." Hearing that, Valak looked towards Zagan. "I also have gotten close enough to that pompous bastard Ranov. I may need a little bit more time. The old Coot Barbados is hard to trick." Paimon answered after Zagan. "Try to do it quickly. I have gotten close enough to the Leviathan by my flattery and fearlessness. Try to urge them to flame the civil war. We are lucky that the Lucifers are dumb children, or else we may have had some problems. With that, the true perpetrators of the devil civil war have neared their plan's preparation. On the other hand, the Satans in their brains have been making plans of conquering and dominating the world. In their delusion have forgotten about the other factions on the planet. They need a real reality check. The house of Lucifuge has been left out on a very important discussion by the other 5 houses of Lucifer. Satan Chia, Agalia Report, Floretti, Sargatanas, Nibiros were unsatisfied with the way the current Lucifers were acting, and Gerhard was supporting them. "We need to teach the world why are we called the 6 houses of Lucifer," Satan Chia said with a booming voice. "Indeed we must. From the ways things are going, a civil war will break out. We will use that choice to eliminate the fools," Floretti said with a smirk. "But how? According to Gerhard, both the Lucifer heirs are strong enough to be praised by Gerhard, and it almost impossible to get him to praise someone," Agalia Report said, concerned over the power showed by Cain and Rizevim. "Easy, we just need to awaken one of the Malbranche, that will do the trick," Nibiros said with a hoarse voice sounding eerie. "But those things were sealed by the Satans as they are too strong. We may unleash them on us too," reasoned Sargantas. Nibiros answered, "We will only partially awaken one of the weaker ones and have him give a little bit of his power to one of the younger Satans and have them kill the Lucifers. But what about Lucifuge? He will not help nor agree. Instead he will slaughter us if he knew about this." At this query of Sargantas, Satani Chia said, "Stop being a pussy. Who's gonna tell him? And by the time he knows, it will be too late." With that, another devious plan has been put in motion for the devil civil war. All while Cain was unaware that this timeline has altered in many ways from the normal civil war. This one will be far more vicious than the real one, although the main battles will be still the same. Back to Cain, he had finished reading the report given by Graphia and was very impressed by the details. The Lucifuges really do have very nice information gathering in the underworld. Cain was sure that in a few decades the devil race will be engulfed within the fire of the civil war. It is a necessary evil. I need to establish my place at the top of the underworld. Cain has made plans for his ascension. But before that, some clans need purging, which he will do gladly during the civil war. Well, for now I need to act normally and keep on increasing my strength while keeping an eye on my brother in the underworld. I will be the one to have the throne of hell all to myself. Time skip. The Satan descendants Bideliad Beelzebub, Tzufame Leviathan, and Demedosu Asmodeus had made it known that they would claim their parents' throne as Satans and restart the Great War, shocking the other pillars. They did this on the initial argument made by Tzufame, who was in turn given this idea by Valak. In a way the true perpetrators was Valak along with his other three complaints. Baal and Agar's after hearing that started to build a coalition to counter the strength of the Satans. Zikram Baal did his best to bring the houses Sitri, Astaroth, Glagiolabalas and Gremory to their side because of the immense power that the clan heirs possessed, which was said to be equal if not superior to the original Satans. The radical and fast response was due to Hannah and Paimon already making some other house lords aware about this, making this spiral out of control even faster. But the heirs of the houses except Sitri refused to fight due to their own reasons. Zira didn't like wars and death. Ajuka was too busy creating his trump card along with his experiments and Falbium was too lazy. Only Seraphal willingly participated due to her seeing the suffering of the common devils in her hospitals. The prelude to the war had begun, only the spark was required for all chaos to descend. Cain was sitting and enjoying some of the exotic fruits from the Norse pantheon he had brought. Along with that he was drinking some really old sake from the Shinto pantheon. This combination is really good. He was truly understanding the woes of the poor, how can they enjoy something like that? But his refreshment came to an abrupt end as Graphia came inside and looked troubled. Cain asked, "What happened, Graphia? You don't look good." Graphia replied, "I bring bad news, my lord." Cain simply motioned her to continue. The soldiers have committed an indiscriminate massacre in Lucifer. Hearing that Cain's smile was replaced with a frown. He again asked Graphia to continue. As per the Remaining devils it was under the order of Melon Beelzebub. Cain asked, "He had guts to do that in my territory?" Graphia replied, "No my lord, the massacre happened in Lord Rizevim's territory, and after learning about he simply ignored it." Cain hearing that got up and ready to go and asked Graphia, "Where will they be now?" "My lord, it is not my place to say, but it is not your territory." "Yes, but it is Lucifer territory regardless if Rizevim will not do anything I will. The Lucifer clan is not something anyone can mess with easily." Saying so Cain teleported at the place of the massacre and from there started flying at breakneck speed to catch up to the soldiers of the Beelzebub. This might be the trigger to the civil war after all. Zira hates innocents being harmed. If she participates then Ajuka would too. Falbium would follow them after some persuasion. Cain soon reached and saw the soldiers flying back to the Beelzebub territory. Cain increased his speed and reached in front of the soldiers and created a dome of dark light covering the battalion and himself along with a part of the forest above which they were flying. The soldiers panicked when they got trapped, but when they saw Cain they understood what was about to happen. But still the leader stepped forward and asked Cain, "Why has Lord Lucifer blocked us?" Cain looked as if he was seeing a donkey and replied, "Do I even need to tell you that?" Hearing that the leader got alert feeling that Cain had come for the stunt they had pulled. Cain without any warning swung his hand releasing volley of dark light and killed all of the soldiers except one. The last soldier was shivering with fear and was thinking he got lucky. But Cain came near him and said, "Tell your lord that he can do as please anywhere else. If he fucks around in Lucifer territory then he will find out what happens when a Lucifer is angry." After that the soldier ran like his life depended on it. Cain returned after doing this knowing well the repercussions of what he did. "Well, I can't join the Satan faction now, not that I wanted to in the first place. Now I just need to get in the coup faction somehow." When he reached back he ordered Graphia to tell him when the coup leaders assemble for planning he is planning on giving them a visit. After all they are planning a rebellion in the underworld, it will be wrong if a Lucifer isn't a part of a rebellion. After that Cain went back to enjoying his life till this fickle peace lasts. And I am back. Give me those power stones. With this chapter the Devil Civil War starts. This is also the last arc of Volume 1. 150 horsepower, first bonus chapter. 300 horsepower, second bonus chapter. 500 horsepower, third bonus chapter. Chapter 30, The Devil Civil War. Third-person POV. In the territory of the Baal clan, many of the Devil Pillars have gathered in order to form a strong front to oppose the might of the Satans. The leading figure for this movement was Zikram Baal, a strong and respected first-generation devil who fought alongside the Lucifer in the Great War. He was standing at the podium ready to deliver a powerful speech. He spoke with a voice booming with power and charisma. "My fellow Devil Pillars, you all know that the devils have suffered a lot due to the Great War. Many of us lost our family and many pillars got eradicated. After a long war we finally achieved peace, but the descendants of the Satans want to start the war again. Tell me, do you agree?" The voices came from the lords with varying intensity but with one common reason. They didn't want the war. Signifying that except a few devils not all of them are warmongers. Zikram continued his speech seeing the motivation of the devil lords. "I respected the Lucifer, the one called the Morning Star, but I can't put my respect above the well-being of the entire devil race. So to oppose the Satans and their foolish ideals I have brought forth the strongest devils of our time to help us." Hearing that Zira, Ajuka, Seraphal, and Falbium stood up and went to the stage in front of them realzing their auras. Making sure that they give out the message that they are strong. Seeing that many of the lords who secretly had fear felt relieved, in the midst of this one of the Devil Pillars spoke. Iranov provide the full support to the anti-Satan faction. Hearing that many of the lords expressed their support toward the rebellion. But this was due to Hannah and Valak having the Ronov and Valafor pillars say that they support starting a domino effect. One could say that Valak had some brains. The same thing happened on the Satan side on the urging of Valak and Paimon controlling Barbados. Seeing that he had successfully rallied enough support, Zikram went on to the next important talk. Everyone quit soon and Zikram again spoke. For this revolution to be a success we must have a concrete structure for our army, so I want you all to nominate someone for the position of the Supreme Commander. Someone who will be responsible for the entire army and will the top hierarchy of the faction. Zikram was planning on taking that role as he was strong and wise. Although the new generation was stronger, none of them were respected enough to be nominated as one. But alas, at this moment the gate of the hall opened and a single person walked inside without any concern. Cain was walking in the hall like he was going on a walk. No announcement or greeting, just barged in. But even after that no one voiced anything. This was due to him being a Lucifer and being strong. Although they believed he was not the strongest, but still he was one of the strongest around with the most support of the common devils due to his works for them. After reaching the middle of the hall, Cain stopped and said in a low voice, but it still echoed in the hall. May I ask what are so many devil pillars gathered for, and why was I not invited? Hearing that many of the devil pillars started panicking, thinking that Cain will be angry if he found that they were plotting to rebel against the Satans. After all, he was also a fellow Satan. But Zira saw through his act and said out loud. Why are you being so dramatic? We both know you aren't dumb. So whose side you are on? Hearing that the devil lords had a neuron activation moment and connected the dots, finally they were calm again. Cain, seeing that his act was seen through, got serious and said, I am as of now neutral, but please don't, for your sake, do something like the Beelzebub. I will turn out very bad. Hearing that Ajuka and Seraphal were relived, while Zira a bit disappointed that he wasn't on their side. But Valafor was very pissed. A new devil threatening me, a first-gen devil. He spoke up, and what if I decide to siege Lucifer? After all, you are Satan, what to say you won't be a dictator and cause another trouble after this. Just as he said that, the hall got heavier as if gravity was increased. Even Zira and Ajuka felt a little oppressed. Well, if you do siege Lucifer, I will pray that you somehow die before I get to you, or else I will make the devils cry out if they see you after I am done with you. Valafor and all lords with similar thought were scared shitless by the strength and threats of Cain. Just as Cain took back his aura, many devils laced their breath, not knowing that they had held it too strong. That was the thought in the minds of Zagan and Hannah. They were second-guessing their chances as of this moment. Saying that, Cain turned around and was about to go, but Zira called him. She came near him and said, why don't you join the anti-Satan side? You don't act like the other Satans, and your presence will help us greatly. What do I get in return? Hearing that, everyone was silent as they didn't what could appease Cain. But Zira had a different thought. Hey, do you still have that summoning card? Give one to me. Cain interested in what she will do gave her one. Zira took the card and burned it right away. You do know that won't do anything as I am still here, right? Yes. But now you need to grant my wish. So join our side and help us out. Cain smirked and said, you forgot that the summoning is an equal contract. You need to give me something equal value. I will be risking my life fighting, so I want something which can at least pique my amusement. Zira was thinking about what to offer, but Ajuka and Zikram understood what he wanted. Cain, after seeing that it will take forever if her let her ponder over politics, he came out and said, I want the Supreme Commander position. Hearing that, Zikram cursed, because if Cain wanted that position he will get it. He had Lucifer blood, strength, support from the strong devils and the common devils. Zira, not thinking much, simply said, fine, you get to be the Supreme Commander. Zikram and the other devil lords were ignored and the decision was made by Zira. Nobody objected to this either. Ajuka and the other knew how strong and smart Cain was, while other devils lords were too weak and dumb to stand against him. Only Zikram had the standing, but he was outmatched in everything but experience by Cain, but the most deciding factor was the personal strength of Cain. After all, might makes right in the devil society. After getting the position Cain had wanted, he immediately started giving out orders and handing out tasks to the devils present. Zira was tasked with handling internal attacks within the faction. Zikram was to help her with that. Both will also be deployed on the battlefield when required. Ajuka was tasked with the technical stuff like weapons and communications. Lord Agars was in second charge after him. Just like Zira, he also needs to be ready for fighting. Seraphal was made the main battle force of the army due to her ice magic being extremely efficient for killing. She was supported by pretty much every devil pillar capable of fighting, making the army big enough that it reached more than 100 battalions. Each battalion was made up 2 million soldiers. Falbium was tasked with handling the strategies and training of the soldiers, along with all military-related disputes were to be solved by him. Lord Citri and Gremory will help him with that. Also all the four were required to immediately go to the battlefield if a Satan was there. Cain was kinda not sure in which side Gerhard will be, so he needs to have a separate person to handle him. Zekrom along with Graphia was given that responsibility, although both are weaker than the right hand of the Lucifer. With that said, Cain was supposed to go if any place was facing too much pressure and help, so he was like the trump card. With that, Cain came back and ordered the soldiers of the Lucifer clan to get ready for the war. Cain found out that Rizevim has been gone from the castle since a few months and hasn't returned. Euclid was gone too. None of his servants know anything. Too suspicious. While he came back, he also sensed Gerhard waiting for him. He went to meet him. Cain straight went to the main topic and asked, "On which side you are, Gerhard?" The reply came short and concise. "The 6 houses of Lucifer are loyal to the Satan's Cain." Cain was surprised this was the first time Gerhard called him by his name. "Why though don't I, the direct son of the Lucifer, have more control over you guys? As my lord said, I am to follow the other Satan's descendants if the situation arises. He said that when he didn't knew about you too, but the houses of Lucifer still decided to be against you. I can't go against all 5 of them and disobey my lords. You are a foolish man, but that's what makes you so valuable. If I kill all the Satan descendants, then will you join my side?" "Yes." "Then so be it. Let's meet on the battlefield next time, old man. I will send Graphia." "No need, I have already talked to her." With that, Gerhard went back, leaving Cain alone in the living room contemplating the civil war and its consequences. Somewhere else, while Gerhard and Cain were talking. "Yes, this is the place, my lord, where the dormant power of the Satans lay," Floretti said with a certain tone in his voice. He had brought Melon Beelzebub here to have him inherit a little bit of the Malbranche powers to kill Cain. So this is the power of the Satans. As if a switch was pressed, one of the 12 Malbranche opened its eyes and looked at Melon and said, "My name is Barbaricia, the deputy commander of the evil claws. Take my power and show the world terror." Saying that, some kind of energy went inside Melon. And he, feeling the power coursing through him, became high and went to his brother Shalba to show off. While Floretti went to tell the others that the plan was a success, at least the initial part. What he didn't notice that another Malbranche had awakened. "Why did you do it, Barbaricia? When he loses control over himself and dies, I will use the residual power to awaken myself and you to kill the devils for sealing us Scarmiglione." Nice. Finally the foolish devils will know true fear of the evil claws. Another variation has appeared in the timeline due to Cain. What will it lead to remains to be seen. Not much time had passed since the formation of the anti-Satan rebel faction and its declaration in the underworld. But the Satans had already launched an attack on the Agar's territory, hence officially marking the start of the Devil Civil War. The response was also swift, with Seraphol reaching there, making the Satan army retreat. Likewise on the other places, initially the Satans were in the lead, but when any one of the newer gen devils joined, they would lose. Although none of the Satans have joined the battle themselves. And you guys are crazy. 150 horsepower in less than a day. Here's the bonus chapter, and the bonus chapters will be released within 24 hours of hitting the goal. Chapter 31, Fusion Castle. A Juka POV. I have always considered myself a genius. Even my friend Zira was stronger than me, not smarter than me. But my way of seeing the world changed when I first saw him demolishing Sarah without even trying. Cain, Livian, Lucifer was undoubtedly the strongest devil around. Zira may think she is stronger, but deep down I know she will lose to him. The way he carries himself is scary. No wasteful movements, always observing everything around him, ready to react in a moment's notice. First time I knew it was when he killed those invisible insects. Seeing him made me want to have a trump card strong enough to give him hell. I wanted to control all the phenomena and abilities in the world. My father told me I was a transcendent devil. I only knew the horrors of them when I read about them and finally met them. My father and mother always told me hide my power and not to let the Satan know about it. But all of that went down the drain when Zira stepped forward to help the Auriax heir. Which led to the tournament and all 4 of us reveling our powers. Maybe this made the Satans feel threatened starting the civil war, or maybe it did not, but I know for sure the devils need to change for surviving. I may not be able to help much in politics and outer affairs as I have no interest in those things, but I will do my best to use my passion and talent to help the devil race. When I awakened my clan trait I was ecstatic, but I only got the formula part and not the seals part. But I was happy. From a young age I had an interest in calculations. This made my demonic energy have a special trait for magic circle creation. My specialization laid in a branch of creation, the stark opposite of my friend Zira, who was specialized in destruction. After decades of failed formulas, thousands of experiments, I finally managed to reach my goal, the absolute formula. Kankara formula. It allows me to manipulate the phenomena that occur in the world by using my demonic powers to fill in the calculations of the natural phenomena. By using a specialized magic circle, I am capable of affecting the outside world in various ways. I never ever had the opportunity to use it in combat, but thanks to the Civil War and Cain I got this golden opportunity. Although it may be wrong to think of this war as a good thing, my inner mad scientist can't help but be excited at the prospect of using my crystallization of knowledge practically. I stand in front of Rizevim Tariku Leviathan and flying above the retreating armies of the Satans and anti-Satans faction, leaving the already ruined Gyusion castle even more damaged. The Gyusion clan went extinct during the Great War. But now the time has come to fight a Satan descendant. Multiple things are at stake. I must win for my clan, for the devil race, and most importantly for the sake of my calculations. Third-person POV. Just before the attack at the Gyusion castle, Cain had just came back from Nyx's divine realm. She had gotten weaker over the past decades, making Cain hasten his plans for making hell. I also need to put the 6 houses of the Lucifer in place. Though Lucifuge can get a pardon, can't really blame Gerhard, and Graphia is my maid too. While Cain was thinking this, Graphia came to him and said in an urgent voice, "My lord, according Falbium, there has been movement by the Satan faction and they have attacked our base at Gyusion castle. It seems that the Leviathan is the one leading it. So finally, after 6 months of back and forth, they decided to get on the offensive. Tell Ajuka to go there and help the soldiers retreat. Also let him decide the fate of the Leviathan." Cain wasn't really worried, although he didn't expect Rizevim to come. In terms of top-tier powerhouses, the anti-Satan faction has the upper hand. As for Ajuka, he was saying about testing his trump card, so he let him go. Let's see how does the current Leviathan fare against the future Beelzebub. After Ajuka was informed of the task by Graphia, he immediately teleported inside the Gyusion camp, which was in chaos. They had heard that the Satans were coming here. They had lost all hope. Ajuka first asked the highest-ranking officers to gather and shut up every soldier by using his aura. After they were calm, he asked about the situation. "Lord Ajuka, we don't even have any Satan-ranked devil here. But this position is very important from the strategic point of view. Both Lord Cain and Lord Falbium had said it." Ajuka naturally also knew about it, but he couldn't guarantee that this place will be habitable if he fought here. So he asked them to leave this camp to him and go make a large-scale formation around the Gyusion town. "May I ask why, my lord?" "We should retreat after all. The Leviathan is coming. Leave the Leviathan and the generals to me. Just focus on killing the enemy soldiers." Saying that, Ajuka spread his wings and went high up in the sky, waiting for Rizevim to come to him. The camp leader looked at Ajuka and doubted him, but followed the order regardless. He emptied the camp along with all the good they could have carried in a moment's notice and formed a formation ready for battle at 500 kilometers around the Gyusion town. Ajuka had told them to also stop anyone from interfering in the battle that was about to happen. Ajuka's troops initiated the battle with the Leviathan troops centered around the Gyusion domain. In a few moments, Ajuka killed all of the generals of the opposing army, making the Leviathan enter the battle. Rizevim used her devastating abilities to destroy the troops of Ajuka, but he managed to redirect the attacks, giving the army enough time to retreat to safety and continue their battle with the Leviathan army. "Leviathan, it seems we've come to this point. Are you ready?" Ajuka asked, maintaining his calm demeanor. Rizevim said while smirking arrogantly. "Ready. Astaroth, my power far surpasses yours. This battle will be over before it even begins." "Is that so? You Satans always had quite the ego. But remember, it's not just power that wins battles. Strategy and intellect play a significant role." "Strategy? Intellect? You were the bookish type, I heard, Astaroth. But when it comes to raw power, there's no contest. Raw power can be impressive, but it can also be a double-edged sword if not wielded wisely. My friend is also of the same type." "Oh, don't worry, Astaroth. I fully intend to win, and when I do, you'll finally understand who the superior devil is." With that, both the devils got ready and unleashed their auras. Rizevim used her clan trait Sea Serpent of the End to use the water of the nearby lake to create water creatures and attack Ajuka. Ajuka manipulated them using his Kankara formula and turned them against her own troops, creating chaos. The Leviathan was shocked that her attacks, which were strong enough to kill Altair-class devils, were handled with ease by Ajuka. Seeing this, Rizevim got angrier and started using attacks which could drown entire cities. She started using her own demonic powers to create water and use it against Ajuka, but he was still handling without any problem. Due to not having any prior combat experience of fighting someone much stronger, Rizevim burned through her reserves very quickly. Very soon she was grasping for air while Ajuka wasn't even tired. In this entire fight he had only used his Kankara formula to take control of Rizevim's water and use it against her and her army. This shows how good of a control he has over his own demonic power and other using his formula. Ajuka turned her water blasts into mist to dissipate them, turned her water beasts back to water and redirected her attacks back to her. Using Kankara formula he took control her attacks and calculated to alter them in such a way that the Leviathan can't disable them. "Curse you, lowly Astaroth. How could you be stronger than me, a pure-blooded Satan? Bloodline means nothing if the person who has is not good." Hearing that, Rizevim got angry and her demonic power started going haywire. She transformed into a giant serpent-like dragon that was the true form of the Leviathan. Also known as the Serpent of Envy. She started firing gigantic aura beams at Ajuka in her frenzy. Each of those beams was enough to destroy the armies, multiple of those beams can even completely destroy a country. Rizevim had lost all reason due to her transformation being induced due to rage and not of her own will. Ajuka using his Kankara formula turned her attacks on her army destroying them, he directed the rest beams away making giant explosion. The craters created were enough to contain water from hundreds of lakes. Seeing that the rampage of the Leviathan will bring great destruction, Ajuka got serious and used his Kankara formula to the limit. Ajuka was not like Zira or Cain who transformed into their super devil forms. He didn't have one. When he used his Kankara formula to the max he could control everything under a certain radius regardless of abilities and phenomena. That was his super devil power. In his domain he is the supreme being. He can control the energy of his opponent without his consent. Basically any phenomena and ability inside his domain are his to use with the same proficiency or even higher than the original user due to Ajuka being smart enough to understand his opponent's power better than them. There are certain exceptions like someone who had better control, is way stronger or has a technique to counter it. But regardless due this outrageous ability Ajuka has earned the right to be called a transcendent devil. Every natural phenomena in the vicinity of Gyujian town stopped. Even Rizevim was unable to move. Only Ajuka was able to. After that Ajuka created a magic circle and touched Rizevim. Just by that touch she transformed back to her normal form. And fell down to the ground. Ajuka took control of her clam trait and reversed it. As it was his first time he needed to touch otherwise he can simply do it from far away. Ajuka released his domain and came down to see Rizevim kneeling on the ground with a look of despair and denial on her face. Ajuka seeing that he offered her a chance to surrender. But she laughed and said, "Surrender, I will treat it as a livestock for breeding if the first-gen devils get their hands on me. I know how precious my bloodline is. I can personally guarantee that you will treat it rightfully as a prisoner of war. If you behave you can go back to your position after the civil war is over." She refused with the words, "I, daughter of Leviathan, shall never surrender to the likes of you. You scum," putting her class, reputation, and honor over her own life. Seeing that Ajuka sighed and replied, "I'm sorry. But the underworld doesn't need you." Saying that Ajuka pierced the heart of the Leviathan using his pure condensed demonic energy as a sign of respect. This feat was achievable only by a few in the entire devil race again demonstrating how big of a monster Ajuka is beneath that calm demeanor. Thus the battle at the Gyujian castle ended with a win for the anti-Satan faction and a tremendous loss for the Satan faction. The news of the death of the daughter of the Leviathan spread in the underworld quickly, making known that the anti-Satan faction has devils strong enough to contend with the Satan faction. This boosted the morale of the rebel troops to another level making it even harder for the Satan army to fight evenly with the rebels. All the devil lords congratulated Ajuka and some even offered a marriage offer. But Ajuka kindly declined all of them politely. He had already known this would happen if he showed his strength. In the other hand Cain was still easygoing. He had sensed the battle between Ajuka and Rizevim. To think he could have the power to completely shut all phenomena within his domain and cut off space from outside. Even Cain would be in a pinch if he had to fight Ajuka. But he would be fine as he had near perfect control over his demonic energy and dark light will win in a long battle due to its effects. And so this stalemate with the rebel faction on the winning side will go on for a while until another Satan joined the battle. For planning the future invasion of Lucifer which Cain had left after transferring everything from his castle to the wealth using the magic embedded in it to Lilith. Cain had done this as he knew Lucifer will not the capital after the civil war. Cain had called a meeting with the devil pillars and the 4 rookies as he liked to call them though that had been in the past. This meeting will decide how to deal with the remaining Satans and the 6 houses of Lucifer along with the devil pillars that still support the Satan faction. And sheesh. You guys are killing it with the support. At rate I will have to post a 4th chapter this week. Chapter 32, Attack at Valafor Castle. Read if you want. A Satan's Regret. Rizevim POV. When did I start to become so arrogant I wonder? I miss the days when I had fun in the human world. In those days I wasn't so weird. To dominate the world or win the Great War. But even so I had my pride as a Leviathan. I couldn't ignore when a fellow Satan was disrespected along with my daughter Kateria. But alas my parenting was wrong. Kateria had become an arrogant devil like the other ones. I had another daughter Livia. She was always the rebellious one born a few years later. Kateria she was my child whom I had bore due to my flings with one of the other devil. She had left her home and married a human in Europe. I had kept this a secret from everyone. Even about her birth. Even the Lucifers were in the dark about her. But then I heard about her death. She was killed by the townspeople for her being a witch. She didn't even retaliate due to her kindness. When I found about it I massacred the entire town and erased its existence. This made us devils be on bad terms with the Norse pantheon but I didn't care. After 15 years I was contacted through the husband of my daughter. I had a granddaughter named Ingvild. I was beyond overjoyed, but that was short-lived. She had contacted the sleeping sickness. That had no cure in the world. I brought to the underworld and hid her in my territory. But was only able to see her and not talk to her. My only wish is that she wakes up and has a nice life unlike me or her mother, and most certainly not like Kateria. Third-person POV. Cain can be seen sitting in his castle, which he had teleported using his special method from Lucifer to Lilith. Cain was planning on making Lucifer a symbolic city after the war and Lilith the advanced capital of hell. The other persons sitting were Lord Agar's, Zekrom, Zira, Ajuka, Seraphol, Falbium, Graphia, and Lord Phoenix and Lord Vapula. Cain had deemed all of them trustworthy enough. So thanks to Ajuka, we have one less Satan to worry about, and we have been successful in opening a safe path to Lucifer for sieging it. Everyone agreed to it and showed grateful looks to Ajuka. Cain continued. But only one way had been opened, we need at least one more. If one way is blocked by the remaining Satans, it will worsen the casualties. Lord Phoenix added, indeed our rate of production of Phoenix tears is not enough, millions of devils have died already. Zekrom continued, the crux of the problem is the devils on the Satan side are fanatic. Although we managed to kill the Leviathan, the other two are still alive. We need to end this war quickly or many clans will become extinct. Lord Agar's also shared his views, we can't even imprison them, they would rather kill themselves than be a prisoner. Cain heard all of them and said. So we need to end this war as quickly as possible. We need a path immediately to Lucifer. Ajuka, you lead on your troops to Lucifer and curb the resistance you find midway. Seraphol, go and reinforce the Valifor castle and open a way from there to Lucifer. Zira will meet up with you midway after ending the conflict of the other territories. Thus the meeting ended with the decision to end the war quickly. But no plan survives contact with enemy. Demedosu Asmodeus had destroyed the Valifor clan, making it go extinct by the use of his clan trait Star Send Moment. It is a support type ability which boosts the strength of the allies tenfold for a given time. Though the side effects make it a trump card for ending battles quickly. By the time Seraphol had reached there and stated battling the Asmodeus troops, the one thing Cain had predicted happened. Gerhard Lucifuge joined the battle. Seraphol had to retreat from the battle. Even if Seraphol was strong, Gerhard was in another league. Even glaciers the size of a few kilometers were slashed by him like they were carrots. Cain had ordered Graphia to intercept if this happened, but Cain wasn't in the underworld right now. He was with Nyx and there was no way to contact him. Inside the rebel camp, Seraphol can be seen sitting with a pout on her face while Graphia was standing there with her stoic face. Well, that old man is too strong. I can't do anything to him. Eris Citri, please stop throwing a tantrum like a baby and get ready for the next battle. I will fight my father while you deal with the Asmodeus. Lady Zira will be arriving in about 10 days, so we need to hold them for at least that much time. Graphia, you are no fun. Both of them reached where Asmodeus was supposed to be, but they only found a old man waiting for them. Wait, this was a diversion. Both Graphia and Seraphol figured it out, but they still had to face of the strongest devil after the Satans during the Great War. FIA, you have grown splendidly under the guidance of Cain. Show me your progress. And I hope Lady Citri will not disappoint me. Saying that without any warning and soft spot for his daughter. Gerhard slashed his sword at them, making them separate. Father, why did you interfere only now? Using the information about your enemy to your advantage. It isn't a secret that Cain goes somewhere every month. I simply used that. And it is a Lucifuge's duty to make sure that such things don't happen. Since then the battle was Gerhard toying with both his daughter and Seraphol, even though both of them were in the Satan class. Gerhard was the devil with the most chance to become a super devil. It wouldn't be wrong to say that if Zira or Ajuka didn't Cain, he will keep on holding the entire rebel faction at bay alone. On the other, Cain generally came back in a day or two, but this time he was spending a little more time with Nyx. Nyx has gotten weaker now, so he can't really foo her like he used to, but he still loves her. So Cain decided to stay when she asked to mend her garden together with him. Cain was feeling off about something, but he ignored that feeling as a fleeting thing. He was devoting himself to Nyx for a few days. He had given the anti-Satan faction enough help and strategies to follow. Falbium is Aslo really good with his military tactics, so it should be fine, he thought. But alas, Cain was too much busy in tending the black roses with Nyx that he spent 10 days in her realm. After 10 days, Cain finally came back to the underworld to find 2 battles going on at the same time with ridiculous intensity. One in the Eligos territory and one in the Valifor territory. Seeing that, Cain heightened his sense and saw something that surprised him. Floretti and Agaliraport were fighting with Falbium and Zekrom. I can leave that to them. Zekrom wouldn't lose in a battle of wits that easily, and Falbium is strong enough. Southwest, the place at which I should be focusing, is there. Seriously, just because I left the place for a few days and this shit becomes super crazy. Cain teleported near the fields of the Valifor territory to find Gerhard fighting someone unexpected while protecting Serafal and Grafia. Isn't that a Malbranche? Why is it out? Not one but two, and the target of the other one is Grafia. Just as Cain figured it out, he instantly accelerated and took out his scythe and blocked the claw of the Malbranche with his scythe. Clang. The sound of the claw and scythe silenced the entire battlefield. While the Malbranche made a surprised expression and said, "There is someone who can block my, Barbarichia's attack." Cain, already pissed, said, "Not only block but fucking erase your existence." And kicked him so hard that he got dragged a few kilometers away, leaving scratch marks on the ground. Shocking the other Malbranche. "Let's continue, Mr. Barbarichia." A angry Cain spat out. On the other side in the Valifor territory, Zira was very angry right now. She was fighting Melon Beelzebub, who had taken some power of the Malbranche named Escarmiglione. He went berserk and had become a giant fly chimera. He was releasing poison all around, strong enough for even Gerhard to be wary. Zira had almost managed to kill Demedosu when she was ambushed by Euclid. But she simply defeated him without any problem and sent him back to the Lucifuge camp, thinking that she shouldn't kill him as he is Grafia's brother. But Melon appeared and started to attack while transforming. He also targeted the Satan side. Zira managed to convince Gerhard to fall back and convinced him that she was going to stop the giant fly chimera. Gerhard understood that. He was already tired from fighting Serafal and Grafia for over a week, and he also got poisoned by the chimera poison, so he agreed. Zira went to the west side of Valifor domain as the chimera was going towards the populated areas. Thus she started battling it in order to destroy it along with his poison. But due to the Malbranche's power he had, it was very hard to do so. Zira finally decided to use her true form to erase the fly chimera along with his poison, thus showing the underworld why she is called a transcendent devil. Near the castle of Eligos clan, the surprise attack by the houses of Floreti and Agalaraport was stopped by Zekrom and Falbium. Both of them were slightly troubled due to the tricks used by the lords of the house of Floreti and Agalaraport. Zekrom was able to figure them out due to his vast experience as a first-gen devil, but the same couldn't be said for Falbium. Although he hadn't gotten hit till now, he was needing to change the attribute of his frost field between absolute offense and absolute defense. Due to that, he wasn't able to quickly dispatch the opposing troops. Zekrom was fighting Floreti with his masterful use of pod, while Agalarept was using the opponent's soldiers as meat shield if required. This stalemate was going on for a few days already. Falbium simply wanted to tell his army to back off and go all out and kill the two, but that was not allowed by Zekrom. He said that was they wanted so that they could trap you, thus continuing the stalemate. Ajuka was busy keeping Lucifer under check, so he wasn't able to come and help anyone. The result of all the current fights will be the deciding the factor of the Devil Civil War. If one side wins both, they win. If they win one and lose one, the stalemate continues. The result solely depends on how fast Cain is able to kill the deputy leader of the Evil Claws. On the other hand, something very interesting was going on in the treasury of the Lucifer castle. Rizevim was looting it. He had made this plan when he got the gist of the civil war. He knew he couldn't contend with Cain, so he joined hands with the Nebrios and planned on creating a terrorist group and find out what the house of Lucifer was hiding from him. But for that he needed money, and what better than looting your own brother when is he busy fighting some centuries-old genocidal machines? Cain wouldn't let me live peacefully if he knows about this. If I'm alive, he will surely hunt me down. The best way to make sure that he doesn't try to go after me is to die. Let's see how you deal with me this time, Cain. So many things going on at once in the underworld. All of them happening when Cain was out of the underworld. Will he be able to make things go as he planned? These are left for the future. And here is the bonus chapter for 500 horsepower, a little late. And no, I won't be skipping the fight scenes that happened, they will be shown in the next chapter. Chapter 33, Attack at Valifor Castle 2. Third-person POV. While Cain was in Nyx's divine realm, a lot was going on in the underworld. The battle between Gerhard, Grafia, and Serfal was so big that it made Demedosa think if they were devils. Seeing that he retreated while leaving his army in the battlefield to Gerhard. The tension in the battlefield grew as Gerhard Lucifuge faced his daughter, Grafia, and her ally Serafal. The air of the underworld trembled with the intensity of their clash. Gerhard gripped his sword, a blade forged in the depths of the underworld, while Grafia and Serafal summoned ice glaciers around them. Gerhard's voice echoed through the frozen landscape. "Grafia, my daughter, you've grown stronger since our last encounter. Your ice magic has truly reached insane level." Grafia, determined, responded. "I won't let you get in the way of Lord Cain, father, even if it means facing you." Serafal, her eyes gleaming with confidence, added. "You won't stand a chance against us, Gerhard Lucifuge." The battleground became a place of icy death which was continuously slashed by Gerhard as ice clashed against the right hand of the Lucifer. Gerhard moved with the grace of a seasoned warrior, parrying and countering the relentless assaults of his daughter and her comrade. In the midst of their battle, Gerhard spoke again. Grafia, why don't you use your clan trait of darkness? You have very good potential. Embrace it, control it, and you'll reach new heights. Grafia, momentarily distracted, questioned, what do you mean, father? I will lose myself if I use it more than this. Serafal was not able to follow up with their conversation. She was totally focused on defeating Gerhard. She wanted this war to end as fast as possible. Gerhard smiled, a mix of pride and sadness in his eyes. It's not about succumbing, my daughter. It's about understanding. Darkness can be a formidable ally when harnessed with control. Seeing that Grafia is unable to understand him, with a swift motion, Gerhard unleashed a wave of dark energy. Grafia felt the resonance with that power in her. The ice glaciers around her intensified, blending with the newfound darkness. Serafal watched in awe as the battlefield transformed. Gerhard was taking control of their ice by encasing it in his darkness. Soon Serafal and Grafia started to fight back to get their control back on the ice, and in the midst of that Grafia heard her father speak. Grafia, Gerhard's voice resonated in the battlefield, control the shadows, let them fuse with your ice. This fusion will make you unstoppable. As Grafia embraced the amalgamation of ice and darkness, her attacks became more potent. Serafal increased her output to keep up with the shifting tides of magic. Gerhard, proud of his daughter's progress, continued to guide her. Your potential is boundless, Grafia. Together, with Cain you can reshape the underworld. Furthering the legacy of the Lucifuges. Grafia, father, why did you join the Satans? Doesn't your loyalty lie in the clan of Lucifer? Gerhard, parrying an incoming strike, replied. The world is not as simple as it seems, my daughter. Sometimes, one must hurt someone to protect what they hold dear. The battle reached its climax, the clash of ice, darkness, and steel echoing through the Valifor territory. Gerhard and Grafia faced each other, a momentary pause in the chaos. Father, I don't understand what you mean, but I am sure Lord Cain would. Until then, it's my job as his Lucifuge in assisting him. Grafia declared. Gerhard, accepting her choice, nodded. That's my girl. Forge your own path, Grafia, and remember, the shadows can be both a shield and a weapon. The battle continued, but now Grafia fought with a newfound determination and control. Ice and darkness intertwined, creating a formidable force that allowed Serafal to keep her peak output without worrying that Grafia might lag. In the end, as the eternal purple sky of the underworld hung over the battlefield, Gerhard couldn't help but feel a mixture of pride and regret, knowing that his daughter had chosen her own destiny. While going back to Lucifer after seeing the fight between the two sides, Demedosu Asmodeus was awestruck to the point where he doubted if those three were even devils. But in his way back he met someone he didn't want to. Zira Gremory had finally reached the Valifor territory. And to unfortunate luck of Asmodeus he met her. Not to say much, but just as he saw red hair from the distance he ordered his troops to run as fast as they can. I have no interest in checking out how strong she is. Demedosu reached back to his base at Valifor town and stared, preparing for defense, but his surprise, even though Zira was chasing him, she wasn't able to reach him. Thank goodness. Zira was ambushed by Euclid on her way to capture Demedosu. HMP, you lowly Gremory. I have come today to kill you. Euclid declared, not knowing how strong Zira is. Euclid attacked her using his darkness power, but she destroyed all of it and knocked him out with a single attack infused with her pod. Seeing that he was knocked out, Zira decided to take him back to his father. Zira didn't want to kill him as she thought he was Grafia's brother and Grafia was Cain's maid. But when she reached near the camp of the Lucifuge, she saw all the soldiers staying there, not on the battlefield. Seeing that, she left Euclid there and went to the place where the fight was going on. On reaching there, she saw that the entire battlefield was a cold desert with temperatures going way below zero. Serafal had used her strongest attack, Cross Celsius trigger, covering the land into a frozen wonderland. On the other hand, half of the sky was dark because of Grafia. But even after this, Gerhard was not losing. In fact, he was still pushing them back. He wasn't called the right hand of the Lucifer for nothing. Each strike of his sword would cut Serafal magic and separate the darkness of Grafia. Seeing that, Zira created a sword of destruction and slashed. Sensing the immense attack heading towards them, the combatants retreated hastily. It was the right decision. Zira's attack destroyed the darkness and ruined the frozen land. Serafal and Grafia were relieved, seeing that support has come, as they were getting tired. While Gerhard was shocked, seeing the ridiculous power in a simple attack done by Zira. Seeing that made Gerhard understand that the Satans have lost this war. And to think Grafia says Cain is stronger than her while Ajuka is also there. There is no way the Satan faction is winning this civil war. The entire battlefield was controlled in an instant by Zira, but in the middle of this, Melon Beelzebub appeared with a crazy look on his face and started speaking like a madman. All the lowly devils have gathered to die by my hands. Melon, have you gone crazy? Serafal said, knowing how weak he was. Ha ha ha. You guys don't know anything, I have gained the power of the evil claws. Nobody in this world is my opponent. Hearing evil claws, Gerhard immediately got serious. Young Beelzebub, who gave you that power and where did you hear that name? Melon in his high state ignored everything and only saw Gerhard questioning him. You a mere servant of the Satans dare ask me, die. Screaming, Melon began to transform into a giant fly chimera. This was the result of using his clan trait along with the Malbranche's power. Melon started to release a deadly poison which was greenish-purple in color. Gerhard, knowing that this was the doing of the other houses of Lucifer, went ahead to kill Melon. But the fly chimera was insanely fast and swung its poison-coated tail and managed to scratch Gerhard. Gerhard was poisoned. He would have been able to dodge it, but fighting two Satan-class devils at the same time for days without rest, even though he was not injured, his fatigue had built up. Gerhard knew that he wouldn't last long, so he decided to at least kill this chimera, but it started flying towards the populated areas. Zira, seeing this, said, Lord Lucifuge, please go back to your camp. Euclid is there. I will handle the fly chimera. Saying so, Zira spread her wings and went after the chimera. Seeing that, Gerhard also decided that it would be for the best that he retreated and handled the houses of Lucifer. While Graphia went along with him, as Euclid in the underworld was a very concerning thing, as Rizevim may also be in the underworld. Seraphal returned to her camp to have a talk with the troops and check on the other places. Looks like your plan was a success, Scarmiglione, Barbaricia said. Indeed, Deputy Leader. Now is the time to kill the devils. Saying so, the two awakened Malbranax went towards the Valifor territory. But after they went there, a devil came inside with a cunning smile on his face. This devil was Zairama Nibiros. The foolish constructs don't even know anything. So easy to manipulate. Now let's begin my research. Saying so, he began to transport the remaining 10 Malbranax into the underground facility he had built outside the territory of the devils and the Greeks, making it impossible to find, and retreated there. But he made a mental note to check the battle between the rumored super devils Ieria Gremory and the Beelzebub descendant. Just a few decades more, I will have a way to escape this world. As the Malbranche were coming, they weren't hiding their energy signature, so Gerhard and Graphia sensed them coming and went to intercept them. Gerhard had drunk a phoenix tear, but the poison was too strong. It only reduced the rate of spreading. By the time they reached there, Seraphal was also there. The two Malbranche simply stood there and watched them. Gerhard, knowing what they were told, te others. Only try to defend yourself. Do not try to fight then, because those things are the Malbranches mentioned in the history books. Hearing that, both Graphia and Seraphal got serious. Gerhard went to fight Barbaricia, knowing that he was the stronger one, but was intercepted by Scarmiglione, leaving Graphia and Seraphal to fight Barbaricia. The situation was tense and Gerhard was poisoned. Graphia and Seraphal weren't ready to fight someone even the original Lucifer declared to be dangerous and sealed them. 500 years after the Great War, a devil was born. She floated in the air, releasing the power of destruction, which was so powerful even when she was a newborn, it could disintegrate or deform surrounding furniture and decoration without a trace. None of the doctors could touch her, except Venelana, who held her daughter and asked her husband Zeodicus on what her name would be, to which he replied, Zira. Zira POV. Being a Gremory, I was always kind and loving to everyone. I treated even the common devils and mingled with them. When I was 17, I used to play piano at the Gremory Hall. Many children would join me and ask me questions related to various things. I also sung them nursery rhymes. I was happy with my life. I had inherited the pod from my mother. My parents always told me to not reveal my powers. My friends Adjuka, Seraphal, and Falbium were also told that. But when I saw the poor Auriax heir being beaten by the Beelzebub heir, I couldn't stop and ended up fighting him. Thankfully, Graphia intervened and Shalba was stopped by Cain. Over time, due to my antics with Cain, I fell in love with him. Due to this, I started acquiring Lucifer as a reason to go there and meet with him. I also grew close with the choir group. After the Satan descendants decided to start the war, Zekrom came to me and asked me to join him, but I denied. But the Beelzebub ordered his troops to massacre the common devils and Lucifer who did not support them. When I heard of it, I immediately went to Lucifer only to find the corpses of the innocent children who were in my choir. I was about to go to the Beelzebub castle and kill all of them, but I saw a huge explosion in the forest. Cain returned and saw me sitting on my knees falling into despair near the town post. He came near me and didn't say anything or tried to console me, but simply hugged me. That day I cried for the first time. Cain, did they die because I didn't support the rebels? I was sobbing, but he replied, this would have happened regardless. Hearing that, I knew that the Satans were not necessary for the devil race. After that, I joined the rebel faction. I also asked Adjuka to join. I persuaded Falbium to join and he did. I am going to end this war so no more innocent children will die. Here I stand in front of Melon Beelzebub, who had transformed into a chimera. He was going to a populated area, but I wouldn't let him. No more innocent devils will die. Third-person POV. Zira faced the giant fly chimera, her body covered with the pod. As the monstrous chimera loomed before her, she channeled the clan trait she had inherited. However, to her surprise, the creature resisted her attempts to obliterate it. "No, this should be enough to shatter mountains," Zira muttered, frustration evident in her voice. Each strike she delivered merely glanced off its tough exoskeleton. Gritting her teeth, Zira muttered, "Stubborn beast, isn't it?" The chimera buzzed menacingly, its multiple eyes fixated on her. Unwilling to back down, Zira channeled more power into her destructive aura, intensifying the red aura that surrounded her. As the battle raged on, Zira's frustration grew. The chimera seemed immune to a large part of her abilities. In a moment of realization, she understood that conventional methods wouldn't be enough to overcome this adversary. "I can destroy it if I use more of my energy, but the poison would spread and kill the people in the populated areas." Thinking so, Zira decided to get rid of all the traces of poison along with the chimera. With a determined resolve, she tapped into the depths of her abilities, calling upon her true form, the incarnation of pure destruction. And the weekly chapter. 5th chapter in 7 days. And give those PS. Bonus chapter at 169 Power Stones. Chapter 34, Incarnation of Destruction. Third-person POV. Zira called upon her true powers and started transforming into the incarnation of pure destruction. The entire underworld was shaking with the amount of power Zira was radiating. The space in the battlefield was shaking. The air itself was twisting around her, making her figure distorted. After that, what remained there was not a living being, it was humanoid-shaped power of destruction. It didn't even look like a living brain, just pod taking a human form. Few beings in the world can call themselves incarnation of destruction, and Zira is one of them. The fly chimera felt scared as only its primal instincts were in control. Just by Zira's presence the poison was being erased out of existence. Seeing that its most versatile weapon being destroyed so easily, the fly chimera instinctively understood that this is not an opponent it can face. It started to run away, but Zira created a dome of pod around both of them. "Gotta end this fast. I can't control my powers in this form, I will end up causing more damage than the chimera." This was the first time Zira had used her form. Unlike Cain, who used Nyx's divine realm to learn and master his true form, Zira didn't or wasn't able to. Thus her aura of destruction destroyed anything in her vicinity without differentiating between allies and enemies. "I just need to kill the chimera and stay like this for a while. My aura would erase all traces of poison on its own." Thus Zira used the strongest attack in her arsenal to kill the chimera. She created a sphere around the chimera and filled it up with the pod. The chimera inside screeched and howled, but the pod slowly erased its existence. The Malbranche's power and Melon Beelzebub both were obliterated without any resistance by Zira's strongest attack, Ruin the Extinct. The chimera was destroyed. Now only the poison it released was left to be destroyed. Zira's aura was doing it, but with the amount it had released it was going to take a while. This could have been way faster, but Zira was afraid that her destruction would reach the populated area, so she was doing her best restraining it. But still the terrain nearby area was getting slowly obliterated, and the sky above her had changed to red from purple due to the large amount of destruction aura released by Zira. "Please just let this end quickly." Gerhard Lucifuge was fighting with the Malbranche Scarlimgen while the poison from the fly chimera was still hindering him. "You are the servant of the bastard Lucifer, so weak, well your master was too." Hearing that Gerhard was enraged, "You may disrespect me, but disrespecting my master is off limits." Saying that, Gerhard slashed his sword and a cut appeared on the cheek of the Malbranche, shocking it. "Let's see which happens first, either you die or my body gives up." Gerhard had decided that this would be his last battle. "I wouldn't be able to fight after this even if I survive, what a shame that would be." Thus the last battle of the first Lucifuge began. After that, Gerhard started overpowering the Malbranche with his sword skillful manipulation of his clan trait along with using the terrain to his advantage. The evil claw Scarlimgen was astonished. "How can a mere servant can you fight me? You think too highly of yourselves. My master sealed you because he wouldn't be able to win against all 12 of you at once. But in a one-on-one battle even your leader Malakota will be nothing but fodder to my master the Morning Star if he was in his heyday." This was true. If Lucifer were to fight the Malbranches in his angel form, he will defeat them all. He wasn't called the Morning Star for nothing. But the restraints placed on him by the heavens system made him seal them due to it limiting his strength. But that is talk for later. The Malbranche was hell-bent on killing him due to his connection with Lucifer, and Gerhard was also hell-bent on killing the Malbranche to keep the promise he made to his master. The battlefield lay shrouded in an eerie tension, a testament to the clash between Scarlimgen and Gerhard. The air crackled with an unsettling energy as the two adversaries faced each other, a dance of swords and claws about to unfold. Gerhard, weakened and poisoned, gripped his sword with unwavering determination. The poison coursing through his veins served as a cruel reminder that he needs to end this fast. Scarlimgen, a relic from the past with dark wings and a sinister aura, had a grin on his face. "So, Gerhard Lucifuge, your time is at an end. The poison eats away at your strength, Scarlimgen sneered. Scarmiglione was the one gave the power to Melon, so he knew that Gerhard was poisoned. Gerhard, defiant despite his weakened state, retorted. I'll face my death when it comes for me, not at the hand of a sealed machine like you. The clash began, blades and claws clashing with each other at tremendous speed, creating sonic booms every time they touched. Scarlimgen's movements were swift, his attacks fueled by the hatred he wielded. Gerhard, though weakened, fought with the ferocity of war-hardened devil. Showing of why was he called the Dark Spirit during the Great War. Even some of the archangels were scared to fight him due to him killing one. As the battle lengthened, Gerhard was losing his vision and the poison's grip around his life tightened. Scarlimgen, reveling in the suffering of the servant of his most hated Parison, taunted. Your master sealed me away, but in the end, he couldn't escape the clutches of death. Now you shall fall to me as well. Gerhard, fueled by a final surge of determination, unleashed a torrent of dark energy. The shadows intertwined with his sword, creating a deadly aura that caught Scarlimgen off guard. I may not escape death, but I'll take you down with me, Gerhard declared, his voice a defiant echo. Scarmiglione was shocked. He retaliated with a barrage of his nails which he launched from his claws. The battle between a dying warrior and a malevolent force became more turbulent. In the midst of the chaos, Gerhard's movements were getting slower, he was out of breath. Scarlimgen, sensing his foe's weakening, grinned with sadistic pleasure. Your end is near, Lucifuge. The poison will kill you, and soon, your soul will meet your master. Scarlimgen proclaimed. Seeing that he needed to end this quickly, Gerhard used a trick he was saving. Using his connection with his master, he used the sealing magic. He was only able to do so because he also took a part in the sealing. Silver runes appeared around Scarlimgen, halting his movements momentarily. Seizing this opportunity, Gerhard unleashed a series of precise strikes, each infused with the last dregs of his strength. As Scarlimgen was too unprepared and was unable to resist the full might of Gerhard, Gerhard's final strike pierced through the Malebranche's heart. A dark scream echoed through the battlefield as Scarlimgen dissipated into the shadows. But not without a warning. My other brother will take revenge on the underworld, curse you Lucifuge. The sealing magic, having served its purpose, faded away. Gerhard fell on his knees, and felt the poison take hold of his life. But contrary to his impending doom, he looked towards the purple sky, a weary but resolute smile on his face. I finished a part of what you started, my lord, now I will leave the rest to your son, he whispered. The battlefield, silent in the aftermath, bore witness to the loyalty of a warrior who had faced the Malebranche with unwavering resolve. While Gerhard and Zira were fighting their respective battles, Cain was protecting Grafia and Serafal while fighting Barbaricia. Both of you go and kill Demedosu. I will handle the Malebranche. Come here after you are done. Grafia and Serafal went to the Satan faction camp to end the life of Demedosu Asmodeus. Now that they have gone, shall we see how strong you are? Cain started using his extraordinary scythe skills to fight the so-famed deputy leader of the Evil Claws. But to his surprise he was quite good. But that is it, he will lose to even Zira or Ajuka. But he is stronger than any other devil. Cain used his dark light to end this quickly, but just as the Evil Claw saw that his entire temperament changed and he became a bloodthirsty killer. Lucifer. I will murder your entire bloodline. While he is attacking me with the ferocity of a mad dog. Wait, not a good comparison. Oh, my stupid father sealed him, so he is taking out his hatred on me and looks like he can somehow defend against dark light. So this might be tough. I guess this was the reason they were sealed. Cain, knowing that he can't use dark light extensively in this fight, started to use the powers of the scythe. Cain raised his scythe and used the move he used against Kokabeel. The damage done to the Malebranche was extensive. Looks like these guys are weak to soul attacks. Azrael's scythe is a soul-based growth weapon. As he used to collect the soul of the dead, his scythe had the ability to cut souls and harvest them. Many more abilities are waiting to be unleashed, but Cain is not on the level of Azrael, who was probably on the level of Angel Lucifer. But the scythe was surprisingly effective against the Malebranche. Lucifer, I will kill you even if it means sacrificing myself. Barbaricia had understood that Cain was stronger than him. He is stronger than me and has a weapon which can attack our weakness. I can only try to take him down with me. If not, only leader Malakota can fight him. Ironically, the antagonist was the one sacrificing here instead of the protagonist. Cain is fully playing the role of a devil here. Let's get serious. The winds were creating a eerie noise as Cain realized the aura of his scythe. A sinister feeling assaulted Barbaricia, the Malebranche with razor-sharp claws. The clash of steel against claws echoed through the desolate battleground, both combatants locked in a serious battle. Cain's red eyes, radiating coldness and determination, swung his scythe with lethal precision, aiming for Barbaricia's vulnerable spots. Barbaricia, agile and relentless, due to using his life force, countered with swift slashes of his claws, each strike leaving a trail of destructive energy in its wake. As the battle intensified, Barbaricia could feel himself going on the losing side while Cain was pushing him back by showing off his ridiculous skill with the scythe. In a desperate move, he tapped into his life force, channeling it into his claws. The energy surged through him, transforming his attacks into a deadly force that cut through the air like a storm. Cain was unperturbed and swung his scythe with deadly grace, each swing calculated to exploit any opening. Barbaricia, fueled by the sacrifice of his life force, fought with a ferocity that bordered on madness. All of this lasted only for a short time as with each swing, Barbaricia's strength waned, and his movements grew sluggish. Cain, understanding that Barbaricia's life force was almost over, pressed the advantage. Your life force won't save you, ancient mongrel. It only hastens your demise. Barbaricia, his breaths labored, retorted with a feral growl. I'll take you down with me, even if it costs me everything. In a final act of desperation, Barbaricia unleashed a barrage of energy-infused slashes. The last attempt of the Malebranche was strong, but Cain, however, seized the opportunity and using his scythe as a lever turned on his scythe and pierced him from the back, ripping his torso from the rest of his body and delivered a precise strike, severing Barbaricia's claws and sending him to the ground. As Barbaricia lay defeated, his life force expended, Cain stood over him with a neutral gaze. Your sacrifice was in vain. You cannot overcome me. I am inevitable. Barbaricia, weakened but defiant, managed a strained chuckle. Perhaps not, but my leader sure will. With those words, Barbaricia's eyes lost their light, his life force spent in a futile attempt to overcome Cain. The winds, now silent, carried away the remnants of the battle, leaving only the scars on the battlefield as a remainder to the battle between Cain and the deputy leader of the evil claws. Cain turned his head and looked towards the place where Gerhard was fighting. Luxie also dealt with that one. But what the actual fuck is Zira doing? The demonic energy output is crazy. She is deleting the space around her, don't tell me she can't control it. Looks like I need to limit the destruction. Cain spread his wings and went there. On the way he met Graphia and Seraphol. Killed him. No, he was already dead by the time we reached there. Cain frowned, but he heard Graphia say in his mind using the connection. Lord Cain, he was killed by Euclid. Seraphol wasn't able to tell, but I knew his energy signature. Heeding that, Cain's frown increased. What is my brother planning now? Well, I have prepared a nice gift for him. They met up with Gerhard, who was on his last legs but was maintaining a strong front for Graphia. The four of them went where Zira was fighting and they witnessed a huge dome of pod, and it was slowly increasing in radius. Cain, how do we stop that? None of you can. Well, looks like I need to do some heavy lifting here. Saying that, Cain realized all of his aura countering Zira's pod and started making his way towards Zira. After reaching near her, he held her hands and said, "Calm down, don't lose yourself to destruction." Hearing his voice, she calmed down and under the suppression of Cain managed to get her pod under control. Just as she transformed back, her legs gave up and she fell on Cain's chest. Can't walk after that heavy work. Don't say words which can be taken out of context. Cain lifted her in a princess carry and started walking towards the group. On reaching, he saw Gerhard lying with a peaceful smile on his face and Graphia crying silently. Seeing that, he put Zira down as she had recovered a bit. And went and hugged Graphia, consoling her. He didn't say anything as hollow words will do nothing, the best he can do is be a supporting pillar to her just like her father was to her. They were like that for a while, neither Seraphol or Zira said anything even though Gerhard was an enemy. After Graphia was able to calm down a little, Cain lifted Gerhard's body, dug up a hole and put him in it. And buried his sword near his grave and engraved the words. Here lies Gerhard Lucifuge, the right hand of the Morning Star. And the bonus chapter. It is over 2,500 words excluding the note. Next bonus chapter is at 369 power stones. Any ideas on which archangel was killed by Gerhard? Chapter 35, Revenge. Third-person POV. 3 months have passed since the battle at the Valifor town. After a few days, Graphia went back to normal, at least on the surface. Cain didn't do much of his role as the supreme commander during this time. Falbium was the one making the strategies this time. Now Cain was about to start what would be known as the Devil Purge in the future. 4 devil pillars and 5 extra devil houses will be erased from existence. Cain knew that if he told the others about his plan, they would not agree. To be fair, no one will support making multiple clans go extinct at once because of personal reasons. So he had used the Lucifuge's information-gathering powers to send messages to Hagenti, Paimon, and Zagan to come in the Valak castle for an important discussion. Making counterfeit seals weren't hard due to the vast techniques the Lucifuge had. But Cain had to do it himself as Graphia was still not comfortable with coming in the Lucifuge castle. While their house head have a meeting, the rest of their clans will be dead, even if they know it will be too late. Cain was sure that either Ajuka or Zira will come to stop him if they knew of it, which was certain. Cain had planted various evidences pointing at the 4 houses being the culprit behind the initiation of the Devil Civil War. Cain had made his plan foolproof, but it is unavoidable that some devil pillars will be against him for this, as he will doing a massacre without any warning or proper explained reason. Well, might as well tell the who's the boss around from now on. Cain teleported above the Valak castle. After making sure that everyone he wanted was inside, created a barrier outside the castle using dark light. Cain had already killed the remaining clan members of the houses of Paimon, Agenti, Zagan. He killed them painlessly as they weren't involved in the planned killing him. But those who resisted him were killed in cold blood. Valak was enjoying the chaos he has created in the underworld and dreaming about how he will become the next Satan and conquer the world when he saw his fellow devil associates enter his castle. He went to meet them thinking that something urgent must have come up, as not all four of them were in the same side to the underworld. He walked towards them and asked them, "What happened for you three to come in my castle like this?" But Valak's question was answered by Paimon with another question. "Why we came, you asked us to come here." "What?" Valak's mind instantly figured out something was wrong, but it was too late. Just as he was about to tell to run, the entirety of the castle was cut open from the top like a chips packet. And Cain, with his scythe resting in his shoulders, came down, falling slowly due to his 6 pairs of wings. Seeing that the other 3 aside from Valak were scared seeing him here. "What are you doing, Lucifer?" "What am I doing? I am simply killing my opponents. What's so wrong in it?" "Lord Lucifer, we are on the same side. What do you mean?" "I only mean what I say, bitch." The underworld sky was filled with the screams of the devils in the Valak castle as Cain, his eyes gleaming with a revenge, confronted the devils who had once tried to end his life. Valak, Hannah, Paimon, and Zagan stood outside the castle, their demonic energy cloaking their bodies, trying to protect themselves from the attacks of Cain's dark light. Fear gripped them as they recognized the Lucifer they had once sought to kill was now a bloody devil seeking revenge. Cain, with a sinister smirk, stepped forward. "You thought you could eliminate me? Well, I'm here to remind you that death has a way of catching up, even to immortal devils like you." The devils, their arrogance replaced with dread, attempted to summon their clan traits. Before they could even react, Cain unleashed a torrent of dark light, ensnaring them in chains made up of dark light. Zagan, the organizer of the failed attempt on Cain's life, pleaded, "Wait, Cain. We can make a deal, spare us." Cain's laughter echoed through the Valak castle. "A deal? You had your chance when you tried to kill a child. Now, it's payback time." Cain's eyes flared with demonic energy as he toyed with his victims, enjoying the fear that dripped from their every word. The castle walls bore witness to the gruesome revenge unfolding. Hannah, her demonic features contorted in terror, stammered, "We were following orders. It wasn't personal." Cain, unmoved, replied with a cruel smile, "Oh, it was personal from a long time." The devils, ensnared in Cain's clan trait, couldn't escape the impending doom. With a swift motion, Cain summoned blades made out of dark light, each dripping with liquid form of the dark light. He approached Zagan first, the master of the devil who tried to kill him. "You took away my childhood. Now, I take away your existence." Cain's blade sliced through Zagan with a merciless precision, leaving nothing but a trail of demonic flesh dissolving into the nothingness. The remaining devils quivered, realizing the depth of their impending torment. Paimon, panic-stricken, babbled, "Cain, we were wrong. We'll do anything, please spare us." Cain, lost in a twisted satisfaction, ignored the pleas. "Spare you? Like you spared my head maid? No, Paimon, you deserve a taste of your own medicine." Cain's vengeance knew no bounds. He subjected the devils to a relentless onslaught of agony, their screams harmonizing with the underworld. The courtyard, once a place of elegance and secrets, now bore witness to a macabre symphony of revenge. As Paimon, the second last of Cain's tormentors, fell to the ground, Cain stood amidst the fading echoes of his vengeance. The castle absorbed the horrors, and the Cain casted an indifferent gaze upon the scene. Cain, the embodiment of death and retribution, surveyed the aftermath of his revenge. The devil's twisted forms lay broken and lifeless, a testament to the strength in his growth from a helpless child to a monster. Cain, sitting on top of the corpse mountain he had created, looked at Valak, who, even after seeing that the things had done to the other 3, had not a bounce of fear on his face. Cain had skinned them alive using dark light, made their blood infused with it and run through their body until they died in agony. He had even destroyed the souls of them. But even after that, Valak was not fearing him. Even the Morningstar had failed to elicit fear from him, but Cain, Valak, was feeling unease for the first time. Is this fear? No, even the angel of death failed to do so. This child can never make me feel fear. But seeing Cain's eyes and the cold-blooded nature, even Valak was second-guessing himself. I know you are thinking that, even the OG Lucifer failed to strike fear into you. What can I do? But let me tell you, he was a leader who commanded armies and destruction, but fear. That's a different realm. Saying so, Cain realized all of his energy distorting his figure, making him look something unholy to Valak. Seeing that for the first time, Valak felt primal fear clawing at the edges of his sanity, making him scream. "Stay away from me, you monster." With that, Cain destroyed his body and scattered his soul. And after that Cain sat on the mountain of corpses, he looked like the real owner of the scythe he uses for a moment. And at that moment the barrier he placed was broken down by Zira, who after seeing him was shocked, but was more terrified of the carnage he had done across the underworld. Just after Cain had closed the barrier around the Valak castle, the other devils of the rebel faction were told by their spies that the entire clans of Zagan, Paimon, and Hagenti were destroyed, leaving no survivors. Zekrom immediately called Zira and told her to go find the cause. He also went with her. Their finding led them to the Valak castle, which they found enclosed by dark light. Seeing that both of them understood that the massacre was done by Cain, Zira break the barrier. We need to ask why he did this. Zira hesitated but understood that she needs to ask Cain himself, or else she might cause a misunderstanding. So she destroyed the barrier and soon shocked the devils. Some even got nauseous and vomited after seeing the gruesome state of the bodies picked upon each other and Cain sitting on them. Even those who had fought in the Great War were scared. Cain, seeing them, stood up and came walking towards them. His hair now half red, dripping with blood. Killing intent in the air and his entire body drenched with blood. Just as he came close, Zekrom asked, "Why did you do this?" Hearing that, Cain answered, "Search the premises, you will find the reason. And if you want more, ask Graphia. You can't just make devil pillars go extinct like this." But Cain ignored Zekrom and said, "There are going to 5-6 more like this, be prepared." Saying that, he spread his wings and stared, flying towards the 6 houses of Lucifer, leaving Zira in a bewildered state. "I need to ask Graphia what happened." Cain after that went to the 6 houses of Lucifer and massacred them all. Floretti and Agaliaraport were killed by Zekrom and Falbium at Eligos castle. Nibiros was nowhere to be found even after he searched the entire Devil Society personally. That left Sanatachia and Sargantas. Both tried to make a deal with him, and when he refused tried to attack him, but he dealt with them swiftly without any problems. He also destroyed their clan castle, leaving nothing as a remainder to the 6 houses of Lucifer except Lucifuge, who was under Graphia as per Gerhard's will. He also told Melissa and Vanessa to ask a builder to erect a grand monument for Gerhard at the place where he died, and went off to check on the Malbranches. They are not here, huh? Looks like Nibiros was one step ahead, but now that I have their weakness they don't amount to much. Cain destroyed the place and buried it, and went back to his castle and checked on his treasury to find it still full. Rizevim didn't come like I planned, well whatever. And went back to resting and calming down the storm he had created. While Zira talked with Graphia and understood the reason behind Cain's action, thus not letting any misunderstanding be created between the both of them. As Cain predicted Rizevim to come to the treasury, he did. Cain had took out all the things and left only coins in there. Rizevim found it weird, but he picked up the coins in order to steal them, but just as he picked them and saw them, his veins started bulging. He screamed at the top of his lungs, "Cain, you bastard!" and went back. The coin was not made up of gold but made up of gold-colored glass, with Jesus drinking wine and eating bread with sunglasses printed on it, making it hard for devils to use. That day the maids at the Lucifer castle thought that they heard someone scream but thought it to be their imagination. All the fronts have been won by the anti-Satan faction and only Lucifer remained standing, while only Bidliad Bashalin Beelzebub was left as the sole commander of the Satan faction. Almost a year has passed since the starting of the civil war. The final battle will finally begin. But what sinister plan has Rizevim planned remains to be a mystery. Well, everyone has a plan till they are punched in the face, said Cain calmly, like old magician with a phoenix. And bonus chapter at 200 horsepower, chapter 36, Sieging of Lucifer. Third-person POV. A year has passed since the start of the Devil Civil War. The Devil population continued to dwindle and the Devil pillars continued to go extinct. Out of the 72 Devil pillars, only 50 remained alive after the Great Holy War, but till now in the Civil War 11 Devil pillars have gone extinct and the population has reached an all-time low of less than 1 billion. All the main leaders of the anti-Satan faction were in a camp outside the boundaries of Lucifer and were planning on sieging it. Cain was sitting with Graphia behind him, while Zira, Ajuka, Seraphal, Falbium, Zekrom, and some other devil lords sat in the camp along with him. As you all know, all the other territories have been conquered by us, only the center stronghold of the Satan faction remains. And Falbium stopped sleeping. While they were discussing some of the strategies about how to bring down Lucifer, a devil barged in the camp and looked at Cain and said, "Cain, I also want to participate in the war meeting." "And who the fuck are you?" Hearing that, Seraphal started laughing but soon controlled her laugh. Graphia came near his ear and said, "My lord, it is the Auriac's heir." Cain cleared his throat and spoke again this time. "Oh, you are the one who got thrashed by Shalba." Hearing that, Seraphal couldn't control her laughter and started laughing loudly, embarrassing the Auriac's heir even more. Seeing that, Zekrom spoke up to save some face for the poor guy. "Heir Auriac's, please go out, we will talk about your plea at a later date." Zekrom was politely asking him to fuck off from here and he wouldn't be included in the meeting. Olive Auriac, seeing that he was ignored, looked towards Zira with pleading eyes, thinking that she will surely help him like she did in the past. He had fallen in love with her during the young devil gathering. He had trained himself so that he didn't need to be saved but to be the one who will save. Zira, being from the Gremory house, said, "Let him stay, it wouldn't do any bad, right?" Olive was happy seeing that, but a cold voice cut through his happiness like a hot knife. "No, this meeting is only for the people who have contributed enough in the Civil War or have sufficient strength in the underworld, not for any spoiled kid." Hearing that Olive spoke, "I am not weak, I am also strong." Seeing that Cain pressured him using his aura, making him fall to his knees and cracked the ground beneath him, and the spoke. "Strong? You are pathetically weak. I only see a guy who got his ass beat in the devil gathering, not someone strong. Now get out before I throw you out." After that, the poor guy understood that he couldn't do anything here. "Just wait till the Civil War is over, I will make you regret it." Zira, Seraphol, and Ajuka entered the city of Lucifer along with Cain. Graphia, Falbium, and Zekrom were left for dealing with the army. Just as they entered the city, the four of them started seizing the main facilities of the capital. Due to their ridiculous power, none of the soldiers from the Satan clans were able to stand against them. In a few moments they reached Bidliad. Even after knowing that he didn't run away like Zerakiel. At least he has guts. But unfortunately, guts doesn't save you from getting killed in situations like this. When their squad reached the city center, they found Bidliad standing there with the elites of the Beelzebub clan ready for his last battle. "Hey, you and Ajuka have already had their share of killing Satans, this is Seraphol's turn, right?" Cain spoke like they were playing a game. Seeing that, Ajuka said, "Don't disrespect them like that, but yes, it will be Sarah's turn." Ajuka. "Don't join Cain's shenanigans, you are supposed to be the intelligent one." Zira rebuked him while pinching Cain. Seraphol had already went ahead and engaged Bidliad in the battle, in which he was surprisingly adept. He was far better than any Satan descendants thus far. The icy winds howled around Seraphol as she faced Bidliad Beelzebub. The battleground was the middle of the devil capital. Bidliad, a formidable adversary with the ability to command swarms of flies, grinned with sinister anticipation even after knowing that he would die today. Seraphol's blue eyes locked onto Bidliad as she conjured a barrier of ice to shield herself from the incoming swarm of flies. "Your buzzing files won't save you, Bidliad. It's time to see how well you handle the might of my ice magic." Bidliad chuckled, the buzzing of his flies forming a dissonant melody. "Ice against the Beelzebub? How disappointing. Let's see if your frost can withstand the storm of my swarm." As Bidliad unleashed a horde of flies, Seraphol activated her cross-Celsius trigger. The very environment of Lucifer was turned into a glacial battlefield. The air itself seemed to crystallize, and ice spikes emerged from the ground like frozen stalagmites. This was only possible due to Cain ordering his soldiers to empty the capital, or Seraphol would not be able to use her strongest move. "You're quite skilled with your petty tricks, Seraphol, but can you freeze the relentless march of the flies?" Bidliad taunted. Seraphol smirked, weaving her magic with precision. As the flies approached, the icy terrain hindered their movements. Bidliad, momentarily caught off guard, realized the effectiveness of Seraphol's strategy. With a wave of her hand, she unleashed a barrage of icicles, piercing through the swarm and dispersing it. Bidliad, undeterred, formed a shield of flies around him. "Impressive, but you'll have to do better than that." Seraphol's eyes gleamed with determination. "Oh, I intend to." The battle continued, a dance of ice and swarming insects. Seraphol's precision and control over the frozen terrain proved to be a potent force against Bidliad's relentless assault. Yet, the clan trait King of Flies wasn't one to be underestimated. Meanwhile, in the background, Cain, Zira, and Ajuka found themselves fending off a group of the elite Beelzebub clan. Amidst the skirmish, they exchanged banter. Cain, parrying a strike with his scythe, smirked at Zira. "You call that destruction, Zira? I've seen better from a toddler." Zira, her movements fluid as she dispatched foes with her pod, retorted. "Maybe you should focus less on annoying me and more on your aim, Cain. You nearly hit me with that last swing." Ajuka, using his formulas to repel the goons, interjected with a monotone voice. "While you two bicker, I'm the one fighting the most." Back in the main confrontation, Seraphol conjured a blizzard, swirling winds of ice that engulfed Bidliad. The King of Flies struggled against the freezing tempest, his swarm disoriented and dispersed. "You're persistent, Seraphol, but you can't freeze my flies." Bidliad's voice cut through the blizzard. With a burst of demonic energy, Bidliad emerged from the blizzard, his form wreathed in a dark aura. The flies, revitalized, swarmed around him once more. Seraphol, her breath visible in the icy air, smirked. "I'm not done yet." With a snap of her fingers, the icy terrain beneath Bidliad transformed into a field of razor-sharp ice shards. Bidliad, caught by surprise, found himself on unstable ground. "You underestimated the power of my cross-Celsius trigger. Now, let's see if you can stay alive for long." Seraphol declared. As Bideliad struggled to navigate the icy terrain, Seraphol seized the opportunity. She unleashed a barrage of icicles that converged on Bideliad, piercing through his defenses. Bideliad roared in pain, the ice was spreading through him. He cut off his arm to save himself. In the background, Cain, Zira, and Ajuka had almost dealt with the goons. Cain, delivering a swift strike, quipped. You know, fighting goons is therapeutic. Like a devilish stress ball. Zira, gracefully dodging an attack, added. Therapeutic? I think you just enjoy the sound of your own scythe clashing. Ajuka, manipulating demonic energies, said. Well, at least it's a good distraction while Seraphol works her icy magic. Back to the battle between Seraphol and Bideliad. Seraphol, a smirk playing on her face, said, looks like this ice girl is stronger than the Beelzebub. This isn't over. Bideliad tried to, but his arm was cut off, half of his wings frozen and broken while one of his legs was completely frozen. Seeing that, Seraphol tried to offer him a surrender but was met with a ferocious response. I won't surrender, the blood and wrath of the Satans shall always stand against you. Hearing that, Seraphol creaked a spike of ice and pierced his heart and brain, officially bringing an end to the cruel and gruesome devil civil war. Bideliad POV. I hope I bide you enough time, my son, Shalba. I put my faith in you that one day you will dethrone these fake devils and revive the pure Beelzebub clan. Seraphol POV. I was born at a very young age. I had a mutated clan trait which allowed me to use ice magic. I was a prodigy in it. I grew very strong, but I liked more to be helpful to the devils of my territory. The Citries are known for their medical abilities, so most of the hospitals in the underworld are owned by my family. I was always ready to help fellow devils. My friend also had a similar mindset. Even the Lucifer aka Cain was not as bad as the other Satans. So when Zekrom asked me to support the rebel faction, I joined. I knew the cruelty the Satans do in their territory, the patients were traumatized for life. At first no one joined, but after a major incident everyone, Zirachan, Ajuka and Falby joined too. And to top it off, Cain joined it too. The strongest person I ever fought was Cain, but Gerhard Lucifuge with his skills was also very strong, and to think he died like that. I wanted to help Grafiachan, but I left that to Cain. Now that finally the civil war has ended, I can go back to my normal life. I will make sure that the underworld is a better place for all the devils. Third-person POV. After that, everyone was in a good mood for celebration. The squad met up with the ones fighting the Satan army. After learning of the defeat of the Beelzebub, the Satan faction lost their drive and surrendered. Seeing that, Zekrom came and started to speak to the lords and the heroes of the civil war. This war was won due to the great efforts of all the devils. But even in them some have done greater things. These are Zira Gremory, Ajuka Astaroth, Seraphol Citri and Falbium Glacialobulas. Many were confused not hearing the main devil Cain's name, but Zekrom continued. So I want to nominate these guys as the next Satans after the complete surrender of the Satan faction and getting things in order. There will be a ceremony. He was continuing, but Cain interrupted him and said. You were giving a nice speech, old coot, but the main villain hasn't even been defeated yet. What are you talking about? You shouldn't forget that aside from the Satan descendants which ran away and went out of the underworld and me, there is another Satan child, and he hasn't told us his alignment, has he? Hearing that, everyone remembered about Rizevim. Cain's reminder made everyone think again, as if Rizevim supported the Satan's faction due to him being a Lucifer. The civil war may be restarted. Ah, don't worry about it. I am here to stop him, aren't I? Are you sure you can? This time it was the Lord Gremory who asked. Not many knew about the fight between the Malbranche and Cain, so they still thought that he was only a good commander and not fighter. The next fight, which will start shortly, will probably answer your question, Lord Gremory. Everyone wanted to ask him what that means when a voice boomed in the silent battlefield. Been a while, brother. And we are getting closer to the end of the Civil War arc along with the volume. The fight between the brothers. Chapter 37, I am the Lucifer. Third-person POV. Been a while, brother. Rizevim said that with an arrogant tone in his voice while he was walking towards Cain. When he crossed Zira, he stopped for a moment and looked at her. You are the one Cain protected, right? Let's how you get by after I kill him. Hearing that, everyone is shocked. Nobody thought that Rizevim would straight up say that he will kill his brother. What about the contract? Cain said. Rizevim laughed and replied, contracts are meaningless to super devils. Only special things can bind us. Hearing that, Cain laughed and said. Super devil? Who you? Don't make me laugh. Your presence is nowhere near Zira or Ajuka. They will whoop your ass. And me, my slap will send you to the Jurassic era. I don't know what the hell Jurassic era means, but I will have your head today. After that, both Cain and Rizevim came face to face and stared at each other whole, letting their aura run rampant. Cain's hand were still in his pocket, while Rizevim had a ferocious look on his face. In the middle of the wild stare down, Cain spoke to Rizevim in a low voice which can be heard only by the both of them. "Did you like the holy coins, dear Riz?" Hearing that, Rizevim made a furious face, a contrast to his ferocious face just now, but before he could speak something, Cain kicked him in the stomach. He was thrown backwards even when his legs were rooted in the ground. Multiple sonic booms were realized by that kick, showing that Cain had just kicked someone with a speed many times that of sound. And after that he went to attack Rizevim, not giving him any leeway. Zira, seeing that, went near her father and said, "Father, now you will know why Cain said that. Because even I would say that Cain is the strongest devil." Rizevim knew that he was not a match for Cain, but for him to say that even those lowly devils are stronger than him truly pissed him off. But he knew he couldn't give in to his anger and duke it out with Cain. As he knew in a close combat fight Cain would rip him apart like a hungry man would rip apart a piece of bread. So he started casting magic to enhance his defense and reaction speed. But even then he was being forced back. Looks like he still has some plans running in the back of his mind. Well, he is going to die today, so no worries. Cain was not taking this fight seriously, as he has learned all the magic in the Lucifer Castle library, so he will not be surprised this time. Not to mention that Cain, unlike Zira and Ajuka who overshadow Rizevim, he dwarfs him in pretty much anything. "Let's see what you gonna do, my brother. My Sacred Gear Canceller ability is useless against Cain, and his Dark Light nullifies my magic, and to top it off he is better at hand-to-hand combat. And he hasn't started using his scythe. Looks like I will need to play dirty here." The air around the two Lucifer brothers was crackling with untold intensity. Rizevim was trying his very best to stay far away from Cain lest he gets blitzed. "Till when are you going to run, my dear brother?" Cain mocked Rizevim, but Rizevim stayed calm while simultaneously using magic strong enough to kill ultimate class devils. "Just wait, Cain, soon you will know my plan." Rizevim was secretly gathering his magical energy to unleash a big attack on Cain. Thus he was buying time. But even buying a little time was proving to be ridiculously hard when Cain was using dark light chains and seemingly covering the entire battlefield with its range. The battlefield was continuously changing between the ground and sky. The other devils were very surprised, as they didn't knew both the Lucifer brother were this strong. The sound of Cain cutting magic with his scythe and the bombardment of magic spells by Rizevim was creating a symphony of arcane and steel. Every time Cain cold steel of scythe would near Rizevim he would teleport, resetting the battle to the start. Most devils were thinking that the two brothers are equally strong, but only the stronger devils were able to tell. Cain was toying around with Rizevim. While it looked like it, Cain was only using his scythe as a normal scythe and dark light chains only, nothing grand, almost as if he didn't consider Rizevim worthy. Suddenly Rizevim laughed like a joker. "You hiya, finally my magic is ready." "The fuck is that laugh?" And saying that, Rizevim revealed 16 10-meter bullets made up of pure demonic energy and launched it at Cain. Those bullets contained enough energy to destroy a country, showing that he wasn't called a super devil for joke. But Cain didn't dodge those bullets and swung his scythe after covering it with liquid dark light, simply cutting them even before the bullets reached him. "Did you really think that will do something? Let me show how it is done." Saying that, Cain raised his hands and a single 25-meter dark light spear appeared in the purple sky of the underworld, illuminating it, and started falling downwards. Seeing that, every devil there was shocked. But Rizevim didn't lose hope and created thousands of magic circles around him. Each of different magic spells, showing that his magic casting once inferior to the Diabolism Thousand Dragon, Azi Dahaka. The clash between the magic and dark light rattled the entire space around the battlefield. Rizevim had to give it his all just to stop one, seeing that, Cain said, "Very nice. But what about the remaining ones in the sky?" Hearing that, Rizevim looked up in the sky to find 25 dark light spears, each as big and destructive as the first one, piercing the clouds and revealing themselves falling down towards the battlefield. Seeing that, Rizevim only made a bitter smile and muttered something and started to cast numerous magic spells on himself. While the other devils watching it lost all the thoughts they had. Only one thing going on in their mind. How can someone resist against that? Cain literally used the max power he can use with dark light without going super devil. And it more than enough to destroy multiple countries at once. Seeing that, all the devil lords and the future Satan created a huge barrier in an attempt to stop the damage caused by Cain. Cain only used a move like this because he knew Ajuka and Zira have big enough reserves to create a barrier which can withstand his blows. The attack of Cain was visible to the entire underworld. Many devils thought that the Great War had been restarted and the angels were attacking. The falling of those spears was like Armageddon. The moment the spears touched the ground, a blast bigger than any blasts in all of biblical history. The only reason the Devil Society existed was because of the barrier erected by Ajuka using his Kankara formula and Zira's massive demonic energy reserves. The shockwave from the attack was devastating. Many weak devils fell even after the barrier absorbed most of it. Cain was standing even after all of that, while Rizevim was nowhere to be seen. But after the smoke cleared, the devils saw Rizevim on his knees while Cain was standing in front of him with his hands inside his pockets. Rizevim's magic spells had at least protected him somewhat. But his armor had completely been broken and he was bleeding from wounds which were spread all over his body. Cain was surprised seeing that his brother was like this, even though Rizevim was also a super devil, but then it struck Cain. And he spoke, going near his brother. "Oh, looks you can't transform like me or Zira, neither do you have a special magic like a Juka. Let me guess, you haven't truly understood what your power is, right?" Cain was right. Rizevim wasn't a true super devil. Currently he didn't focus much on that for unknown reasons. But even though he was blatantly at a disadvantage, Rizevim said, "Indeed, Cain, but you shouldn't have gotten this close." Hearing that, Cain sensed something, or more precisely someone, coming outside from Rizevim's shadow and attacking him with a powerful attack. Cain brought his hand to stop it, but the attack launched him kilometers away and embedded him inside a mountain. Seeing that, everyone was shocked and the figure was revealed to be Euclid, who was panting hard. "Your plan worked, my lord. Even if he is strong, he can't remain unscathed from an attack from a Satan-class devil with full power." But soon after, every devil started to look at the mountain range in which Cain was blasted. Every devil was having an uncanny feeling. Cain came out from the hole in which he was in and removed the destroyed clothes. But he didn't even bleed. The only thing was that he was propelled far away. After all, he blocked that attack, and Euclid isn't that strong. "Even so, I need to tell them why I am the Lucifer." Saying so, Cain swung his scythe very slowly, but the power in that was astronomical. The result was that the entire mountain was destroyed and the shockwave reached the other devils. This time again there was a bitter smile on the face of Rizevim. He warned Euclid, "Move away, dash." But before Euclid could comprehend, he was already thrown miles away from a single punch by Cain. Cain had instantly reached him. No devil present was able to see it happen. One moment Cain was near the ruined mountain, and the next time he was at his previous position with Euclid flying and creating sonic booms. "Time to get serious, huh, my brother?" Even Zira was surprised, as currently Cain was releasing energy above that of a Satan class, even though he hadn't transformed. This was possible because he had mastered his super devil form. "Let's end this, Rizevim." Both the brothers knew that this would be the end of one. And everyone knew who it is. But even so, an injured tiger is more dangerous. This time Cain had no intention of giving his brother a chance to escape. He has decided that this fight ends here. Cain rushed in for a close combat fight with dark light chains and his scythe assisting him. Now that Cain was going in with his top power and not just using it for AoE attacks, Rizevim was really struggling in the fight. Every exchange would result in a cut or a punch for Rizevim. Only thanks to his defense spells he was able to even continue fighting, but even then Cain was gradually cornering him. And it seems like Euclid was out for good, since he hasn't intervened till now. Now that all of Rizevim's tricks were useless since Cain was fighting seriously, he also started fighting like his life depended on it. But alas, a normal devil could never hope to defeat a super devil. In the end, Rizevim again fell on his knees, bathed in blood, panting and accepting his fate. Cain raised his scythe and coated it with liquid dark light, and in the midst of he remembered something Nyx had told him. Flashback: no jutsu. If you chant about concepts and abstracts things like fate and destiny, the will from your words will strengthen your attack. This is the reason why many gods have such poems for themselves. Come back time. Remembering that, Cain started to say, "Scythe of death, dark light's embrace. Unleash the tempest, the void to trace. In the dance of echoes, let chaos surge. The final requiem, the eternal dirge." As the words were uttered, a huge scythe formed in the sky in purple color, which was gradually covered by dark light and started shining brightly. Blight the heavens, shatter the veil. With each swing, let dimensions quail. I am the bringer of fate untold. In this dark symphony, your tale is foretold. With that, two enormous hands appeared and held the scythe and swung it down on top of Rizevim's head, cutting him from the top to bottom into two equal halves, which vaporized as soon as they separated. After everything was settled down, only Cain with his scythe could be seen on the battlefield with no sign of his brother. Nyx wasn't wrong. My attack was at least twice as strong as it would be normally. Cain looked towards Zekrom and spoke clear and loud. "Zekrom, you may give the seat of Beelzebub, Leviathan, and Asmodeus to anyone, but the Lucifer seat is mine, because I am the Lucifer." With that line, one Satan was decided and the devil civil war ended for good. Now only rebuilding hell and taking it to new heights remain. And few, finally the arc ended. Now the epilogue, and we enter the kingdom building and peerage arc. A little late cause I was busy shopping. Point out any error or typos. Chapter 38, Wedding, R18*. Third person POV. 6 months have passed since the end of the Devil Civil War. Many things happened during it and many after it, but some of the important things that happened are: the population. The Devil Society has hit rock bottom, making it a necessity to depend on humans for some things. Out of the 72 Devil Pillars, 50 remained after the Great War, and now only 37 remain. Out of them, 4 were destroyed by Cain alone, along with 5 of the 6 houses of Lucifer. The underworld has been comparatively stable than before due to the change in the ruling power. The new Satans were crowned in the underworld. Cain, Livian, Lucifer, Ajuka, Beelzebub, Seraphol, Leviathan, and Falbium, Asmodeus. The Lucifer is responsible for all internal affairs. Beelzebub for the research and development, Leviathan for foreign affairs, and the Asmodeus for military. Thus a fixed hierarchy was created with Cain, Zerah, and Ajuka becoming the first transcendent devils. Ars Goetia was created to work as a rule-making body and make other decisions, with each house getting votes based on this ranks. Satan's having 7, Great King 6, Archduke 5, and so on. Someone from the noble devil side was to be the overseer and was required to maintain impartiality. The overseer will be divided at a later date. The crowning was a huge event in which the entire underworld participated. It was the first time in centuries that the common devil were to have a festival fearlessly. The negotiations with most of the houses on the Satan side were done. Most of them were demoted, their military reduced and their reputation being rock bottom. One such negotiation was currently going in the Lucifer castle. The negotiation between the Oryx clan and the Lucifer clan. Even though they were on the same side, due to the sudden mysterious death of the previous Lord Oryx and sitting of Olive Oryx as the new lord. He was making a troublesome matter as he was being persistent in bringing some sort of personal grudge against Cain. So Lord Lucifer, may I ask why the capital shifted from Lucifad to Lilith? Wouldn't it be more efficient to make Lucifad developed instead of Lilith? Hearing that everyone present in the room sighed while Cain looked at Olive as he was a donkey reelsed from zoo. But seeing that Zerah was signaling him to not execute this bastard, he calmed down and spoke. Lucifad will become a symbolic city going forward. And the reason is we cannot make the capital a city which was used by the previous Satans for centuries. It will have a bad onlook for the common devils. Hearing that the new Oryx heir was silent, but suddenly his eyes fell on the portrait of a lady in the hall. It was the portrait of Rachel Eligos, the former head maid of the Lucifer castle. Seeing that he spoke, "What's the portrait of a weak maid doing here? I wonder if she is a lover of the great and mighty Lord Lucifer." The grand halls of Lucifer castle echoed with a solemn hush as the mouth of the newly made Lord Oryx stopped. Cain's gaze, cold and piercing, snapped towards Olive. The air seemed to ripple with tension as the other devils in the hall held their breath, anticipating the shitstorm that was about to unfold. "Show some respect, Olive." Cain's voice, usually calm, now resonated with an ominous undercurrent. "She was more than just a maid, she was a mother to me." Olive laughed, a sound that grated against the solemnity of the hall. "A mother? You're Lucifer. You don't need such sentimental attachments. It's beneath you." "Right." A flicker of anger ignited in Cain's eyes, the sin of wrath was simmering beneath the surface. "Who are you to decide what is beneath me?" The air thickened as Cain, with a swift motion, summoned to everyone's surprise a contract. Cain looked at Olive with eyes without any emotions and said, "Read it and sign it." Hearing that, Olive looked suspiciously at the contract and started reading it. Cain hadn't killed him because of Ajuka stopping him, but he wouldn't live past today anyway. The contract stated that if Olive Oryx managed to survive one attack from Cain, he will get one wish from Cain. But if he can't, everything that he owns will be Cain's. Thinking that he can survive one attack from Cain, Olive quickly signed it and started ridiculing Cain inside his mind. But just as he signed the contract, Cain snapped his fingers and a thin line appeared on Olive's forehead and it was sliced open just like that. Blood sprayed in the table like a fountain and the room was filled with the smell of iron. Everyone there was in a shock, but no one could say anything as Olive Oryx had signed a contract after reading it. Ignoring the corpse, Cain stood up. Seeing that, Zekrom said, "Where are you going, Lord Lucifer?" "I acquired a new clan just now, I need to make sure that it is clean from filth like that." Saying that, he went away. Next day the entire Oryx castle was found to become a lake overnight and all the pureblood descendants were found dead with their bodies floating in the lake. This sent a message in the underworld that disrespecting the Lucifer will not be tolerated. But soon the serious atmosphere changed into a joyous one as the day of marriage between Cain, Livian, Lucifer and Zerah Gremory came. Cain POV. I was sitting in a room inside the newly made castle in Agars. Around me were Ajuka and Zeoticus. Ajuka looked happy, but Zeoticus looked like his soul was sucked out by someone. Well, that is to be expected. After all, today I am going to marry Zerah, his daughter. I ordered to create this castle solely for this purpose. It a grand structure, even surpassing my original castle. I even created a monument here to represent the Satans. I would have liked to Gerhard to be here with me, but I guess what has happened cannot be changed. But still Zeoticus is glaring at like he would eat me alive if he could. But anyways, I stood up and started making my way towards the hall. Ajuka said, "Your face doesn't show much expression even though today is a very important day. Sometimes it is better to hold the emotions in. And me laughing and smiling always ends up in someone's misfortune." Saying that, I started walking towards the hall where the wedding will take place. I was wearing a black and red three-piece. Nothing too fancy, but the cost of this was huge. Well, Graphia said that I need to show off my wealth or others will think that I am poor. I pity those guys who think that, image. Now generally I am a very calm person, not many things can make me shocked, but today Zira just managed to do that. She just looked drop-dead gorgeous. She was also wearing a black-colored imperial-style wedding gown with some light jewelry. Her waist-length crimson hair freely flowing till her waist. Her blue eyes shining like stars, and the expression she was making made me stop in my tracks for a moment. But I controlled myself and moved forward, image. Zira was standing together with Graphia, Serafal, and her mother Vanillana, who was once called Flaxen-haired Madam of Extinction during the Great War. She is stronger than Zeoticus. Serafal was talking to Zira about something. I went up the altar and stood in front of Zira. She was standing there with a beautiful ring in her hand. In Devils there was no priest or anything, so the ceremony is very simple. Put the rings and kiss. Just that, maybe it will change the future, but now it is just a formality. The ring which I had brought was made up of the very rare black gold and was encrusted with blood-red diamonds, which were personally enchanted by me to flicker with flames which looked like pod. Black gold was very rare, on top of it was blood-red diamonds which I had personally made by using my own blood. I put the ring on her ring finger and then she put her ring on my finger and everybody started clapping. In the midst of it Zira spoke to me. Do you remember the first time we met? She asked a simple question and I answered it quickly. Of course that was a very unique way of getting acquainted. Hearing that she gently laughed and said, we have come a long way since then, and even when we have reached this I would like to ask you again. Will you really stay by my side forever? I smirked and said, is that even a question? Of course I would. Saying that I pulled her into my arms, lifted her up and kissed her with untold passion. After that everyone ate and drank to their heart's content. Serafal teased Ajuka for being alone in this party. Not that she was any better. But to my surprise I found Falbium going into the balcony with a female devil. After everyone was either too drunk or had went back, me and Zira too decided to come back. We both teleported inside my room, which was dimly lit, and the bed was decorated beautifully by red roses. I had instructed my maids to do this and to not disturb me till I come out or call them. Chapter 40, The Book of Lucifer. Third-person POV. Some time has passed since the marriage between Cain and Zira, and Cain has started to make plans on how to develop Underworld into hell. Currently he is sitting with Zira on his lap and talking to her about his plans and what are the important things they need to focus on. So why are you not doing any work, Cain? Aren't you supposed to look after the internal affairs? Cain hugged Zira from behind and said, who said I am gonna do the paperwork? You are gonna do that, and I am going to figure out a way to make Devil Society independent from the Underworld. Why Hades doesn't do anything to us? Just because he doesn't, it does not mean that he will be silent in the future. Also, we can't depend on the Greek pantheon like this. So I will focus more on that part, so deal with the internal affairs. Fine, just don't disappear suddenly on me. And which number am I? Well, you should be the 5th, but you are the number 1 wife. That better be it. After that Cain kissed Zira lightly on the lips and went away. After that Cain created a basic order in which he had to do things. He went to his study and called Graphia. You called my lord? Yes. FIA, go and help Zira with her work and help her get accustomed to the paper. We'll also give a list of devil who are capable of managing large business along with finances. Yes, my lord. After that Graphia went and Cain started writing in a paper. And he made a list of things he need to focus immediately on. 1. Reconstruct all the broken buildings and stabilize the Devil Society both financially and in terms of power also. The military needs to be made more stronger. 2. Figuring out on how to make an independent dimension. And make the Greek pantheon not start a war over it. I can make the dimension stable and strong using the world tree seed, but I will still need a core to make a dimension. I have a few ideas on it, but they will take time. 3. Make Nyx break from the authority of Olympus and join hell. And prevent her from getting weaker. 4. Make a roster of peerage members. And help Ajuka make evil pieces a little faster than in canon. 5. Improve the relations with some pantheons and factions. Main priority should be given to the Shinto and Norse. Chinese and Hindu are not on bad terms. But the other two are on not good terms due to some devil young masters fooling around. This should be enough for the near future. In the long run I need more concrete plans. After that Cain kept the list aside and got serious. Time to handle the most pressing matter at hand now. As he said that a book appeared in front of him. It was black book with silver lining at the edges. It looked very old, like it would wither at the slightest touch, and gave off a very unsettling feeling. And at the front of it some words were written in an unknown language. But when Cain had first touched it he felt that he can understand that language, and the words meant, Book of Lucifer. Cain first found this book floating in front of him after he had killed Rizevim and entered his castle. No one else was able to see it unless he gave his permission. This made Cain understand that only when one of the heirs is alive they can get this. What a cruel way to pass on his legacy. But even after this much time he hadn't started reading it. He had been postponing it, but now he had decided to finally read it and figure out the things he had missed on. According to Nyx's true name, which she said was Livian and not Livian, will also be here. After that, Cain started reading the book of Lucifer and to his surprise found many astonishing things. Some of them so dangerous that the entire devil race or the biblical pantheon may get destroyed if they are known to the other gods and pantheons. But some of the things he found were really helpful for his imminent plans. And they also answered some of his questions. I know that by the time any one of my descendants read this I will be long dead. But still, as the king of devils, it is my job to tell you that. Don't get controlled by the heaven system. Even I, who was the strongest angel, couldn't oppose it and became a warmonger. The reason why all the Satans were so arrogant and weird was because of the restriction placed on the devils and fallens by the heaven system. It stops any devils and fallens from reaching level higher than super devil class. Even I, who was above that level when I was an angel, was not able to bypass it. The other Satans were constantly trying to break through the wall. But it was slowly eating away at our sanity. The only way to stop it from reaching the entire devil society is by isolating them. We Satans became more deranged as we took the burnt of the common devils too. This also led to me not behaving like a proper husband to my wife Livian Lilith. I think my devil persona would disagree, but the soul fragment which wrote this after my death will not. I only hope that you give her proper treatment if she is alive. This is my only wish. As for other things like dark light and true names, ancient devil language, all others are explained in detail in this book along with some of my personal experiences. The way to create the devils is a weird one. Do not try it lest you fall prey to corruption like me. Also beware of my father, as he has dabbled in soul magic even though he is not a death god. Fighting him might be the most dangerous thing in your life even if he is not a combat god. After Cain read that, he understood a lot of things like the weird men who appeared in his mind. The weird acting of the Satans, why Nyx said that about his name, and most importantly how to avoid the mind fuckery. And also that his name is Cain Livian Lucifer, not Livian. But to think that Livian will become Livian if not speaking in ancient language of the devils. Now that it is out of the bag with what needs to be done. Let's begin with getting a Juka to create the evil pieces a tad bit faster. As I now need a dimensional barrier, I can stabilize it using the world tree and I can get someone to look after it. But the question that remains is who will look after the tree itself. I am not giving that work to anyone. So it is going to be a peerage member of mine, and for that the evil pieces need to be created faster as Nyx has gotten very weak. Probably only enough for a few decades. If it takes longer than that, I may need to use some less desirable methods. In the heart of the floating city Agars, two people can be seen playing chess. These two are Cain and a Juka. It can be seen that currently it seems a Juka is in an advantage, but the game is still ongoing. So what are your thoughts about getting the devil population up? Cain said while moving his queen. A Juka replied after moving his rook. I am researching some ways but none are currently successful. Cain checked a Juka's king using his bishop, making him sacrifice his knight. You know, if people wear dresses like chess pieces, then we can play human chess. Like we can be the king and the others a piece who must follow our order. But most importantly, it will be much more interesting if they had some autonomy. Cain said this and checked a Juka's king, this time with a pawn. But a Juka, instead of playing a move, snapped his head towards Cain and said, "You are a genius, Cain," and went running towards his laboratory. Hey, at least make your move. I resign. I was gonna lose after my next move anyways. So he saw it, looks like he really is a smart guy. By using a long-as chess game, Cain had managed to reduce the time it would have taken a Juka to create the evil pieces and the peerage system. Well, that is one thing taken care of. Saying that, Cain went back to castle and started preparing for the Ars Goetia that will be held tomorrow. He needs to attend the starting few of them. After that, Zira will attend them in his stead. But he needs to give some important orders tomorrow, so he is personally going there. Oh, the overseer still hasn't been decided. Need to find one. Now that Cain remembered it, he was a bit panicked. He hadn't even given it a thought. The overseer needs to be impartial and strong. These two traits are something that none of the devils have. After that, Cain went on to read books on devils, and in them only one devil he was able to find fit the bill, and that was the legendary devil, Mephistopheles. But he had left the underworld and went to become the chairman of the organization Graubazer. And Cain didn't really want to meet him. I remember giving myself as an evil magician of a string organization in the Vatican. If he figures that out, he isn't gonna listen to me. Well, I didn't explicitly say Graubazer, so I will be fine. And thus Cain went to meet the first devil, who made a pact with a human named Faust, who went on to become a great magician later. Currently Cain was somewhere in the dimensional gap trying to find the entrance to Graubazer. The place itself wasn't in the dimensional gap, but the entrance was. It was something created by Faust and Mephisto both. Cain wasn't a prodigy in magic, so he needed to find it. He can force his way through if he's serious, but he is going for hiring someone, not murdering. Dimensional gap is something like the base of the entire world, and everything else is like a layer on top of it. And the dimensional gap resonates heavily to ambitions, desires, and ideals. This was the reason why beings with strong ambition, big desires, and strong ideals were powerful. The dimensional gap itself helped them. This was also the reason that a certain boob-loving future sex offender was able to become so strong in such a short time. After all, his desire for boobs and harem was very high. Cain was also doing this. He was strongly desiring the entrance to Graubazer, hoping the dimensional gap will take him there. And he wasn't disappointed. Although it was also due to him being strong and the wish isn't being too big, or else it will take much more desire and ambition. Simply the principle of equivalent exchange: the greater your passion, the bigger you will get your wish or strength. Finding the hidden entrance, Cain entered only to find a middle-aged man with gelled hair, which was a mixture of red and blue, having heterochromia. His left eye is blue, while the right is red. He was also giving out a mysterious atmosphere similar to that of a Juka. The power that he could sense was that in the Satan class. No wonder he was able to go independent from the previous Satans. You need to have at least that much strength. But his combat power must be higher, not in the super devil level but still high. Devil magic is very versatile after all, especially if used by a first-gen devil who has a shit ton of experience. Cain landed in front of him and stared at him. Seeing Cain stare at him like that, Mephistopheles muttered in an annoyed voice like that of a frustrated old man. Like one Lucifer wasn't enough that another came to me again. Looks like my dear father caused him some serious trouble. Time to negotiate with a devil who appears in human stories more than stories he has about himself. And I'm back with the second volume. Now let's get into some kingdom building. Write some reviews. Chapter 41, The Overseer. Third-person POV. Cain and Mephistopheles were sitting in a large hall, both in front of each other. There was an ominous silence in the hall, which was broken by Cain. This tea is quite nice. Seeing that, Mephisto smiled and said, Indeed, it has come from some of the best plantations in China. Cain made a mental note to tell Graphia to have someone bring these from China. Secretly, lest those Xianxia guys create a ruckus about it. So now that the pleasantries are done, shall we come down to the reason why has the newly crowned Lucifer come to this old man? I will be straightforward. I need you to become the overseer of Ars Goetia. Both looked at each other for some time, and then Mephisto said, Are you serious? No, I am Cain. Silence, pin drop silence. Ignoring the atmosphere, Mephisto again said, What is in it for me? Well, he didn't outright deny me, so let's do this. I don't need you to be present at every meeting, just the ones in which important things are being discussed and in case of some huge problems. I don't mind doing this, but what will I get from it? I am getting to that point. First of all high-class and higher devils will give priority to Graubazer magicians in forming a contract. Also, you will be given authority equal to ultimate class devils, only lower than Satan's. Along with that, I offer a salary for you per meeting. Hearing all of that, Mephisto went into the thinking mode and was calculating the benefits of the contract. After some deliberation, Mephisto found that accepting will be beneficial to him and the organization. And he is different from the previous Satans. He didn't order me but made a deal. Looks like the foundation you made will be reaching new heights, Faust. Hearing that, Cain stood up and looked at Mephisto and said, Great, then tomorrow is the first meeting, please be prepared and come. Saying that, Cain teleported away, leaving Mephisto bewildered. How did he teleport from the barrier around Graubazer, and that to when he knew it would take him to the dimensional gap? Unknowingly, Cain had given another reason to Mephisto to become the overseer in the hope that he will figure out the way Cain teleported just now. The next day, the first meeting of Ars Goetia was started. All of the lords of the remaining 72 devil pillars were present. Along with the 4 Satans, and even the extra houses had someone to represent them. But even though the Devil Society had just ended the civil war, from the way the Devil Lords are sitting, at least 2 different factions can be seen. The Great King faction led by Zekrom Baal, those who want to prevent the new Satans becoming like the previous ones while maintaining the traditions. The Conservative faction led by the clan of Belial, those who believe that power should be more evenly distributed and that common devils be given more rights. And lastly, the smallest but the strongest faction, the new Satan faction led by Cain Levon Lucifer. They believed in formation of a new Devil Society, Hell, which will be better and stronger. Out of the 37 remaining Devil Pillars, 7 were on the new Satan faction, 18 in the Great King faction and 12 in the Conservative faction. Cain was more annoyed than anyone, as the foolish bastards can't even see their own predicament. But Cain has a way to put them down very easily. This meeting will be all about reconstructing the underworld, but using that as a topic, Cain will make everyone from the opposing faction take losses. But first, the overseer needs to be introduced. Cain went up the podium and spoke using magic to amplify his voice so that everyone will hear him clearly. The Ars Goetia was decided to be run by an impartial devil, and the one that has been chosen for this task is a devil who is impartial, even if the notation of it sounds ridiculous. Just as Cain said that, a magic circle appeared in the hall and Mephistopheles appeared from it. Seeing him, every first-gen devil was shocked, as they knew that he didn't even listen to the Satans. But somehow Cain had managed to get him to listen and even had him take up the position of the overseer of the Ars Goetia. Cain looked at everyone present and saw that nobody disagreed with Mephisto being the overseer, and thus the first Ars Goetia started. The meeting was ongoing for several hours, but nothing was getting decided. The minor things like the food problems or helping the injured devil's family were taken care quite easily. But whenever anything major will come up to the factions, it will become a stalemate. In the end, Cain got fed up and said, "First things first, you guys can play all the politics you want after the reconstruction is done. If after this any one of you fuckers does that shit, there will one less devil pillars from the next day." Hearing that, everyone gulped and shut up, but Zekrom said, "Isn't what you are doing now just the same as the previous Satans?" Hearing that, Cain looked at the Baal ancestor and said, "No, it is very different. The previous Satans were only saying things and lacking the strength to do anything, but me, I can definitely do what I say. So shut up, Zekrom." Hearing that Cain was being serious here, even Zekrom sat down quietly. Seeing that everyone was quiet, Mephisto said, "Do you have any ideas about what to do to Lord Lucifer?" Cain was waiting for Mephisto to say that, as he had deliberately let the situation get to this, as no matter what Cain proposes the others will have to accept, as they lost their chance due to playing politics. "First of all, we will be connecting all the cities in the underworld by roads. Construct the roads in a way that carriages can go easily from one city to another and even inside the city. The detailed plans of each city will be given to the respective lords after concluding the meeting." In the middle of this, Lord Belial spoke up and asked, "Lord Lucifer, any reason why we must focus on roads so much?" Cain responded fluently as if he had expected the question. "Development will follow if the transport is good. No matter how much we reconstruct, only when the common devils themselves decide to progress, the underworld will develop completely. The noble devils can't do everything. Tell me, how many of you are going to do things like making armor and weapons, creating things of daily use? None, so we must also think about the common devils if we truly want to develop." Hearing his logic, everyone was agreeing with him, but again. This time Lord Agars asked, "But what about the cost? It will be astronomical if we consider the size and magnitude of what you have said." And Cain responded, "Of course the devil pillars will pay for their respective cities in their territory. Aside from that, places where no lord rules. Lucifer clan will pay along with Lucifuge and the extra devil clans." Hearing that, many devils were shocked and wanted to refuse, but the glares of the new Satans shut everyone up. After that, the meeting went smoothly with no one being a problem creator. This was the sole reason Cain even allowed faction to be made. Like this, he can always do anything he wants by simply making it look like the others started it, but for others they need to gain support from another faction. Thus a system of checks and balance was created. After 3 more hours, the Ars Goetia ended and the reformation of the Devil Society was underway. Cain had introduced more reforms, like creation of schools for common devils to teach them basic knowledge. Cain wanted to train them for fighting, but that would be tough, so he left it for the future. He also warned everyone to not fuck with any person of another pantheon, as devils are already considered bad. Seraphal had to work twice as hard due to the fact that many devils caused trouble due to their stupid pride. Ajuka also said that he was working on a way to improve the devil population. Falbium didn't say much, but he told that he will make sure that the military is in peak condition. Seeing that someone as lazy as him is working at something, many devil's pillars were motivated, but only for a short period. Cain was lying in bed with Zira after having a short session of steamy sex with her. "Why did you propose that the Lucifer clan will take care of the expenses of the transport? Taking clan-wise, the most money will be used by you." Cain looked at her for a while and said, "It was calculated. While it is true that I would lose a lot of money, but in the long run I will be one who benefits the most." Zira looked confused. "How? As good as she is at politics, she is really bad at making money, huh?" Cain looked at her and said, "If you want to know, then be prepared, it will get real serious." After that, Cain started to speak like a robot. "Currently no devil pillar is greatly involved in the human world. But I have been investing in it since I was in my teen years. Currently we won't gain much, but later in the future I will get exponential gains. And by the time other devils get involved, my head start will be too big. Also, I know for a fact that most of the devil pillars will make a road which will last only a few decades. But I will make roads which will last for centuries. As time passes and common devils grow more economically, they will understand that their lords are not good, but I on the other hand will look good. The devil pillars, in order to appease them, will make me roads spending more money, but they already lost the trust of the common devils. This way I will gain support of the common devils as time passes. And due to their roads being broken, I will have a reason to mock them later on, further increasing my reputation. This way I will gain many things in the long run. Connections, the human world, and lots of money, support of the common devils in the underworld, and more political power, and a card to play when putting pressure on the devil pillars." Hearing all of that, Zira looked at Cain and said, "But will something so trivial really be enough to put political pressure on the devil lords? Even if it is small, it can be used greatly in politics, and I am sure you know how to do that." Hearing that Zira was truly seeing that Cain had planned this, seeing Cain showing off his strength like that made Zira hot. She went and sat on Cain, straddling him while naked and moonlight illuminating her. Seeing her like that, Cain once again started a sex match with Zira which lasted the whole night. Cain had just woken up from his slumber only to find Zira clinging to him like a koala. Even mumbling something like harder or too deep in her sleep. Cain ignored that and woke up and put a pillow in his place to wake up Zira. After that he had baths and went to his study and found a list of devils capable of managing his finances on his desk. Looks like Graphia made this faster than I expected. He was reading the list when Graphia entered the room with breakfast. It was an Indian-style breakfast. It was a Mughlai-style breakfast with sweets. Cain had asked for a different kind of dish for breakfast every time unless he says so. So the maids were busy learning recipes. The maid trio exceptionally was very interested in mastering various cuisines. After breakfast Cain called Graphia and said, "Anonymously give the people in this list a certain amount of money and tell to compete with each other. The one who lasts the longest or the one who makes the most money will be chosen. The time limit is a decade." Graphia replied, "As you wish, my lord," and went to do as he said. The amount of money the Lucifer clan was handling was too much. Cain needed too much time to check all of it. So he needed someone who can do it for him. Thus the need for the competition. But still he needs to do this for a decade. Oh, the woes of being rich. And another chapter. Also write some reviews. Chapter 42, The Phoenix. Third-person POV. Quite a few years have gone by since the end of the Civil War and the Devil Society is slowly getting back on track. With Cain making sure that there is no faction play to slow down development. Even then making roads all around the underworld was a huge thing. Even with magic only a quarter of it has been completed. The common devils are still skeptical but they are gradually believing that the ruling devils are doing something for their sake. Another that has been happening is the boom in the treasury of the Phoenix clan. At first when Cain heard about it he ignored as them having a profitable time, but as the money kept coming in he was forced to check. He needed to know if their earning was legal or not in devil terms. Lest they were smuggling some things like immortal peaches or golden apples. But the answer was the Phoenix twins. Lord Phoenix had two daughters, Rayla and Layla. Both of them didn't attend the last Young Devil gathering as they were only 8 at the time. But apparently they were very good at business. In fact, after having Graphia check, it was shown that only Layla was responsible for the Phoenix clan's boom in wealth. The reason being Rayla was one of the devils who accepted the competition orchestrated by Cain. Thus she was busy making money for a different thing. After asking Graphia about why only one of them was in the competition, he came to know that Layla had refused to participate, not believing sketchy things. The only thing Cain had in his mind was a pity that she lost such a good opportunity. The same day when Cain was sitting in his garden while eating a pie was suddenly interrupted by Melissa. "What happened?" "Lady Leviathan is calling for you, my lord." "In her office." Cain frowned, hearing that ordinarily Seraphal will come herself and not ask him to come. Something serious must have come. Currently Graphia was with Zira, who was busy dealing with the Great King faction and trying to get the support of the common devils. Cain told Melissa to tell them about his whereabouts if they asked and went to meet Seraphal. Cain was surprised when he saw the people inside Seraphal's office. The 3 Satans were inside, making Cain think that the matter to be discussed was more important than he thought. Just as Cain entered, Ajuka asked, "Now that Cain is here, can you tell the reason for making all of us come here?" Ajuka was cranky as he was forced to come here from his natural habitat, aka his research room. Falbium was still sleeping on the chair while sitting. Seeing that Cain coughed a little, making them both take this a bit more seriously. After that Seraphal said, "Hades is acting up recently." Hearing that Cain said, "If he is just acting up there is no need for an emergency meeting like this." But that next line Seraphal said made even Falbium wide awake. Pluto attacked a devil group at the border. What? Falbium screamed, understandably as he was the one responsible for military, yet he didn't know about this as it looked from his reaction. Seraphal explained the entire group was killed, and then Hades sent a message stating that this could be taken as a hostile approach. He said that the devils attacked Pluto first. Even if devils are arrogant, I doubt they will attack a legendary Grim Reaper. Ajuka said with a serious tone. But Cain was thinking it a different way. If the devils who attacked Pluto were from the GKF, then it will make a lot of sense. After all, if Hades actually attacked, the new Satans will be responsible, not their faction. Cain was infuriated. This fuckers don't even care if the entire devil race is nearing extinction. Only thinking for their own gain. Cain looked and said to Seraphal, "Go to Hades and offer him a truce for 100 years. If he does it to 50, then also accept it." Hearing that, Seraphal and the other 2 looked at Cain with astonishment. "Who are you and what have you done with Cain?" Cain ignored Seraphal and said, "Offer him 10,000 tons of gold. And before you guys say something, the devil race isn't capable of war at this moment. The problem is that in terms of top-tier powerhouses we have the advantage, and I know I can beat the soul out of that skeleton bag, but currently we can't afford another war. Hearing that, the other three agreed too. But now they had started the meeting, Cain started to talk to them about other important things too. Falbium, make sure that you are even more rigorous in selecting and training the military. And Seraphol, try to maintain a good relationship with the Shinto and Norse pantheons. Why? Shouldn't we try to improve our status with Olympus first? No, it will be pointless. Hades doesn't like any races except gods, that too, only the Olympus ones. And in the future we might end up completely destroying our relationship with the Greeks. On the other hand, both the Shinto and Norse are much better. They are sensible, and my future plans do not meddle with them too much. Hearing that, Ajuka said, what are your future plans and when will they start? Well, that depends upon how fast you complete your project, to be fair. So you need that, huh? Seraphol was confused by the talking between Ajuka and Cain. Falbium didn't even try to understand. But after Ajuka told her that it was a surprise, she stopped her questioning. After some more idle talk, the four of them went back to their respective homes. Cain entered his room only to find Zira laying on her back reading a report. She was only wearing a black negligee which did little to hide her curves. It barely reached her thighs and did nothing to hide the lacy purple panties she was wearing. Seeing that, Cain decided to first address his hot wife and later think about a literal death god threatening a war. He had his priorities straight even if they were in the wrong order. Cain went on top of Zira, covering her smaller body with his own, effectively pinning her between himself and the king-sized bed. Zira at first panicked but then calmed down, figuring out that it was him. Were you really thinking that someone else will be here? No. I have been too much under stress. Zikram is trying everything to increase his political power. While Zira was saying that, Cain's erection was lodged between her ass cheeks. And Cain was grinding against it hard. Well, let's relieve your stress, shall we? Saying so, Cain removed his clothes using magic and moved her panties to the side. Just as he was about to enter her cave, she said, wait, at least let me turn around. But Cain said a very idiotic thing, but with the voice of a sage. No. The angle of the dangle as of now is perfect to reach the deepest parts of the booty of the coochie. And with that penetrated her in one go without any problem, as she was already wet enough. At least be gentle. But after years of having sex with Cain, Zira was much more resistant to pleasure. But along with that, her sensitivity also increased, thus making her almost same as her wedding night even now. Cain didn't stop, knowing that his needy wife was just saying it with no real protest. He knew how to tell the difference after living with her for the past 7 years. He continued penetrating her wet hole. Cain put his hand on her neck from the front and raised her till she faced him. It looked painful, but with Zira having a ridiculously flexible body, she didn't feel any pain. Cain kissed her like that, increasing her pleasure, bringing her closer to her climax. Cain let her go and stated, thrusting like a madman, making Zira moan like a possessed woman. Oh, this feels unreal. Just like that, Zira reached her orgasm, drenching the sheets. But Cain didn't stop, as the pressure inside her vaginal walls was currently at its peak and he was not going to miss the chance. Cain continued sliding his shaft inside her, giving her no rest and prolonging her orgasms as her body was wrecked with countless mini-orgasms. I am still sensitive. Zira was having trouble in pronouncing coherent words due to the pleasure. And after a few dozen minutes, Cain also felt reaching his peak. He started slamming his hips even more faster. Zira supple but would wiggle with every thirst. Zira was a mewling mess beneath Cain, by now barely able to talk correctly, only giving out unknown noises. So it feels like Hoven. And like the, Cain erupted deep within his wife, making sure that his tiny baby seeds entered her womb. Just as he took his cock out of her, the gate opened and Graphia entered the room with some papers in her hand. But like time stopped, Graphia looked at Zira and she looked at her lord. And an atomic blush spread on the face of the ever-stoic maid. But the mood was broken by Zira speaking in between, still in her own realm. More. Both Cain and Zira were sitting at the bed dressed up, while Graphia was standing in front of them ready to give the report for which she came here in the first place. Zira was blushing, embarrassed that she had shown such intimate scenes to the maid of her husband. Cain didn't really care, as he knew Graphia wouldn't comment on it. But Cain's mind wandered to a scene where Graphia and Zira were lying on top of each other with no clothes, their nipples touching and caves dripping, inviting him. My lord. Graphia's words brought back Cain to reality and he focused in what she was saying. Ah, yes, continue. So as I was saying, my lord, Rayla Phoenix is the one who has eliminated the most of the players in the competition, although in terms of money she hadn't made too much. The current players aside from her have more money. But if she continues her plan to eliminate others, it is virtually guaranteed that she will win. Zira looked confused for a moment, but them understood that I was talking about the financial competition. After that she said. Then isn't she useless? She isn't making money but killing her competitors. Cain, hearing that, said. No, Zira, what she is doing is the fastest way to gain money in this competition. It is not the best way but the fast way. All the money of her competitors is hers. After, why should she work when the others will do it for her? Hearing that, even Grafia gave her thought on the matter. But isn't it better to end the competition then? From the way it is going, she is going to create a big problem if her action come to light. Death of multiple devil is not good, especially after the civil war. Cain said, not my problem if she fails to prepare for the consequences of her plans, that is not my worry. But still there are 3 more years till it is decided who the winner is. We can only speculate till then. Hearing that, both Grafia and Zira agreed with him. After that, Grafia went back to her duties and Cain looked towards Zira and said, "Wanna continue?" Zira blushed but then looked at him seriously and said, "Cain, I need you to address your little harem, as it may break down if you do not give enough attention to your maids." Hearing that, Cain said, "Of course," and went after Grafia to work on Zira's advice. Although what she didn't knew that after she passed out, Cain went to his maids for continuing till his lust was sated. So in no way Cain's harem was about to break. And bonus chapter at 200 horsepower. Gimme those stones. Chapter 43, New Discoveries. Third-person POV. Another 2 years have passed and today Cain was visiting Ajuka, as he was called by him to show some new products he made. Cain teleported into Agar's after eating his breakfast. And what greeted him instead of a medieval age city was a fully sci-fi city. Even though he doesn't get surprised easily, this thing was truly astonishing. Cain was also making Lilith modern, so he knew how hard it is. But Ajuka did it faster, as Agar's is a lot smaller than Lilith. Not to mention Cain's money is also going out too fast. Cain went inside the laboratory of Ajuka only for to see him handling a chess piece with utmost care. "What's with that chess piece, Ajuka?" Hearing that, Ajuka's hand trembled a bit but he calmed down and kept it back. He turned towards Cain and said, "Do not scare me like that. If that thing broke, I will murder you." "Yeah, sure," Cain replied half-heartedly. Seeing that, Ajuka huffed and started explaining about the chess piece. "This is the prototype which will help in increasing the devil population. I have already tried 2 before but they failed. Let's hope that you can provide some useful insight." With that, both went inside a room which contained a prisoner from the Civil War expected for execution. Talk about brutality. Ajuka is using devils like them for his experiments. Some of them look like minor Thulu guys now. Ajuka went near the prisoner and put the pawn piece on the poor guy's chest and inserted the piece. For some time nothing happened, but after that the devil started convulsing and acting like something was coming out of him, and like that he started changing into something inhumane, not that he was a human in the first place. After a lot of screaming and screeching, the devil became a mix of human, lion and alligator. "Ajuka, are you trying to make a chimera?" Cain said, looking at that monstrosity. Ajuka looked at him and said, "No," while simultaneously restoring the chimera. After that he asked Cain, "Any ideas?" Cain started speaking his mind. "First of all, we are dealing with the soul, so that needs to be under keeps. No gods like anyone except death or creation gods to be playing with souls." "Souls? Aren't we dealing with the body?" Ajuka asked, a bit confused. "No, the body changes and shapes itself after the soul. So to change the body we need to work with the soul." Hearing that, a look of enlightenment appeared on Ajuka's face. Seeing that, Cain gave some more of his point sto Ajuka. And bind him to a devil first to give stability. That may be the reason why he is morphing like that. No, we need to at least make it stable for some time before it changes. What if in the future a devil runs away? We need it to stay normal for a while. Seeing that, Cain agreed to Ajuka and gave on last advice to him before leaving him to his experiments. Also add a chant while inserting the piece and use of will in it. This may help a little bit. Saying that, Cain went, leaving Ajuka a little confused. Chants, wills. Is he going senile? But then he remembered the last attack used by Cain to end Rizevim and again went silent, trying to decipher why chants and wills are important. Now Cain was planning to go Seraphal, as she had been recently negotiating with the Norse, and surprisingly they agreed on having good relationships. Looks like Odin is not like Zeus. Although he is still a pervert. But instead of teleporting directly, Cain decided to fly there instead. On his way, Cain saw that the construction was going at a steady pace. It will take another 3 to 5 years to complete. This just shows how big the underworld is, even though the work is being done only on the areas devils occupy. And to top it off, magic is also being used in the construction process. In the middle of his leisure flight, Cain found that many construction places are attacked by the beasts. Even though he had ordered Lucifer clan's army to protect them, they were only present at few places that were near the cities. I will ask Grafia to check it. Thinking about Grafia, Cain had a flashback as to what happened the day before he came out. Check on the others. Flashback no jutsu. Cain was sitting in his study with Grafia sitting on his thighs as he worked on some documents with one hand and fondled Grafia's boobs as a stress ball with one hand. "Lord Cain, my breasts aren't stress balls," she said with professionalism in her tone, but Cain was also swift and replied, "They are for me." Why don't you use your wife's then? This time Graphia said as a woman of Cain, not a maid, but again the reply came lighting fast. Those are better for pillows. Division of labor is important these days. Hearing that, Graphia sighed and stood up and was about to go, but Cain pulled down, making her face near his lap. At least help me with my stress. Graphia sighed for what seemed like a dozenth time and opened Cain's pants and started stroking his flaccid length with her soft hands. After Cain was on full mast, she took his meat staff into her mouth and started to suck on tip while gradually going lower and lower on his dick. Cain also stopped his paperwork for a moment and put his hand on Graphia's silver locks and petted them. Her maid fetish is really strong, huh? And just as Cain was about to increase the intensity of the blowjob he was receiving, the gate opened and Zira walked in with some more papers in her hands. Graphia stopped for a second, but a little pet from Cain encouraged her to keep doing what she was doing. I hope you aren't fooling around like the last time I caught you with Melissa. Cain remembered that his wife can be quite strict when work is involved and said with complete confidence. Of course, Zira, do you really think I would do it again? No guarantee. You really have lust as one of your primary sins. Looks like she still remembers how I always rallen away from work to bang one of my maids, as she is always busy at this time around and she has to do my work. Just at that moment, as to increase his agony, Graphia started to deep throat him, but him being a veteran warrior who has been inside the throat multiple times was able to maintain a calm expression. Zira put the papers on the desk and said, Feel the wrath of the paperworks, you will also understand how I feel when I am stressed and can't come to you for pampering. And turned around and went out swaying her shapely hips. Seeing that she was out, Cain put a hand behind Graphia's head and pushed her till she took in his entire cock and started ejaculating, depositing his sperm directly into her stomach. After that, Graphia stood up and was about to go back when Cain said, Just wait for me to finish my work. Graphia showed a rare smile at that and spoke in a tiny voice, I will be waiting, Cain. Cain went back to work, and on the first paper he held he saw that something was written. Try to hide Graphia's demonic signature next time. Oops, looks like she caught me, not that I was trying to hide it. But I can surely expect some spicy play tonight, I guess. After that, Cain completed his work fast and banged Graphia and then banged Zira. Flashback end. Just like that, Cain reached near the Leviathan territory while thinking about yesterday and entered inside Seraph's office from the window. Seraph was working furiously and battling an endless horde of paperwork, the greatest enemies of every Satan. The amount was mind-boggling, and Cain thanked Zira and Graphia that they take care of his work or else he will go ballistic due to this and blow up the Ars Goetia. He went and sat in front of Seraph and kept silent. After some time, when the stacks of paper went down and Seraph saw Cain's face, she said, Cain, when did you come? No Cohen this time. I have been sitting around for quite a few minutes. Seeing that, Seraph made a sheepish smile and ignored his remark and said, Anyways, why are you here? Cain mentioned his reason for the talks with the Shinto pantheon and Norse pantheon. Hearing that, Seraph went full professional mode and started speaking without taking any breaks. So Odin did say that he is willing to make amends with the devils, but after some time, as currently Nidhogg, Surtur are acting up and Odin is busy dealing with them using his authority as the god king. What about Thor? He should be able to deal with both of them alone. Loki sealed him somewhere and it will take some time till he is free. And Loki is also inciting the Dark Leaves to rebel against the Aesir. The situation is very complex. If we want to help them and make good relation, we will have to act now. But the answer that Cain gave made Seraph surprised. No, we won't do anything. Let's wait and see what happens. As for befriending Te Aesir, that is quite easy. Challenge Valhalla, win it, then fight Thor, show of your body and strength to get Freya on your side, and finally provide some magazines to Odin and we get the Norse on our side. Hearing that, Seraph was flag-basted. Her mouth was open like a fish out of water. Should I fill that mouth? No, control. After a few minutes, Seraph calmed down and said, What about the Shinto? Well, do what you can. Izanagi is very annoying to deal with. Try to talk with the younger gods like Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi. As the old ones, they can be very tough to deal with as they value their traditions very much. Understood. The Leviathan said like she understood it all, where in reality she didn't. After some more talk, Cain decided to visit Falbium. There wasn't anything to talk with him, he just wanted to check that he was doing his job properly and not sleeping all the time. And to his surprise, Falbium was sleeping and supervising the training of the new military recruits. How he was doing that, even Cain was stumped on that. But leaving that as sloth being Falbium's primary sin, Cain went to talk to him. You sure are enjoying this, aren't you? Falbium only looked at him with droopy eyes and said, Yes, better that being the heir of the Glacia Lobula's house. So what's the status, anything new? Falbium looked at one of his assistants, who after getting the signal started speaking like robot whose only function is to recite the things that happened in the past. Lord Cain, in the past years the strength of military has increased considerably. More than 3 million common devils have been added to the reserve force which is kept for wars. Seems like the common devils see military as the easiest jobs. Well, that is very wrong. The assistant continued, also more and more state-of-the-art weapons and armors are added to TE Armory. Even divine materials like celestial bronze, black iron are used in weapons wielded by high-ranking officers. The poor guy was getting tired as time went and at last Cain signaled him to stop. All in all, Falbium was doing his job without any problems even if he was just sleeping most of the time. Just as Cain was about to go, Falbium, who was asleep, asked a question, surprising the assistant. Why didn't you take any action even after knowing that the GKF was responsible for souring our relation with Hades? Hearing that Cain spoke, never thought that you would ask, but you want a reason. It would be because Zekrom didn't do it. Hearing that, Falbium for the first time opened his completely and looked at Cain. But didn't we confirm that the GKF was responsible for it? Cain sighed before explaining. Indeed, the GKF was the one behind it, but it was done without Zekrom's knowledge. He may be power-hungry, but he didn't do things which will harm the future of the devil race as a whole, but the people in his faction only think for their own. So even if reluctantly, Zekrom is NECCSA. Hearing that, Falbium went back to his lazy persona and started thinking about what Cain said. Seeing that the lax guy is doing some thinking, Cain decided that this much was enough and went to check on the last matter of internal affairs handled by his own wife. Cain was laying on his bed with Zira on his chest after a sword session. Now that his little demon was relieved of her stress, he began asking he about the things in Ars Goetia and the internal state of the Devil Society. Mephisto doesn't really attend many of the meetings. The GKF was making a fuss of it. Other than that, the Belial clan and its backers were saying that we should be more liberal and get more involved with the humans. Well, Mephisto will only attend the meeting in which the presence of the overseer is necessary, so give him a head up before such a thing. As for the GKF, let them be, they wouldn't dare do anything as I had given them a visit last time. And for increasing the involvement with humans we should wait a few decades more. Hearing that, Zira said, indeed, that's what I said. Really? Yes. Zira was drawing circles on Cain's chest with her nails. While they continued talking like this and eventually went to sleep. The construction of the roads has reached halfway till completion and the benefits are already showing. But Cain wasn't very interested in that just yet, he was more focused on the completion which is very near to its end. And according to Graphia, only two competitors remain, Rayla Phoenix and Dimitri Barbados. Well, Cain already knew that Rayla would win. Now he was planning on how to make sure that she doesn't get any funny ideas. Cain isn't one to believe in words, promises or contracts, as they can always be broken. What he needs is a foolproof trust that he can trust Rayla with his entire wealth and not worry about her betraying him. It is quite simple though, political marriage. But I can already see Zekrom being noisy about that Satans can't have a harem or whatever. He will shut up once I flex my aura a little. With that, a year has passed and the decade-long competition that Cain started has ended, and as he predicted, the winner is Rayla Phoenix. And to check her out, he has already told Graphia to inform her that the anonymous sponsor will meet her today on the way to the party thrown by Zekrom Baal on the birth of his second son Blaze Baal. And forgive me for my poor naming sense. After sitting on the carriage which was on its way to the Baal castle via the Phoenix territory, Cain had a mysterious smile. Let's see how good you are in person, Rayla Phoenix. And the bonus chapter as we reach 200 horsepower, enjoy. And comment your thoughts on the chapter. Mention out and mistakes you find. This chapter was proofreaded in a hurry as I have a quiz competition tomorrow. Chapter 44, another one, R18 asterisk. Rayla Phoenix POV. I was standing in front of my castle-like damsel waiting to run away with my lover because my family doesn't want me to marry him but some other young master. But no, that not why I am standing here. I was lying down in my bathtub filled with gold coins and enjoying the feeling of being rich when suddenly the same person who gave me the opportunity to become this rich came and asked to be ready and wait here as today my sponsor will meet me. At first I was surprised, but I immediately went to prepare for it. This person who I was about to meet was the reason why I was able to make so much money and finally equal to my sister. No way in hell I am allowing myself to lose him even after winning the competition he orchestrated, which lasted over a decade. I am pretty sure I won it in my ways, although not the best, they were the fastest. Also nowhere anyone said that killing is not allowed. So with that I went to prepare myself for the meetup. I need to present my A game. I need to prepare for every single scenario. He may be a lustful guy, a cold woman, or even a ruthless maniac. Thus I had ordered the maids to prepare the best gowns and jewelry they can with the money of the Phoenix clan. I was wearing a red party gown with a single slit which wasn't really visible as it was just for the ease of movement. My hair was done up with some ornate decorations and I had asked some of the maids to help me get ready as best as they could. I am sure anyone would be impressed by me as I know how gorgeous I look, image. As I had to wait alone, I somehow convinced my family to go without me by making some excuses. It was hard convincing my sister as she must have caught on by now. But due to father not really caring, she didn't manage to get me to come with them. Just as I was thinking of ways on how to impress my benefactor, a carriage pulled in front of me. The carriage was majestic and was pulled by the demonic sex-legged horses of black color. But the surprising thing that happened was that there was no family crest on the carriage, but I still boarded it and sat inside it. But just as I sat and saw the person in front of me, I was shocked. I know my benefactor was a big shot, but who would have thought that it would be the king of devils? Third-person POV. Rayla managed to get over the shock of seeing Cain pretty quickly, showing her strong mind. She sat down after a quick greeting and was brainstorming on how to proceed, as she didn't even think that it was the current Lucifer who was her sponsor. Currently, although her exterior facade was calm, internally she was quite in a bind. Why did it have to be him? Hell, I was ready for it to be someone from outside our faction. No, Rayla, think carefully, it could be a grand opportunity for me. Just as her monologue finished, Cain smirked while looking at her and said, "Finished, you internal monologue? Let's talk about business now." Hearing that, Rayla looked like a deer who has been caught in headlights. But still she maintained her professional attitude. But she knew she has to ask him about why he started this competition. "May I ask why you organized this competition?" "Well, I have a shit ton of money and I am planning on making even more, as more money never hurts. And I needed someone capable of increasing my money as well as handling it. So I organized the competition. Then I won. So, what is my reward?" "Reward? You killed all the other devils and want a reward. Me not killing you for that is already a reward in itself." Hearing that, Rayla was shocked but still continued. There were no rules that explicitly said I can't do that. After saying that, she went silent, hoping that Cain wouldn't pursue this matter anymore. But that response and mentality was exactly what Cain wanted. Someone who follows the rules too much even without testing the limits is of no use in the supernatural world. Cain smirked and said, "Color me impressed. So what do you want as your reward?" Rayla was waiting for Cain to say that. She had already prepared on what to ask. As per the rules, all the money made by the winning participant will be taken back by Cain, so this was a major drawback, but for the participants, working for such a big shot is much better than some money they can make in a decade. "I want to manage all the funds of the Lucifer clan." Wow. She just asked what I wanted to offer to her. Well, now that she has asked, let's play a little bit. Letting a beauty like her go without anything will be bad. Why should I do that? I don't know you for long, so there is no trust. The Phoenix family is in the conservative faction on top of it. So why should I give the entire financial matters of the Lucifer clan to you? Rayla was prepared to be answered like that, so she said, "I can be persuasive." "Show it then." Hearing that, Rayla stood up inside the carriage, which was surprisingly big and steady. After that, she brought her hands near her hip by sliding them inside her gown from the slit, which was only visible when searching, and pulled out her panties. While doing so, she bent over, giving Cain quite a tantalizing view of her cleavage. Cain internally grinned, thinking about what was about to happen. Though I need to tell her that she can't do this for every business opportunity she has. Cain mentally made a note of that he need to train her a little bit. But just after, Rayla took out her panties, which were purple in color, and then used her other hand to free Cain's cock out of his pants. The little dragon sprang up and glared at Rayla, trying to indicate it, but she threw her silk panties on it, blinding it, and sat back where she rose from. Cain, seeing that, started waiting for Rayla to make her next move. After all, he wasn't losing anything from this. In fact, he was winning from this. After some time, Rayla brought up her feet after losing her heels and put both of them on the sides of Cain's shaft, surrounding it. Then started what Cain would later call as the best foot job of his life. Rayla slowly started to move the soles of her feet over Cain's shaft, which was gradually getting erect. Rayla started slowly stroking the spear with her 2 feet gently and sensually. She was making constant eye contact with Cain, increasing her sexiness even more. Damn, she looks incredibly hot like this. Rayla started using one of her feet to fondle Cain's balls. The soft touch of the silk panties combined with Rayla's skillful use of her feet was proving to be a strong combo. Even Cain was feeling a lot of pleasure from it. Rayla started using both of her feet and started stroking Cain's penis from both the sides. Sometimes increasing the pace and sometimes slowly. The gradual change made it hard for Cain to stay calm. On top of it, Rayla's panties were made from acromantula silk, which came from Olympus. It was extremely expensive. So the feel from it was absolutely heavenly. Rayla probably knew that, so she was using that to her heart's content. She was using her feet to pump that cock covered with silk panties. Very soon Cain stared to feel that he will reach his limit soon, but he wanted to enjoy this play for a little more, he decided to hold back and see if she does anything more. Rayla kept the teasing on, sometimes pumping him with both feet, using her sole to rub the glands, using the crevices in her foot to provide some roughness. Scraping the balls using her nails. All of them showed her flexibility. Is she a octopus? 'Cause damn, her legs are flexible. Even Cain marveled at that. If he didn't have much experience with his maids and wife, he might even come too quickly. But he persevered, as the grind must continue. Even if Rayla was determined, her legs got tired from all that acrobatics and using it to pleasure Cain, who was almost at his limit. Just as she stopped, Cain used this to further aggravate her. Looks like you can't even make me come, though that is to be expected from a sheltered young virgin. Hearing that, Rayla got competitive and ate back in response, almost growling. So why doesn't the experienced Devil King tell me how to do it? Cain laughed mentally as she caught his bait and said almost immediately. Why don't you use that mouth of yours? Hearing that, Rayla went down to her knees in the carriage. Good thing the carriage is steady or else her knees would have been done for. After that she brought her hand to remove her panties which were drenched by his precum, but Cain said in a deep, husky voice sending shivers down Rayla's spine. Who said to remove it? Do it like that only. Hearing that, Rayla got a little wet but also thought. This is going a little too far, let's hope I get what I want after this. Unfortunately although will get what she wants, she wouldn't be able to escape Cain's palms now that he has all but publicly decided that she is going to be his second wife. Rayla started licking the penis through her panties which were damp, giving her the sweet taste of precum. Unknowingly Rayla started getting more and more enthusiastic with her tongue, and just then Cain put a hand on her head patting her velvety blonde hair. That was TE's signal for Rayla to start blowing. Her velvety lips wrapped around his shaft and started to suckle on it. The silk panties only enhanced the feeling of it. Damn, the way she maintains eye contact even when sucking really turns me on. Feeling pleasure, Cain while patting her head said, "Good girl, keep on doing that." Hearing that, Rayla's sucking became even more provocative. Her tongue started to caress the underside of Cain's cock, stimulating it. Slowly she started taking more length inside her mouth. Her panties stretching to their limit. Every time she comes down she takes a bit more inside. Leading to Cain praising her and her getting more active. Looks like she got a praise fetish. Weird but very kinky. Just as that I said to check my hypothesis. Good, you passed, Rayla. That did wonders for her. She let out a moan which vibrated my cock, making me ready to blow my load. And she took even more of my cock inside her. Cain's shaft started to poke her throat which she took like a champ. Her panties were already stretched beyond limit, the only reason they didn't tear was because of the acromatula silk. Cain POV. Dipping a bit lower I slid into her throat. Smooth wet muscles clenched my cock. I gilded in and out and she barely gagged. Damn, she is a pro at this. Damn, those silk panties, they give a whole another feeling when wet. Rayla's free hands got to work, one on my ballsack and other at the base of my dragon. Her throat contacted around my cock, giving me intense pleasure. The process would have been very comfy if it was not this stimulating. But it still needed more. My hand, which was at the back of her head, pushed her closer till her lips were at my base. That was the key as I started coming, even though Rayla probably screamed, but it only gave me more pleasure to the vibrations inside her mouth. Some of the cum passed through the panties while some stained it. I flooded Rayla's mouth, some dripped out of her mouth and drizzled down her cheek, but most of it went directly into her stomach. She wouldn't need to eat much in the ball, I guess. Excellent, Rayla. Just after that a wet splash sounded in the carriage, and for the first time Rayla didn't meet my eyes head on. Well, looks like that phrase really sent her over the edge. Third person POV. Rayla, after cleaning up her mess and mouth, stood up and was about to use magic when Cain said, "Don't. Either you go commando or wear the same one here. What do you expect me to wear, that dirty panty? I am giving you a choice." Saying so, Cain snapped his fingers, making any evidence of them having a steamy session vanish into thin air. Cain and Rayla went to the ball together. Rayla had hooked up Cain's arm, squishing it between her mammary glands. And like that they walked into the hall after their names were called. Seeing that everyone present in the hall was shocked, as Cain had come to the ball with not his wife but someone else. This was sure to cause chaos in the next Ars Goetia. Well, I need to attend the next one, looks like it. Cain walked towards Zira, who was drinking wine by herself. Seeing that, Rayla panicked a little, but Cain whispered to her, "Don't panic, she isn't that mad." And now a question. What to do with Ravel? 1. Make her Cain's child. 2. Let it stay like canon. Vote for it. Also, Rayla is the canon Lady Phoenix, Layla is the OC I made to make sure the Phoenix bloodline continues and produces members like normal. Chapter 45, Satan Reforms. Third person POV. Cain reached near Zira with a restless Rayla in row and asked her a basic question, like he didn't just come to the ball with a woman other than his wife. "So how's the ball?" And Zira also replied like she didn't just watch her husband come to the ball with a new woman. "It's just SOSO, not much is going on. Let's congratulate Zikram and get going. Let me talk to the others first, then we can go. Till then, why don't I let the two ladies talk?" Cain had already started walking away, leaving Rayla with Zira after he died his line. Cain ignored everyone else and went directly towards Lord Phoenix while taking a glass of devil wine in his hands. "Good day, Lord Phoenix, how's your family doing?" Lord Phoenix looked like he was forcing a smile and said, "Everything is fine, Lord Cain." Cain looked like he was about to give him a good verbal thrashing, so he understands not to do anything to worsen his relationship with Rayla, along with a threat to join the Satan faction now that he is involved with Rayla. But before he could even start, someone else spoke. "How are you, Lord Lucifer?" It was a woman with striking similarity to Rayla. Cain wouldn't be able to tell them apart if he didn't spend time with Rayla before, but something like this isn't going to deter him, and he replied almost instantly. Fine. And you must be Layla, right? She nodded her head, and simultaneously Lord Phoenix started to slip away, but I locked him in his tracks by my glare. Not so polite now, are you, Lord Phoenix? Like, come on, at least try. He shook his head like he has given up on something and said, if you want to talk about me joining the Satan faction and ditch the GKF, then talk to my wife or Layla. And after saying that, stood at the side, leaving the power to his daughter. This is not surprising considering he married into the house. He looked at Layla and said, so any changes that I should be warned about in the near future? Cain was going easy on her. After all, she is still Rayla's sister and he doesn't yet know what is dynamics of their relationship. No, Lord Cain. You sure have guts denying me like that. Even when I am going to marry your sister. Hearing that for the first time, Layla's calm expression was broken, and she said in a voice which wasn't really loud but still showed her realization. No wonder she was acting all over the place like a big shot for the last few years. That was because you were her backer. This makes sense. If that is the case, then if you really end up marrying her, we may change our allegiance. That was surprisingly easy. But by her personality, I can't see her getting along with Rayla. Cain started to talk to her about normal things now that the main topic had been discussed. Rayla was standing in front of Zira, who was sipping wine from her glass. So who started it? Zira asked calmly with no expression on her face, which scared Rayla even more, but she didn't manage to impress Cain just by her bedroom skills. I did. She spoke with a voice showing no hint of nervousness. As a businesswoman, she knew even if she is scared, she can't show it to the other side or else they will have advantage. So you seduced my husband. Quite a bold move even after knowing how I am. It was well known how obsessive Zira is for her family. Rayla was very close to running away, only the hope that she wouldn't be killed here because of the lords and devils in the hall stopped her. She was sweating profusely, and just as she was about to run away to Cain, as he was probably the only one who could save her from Zira, Lucifer. But Zira started giggling and after some time said, calm down, it was just a joke. I wouldn't really kill you, and it's not like I didn't know about his little competition. A competition of that level is little. With which kind of beings did I get involved? Rayla was questioning a lot of things but went back to her formal persona, and soon after Cain came and joined them. You girls doing fine? Yeah, I did a little bit of trolling, as you call it. It was fun. Cain looked at Zira and said, let's just hope you didn't give PTSD to our resident chick. With that, both Cain and Zira went to greet Zekrom, but it went like Zekrom didn't add a greeting but a report from Cain for his shenanigans. Congratulations, Zekrom. You can't create a harem, Cain, it is not allowed. Zira shook her head like she was used to it, and Cain looked confused. Well, it will get allowed soon, I guess. Cain said and went back to find Rayla with her family talking, but it looks like Layla and her were not getting along. Is that fine? Zira asked, seeing the internal warfare between the two Phoenix sister. Yes, she should be fine with my backing also. It is not surprising considering their personalities. They both went near the Phoenix family and stood behind Rayla, showing their support. Seeking that, Rayla also gained motivation and continued her talk with her sister. Now how will you deal with the Ars Goetia? A quick reality check will do the trick. Wouldn't that backfire on you if you continue like this? Many will compare you to the previous Satans. I got the common devils on my side and the road construction is complete, while some of the roads in the various territories made during the start are already breaking. I wonder who ordered people to fight and move roughly on those roads. Zira just shook her head and thought about the look that would appear on Zekrom's face when Cain will start talking tomorrow in Ars Goetia. The ball ended uneventfully, but the next day was major. Zekrom, after seeing Cain and Rayla together, had started rallying his faction members from the ball itself, and he stayed awake whole night to prepare for the Ars Goetia, as he knew Cain would be formidable in the meeting. The Ars Goetia assembled, and this time all the four Satans were present along with the unvocalized Satan Zira, as she was the one who handled most of the things, not Cain. In fact, this is only the third meeting Cain has attended. Mephistopheles the Overseer was absent today, as he deemed today's matters not high priority for him to be present. Even if the GKF made a ruckus about it, Zira responded that the matter related to Cain happened late and hence it was not informed to the Overseer. After all, the whole thing was rigged from the start. The meeting started, but unlike other times it was peaceful, and only at the last the topic was raised by a member of Zekrom's faction. I would like to ask the current members, is it fair that again the Satans accumulate power in their hands as the current Lucifer seems to do so by marriage? Everyone looked at Cain as to what will he say. Do I need to accumulate power to do anything? I alone am strong enough, and if some lords here are forgetting about the scene from the end of the war, I can show them, albeit at a smaller level. Zekrom stood at this and said, are you really going to strong-arm the Ars Goetia? You consider this strong-arming? This is just some tomfoolery. If I was actually going to brute force something, do you really think anyone can stop me? Stop daydreaming, Zekrom. I don't interfere into your clan matters, so you don't interfere into my personal life. Zekrom sat down, but he hadn't given up. He had already known that Cain can't be forced to do anything. Just as he sat down, Lord Belial stood up and said, But still, if you marry the Lady Phoenix, wouldn't you gain more monetary power? It's Lord Lucifer to you first of all, and secondly, it is well known that Rayla isn't the heir. Layla isn't. Even if she is disowned by the Phoenix clan, I would still marry her. As for monetary power, I already have too much of it. But Lord Belial didn't stop and continued as Zekrom, and he had made a deal. But still, more money is never a bad thing, and what is to say you wouldn't take over the Phoenix household? Oh, now you guys will tell me about it. I remember that none of the roads made by you guys are still standing properly. I wonder where that money went which was needed to be used for it. Hearing that, Lord Belial went silent and sat down, acknowledging his defeat, because if Cain knew about it, he also knows that he used that money to raise his own army, something which was stopped after the war. If he really pushes it, will give a reason to Cain and the Satans to act openly, which never ends nicely. Now that the conservative faction was out, Zekrom needs to handle Cain on his own, which isn't possible, as just like the conservative faction, they also trained their own little army. No one wanted to give the mad devil Cain a reason to act up. There is a reason why, even though Zira handles most of the internal affairs, whenever there is a scandal instead of her, he come to investigate, which more often than not ends up in heads rolling either noble or common. But regardless, Zekrom tried his luck once more, but still that is a different matter. We can't let power be stagnated in one person's hand. Zekrom was betting on his last hope that everyone will agree to at least limit the number of wives if he can't stop Cain from taking multiple. But he fell right into Cain's trap. In the end, it was decided that only super devil class and above devils who have the rank of Satan can take on multiple wives, but by the time that rule was added, everyone was too mentally tired due to the bickering that rose. All hell was let loose when Cain said, "Are Theses rules even going to apply on devil pillars?" Hearing that they can get banned from getting their own harems, the devil lords started getting hyper, and in the end Cain never specified the number of marriages he can do, thus not limiting his choices. The Ars Goetia ended after that, and everyone went home. Most devil lords worrying on how to appease Cain so that he ignored their little army. Time went by and Cain was busy courting Rayla, which was proving to be harder than Zira, as Rayla was in every sense a spoiled princess. Even if she was not as favored as Layla in the Phoenix household, she was still the daughter of the richest clan in the underworld, in paper at least. And nobody counts the Satans in such list anyway. How do I propose to her, but thinking this after I have gotten a blowjob and foot job feels wrong somehow. Anyways, a date it is. Cain was eating in his castle while thinking about the date with Rayla when his thought was broken by Zira speaking. "Why are you thinking so hard? Trying to remember a good dating spot. Is it for Rayla? Then something extravagant with a royal feel will be appropriate. You now heard that much? I thought she didn't get along with you. She is going to be my family member, so how can I not know about her preferences? As not getting along, that doesn't stop me from knowing he more closely. So you stalked her? You and your family obsession. That was in the Gremory bloodline, although Zeoticus apparently didn't inherit it. It will help me get along with her better. Then I guess India it is. The forts there really show the higher ends of royalty. Yes, that last time we went there it was really good, but currently there are a lot of wars going on. How will you get a peaceful date there? Every ruler there knows about the supernatural, though only the kings and queens, as it strengthens their faith, increasing the strength of their gods. And I think nobody wants a pissed off Lucifer. Fair enough. That night Cain ordered Graphia to send a message to the current Indian rulers about his needs for a date and free an entire fort for him. And 3 more chapters and we get to the peerage arc. Also, I have been thinking about some ideas on fanfics and I want to list them here so I don't forget. Vote the ones you want to see next. But beware, they will only start publishing when this one reaches canon, which is at least a few dozen chapters away. So I will write them when I am not writing this fanfic. Also, I have 2 chapters of the I Am Shadow already written. The vote will continue till December 31st. 1. I Am Shadow. MC gets transmigrated into Sid when he is 13, just after the 7 shades leave. And does thing more properly than CID.MC that knows stuff, transmigration. 2. JJK. Ignorance is bliss. A normal guy awakens his cursed technique at the same time as when Yuta is enrolled. With a simple but powerful technique, how will our MC live his life, AU? 3. Strike the blood. The 4th progenitor, Koju, is smart this time around. See what happens when an immortal, powerful vampire knows his shit and doesn't fuck around. 4. Rosario X Vampire. Bloodlust. A vampire exchanges his place with Tsukun, destroying the plans of the Yokai Academy director and fate. Noblesse powers, AU. 5. Campione. 7-star god killer. A guy on a museum excursion accidentally kills a god. Getting involved in such weird thing without his control, he will do whatever in order to live his life as he wants, AU. 6. MHA. Chain Hero. A boy reincarnated into MHA with Enkidu powers. Antihero. Reincarnation. 7. Mashoka Tensei. Magic god. What if Rudius, instead of being a reincarnated man, was the original Rudius, having even greater magic power due to resonance between his body and soul thanks to Laplace factor? He goes on a journey to become the strongest, AU. 8. The time I reincarnated as a beastmaster, a man transmigrated into the body of Carrion decades before canon and decided to become the greatest beast tamer ever in Tenshura, AU plus transmigration. 9. Ashi no Ko, superstar, a man transmigrated into Guru Amamiya just before meeting AI. See how he changes events in way different way, AU plus transmigration. 10. Kote, a redemption story, a man with a god complex dies and reincarnates as Ike Kanji. Deciding to complete his previous lifestyle goal and fulfill his regrets, the only problem instead of the open world he needs to deal with genius children in a school with skewed rules and morals, AU plus reincarnation. 11. Danmachi, White Blaze, a man reincarnates as Bel Cranel. And uses his powers and fate to rule over Arario as its strongest adventurer with some beauties and goddesses around him. Not a dense bell, AU plus reincarnation. 12. Fate/Master of Heroes, a man gets transmigrated as Fujimura Ritsuka. Knowing his fate he tries to become the best version to save humanity and getting the heroic servants to accept him as their master. Transmigration. 13. Re-Zero, the player, a guy winks and gets teleported to another world. And soon he finds another person like him. Thinking this to be a prank, the guy does stuff and dies accidentally only to find himself at the start again. Comes to know he has a player system which lets him save at any point in time, and every time he loads he resp1s. But there are other demerits to this power, transmigration. 14. Spy X Family, Twilight, a guy transmigrated into Lloyd's body 3 years before canon. Decides to be a good father to Anya, helpful husband to Ya and a good role model to Fiona, AU plus transmigration. 15. Konosuba, Hero's Journey, a man by some bad fate exchanges places with Kazuma just as he was teleported to the new world after making his wish. See how he really does the cliches of Ice Guy, transmigration. 16. Date Alive, Spurt King, Smart Itsuka Shido. No bullshit, dense like black hole. Smart and cautious MC uses his powers to woo and fight spirits as well as humans, AU. Chapter 46, Date and Wedding, R18*. And I kinda forget about putting Arifureta on the poll last chapter. So, yeah. Arifureta fans and lovers, please give your votes here. Also Happy New Year in advance. The winner of the poll is Strike the Blood, 31 votes. Runner-up, I Am Shadow, 22 votes. So I will start working on it as soon as possible. Third-person POV. Cain could be seen standing near his garden dressed up for his date with Rayla. The destination was one of the oldest forts of India, Jaslamar Fort, also known as the Golden Fort or Sonar Quila due to its tawny lion color which blends with the sand around it. It was currently under the control of the Mughal dynasty. The current ruler was Akbar. After Grafia sent him a message that the King of Devils needs a fort, he immediately replied with making the Golden Fort available solely for him as long as he wants. Only the servants were placed in the fort. Just as Cain was thinking about the massive fort, a magic crest appeared on the ground and a pillar of flames rose, and from within, Rayla appeared. She was wearing a gown with the same color scheme he had seen her on the ball. But that didn't diminish her ravishing beauty. Shall we, my lady? Rayla raised her hand, which Cain took and put a soft kiss on her knuckles and brought her close to him. Cain activated his teleportation and went directly to the middle of the city of Jaslamar, in a lonely alley. They started the date by going around the city, which itself was under the fort as it was huge. The Rajasthani culture was very interesting due to the various influences on it over the course of history and many wars. Rayla was finding the endeavor to be very interesting, as it was her first time going at such a place, as most of the devils don't really leave the underworld, and even if they do, it is for work purposes. The various dishes found in Jaslamar were influenced by the Mughals, the Rajputs, and the desert. The scarcity of resources had made the people here creative in their food preparations. The cuisine was also affected by the warlike lifestyle of the inhabitants. But the mood of the people was always joyful. You seem to be enjoying yourself. Indeed, I never thought that a date could be this wonderful. Looks like the spoiled princess doesn't really know the wonders of the world. But still, I can't really convince myself to come here again. This is some normal stuff. Cain, hearing that, said, the grand stuff you are waiting for will come soon. So be patient like a good girl. Hearing praise from Cain, Rayla blushed a little but continued to walk in the streets watching the city. They continued their tour till evening. They had a very Indian-style lunch in a normal establishment. When the sunset was about to happen, Cain lifted Rayla in a princess carry and flew. He had casted a minor disillusionment charm of the entire city so that no one noticed it. Reaching at a point high enough, Cain released Rayla, who brought out her own flaming wings out and floated along with him. What do you see? Hearing Cain ask a question, Rayla looked down and said, this entire city is a fort. It blends with the surrounding due to its color and looks majestic during the sunset. Do you see that middle part? It is called the Raj Mahal Palace, the residence of the former royalty here. And just for you I got it for as long as we need to stay here. You like stuff like this, don't you? Hearing that, Rayla was in shock, as even though she was from the Phoenix clan, she was never gifted anything. She bought all her things by herself. Her parents were too busy grooming Layla to be the next heir, as soon as she showed talent in business. If Layla was pure talent in financial department, the Rayla was complete hardworking in that. So when Cain brought an entire fort which was big enough to contain a city for her, she was beyond elated. The only thing that was going in on her mind was, this is for me, my first gift from someone else and not for my birthday. She jumped midair on Cain and smashed their lips together aggressively, wanting to mix with him right here, in the middle of the evening sky above thousands of people. The setting sun, the glimmering sand and the lit-up fort made up a breathtaking scenery for the kiss which was shared between Rayla and Cain. After the kiss, both Cain and Rayla were too horny for anything, so they both went inside the fort ignoring the servants and started making out, from the hallways to the bedroom. The bed was king-size with a canopy on top and silk sheets from the finest parts of India. Cain threw Rayla on top and removed his shirt, showing of his body, making Rayla even more horny. He then proceeded to gently take off Rayla's gown, and just as he managed to get her mammaries free, he started to suck on them like he was a child. Stop sucking on them so hard. But Cain continued his mouth work while his hands revealed the marvel that Rayla's body was. Cain stopped his hands when they came near her hips and started to finger her wet hole. He started with one finger and then increased it to 3. Oh. Go slow. And very soon the fingers of Cain were sliding in and out smoothly of Rayla cave. Cain now again started to take off her gown while his finger continued their job, and he kissed Rayla with all his passion. And just as the gown came off, Rayla came to due to Cain sucking on her lips and dominating her. Coming. A wet splash was sounded in the room, followed by heavy breaths in quick succession. Rayla was breathing heavily. With her bra and gown off and only her panties remained, which were drenched in her love fluids. Cain decided that she was wet enough for him to go all the way. Using magic, Cain removed his remaining clothes and ripped off Rayla's wet panties and lined his cock, which was already soaring high to the hot mess that Rayla was. Without any further ado, Cain pierced Rayla's hymen in a single go while kissing her to remove her mind from the pain. He kept still for a while but soon started moving, as devils needed much less time to get accustomed to the pain. Soon enough the echoes of pleasure and grunts of satisfaction filled the silent fort. On. Such tightness. Give me more of this pleasure. Good girl Rayla. Clench your hole more. The praise fetish of Rayla was proving to be very effective, as at every praise Cain threw at her, she tightened her wet hole. After continuously ramming Rayla's pussy till kingdom come, Cain finally felt the urge to come. With a few long and hard thirsts he started to release his seed deep inside the womb of the spoiled princess. Take it all Rayla. SWO, hot. It feels like a fire is lit in my stomach. By this time Rayla had already came more than half a dozen times, and due to the phoenix regeneration she was never out of endurance till she ran out of demonic energy. Coming with a scream, Rayla once more drenched the sheets, which was already too wet by now and covered by both her and Cain's body fluids. After coming for a solid few minutes, Cain finally took out his cock, which was still rock hard. And Rayla proved to be doing much better than Cain assumed than she would be doing. Don't tell me the Lucifer is tired only after this much, Rayla said in order to provoke Cain. Oh, don't worry, I will make sure that even your phoenix regeneration is out of stock by the time I am done with my little princess. Hearing the praise along with the threat aroused Rayla even more. And so on. The night was still long and neither Cain or Rayla were in the mood to end this after only one round, so they went on till the morning and made sure that no one slept in the entire central fort. In fact, to tire out Rayla, Cain went to fuck her brains out for a whooping 3 days without stopping, and only stopped when her regeneration wore out. Poor servants, they weren't even to sleep for 3 days and were frustrated beyond anything, but still weren't able to anything. After that, Cain and Rayla spent another 4 days in the fort, out of which 2 were spent fucking like rabbits again. After that they went back to their respective duties, as Cain still needed to look after his stuff in the Lucifer castle. Few weeks later the entire underworld is again in the mood of enjoyment, as it at the time for the second marriage of the Lucifer. This time with the Phoenix princess, Rayla Phoenix. Cain this time had his marriage done in another castle which was solely built for the marriage. But this time it was on smaller scale than the one for his first wedding. Again, just like last time, everyone from the Devil Lord's house was invited. Ajuka was the groomsman again. Their friendship has constantly grown over the decades, reaching a point where Cain would consider him a real friend of his. Surprisingly, both Zira and Layla were the bridesmaids for Rayla, Cain, and thought that Zira will be the only one, but again the woman mind surpasses him. Cain was wearing a 3-piece suit just like his last wedding, just with a different style. While Rayla was wearing a blue wedding gown with white theme and blue decoration, enhancing her beauty to another level. She had also wore a small crown adorned with single big sapphire and a blue flower. She had a choker cum necklace adorned with blue gemstones, image. The gemstones were of course Cain's courtesy, they were not refined by my blood. But they were made by me using a very rare material, several in fact. And they had a blue flame inside of them perpetually. Cain, seeing her, complimented Rayla. You are looking absolutely gorgeous, my love. Rayla only blushed a little at his praise. After taking their somewhat abstract oaths, Cain kissed Rayla while lifting her in the air, even when Zira tried to make it harder for him. The marriage went smoothly even though Zekrom was glaring at him the whole time the marriage party was going on, but Cain ignored it. After all, it doesn't matter to an elephant if a dog stared at it. After everyone was too drunk and went back, the Satans had their own little drinking party and then went back. Cain allowed himself to get a little drunk on this occasion and again banged Rayla after reaching his castle. As she was tired from the stress she went for the last few days, Rayla was exhausted quickly and went to sleep only after a few rounds. Seeing that Cain also went to sleep with his second wife. Next few days were about letting Rayla interacted with the Lucifer house members, mainly Zira, Graphia, Melissa, and Vanessa. As Zira already knew much about Rayla, she was able to get along with her pretty quickly, and so within a single week Rayla was able to settle down in the Lucifer clan. After that, Cain decided that it was time for him to throw all his financial work into Rayla and lose even more of his paperwork. Now Rayla, the great Lucifer is bestowing you with the great honor of having privilege to managing all the funds of the Lucifer clan in both the human world and the devil society. Cain said so while introducing her to the enormous-sized, dozens of stacks of papers. These had accumulated due to Cain always ignoring them. Sigh. Now I wonder if I made the right choice marrying you. You most definitely did, Rayla. Rayla never thought that she would need to do this much work even after her marriage. But still the businesswoman inside her was always active, so she didn't get demoted and started to get accustomed to her new lifestyle. After showing her the work and telling Melissa to help her with anything she asks, Cain went down to the basement and looked inside of it. Time to explore the damn dungeon. I kinda forgot about it after the Devil Civil War, so let's do it now. I have no major project now till Ajuka develops the evil pieces. At this time Cain didn't know that the result of him exploring the dungeon will be something astonishing even to him and to the entire devil kind. And well, here is another poll. The peerage is decided and only 3 positions are left. I am stuck between the 6 characters, vote your choice. The positions left are a knight and 2 pawns. 1. Jalter, my choice. 2. Crum Crouch, my choice. 3. Shiki Ryugi. 4. Okita Suji. 5. Roy Gunblefiger. 6. Miss LaBale, my choice. Crum Crouch is a girl. 200 power stones for a bonus chapter. Chapter 47, The Mother of All Devil's Eye. Cain POV. I was, for the past few years, hell-bent on clearing that damn dungeon inside my castle. I initially thought that it was at best going to take me 3 to 4 days or at best a week to clear it, but to my surprise this dungeon was an intricate maze filled with various traps. Most of these traps were made by my damn father. Some teleported me to God knows where, various beasts which are extinct in the underworld appeared to attack me, special traps which rip you apart, and the most problematic of them the demonic energy control puzzles. For the most part one can brute force my way, but for energy control I needed to work my ass off. Even Ajuka would take a long time to complete these, so I am proud of myself to be able to even complete them. These puzzles were like locks in combination, even the lowest ones in the pairs of 6. And every lock has 3 different ways of unlocking depending upon the controlling way of demonic energy. And the only way to know is hit and trial, so even the smallest puzzles can take up to 729 attempts to clear, not to mention the ones that have dozen of those locks in order. Sometimes I spend an entire day down in here. The reason for me being slow in attempting even though devil brain works fast is due to the inherent devil magic. As devil magic mostly works on imagination, devils don't need much of precision on magic, but that is the problem. When you look at it with a different angle, human magic is way more destructive than devil magic as it involves calculations. So these traps and puzzles, even though annoying, were helping me in getting stronger in the control department. But even so, almost 4 years have passed and now I can say that my control is incomparable to my past self. But now that I have seen how ridiculous control training could be, I still see a long way till I can call myself a perfectionist in demonic energy control. And knowing that Ajuka can control an entire area completely shows how big of a monster he is in control department. But after all this time I can feel that the end of this dungeon is near. It's like an indescribable feeling that pulls me closer to the end of this. I have felt this in the past sometime. A feeling of warmth unlike anything I feel from Zira, Rayla, or my maids. Even Graphia, with whom I share a bond, doesn't give off this kind of feeling. This is also my main reason I am so focused on clearing this place. And do the same feeling I can know that I am near the end. Whatever thing is down there I can feel in getting closer every trap and puzzle I clear. After a year of continually clearing puzzles which could take up to 500,000 tries, I finally reached the end and only one puzzle remains between me and that feeling's origin. A single huge door. Even with my increased sense I couldn't sense anything beyond it, or even the door itself I can't really sense it. I only know it is there because I am seeing it. Well, let's go, we will see what happens after opening it. Third person POV. As soon as Cain touched the door a bright light shone and everything started to get cleansed by it. And for holy light of this level everything except purity of the highest level is unholy. Cain's instincts kicked before his mind could react and pulled his hands back along with his body. By the time Cain knew what had happened, the light had already went back inside the door and everything within a certain distance from it was destroyed. Was that holy light? Cain was confused, as even if Michael attacked him he still wouldn't be slow enough or weak to be hurt by it. And his instincts worked before his brain, so this light could definitely do the things Michael's light couldn't. This light has an eerie similarity to dark light, just like it except the corrupted part and coupled with the fact that this is a Lucifer's castle. After being silent for a while, Cain spoke with his voice echoing in the long, dark corridor. So that is the level of the Morning Star in his prime. But the more important question is, how did he make this door after he became a devil? So many mysteries around my parental lineage, only time will tell, I guess. As I still lack much information on either Big or my father. Now how do I get inside? First let's try using dark light. Cain tried to imbue dark light into the door but it didn't work, but after trying many different things Cain sat down and though long and hard for a long time. After some minutes he stood up, took out the book of Lucifer. Just as he took it out, the door revealed a depression just shaped like the book, and seeing that Cain put it inside and just as the book fit inside. The door was finally unveiled from whatever seal was and Cain was able to sense it. And what Cain found out was that this was another puzzle but with 15 locks, as the book had 15 chapters and each with 3 ways, as each chapter in the book was divided into that many parts. Time to try again, I guess. But surprisingly Cain hit that ungodly probability of 0.0000069692% on his 1200th try. And even this low number of tries took much longer, as each wrong try caused that light to be released, causing to halt the process till everything was repaired again. And just as that happened the door was opened and a putrid spell like that of rotting flesh came out. The first thought of Cain was, whoever died here was left in this place for at least a century or more to be this rotten. And then he went inside. What welcomed Cain inside was a piece of flesh which was rotting and decaying. It was almost in the shape of human, but only because of the distinction of the body parts. Aside from that, it was no different from a rotting corpse. But Cain was shocked to see this, because this thing's still alive. Motherfucker. Cain really wanted to correct himself, but his sense told him that thing was alive most definitely, but in a comatose state. But the main question was, how is he gonna cure it, and if it is even possible? At first Cain tried to check it using his demonic energy, but what he found astounded him. This thing's entire demonic energy is out of control. It's like this is a large piece of string and is connected to millions of another threads branching from it, and due to improper care all of them have jumbled up. My father is truly fucked up. Cain knew because of his feeling in his entire body that this thing was his mother, Livian. The mother of all devils, or the queen of succubuses. And her current state he could only think was due to some shit his mad father did. I know he said he didn't treat her right, but this is on another level than simply being mistreated. Cain understood immediately that this was due to the original Lucifer forcibly birthing devils from Lilith's flesh using the book of Lucifer and some messed up ritual. And as the mother of all devils, she used up a little part of her demonic energy to create a little connection between her and the birth devil. She must have wanted to cut that later on, but Lucifer didn't allow it in order to have some sort of control over the devils. And she didn't manage the number properly, resulting in all of that being mixed up and making her like this. Each devil has their own unique demonic signature which changes as he grows. And to cure her he needs to cut all those strings down which are form outside, but not those which are important for her, while simultaneously solving this huge knot. Just great. I thought I was free of training my control, but this even more tough. Fuck you, OG Lucifer. But still Cain was different from his father. He was loyal to his family and protective of them. So he began to treat her other, but first he brought her to one of the upper levels of the dungeon. It was much brighter and cleaner than the shithole she was in. He put her in a bed and sat next to her. He tried focusing on her magic and began to unveil her knots. Cain POV. Day. I started by checking approximately how many connections are still there, as many devils have died during the long course of history, but I found out that all of them still existed in the connections, as the part near to them was cut, but here it was present in the knot. So I began to focus 6 to 8 hours on a daily basis to cure my mom. The only reason I was able to was because of the weird little training montage I had gone beforehand. Day. I have managed to unveil a few hundred knots, but the progress is not visible till now. Graphia, Zira, Rayla, and the others asked me, but I told them that I am working on some huge project. I don't want to give them false hope. So until I cure her, or at the very least I am sure that I can heal her, I will not tell them. This also to make sure that they do not get involved, as, if they knew that they do not have the high level of control required and they might start to train for it. Day. I must have cleared about thousands of those knots, but they keep on getting harder as more knots get unveiled due to me entangling more to free one. I keep tabs on Ajuka's progress on evil pieces form time to time, but the prototype is only ready with many defects. He needs more time. Day. The speed of me solving the knots has increased. I can solve a few dozens daily now. Not much is going on in the Devil's Society, but I still keep checking for anything major or suspicious either by Hades or by the GKF. Day. The process has gone faster. I can see the eyes, but they are still closed. Some hair has appeared on the head. The limbs are more recognizable now. But still I think I am a fifth of the way there. I am getting better at demonic energy control. I think I should tell Zira about this. I will leave telling to Grafia and Rayla up to her. Day. After telling Zira, things got much easier. She had a talk with both Grafia and Rayla. She kept me out of it, but they became more understanding of the situation. As for progress, I think I have completed almost 80% of the work. The basic body shape of the female is present, waist-length hair, eyes with eyelids, I can hear the heartbeat. But the rotting skin and decaying part is still there. I think I can complete this in few more years. Day. Today only a few dozen knots left to untangle. Her entire body is visible. The hair color, skin tone, rising of chest while breathing are visible. The rot and decay has vanished too. The last knots will wake her up. I can only hope that she will have her memory and not be alarmed. I basically rebooted her without the deletion of memory part, of course, but this was my first time, so there may be some complications. So as I solved the last few knots and waited for my mother to open her eyes in what would be for the first time in centuries for her, my heartbeat was rising. When I saw her move and strain her eyes, I got excited. And finally we reach at the Lilith part. Chapter 48, The Mother of All Devils, 2. Lilith POV. How long has it been since I had a normal day in my life? I left the garden, heaven, and Adam because I didn't want to submit to him. After coming to the human world I found peace and freedom, but then came Lucifer. He was strong, beautiful, and kind, but I didn't know he was only interested in my ability to create a new race. I changed my race from a succubus to a devil for him, hoping he would be better than Adam, but he was worse. He only used me for his gains. All those promises he made were meant to deceive me. He made me a breeding machine using my flesh and his book of Lucifer to create devils. At first I thought it wouldn't do anything to me, but I realized it too late that it was affecting me very badly. But I didn't want to die like this before feeling the joy of being a mother, a true mother to a child who I gave birth to. On a day Lucifer was stressed, I used my charms to sleep with him and I got pregnant. I knew if he knew I was pregnant then the fate of my children would be grim. So I made his memories blurry and went to Agar's. I controlled him using my charms and illusions and made him create a small stasis chamber. I then spilt my human form and put that inside the chamber and went back to rule the underworld as its queen with my succubus and devil form. I could only hope that my children are born safely in a future where beings like my husband are not there to wrong them. I also told my maid about this as I only trusted her with this. Soon my body began to rot and decay from the load of birthing devils continuously. In a few months I was unable to even sit. Only laying in a bed, waiting for my inevitable fate. And after some time my memory got black and I couldn't feel anything. I tried to stay conscious but eventually my brain turned off. With that I thought I had died. But after an unknown stretch of time I felt the burden of the rituals cast on me by Lucifer get lighter. It was negligible at first but over time it became large. I hoped that it was me getting out of my coma. I can get to see my children. But there is no guarantee that the person curing me is a good person. Are my children even doing good? Are they not hunted or better? Have they even been born? Such questions haunted me. Sometime later I could hear the person healing me. He talked very less, but whenever he did, his voice touched me. His voice was ambitious, you could sense the pride and confidence he has in himself from the way he talks. I don't know why, but I could feel that he was someone special to me. Very soon I was able to sense with my skin, hear clearly, smell the air around me. And thus I knew I was about to wake up from my slumber, which was for an unknown period of time. I need to be prepared in the case my benefactor is a bad guy. I think I might be rusty, but I do not think the scientist or healer types are strong in a fight, especially against a succubus such as myself. I moved my hands a little just to check that I am not restricted by magic and then started to open my eyes, after a long deliberation. Brightness, intense brightness, that was what assaulted my eyes the first. It took me some time to get accustomed to it. But I looked at the ceiling, it was similar to what was in the underworld currently, or the past I guess. I tilted my head to find a grown-up man with silver hair which was closer to white, piercing red eyes reminding me of my husband. A excited yet amused look on his face as well as anticipation. I felt a strong urge to hug him like he was a missing part of me, but I suppressed my urge and asked him. I couldn't speak, looks like my mouth is not used to speaking after being not used for a long time. I looked at him and lifted a cup of water and helped me drink it. His hands were rough but touched me with care. I think he is not a bad man, but I can't be sure. Everyone in the supernatural hides their true intentions. But my instincts say that he will not harm me. After that I again tried to ask him. Who are you? The man replied with a little smile. Cain Levon Lucifer. Third person POV. Cain Levon Lucifer. Just as Cain ended his name, the woman, his mother, jumped at him. Even when her legs weren't working properly due to the prolonged inactivity, she still jumped forcibly towards him. And Cain opened his arms and took her within his arms. And just as she reached near him, she circled her arms around Cain, pushed her head in his chest and started sobbing. My baby boy. I am so grateful to meet you. I can't thank fate enough for this. She continued to mumble things, half sobs and the other half were muffled in Cain's chest. I am not exactly a baby, but sure, whatever you say. Welcome back, mother. Even when he said that, Cain had a rare smile on his face. After all, he just met his first mother in his 2 lives. He had seen her only when he was born, as his other memories were fuzzy, but he remembered her eyes well. After that, Lilith cried herself to sleep, laying in Cain's arms while her body half on the bed, half on her son's body. Great, I am a pillow again. But I guess that's not a bad thing. Lilith didn't sleep for too long, probably due to her sleeping for an extended amount of time beforehand. When she woke up, she found herself in her son's lap, with head snuggling in his chest. She eventually sat up and looked at Cain, only to find him sleeping while sitting. She released a sigh and sat up. Thank goodness it wasn't a dream. Lilith feared that this was a dream. She looked around and saw that it was simple room. Just then a voice sounded. Slept well? Lilith turned around to find her son staring at her. She replied. Yeah, I did. Cain. Can I call you that? Yes, you can. Where is Rizevim? Hearing that, Cain went silent for a moment, contemplating whether to tell her so suddenly now or let her adjust and then tell her that. He decided that the later would be better. We will talk about that later. Till then, why don't you ask me some other things? Lilith looked down for a bit and asked me. So how's my boy's life till now? Cain started narrating his life. I have 3 wives, 2 maids who are also my lovers, and another lover who is currently out of reach due to some circumstances. Wow. You are a little playboy. Multiple girls at such a young age. Ah. No, I am 90 currently at the moment. What? I thought you were younger, like somewhere around 25 or 30. Then Cain told her about the devil civil war, in short, the tyranny of the Satan descendants, and some other stuff in brief. As he would later take her to the library to make her up to date with the complete timeline. They then started talking about his general life, his work and private life. So how's the underworld these days? You will be surprised, it has changed a lot. And a little fun fact, everyone thought that my middle name was Livian, not Livan, due to the difference in old devil language and the current one. I had to make an official statement to correct that. But again a bad topic rose. How's Rachel? Cain looked down and said. She died protecting me and Rizevim when we were 2 years old and were attacked by some devil's houses. She held on to your word till her last breath. Hearing that, Lilith got sad, but still she didn't cry. After all, crying in front of her son is bad. Cain simply patted her back. He knew Rachel was the only true friend his mother ever had. But soon the topic got changed and Lilith gradually recovered. They both laughed at some stuff, and when both of them were out of things to talk, Cain said. Let's take you to meet my wives, and are you gonna stay like this? Cain said, referring to his mother. Look, image. No, this is my succubus form. I only show these to people I trust. I use my devil form for public use. Saying so, she turned into her devil form, image. That's better, but the eye color doesn't match with the ones in my memory. Oh. You remember how I looked when I gave birth? That was the human form. And then again she changed into it, but only for a brief moment, and returned back to her succubus form, image. I only remembered the eye color form back then. After seeing his mother change 3 times in a short period of time, Cain put it into the back of his mind and sensed his castle to check for his wives to introduce them to his mother. Only the maids are in the castle currently, the other 2 are busy working, huh? He helped his mother with another glass of water, and then he summoned Graphia with mental command, using his bond with her. Graphia, come here, down in the basement's upper floor. Bring some food with you too. And I've got a surprise for you here too. Understood, my lord. As stoic as ever I see. Let's see how you handle meeting my mother so suddenly. I am sure Zira didn't tell you that the project I've been working on is my mother. Cain and Lilith didn't have to wait for too long before Graphia came with food. Just as she entered the room and saw Cain with another woman, but she was not surprised with it and put the food on the table and looked towards Cain. Graphia could feel a sort of urge to bow down to the woman, just like she felt the urge to bow down in front of Cain, but the feeling was weaker. Graphia, meet my mother and the former queen of underworld, Lilith Livan. Graphia was shocked so much that her response made Cain think. Wish I had a camera right now. This is truly a peak Graphia moment. What? This is my mother-in-law. Era, my boy, you had such a nice wife come maid. Graphia was still in shock about the revelation Cain did. Cain stood up and closed Graphia's mouth, which was open, trying to bring out words but was failing to do so. This is just the first one. This is going to be a fun day. I can feel it in my balls. After Graphia calmed down enough to go back into her maid persona, they went to meet Melissa and Vanessa, which was interesting, just as Cain thought. Vanessa's mask broke and she also acted like Graphia. While Melissa got so excited that she choked on her own spit. Seeing the like this, Lilith hugged both of them and said with the voice of a mother. Thanks for looking after my boy for so long, I am really grateful to the both of them. Both of the maids smiled and fainted. Looks like they can't take that the Queen of Devils is thanking them. How close were you, Graphia? Pretty close, my lord. After that, Cain took Lilith to a tour of the castle, and finally in the evening time, Zira came back from work along with Rayla. Just as they entered the main hall, they saw Cain sitting along with Lilith talking about something. Zira had some idea about who that could be, but Rayla in her superiority thought that Cain had brought a new girl back with him. So she thought of teaching her about the hierarchy. After marrying to Cain and living with him for a while, Rayla had increased her superiority levels. You, woman. Don't get too high on your horse just because you are a little more beautiful than us. Seeing that, Cain started laughing, while Lilith and Zira had an amused look on their face. Seeing that Rayla was confused, and on top of that Zira came and said, "Greetings, mother, I hope your recovery has been fine." Hearing that, Lilith replied, "Yes, my daughter. Cain talked a lot about you." In the midst of this, Rayla was confused, and then her mind started working. Zira is calling her mother, she is beautiful, and calling Cain by his name, and she looks like a succubus. Wait. Doesn't that mean that she is Lady Lilith? Rayla's thoughts were heard by all of the people present, and Cain said, controlling his laughter, "Yeah, Rayla, meet my mother." Hearing that, Rayla was scared and embarrassed at the same time, embarrassed due to her immature actions and scared that Lilith would hate her. But her worries were unfounded, as Lilith said, "Don't worry, Rayla, and don't apologize, I am not angry. In fact, I am surprised by the amount of variety Cain has in his harem." Hearing that, Rayla calmed down and then sat in the sofa. Soon after, Graphia also came along with Melissa and Vanessa. After that, they had a lot of talk about their lives till dinner. Just as they were sitting for dinner, Lilith asked, "What happened to Rizevim? Does he live in another castle, or is he out of the underworld for some matter?" Hearing that, everyone went silent. Seeing that, Cain decided to tell his mother even if she would be hurt. "Mother, you can read memories, right? Then please do so for mine and Graphia." Zira supported Cain by saying that she could also show her memory till the Civil War. Lilith asked, "Why, what happened?" "Mom, please just do it. Don't ask." Hearing that, Lilith used her powers to see the memories of all the three along with Melissa and Vanessa. Rayla wasn't involved in any of these, so she was not of use in this case. After seeing all of their memories, Lilith shed a single tear and kept silent. Cain, seeing that, was hurt, as he didn't want his mother to be sad due to his actions. But he didn't know what to say. As for a mother, her child is her child even if he is evil. "I am sorry." That's all Cain said, and everyone in the room was surprised, as this was the first time Cain had apologized sincerely. But Lilith's response shocked everyone even more. "Don't be better than your brother and different from your father." Hearing that, Cain said with all the sincerity he could muster, "I will be." And inching closer to the peerage collection time. Chapter 49, Devil Society and Evil Pieces. And I know the timeline is a bit messy, but I will explain it here to avoid confusion. 1507, Birth of Falbium. 1508, Birth of Cain, Rizevim, Zira, Ajuka, Graphia, and Euclid. 1509, Birth of Seraphal. 1555, Start of the Devil Civil War. 1558, End of Devil Civil War. Cain starts his finance competition, the Satans are 50 years old. 1568, the competition ends. Rayla meets Cain. 1573, Rayla marries Cain. Cain starts exploring his basement dungeon. 1578, Cain finds Lilith. Starts treating her. 1603, Cain finishes treating Lilith. 1605, evil pieces are made. Cain gets his evil pieces. 1608, Cain and his generation celebrate their 100th birthday. This is the basic timeline. Hope it helps. Ask your questions related to the chronology here. Third-person POV. The Devil Civil War brought death and destruction on the underworld, but was stopped by the present Satans with their power. Since then, every Satan in their own way has helped to reconstruct the Devil Society back to what it was before the Civil War. Seraphal tried her best to maintain peace with the other factions and pantheons. Zira and Cain helped maintain peace and order inside the underworld while also handling the internal affairs. Ajuka dedicated himself to research and development, ways to create buildings, new inventions to make life easy, and most importantly, something to increase the low populations of the devils. Falbium used his brain to create an army strong enough to participate in divine wars and come out on top. Increased the security on the lands touching the Greek underworld. All of them contributed enormously. The other devil lords used their money to create a viable means of transport all over the underworld. The extra devil clans and the Lucifer clan also helped in this. It was a massive project which took the development of underworld forward. Time passed and the common devils started making their own houses, businesses, and progressed. Zira handled most of the Ars Goetia meetings while Cain was busy treating his mother. Rayla made even more money in the human world using advanced methods beyond the humans. The Devil Lords also raised their private militia during this time. But some lords did it silently while some noisily. They were devastated when Cain paid them a visit. Mephistopheles' organization, Graubazer, soared to new heights due to devils making contacts with them. They got more money and resources to further their magic research. In this time period many kingdoms fell and rose in the human world. Thor freed himself, defeated Nidhogg, Odin sealed Surtur. The Norse was peaceful again. The Shinto was on good terms due to Serafal making sure no devil harms any yokai or Japanese shrine. Hades was silent due to the gold given to him on Cain's order. Now almost 50 years have passed since the start of the Civil War and the Devil Society is back to what it used to be before the Civil War. The underworld is ready to start its transition from underworld to hell. The Satan's second phase of rebuilding is about to begin, and the start for this is the development of a very groundbreaking technology by Ajuka Beelzebub, the evil pieces. The Nabrius and Nibiros households went further with their research, in order to figure out a way to create superdevils, and started human and evil experiments. The relationship between Cain and his mother was re-strengthened in the 2 years they spent together. Cain got a mother's love for the first time while Lilith felt what it means to be a mother. His wives also bonded with Lilith. Cain kept on visiting Nyx, but her current situation was bad. According to Cain, she will be able to survive at best for a decade before she goes into slumber, only to be woken up sometime later after an unknown stretch of time. So, Ajuka's news that he had managed to develop a full working set of evil pieces was a very good message to Cain. Now he could start his plans for the Greek pantheon and hell. Ajuka had called a meeting for the Satans and Zira in order to show them his best invention, till now just below Kankara formula, in terms of effectiveness. Cain and Zira teleported in Agars and came face to face with the other 3 Satans waiting for them. Finally you two came. I was getting impatient, Ajuka said, and started walking towards his lab's inner parts. The other 4 followed him silently. Only Cain knew what this was all about, with the other Satans only knowing superficially about this. After the group reached at a table with a box on top of it. The box was brown with gold outlines, and the written on top of it in silver Ladi letter was Parsmala, roughly translating to evil pieces. Cain, seeing that, was giddy, as he could start a lot of his plans with these in his hands. After that Ajuka opened the box, which revealed the standard 15 pieces of a chess game, and started to explain the evil pieces. These are evil pieces. They are the boon that will help overcome the poor fertility of the devil race. But not in a conventional way, in a very interesting way. Serafal, unable to contain her curiosity, asked. Come on, Aju-chan, explain it already, stop being dramatic. Seeing that, Ajuka nodded his head and continued. These can reincarnate recently died beings or those who are alive and turn them into devil if their original race's bloodline is weak, or if strong then into mixed hybrids. Hearing that, Falbium woke up for his perpetual sleep mode and asked with a heavy voice, which he only used when serious. Do you even know the consequences of that knowledge being out, Ajuka? But Cain interjected and said, calm down Falbium, Ajuka must have though of it, and I believe he isn't finished yet. Hearing Cain, Falbium went silent but was wide awake. Stroking his goatee, Ajuka continued with his explanation. But these aren't absolute, so they can't reincarnate gods or Buddhas. They can work on ascended beings if the user is strong, and the person to be revived is dead. They have been created using the unique crystals founding the Agars territory. Each of the pieces act just like their chess counterpart. Knight increases speed and agility, Bishop gives boost in magic, Rook in strength and defense, Queen is an overall boost, Pawns also give an overall boost less than the Queen, but they can promote with the permission from the King. Hearing the brief initial explanation by Ajuka, Cain asked the question. Any drawbacks? Yes, there are a few. The reincarnated devil, if runs away from the king piece, will transform into a beast, losing its reason and only acting on its instinct. The time depends on how strong the devil is. That is the only major drawback, but it also acts as a barrier for those who not to betray. Hearing that, Serafal said. All this is good, but if this is known to the other pantheons, they will get angry, that we can take their fighters and make them devils. Not to mention that the devils themselves are pretty selfish and dumb. They may start a war by reincarnating an important member of other faction by force or trickery. Hearing that, Falbim nodded his head and looked towards Cain. We need someone who can make sure that the reincarnated devil is here by their own will. We need an administrator for this. I think I have a candidate for it. Then I will leave that you, Cain. Ajuka replied. After that, Ajuka explained some of the more complicated functions of the evil pieces, like the mutation piece. At the end it was decided that the Satans will build their peerage first, and then it would be made available to the other high-class devils. At the end, Cain also asked Ajuka something. We need to create a system for registering the kings, as there aren't any king pieces as I can see. Hearing that, Ajuka sighed and said. The system is easy to make. We need a monument where every devil will register in presence of a Satan. But the king pieces exist, but they are too powerful. I stopped making them after the 9th one. Create a tracker for them and let them be accidentally taken by the GKF. Hearing that, everyone was shocked and Zira asked, "Why would you do that?" From what Ajuka said, their boost lies somewhere between 10 to 100 times. No matter how much they boost, they will still be weak and we can take them out easily, and I know for a fact that the old coots will use them for their own gains, meaning more blackmail material for us, the Satan faction. And it's not like they will reach the Super Devil level by that. Hearing that, Zira and the other marveled at Cain's intelligence. After that, Cain spoke, "Now I have a very important announcement for the Satans which will be revealed to the common devils and other devils lord at the suitable date in the future." Hearing Cain say that, the Satans got interested while Zira knew what was coming. "In the coming few years, after I have gathered some of my peerage members, we will transfer the Devil Society into a separate dimension, making us independent. Before you guys panic, I will handle the stuff required, but be prepared." Ajuka was the first to think and ask, "But how?" "We need a core for the dimension, a caretaker, an anchor, and need to get Hades and Olympus agreed to it, as we will take everything the devils have constructed." "Yeah, I know. I have plans to make a deal with Olympus directly. I also have a caretaker in mind, and I will get the core too. And for the anchor, I think I have the best possible one." Saying so, Cain revealed a glowing rainbow-colored seed which gave a miasma out front it. Even the Satans present here could feel the power in the seed. "Holy shit, Cain, is that what I think it is?" "Yes, it is a world tree seed." Seraphal screamed, "What the actual flying fuck? You have world tree seed?" Everyone looked at her at shock hearing her swear. She got embarrassed and said quickly, "I do that sometimes. Stop staring at me like a prized exhibitionist." Falbium in a shocked voice asked, "How did you even get one? Those are as rare as getting Zeus to stop being a horny guy. Played some Doom IRL and got it as a reward." "What?" Zira asked this time, and other looked at him. "Ignore it. It was luck in the dimensional gap." "Oh." Combined, the other devils present said, "There are many dying pantheons out there. I can get a dimension core and a caretaker from them. The only thing I need is a caretaker for the world tree, that will be my peerage member, most possibly a fairy due to their expertise in this subject." After some time, Cain explained to them his plan about how he will manage stuff and then drop the second bomb. "Lilith, the queen of the devils and my mother, is alive." "What the hell? Zafuck. Dio." The reaction of the three were wild, making Cain spurt out some an unintended name, but as experienced devils who have lived a long time and hold important positions, they calmed themselves and asked, "Can I experiment on her? How strong is she? Can she motivate the military? Can I meet her? Big fan personally." Zira looked at the ceiling and said, "These are supposed to be the strongest, most respected Satans of the devils." After explaining them how he healed and rejecting both Falbium's and Ajuka's request, Cain took the first batch of the evil piece and the other Satans took their two. But surprisingly, Zira denied to make a peerage of her own. Her reason being that it will put even more work on her. And she didn't want to manage a whole team of troublemakers who are strong. Now Cain went back to his castle with Zira, and just as they reached, Zira asked her a question. "Is your deal with Olympus got to do with your secret lover there?" "Yes, she is a part of that." Cain till now had only told her that he had a secret lover who was a deity of Olympus, not her real identity. He kept it secret for everyone as a surprise. And the time for it to be revealed was coming closer. "Just wait, Nyx, I am coming to get you soon." The second part of turning the Devil Society into hell has just begun. And last chapter before peerage building starts. Chapter 50, True Leviathan. Third-person POV. Cain could be seen getting ready for an important occasion. It was the inauguration of a new hospital created by the Citri clan. Seraphal had invited him to do the honors. So he was getting ready. Rayla and Zira were busy with their works and he couldn't reveal his mom to the underworld just yet, so he was going with Graphia. After getting dressed up, Cain met up with Graphia in the hall and teleported near the hospital, away from any eyes. Sensing his demonic signature, Seraphal quickly reached near him and took him to the gate. There he quickly cut the ribbon and said a few words for the common devils and then came to the main topic. Seraphal had asked him to be present here not for the inauguration, but for something else. And he came here today, so currently he was following Seraphal towards a distant room of the hospital. He asked, "What is the reason, Sarah? You seem kinda nervous." The reply came in a manner which was different from Seraphal's usual way of talking. "Yes, I am. I hope you don't get too surprised with the thing I am about to show you. It's on the same level as Lady Lilith being alive." Hearing that both Graphia and Cain were interested in the show that Seraphal was about to put up. Just as the trio entered the building, Cain saw a young girl about 16 years old lying down on the bed. She had purple hair, which was messy, and slept with a serene expression of peace on her face. She gave off a whimsical aura even when asleep, and it contained a hint of draconic essence in it. This made Cain consider her heritage with great interest. After all, she was hidden by Seraphal, high noble-like dresses, and a hint of draconic aura. Cain stood and waited for Seraphal to explain the girl's origin and her backstory. Seeing that Graphia motioned to Seraphol to start, as Seraphol was clueless that Cain wanted her to start. Seeing Graphia's gesture, Seraphol started. This girl's name is Ingvild Leviathan. Hearing that, Cain sighed and said, yeah, this is going to hurt my brain so much. Graphia, that roster for my peerage, we have a bishop left, right? Yes, my lord. I think we found that, please write it down when you go back. Seraphol ignored Cain's sulkiness and continued. She was found in the basement of the Leviathan clan. My guess is that she is the granddaughter of Rizevim. And why was Lord Cain not informed of such a matter immediately? This time Graphia spoke up to Seraphol. Seraphol replied. I thought that she had some disease, so I tried to get her healthy and then talked to Cain about it, but it turns out she has sleeping disease, and it has no cure. But just a few months ago I found out that she has a sacred gear, a strong one, so I thought that maybe Cain can do something. Graphia looked like she was about to verbally abuse Seraphol for this blunder, but Cain interjected. Fia, calm down. I know you two have a rivalry, but not now. Yes, my lord. All right, let's see what I can do. But Sarah, remember to tell me such thing immediately. You know how bad things can get if the GKF knew of her, or worse, the runaway Satan faction members knew about this. Sorry, Cain. Even Cain was stumped at this, as he had no knowledge that such a disease existed prior to his reincarnation. So he tried to use his near-perfect mana control to check her situation and found out the cause of the problem. This isn't the sleeping disease, it's her devil heritage and sacred gear not cooperating with each other. What do you mean? Even Seraphol, someone who is good at healing, wasn't able to tell this. So she was interested. Well, you see, most of the time a devil bloodline dominates the human bloodline, just like my brother. Even if he had Lilith's blood in him, he was still pure-blooded Lucifer. But I am not, now at least. What? Anyways, so in rare cases like her where the devil bloodline isn't able to dominate and she becomes a hybrid, on top of it she is a sacred gear user. So they oppose each other. Sacred gear uses energy to awaken. It is a strong one, so it must have absorbed all of her energy. So that is why she is not waking up. That is just half the problem. Now that the devil side of her isn't providing energy and the premature awakening of her sacred gear used up her human powers, she is in coma. Most gears at this level awaken at a later stage slowly, or if it is sentient then it can use the devil side powers. How can a sentient sacred gear use the devil side powers? Seraphol asked. Simple, the devil power just opposes the holy power which has its trace in the scared gear, but it has no sentience, so it can be controlled. But as this girl doesn't have a sentient scared gear, a strong devil bloodline, premature awakening taking away her human powers and some other factors lead to this situation. So can you cure her or not? Seraphol asked excitedly. As if Cain knew this much, he must have a way. What she didn't know was that he had so much knowledge due to Ajuka. Cain and Ajuka talked a lot about souls, and naturally they talked about sacred gears due to their connection with soul, hence Cain was able to think this much. Let's see if I can or not. Saying so, Cain put his hand on the girl's stomach and started pushing his energy inside her sacred gear in order to awaken it completely. Also, he connected her sacred gear to her devil side, so as to not have any problems in the future. But the sacred gear only completely awakened after taking a Satan's equivalent of demonic energy. Shocking Cain, he was able to do this because of his precise control, knowledge of souls thanks to Ajuka and his scythe, and not to mention his large demonic energy reserves. After that he stood aside and waited for the sleeping beauty to wake up, as he had done what he could. Ingvild Leviathan slowly opened her eyes, the sterile scent of the hospital reaching her senses. The world around her was unfamiliar, and confusion clouded her expression. She tried to move, but her body felt heavy, as if it hadn't moved in ages. Cain Levon Lucifer stood by her bedside, an amused glint in his eyes. Well, Ingvild. Looks like you finally decided to rejoin the living. Ingvild blinked, her gaze shifting from Cain to the room. Where am I? Her voice was hoarse, unaccustomed to speaking. Seraphol, although not related to Ingvild but sharing the same last name, entered the conversation with a bright smile. Ah, Ingvild-chan, welcome back. She approached with enthusiasm, seemingly unaffected by the gravity of the situation. Ingvild's confusion deepened as she studied Seraphol. Who are you? Seraphol's smile faltered for a moment, but she quickly recovered. Oh, don't you worry about that. We'll get you up to date. She exchanged a glance with Cain. Cain, still amused, leaned against the wall. You've been in a coma for decades, Ingvild. Things have changed, and you've got some catching up to do. Ingvild struggled to absorb the information, her mind a haze of uncertainty. Decades? But, how? Graphia, maintaining her usual stoic expression, said to Ingvild. You contracted a rare magical disease that put you in a deep slumber. Lord Cain here, she gestured to Cain, decided to wake you up. Ingvild's eyes darted between them, the reality sinking in slowly. Cain. Graphia. Seraphol. I don't know any of you. Seraphol chuckled nervously. Well, that's to be expected. But we're here to help you, Ingvild, right Cain? Cain smirked. Consider it a wake-up call to the new Devil Society. After that fiasco, the three of them helped Ingvild get accustomed to the basic things of the underworld. But just as Seraphol was about to take Ingvild back to her house to help her, Cain asked Ingvild a question. Ingvild, would you like to join my peerage? Hearing that Seraphol spoke up, Cain. She just woke up from a long slumber. She doesn't even understand what's a peerage. Then let her decide for herself. Let her go on a journey in the underworld. Alone, only someone to make sure she isn't hurt, lost, and deceived. She needs to live it herself to understand it. After that, when she has seen for herself, she can make a decision. Grafia also supported Cain in his talk. Indeed, she has lost a lot of time, so let her spend it peacefully. We can have this talk when she is more mature. Seraphol, seeing that, looked towards Ingvild and promoted her to speak her mind. I don't know what you talked about, but I think it was meant to be a good thing for me. So I am thankful to you, Cain. Saying so, Ingvild showed a beautiful smile, captivating everyone present there with her innocent thought. Seraphol sighed seeing this and said, fine. I will make sure you aren't in trouble. But remember to ask us for help if you are in trouble. Cain also added, also remember that your name is for now only Ingvild, no Leviathan. We do not want a political shitstorm now. After that, Seraphol took Ingvild to get her up to date and sent her on a journey of self-discovery. Cain sent Grafia to inform Ajuka and Falbium about it. And he would inform Zira, Rayla, and his mother about it. A few weeks have passed since Cain healed Ingvild, and now he is going on a journey to the north to find the queen candidate he has in his mind for his peerage. Are you sure, Cain? She may be stronger than you anticipate. After all, she is in the top 10 ranking. Yes, so am I, you and Ajuka. Calm down, I will be fine. I am not worried for you losing but banging that witch before you even come back with her. Oh. Don't worry, I will try my best to not do such a thing. Saying so to Zira, Cain went to Europe. Cain POV. I had teleported directly to Scotland and from there went near the Isle of Skye. The events of the Ulster cycle are said to happen in the 1st century, but the castle of Dunscaith was built in 1181, which contradicts, as this is the castle protected by the warrior maiden Scathach. There must have been a reconstruction in between, or a god must have interfered. Most probably Norse. Thinking such, I went inside the castle, which was, although on a very beautiful place, the act of time on it left it in a very ruined state. And due to the natural barrier here, it isn't possible for humans to repair it. I went near the castle gate and stood there for a while thinking on how get her to agree to join my peerage. It's almost guaranteed for me to fight her and I am all for it, been a while since I had a good fight. But the question still remains, her wish is to die by a warrior's hand. How do I get her to change that and make her join my peerage? Oh. I also need to kill her as she is a divine spirit, to the rules that Ajuka told me. Suddenly an idea came to my mind, making me grin like the devil I was. I will fulfill her request, while also making sure she will join my peerage. After all, a devil, especially a Lucifer, is gotta deceive people, right? Saying so, I opened the door of the castle and entered. As I stepped through the gate of the castle of Dunscaith, the air around me transformed into an eerie wind. The land of shadows revealed itself, an otherworldly realm cloaked darkness. Eerie whispers lingered, carried by winds that moved with the shadows themselves. Wandering through landscape, I encountered the remnants of the once living, now twisted into dark forms. They attacked me, but they were weak. A single swing from my side destroyed them and they returned into the shadows. This continued for a while till I reached a different place. In the middle of the Deathland, a huge castle loomed on the horizon. The structure exuded a deathly presence, its stone walls weathered by time, telling tales of a history lost in the shadows. A shiver of excitement crawled down my spine as I approached, feeling the presence of the person I came here for. Approaching the entrance, a figure materialized, a silhouette against the big gate of the castle. It was her, the Witch of Dunscaith, Scathach. Her presence radiated a powerful aura, and as I drew near, her piercing red eyes met mine. Her purple hair cascaded like a waterfall, reaching her waist with an otherworldly glow. The tight bodysuit she wore accentuated the curves of her form, and a mysterious mask concealed the lower half of her face. In her hand, a crimson spear gleamed with an otherworldly energy, image. "Welcome, devil," she spoke, her voice cutting through the spectral silence. "To traverse the land of shadows is no small feat. What brings you to my domain?" The words carried a mixture of curiosity and authority. I gripped my scythe ready to start a duel with the famed god's lair, in order to win her to my side. And I spoke with authority. And a cliffhanger. Enjoy. I will publish an interlude this week, so gimme the stones. Chapter 51, Interlude, Morningstar Saga, I. And these will be stories from the Book of Lucifer. It will contain lore and things like divinity and how it works, and most importantly the life of the OG Lucifer. Third-person POV. Cain was sitting in his study with the book of Lucifer in front of him. He till now only studied what he wanted to and skipped a lot of things. Thus he had decided that he will read this from the start. He opened the book and stared reading it. My birth. My birth wasn't normal. I came into existence when my Father, God, created me. I had no knowledge about anything at that time, and being the first angel, Father taught me everything personally. I was perfect, beautiful beyond compare. Father said that I was even more beautiful than most gods. I was strong and smart. Few weeks later my Father called me to show something. We lived in a separated dimension, few gods existed and even less pantheons. Having a separate pantheon was considered a sign of personal strength and was very rare. Father wasn't strong in a fight, but he was versatile. His sealing magic and creation magic were very hard to counter. That day I saw the creation of another angel. To be more correct, it would be angels. They were to be my little brothers. I will show them my greatness. That was my thought. Father named them Michael, Samuel, Azrael and Metatron. They were just like I was after being born. Father told me that along with me and the newly born us five will be the archangels. I knew without even him telling that I was the leader. After all, it was obvious that someone perfect like me will be the leader. Azrael was giving the name Angel of Death. Metatron was Father's scribe, Samuel was the venom of God. I was called the light bringer, and to my surprise Michael was called, who is like God. I thought that it was a rhetorical name. After all, I was the one most like God. But I knew even my Father wasn't perfect like me, so he must have made a mistake. Thus I didn't give much thought to it. Father also taught them like me, and then he went on to create the other seraphs, those who will be below us. Azrael was perpetually silent, never saying much. Samuel was always scheming something. Metatron was always writing things about Father, and Michael, I hated him. He always acted like he was Father's greatest creation, acting like the leader, and most of all always opposing my ideas. But still he was doing this because he didn't know my greatness. He will soon know about it. There were 10 seraphs in total, but I had eyes only for one, my little sister, and what I could consider to be my equal in beauty, but I am sure she is slightly below me, even if only I can see that. Gabriel, she a bundle of innocence, always clinging to me or Michael. Her aura was such that even Azrael and Samuel were nice to her. Soon she became the most loved angel of all, replacing me. I was angered, but still I knew that I was better. The other seraphs were named by Father as Sandalphon, Raguel, Sariel, Ramiel, Raziel, Uriel, Raphael, Cassiel, and Azazel. These 10 were taught by the 5 of us, 2 each, and fortunately or unfortunately the ones I got were Cassiel and Camel. I wish that I got Gabriel for her popularity and Uriel for his strength, but Father's orders were supreme. Even though I voiced my discontent shocking the other archangels, I was denied, and Michael got Gabriel along with Raphael. I educated them with my perfect ways and showed them how close to God I am and that I am his successor. In the meanwhile Father was creating other angels. After creating a suitable number of angels, Father went on to expand our dimension and named it Heaven. It was divided into 7 layers. We archangels and seraphs were assigned the 6th level while Father was in the 7th. And as expected, Father announced something I had seen long coming. Lucifer's POV. My children, I would like to tell you that I have succeeded in creating my masterpiece, the Heaven system. After that Father explained it and said the line I was overjoyed after hearing. Lucifer can also access it, along with Michael. My world stopped. Why Michael? Wasn't I better? Why did he get what only I was supposed to? With these questions filling my mind, I immediately went inside my house and struck the wall with strength enough to shake it. Soon after I calmed down and thought about it. Just then I sensed Gabriel entering the house and looking at me, concern on her face. No, don't feel that for me. I am perfect, I don't anyone's help. Brother, are you feeling unwell? You ran away back then. I said, no Gabriel, I am fine. As for me running, I thought of a new trick, so I thought about trying it, so I came immediately. Hearing that, she looked happy and said in a cheerful tone. Oh really? I always like the tricks you do. I thought that she was really honest, so I asked her. Gabriel, who do you think Father loves more, me or Michael? Hearing that, her face changed and she looked like she was in a dilemma and said with unsure voice. I don't know, but I think Father loves every one of us equally. Lucifer was angry, but he sighed and said. Forget it, it was stupid of me to ask you. You can go now. Gabriel, hearing that from me, looked confused but went back, leaving me with my worries. Heaven was growing really nicely, but the other gods were also creating their own pantheons. I heard that Kronos had rebelled against Uranus and somehow managed to win. Shiva as always was calm with nothing to fear, same with his pantheon. Okwang and his imperial court were also peaceful, only some minor fight between the 4 beasts. The major concern was Olympus and Norse. It was just revealed that Odin had a world tree named Yggdrasil, and Olympus just went through a change in leadership. Father had warned us that we may need to fight against Kronos as he was a conqueror. He may lay his eyes on our dimension. But I was unafraid. If that giant piece of ugliness comes, I will show him my strength. Though Michael was worrying unnecessarily, just like the coward he is. Today I went to Father to ask a question, which was bugging me for a long time. I tried to find the answer for it myself but failed. Even my genius intellect was failing, but this in no way due to my mistake. I just didn't have much information on this topic. Just as I entered the 7th floor, I found Father attempting to create another life form, but it was not an angel, it was more like the apes on the lower world. Ignoring his weird tendencies, I asked my question. I didn't greet him as he already knew I was here. He knew everything that went in this dimension. Father, I have a question. What is divinity? My creator looked at me and said. I was wondering what question you would ask, and it seems that it's an interesting one. Let's start with the basics. Every god, whether innate, ascended or created, has divinity. That much is a universal truth. But that isn't all. Divinity is the very essence of a god. Their powers all come from divinity until they train to gain another powers. So if a god doesn't train their physical body, it will only be strong as their divinity can make it. Then does all gods have same amount of divinity at birth? In the first place, how is a god born? I raised a question. Hearing that, Father smiled and continued. The birth of a god is a very rare thing. You need faith from masses, a divinity for the god, and most importantly, you need to have belief from the peoples that the god exists even though he doesn't. For that way a god is born. Each god had a fixed amount of divinity at birth. They gain more by training, getting older and stronger, and from their believers. These gods born from nothingness but pure belief are called innate gods. Humans or other beings which become gods are called ascended gods, and gods born from the union of two gods are created gods, although sometimes a created god can also be an innate god, if their legend exists while they were conceived. Hearing that, I was in deep thought, but I pushed my thought back in my mind and asked more. Then how good is divinity? Can it be countered? Divinity is very versatile. It can almost do anything depending on its type. My divinity of creation, after me mastering it, can create life forms with high amounts of strength, so divinity is very useful. But as everything has its weakness, divinity has its too. A god's and his followers' beliefs make the divinity stronger. If someone can make the god doubt their own divinity, then there is a moment in which the divinity is not usable, thus allowing a chance. But if one is much stronger than the god, there's no need for this. Hearing that, I nodded my head and then went back. It looks like I need to research more about divinity. And if possible, find a way to use it myself. But let's wait for that. I need to work on the heaven system for now. Before Michael learns how to do so, I must complete my plan to not be affected by it. I was on my way to Samuel when Azrael approached me and said, Lucifer, I am having trouble regarding how to capture souls. As bland as always, I see my brother. To be honest, this sounds like a skill issue, but being the great being I am, I will help you. Third person POV. I think this much is enough for one day. Cain said to no one but himself. I might be affected by my father's narcissism if I read more. But this sure gave me 2 ways to counter divinity. With a satisfying read, Cain went back to sleep, or not, as he had a few girls to bang. Chapter 52, Getting a Queen. Third person POV. Cain spoke with authority in his voice. Scathack, I propose a duel against you. The winner gets their wish fulfilled. Hearing that, the stoic face of the immortal witch showed amusement. And she spoke. Her voice had a detached tone to them, but it still gave of a feeling of warmth. It was really a novel feeling for Cain. Is she like Lilith? Because I can feel some older sister vibes from her. My wish is to die by your hands, but you need to win against me, child. Oh sure, my wish is that if I manage to kill you, then you will become my queen. Heeding that, Scathack laughed. Her voice was sweet, but this time there was no feeling of warmth. And she spoke. Many things, truly, I robbed many lives. A man. A wraith. A god. I've confronted many existences of a countless number, slaughtering all those near me. Fight. 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 Kill, 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 kill. In the end, this body was wet with the blood of many victims, and became immortal. The territory under my rule, the land of shadows, was ultimately forced out to the dimension outside of the world, and I ended up being promoted into an existence no different than that of a divine spirit. I will not grow old. I will not die. I've changed into that which is immortal. Sure enough, I can no longer remember exactly how much time have passed since the first time I picked up a spear in my hand. It is different from something good. I, who stood on the haunted ground and guarded the gate, already since acquired the wisdom of the abyss, so I am able to measure the exact time. However, I simply do not feel like doing it. It is different from melancholy. It is also different from resignation. Regret. I do not understand. I can say that, but I am unable to affirm it. That is my legend. So I hope you can live up to your claims, Lucifer. Hearing that, Cain also responded with equal fervor. I severed the thread of fate of an entire species, extinguishing their existence from this plane. I killed the descendants of Satan, a bloodline known for its tyranny, the underworld trembled at my name. I fought the angel of stars and the one who sees the name. In the end I stood at the top of the sins of humanity and devils, I became the king of hell and devils. I am Cain Livian Lucifer. Hearing his legend, Scathatch got excited and gripped her spear tightly and launched it at him without any further delay. Cain also responded by deflecting her spear with his scythe. Without giving any time, the spearwoman dashed forward and threw a punch at Cain. He responded by leaving his scythe and catching the punch with his hand while punching her with his other. Scathatch dropped down and tried to sweep his leg with speed, but Cain was one step ahead and jumped backwards, avoiding the sweep. Just as he landed, he threw a front kick at Scathatch, who defended using her hands but was thrown backwards. In the short time that she was in the air, she summoned her spear back and rushed in to attack Cain. Cain also took his scythe back and matched Scathatch's spear. But in an overall matchup of skill, Cain was losing. His scythe mystery was a level below the spear mastery of the Queen of the Land of Shadows. But his physical stats were better, so he was keeping up. Her skills and combat sense is truly astonishing, even I am being left behind. But she should be lacking in mana compared to me. Thinking so, Cain jumped back and created distance while simultaneously launching spears made up of dark light. Scathatch dodged them, but they suddenly extended and became chains, but even in surprise she managed to dodge most of them, but one of them managed to get her leg. It immediately started drawing her stamina and mana. She was about to use her spear to break it, but Cain intervened. She was forced to fight him while being chained down. Now I just need to stall for time. This was easier than I thought. But immediately after, Cain regretted thinking that, as Scathatch released a rune which blasted him away, and in the short time he slowed her down, another rune broke the dark light chain. But Cain was still confident that he would win easily. As Scathatch's biggest weapon, her boost when fighting against gods will not work. But then Scathatch's magic power started rising, going past the Satan level and entering the Super Devil level. Don't tell me I fucking jinxed it. Then a voice rang out, this time filled with elegance of a god and the frostiness which rivaled the Norse Teutons. Cain, was it? You may have an advantage over me if you came a few centuries earlier, but as of now I think you would lose. The reason for this was that during the 10th century, Lucifer had awoken and attacked Asgard. In that battle, a frost giant named Skadi played a major role but ended up dying. Odin, in order to not let her die, came to the Land of Shadows where he made a deal with Scathatch. He offered her to teach the true and complete primordial rune, a thing that only he knew, to her in exchange for fusing with Skadi. Scathatch accepted it, due to her being a curious person who likes to get stronger, and she already knew some beforehand. In the fusion she came up as a dominant personality, but the traces of Sakti ended up in her along with her abilities. Thus Scathatch Skadi was born. Now she had the spear arts of her own, primordial rune, frost magic equal to gods, and was immortal with a lot of battle experience. Scathatch was only in the top 10 due to her godslating ability, which strengthened her when she fought a god. But now with the fusion she was in top 10 even if her opponent was not a god. Well, this is more like it. I thought this was not that hard. Bring it on, Queen of Snow and Ice. Scathatch responded to that with a barrage of ice spears, which Cain countered with his dark light. But now that his opponent matched him in physical stats thanks to giant powers, Cain was being pushed back. In Dun Skaith, she had complete control over whatever was happening. All of Cain's moves were already known by her before he used them. He needed to change them at the last moment every single time. On top of that, she was able to summon weaker versions of Valkyries almost endlessly. And she was launching mass-produced key blogs using her magic. The mass-produced Valkyries only took a single blow to destroy, but every blow took a precious moment of this fight. Same thing happened with the spears. Damn, she truly lives up to her titles, every single one of them. But just then she stopped and lifted her spear, casted a rune on it, and then started concentrating her all on the spear. And then another spear came in her hands. She rushed in close. Cain dodged, but she already knew it. She attacked at the spot Cain dodged. In haste Cain managed to stop the spear, but it pierced his hand. And he got stuck, he couldn't move, and then the voice rang. This spear is an embodiment of who I am. And I am the epitome of the spear. Gibalg, spear of piercing death. And she threw the spear with all of her might. It reached Cain before even he could process what happened, and the spear struck. A blinding explosion was created, raising shadows so high that nothing was visible. Scathatch's body was hurt, so she was using the runes to heal her. It was pity he died like that, but to be able to force me to use my ice magic and Gibalg, he was strong. Just then the sound of clapping echoed in the silent realm. Great. Magnificent. Till now you are the second person to make me transform into my Super Devil form. Congratulations, Scathatch Skadi, your wish will now be fulfilled. Cain walked out of the dust unharmed, just without his shirt. He had long black hair, purple eyes, his height rose a little and his body got more defined. He also had a tail now, image. Just before the spear touched him, Cain got serious and transformed into his Super Devil form, acknowledging his opponent's strength. But now it was decided who the winner was. Just as Scathach healed fully, she heard a voice behind from her. "Why don't you heal while throwing your spear?" "Why wait?" She threw a kick lightning fast but only hit air. In the short period of that kick, Cain reached behind her and kicked her. She managed to put her spear between her body and that kick but still got launched away while her arm broke. From therefore on, Cain continuously attacked her without any rest. Even her healing was slowing down, none of the runes were working. Scathach was fighting solely based on her instinct. Seeing this, Cain spoke. "Why do you trust your instincts so much? They are honed by the battles I have fought during the past centuries, they're the most reliable thing I have." "Oh really?" Cain instantaneously reached beside her and punched her, he focused his killing intent on it wholeheartedly. Scathach, sensing his intent, guarded against that punch, but he stopped at the last moment and kneed her in the stomach. The attack brought her to the knees while she vomited blood. Never be so sure of anything. This is a simple tactic, but it worked because of my intent and your instincts. If you could see me, you would have dodged this too. And what is this? I thought you would attack me with a big one again. Oh, I will. Saying so, far an immense of power started gathering around the witch. The entirety of the land of shadows was hers to command. The entire power of an realm. Combined with the Gi-Balg and Gi-Balg alternative, both boosted by the primordial rune of death and piercing. She thrusted it with all her might, making the bones of her hand a mush. Spear of mortal death, extinction spike. The thrust took the form of a Chinese dragon made out of blood, giving off an aura of death. This attack had the cause and effect ability. This was a sure hit kill attack. It will change its direction just to hit the target. An attack stronger than Odin's Gungnir. The attack which even gods can't survive. The attack which made Scathach a god slayer. I can't dodge it, it will hit me regardless. Well, let's stop it then. Cain stood steadfast in the way of the spear of death. And when it reached near his chest, caught it with his hand. The spear tried to change its path, but Cain was stubborn with his strength to back it up. The entirety of the realm tried to force the spear into Cain's chest but failed to do so. Fuck this. I need to make sure that she is free of any other divine authority. Cain took his scythe in one hand and stopped the spear with one hand. His hand was getting more and more destroyed every moment. But he persisted, in a large scythe, the one which beheaded his brother and ended the civil war, was once again forming. With a silent acknowledgement for his opponent's strength, Cain swung his scythe, destroying the land of shadows and the attack. Just as the scythe connected with the ground, cracks in the very fabric of reality appeared. They started growing larger and larger till the land of shadows broke like pieces of glass. To avoid causing such massive destruction, which was the result of a dimension breaking along with the strongest devil's attack, he opened a portal to the dimensional gap and diverted all the energy into it. This attack destroyed a weakened world tree, so the land of shadows was not able to withstand it. The scenery changed and he found himself standing in front of the Dunscaith castle on Earth, while Scathach stood at the gate in awe of the spectacle Cain just pulled. Cain then teleported behind, and said, "You even got stronger in this fight. Indeed, I have no regrets." Just as that happened, the scythe of death pierced the chest of the immortal witch. Due to the destruction of the land of shadows, she was no longer immortal, and thus the god slayer died. Now I need to think of a motivational speech so that she has the will to live. Cain thought with a sigh. Soon after, Cain took out his queen piece and put it in Scathach's chest, and started chanting, and with his chant the Lucifer clan circle came beneath her. I, Cain Livian Lucifer, hereby order you. Heed me, Scathach Scotty, bring your soul back to this world and become my queen devil. You shall become my queen and rejoice in your newfound life. With the completion of the chant, the piece went inside her. Soon after, her body glowed and the wound healed. Sensing that the process was successful, Cain lifted her in a princess carry and teleported back to his castle. After reaching there, he put her on a bed and ordered some maids to look after her. And he then went to talk with his wives. And how do you think the fight went? Chapter 53, Life and Death. Third-person POV. Later the night that Cain brought Scathach with him, she woke up and found herself still alive and inside an unknown room. She at first was bewildered due to the fact that she thought she was dead, but then she could feel her heart beating right now. She carefully reached towards the door. Her spear was not in the room, but she was confident in her skills without it. Just as she was about to open the door opened and Cain walked in, surprising her. But being a veteran warrior, she was calm and asked her murderer and most probably reviver. Care to explain, Lucifer? Cain, hearing that, sighed and motioned for her to sit, and himself sat down on a chair. Scathach remained motionless, but after another gesture, the maiden warrioress sat down on the bed. After that, Cain explained to her what he did and how the evil pieces worked. After hearing the explanation of Cain, Scathach stayed silent for some time and then spoke. So you deceived me. And if I deny to be your queen, then what, will I be forced? Yes. And no, if you really do not want to work with me, then I can take the evil piece out, and in a way such that it will kill you or leave you alive as per your wish. Hearing that, Scathach again contemplated something, but Cain spoke. But from what I can see, you always lived your life confined by ideals imposed on you. Just because you are better capable and better than others doesn't mean you must rule them. Live for yourself. How would you know what a life of a ruler is like? Oh, I do know. I am the ruler of the underworld. And most of time I run away from my duties and thrust them on my friends, wives, family, and servants. Hearing that, Scathach looked at him in astonishment, but before she could say something, Cain again spoke up. And there is another reason, you have lust for growing stronger. Hearing that, Scathach looked shocked, and Cain, knowing he hit the mark, continued. You improved in the fight against me till the last, you fought so hard against me even after knowing I would win. If your wish really is to die, then why try so hard? That would not be a warrior's death. Come on. That's just you deluding yourself. There are more than enough people out there who can kill you, but you never sought them out but waited for them to come to you. And you continued to train even in the land of shadows. Cain stopped to let his words sink in and then spoke finally. Give me a chance, I will show you what is life. Live as a woman and as a being of your own way, not because of someone other's way. And you are immortal, although with a very long lifespan. I will be the judge of it. Hearing that, Cain internally high-fived himself out of excitement. But outwardly he showed a sincere smile and said, All right, I will try my best to prove myself, Your Majesty. Hearing that, just for a moment a small but noticeable smile appeared, though it disappeared quickly, Cain saw it. And then he said, If you need anything, ask a maid. The silver-haired one is Graphia, my Lucifuge, the white-haired one Succubus is my mom, I think you know her name. The red-haired and blonde-haired ones are my wives, Zira and Rayla. Also there are two other maids, one with short black hair and a stoic face, Vanessa, and the one with brown hair, green eyes and cheerful personality, Melissa. I will remember it. But before he could go, he was asked another question by his newly made queen. When is another member for your peerage coming? In a few weeks, I guess. I will tell you before that. I hope you can play your role. Sure. With that being said, Cain went back to his work and decided the future members of his peerage. Just after Cain went out of Scathach's room, sometime later Lilith went inside the room. Her intention unknown. Cain was lying in the bed with Rayla beside him. They were talking about the hell building plans of Cain. So have you decided who are you going to get as your next peerage member? Yes, it's going to be Morgan Le Fay. You sure are going for big names, first the God's Lair, now the Black Madonna. Yeah, but before that I need to talk with a certain goddess, who owes me a favor. Is it about the time, when you went along with Zira and her friends? She told you about that? Yes, she pretty much tells me everything if I ask for it. Her family obsession is off the charts. Oh. Yeah, I need to ask for the favor now. What if she doesn't agree to it? I have other means, even though they less peaceful, but still they work great. But who is that goddess? Ereshkigal. Cain was on his way to the forgotten and almost dead Mesopotamian pantheon. He had planned to get the dimensional core of their pantheon, while simultaneously getting Ereshkigal on his side. Cain took the easy way. First he went in the dimensional gap and then wished to reach Kor, the underworld of the Mesopotamian pantheon. Reaching there he found himself in front of a massive gate. Etched in ancient text was the line. Answer the question to pass. Reading that, Cain thought. Even an almost dead pantheon has such conditions, but I can most probably force them. The first gate had the question written on it. What sacrifice are you willing to make for the greater good? Nothing, the only thing I will make a sacrifice is for my family and close ones. Greater good could die for all I care. The gate opened and Cain went inside. Cain expected that he would be hindered or lose some of his powers temporarily, but nothing happened. Looks like she doesn't have much power left, if she can't even fight me in her own domain. Seeing that, Cain started giving out whatever answers he pleased and he thought were right without giving much care. And within a few minutes he reached the last gate. The last question was, what is the nature of true strength? Cain spoke confidently. True strength is the ability to impose one's will on the world. And with that the final gate opened, revealing a horrifying landscape. Rivers with souls flowing in them, large cages containing the souls who screamed for escape, and the sky looking like eternal burning hell. But Cain remained unfazed and went directly in front of the throne on whom he wanted to meet was sitting. The goddess of Kor, Ereshkigal. Currently Ereshkigal was quite in a predicament. She never expected that Cain would be able to overpower the gates of Kor and come inside without weakening. She had used the last remaining power of the dimensional core to use the powers of the gates, but she failed. She never thought that the young devil she met all those years ago would become this strong and come to her. Last time she met with him they made a deal and she owes him a favor. Now she is worrying, what will he ask? Cain was standing in front of Ereshkigal, who was sitting in her throne. Even though Cain could feel that she was weaker compared to before, she still was prudent. Now that Cain was standing near her he could see her beauty. Blonde hair, twin tails with red eyes. A very revealing clothing, paired with a single stirrup. If one might not know her much, they may mistake her for Ishtar. No greetings. Someone visits your realm after all this time and you do this. Hearing that, Ereshkigal looked at the invader of her realm and said, "As you could see, neither I nor the Mesopotamian pantheon is doing great. So state what you want and be begone." Hearing that she wanted him to come to the point directly, he stated his reason for coming here. "I came for the favor you owe me. I think you already guessed that. So my favor is that I want the dimensional core of your pantheon." Hearing that, Ereshkigal was shocked and looked at Cain like an owl and spoke in a shrill voice. "Are you mad? No, I can't give you that. That is the only hope this pantheon and me have." Saying so, she took out her divine cage ready to fight Cain, but he raised hands and said, "Calm down and listen first. Also put your weapon down, you will be dead before you know it, if I am serious." Ereshkigal, knowing that Cain can back up his statement, composed herself and looked at him, gesturing him to speak his mind. "I will take the dimensional core, make a new pantheon, hell, and I would give you the goddess position in it. Much more freedom than you have right now and ever had. You always wanted to go outside and see things right." Ereshkigal looked at Cain like he was a stupid guy and spoke incredulously. "Are you dumb? Gods and their divinities don't work that way. We need to have our legends, myths, followers. Only few gods have the divinity they are born enough with to be strong and sustain themselves. Those are true gods, born by the world, not by faith." "Oh, are they? But what is to say I can't replicate it? If the entire hell is a dimension and I am soul, will, and power of it. It doesn't work this way. Most gods are born without sentience, they gain it as they grow stronger. Those who are born with are called the true gods. They can live without any followers or faith. But other can't, as our very sentience and existence is based on our faith. Even if you do so, I will only exist in hell, not outside the same way as now. My myths make it such that I can't walk on the lands of the living. And I have talked with a goddess much older than you and she said I can do it. Older than me, few gods are older than the gods of the underworld and death. Only the primordial and god kings are beings like that. And you talk to them. Even if you did, then it was someone stupid. Then how about a gamble? Give me the dimensional core. If I manage to make my words come true, then you join me, but if not, then you can kill me. Don't play smart with me. I can't kill you, and after I give you the dimensional core I will lose consciousness almost immediately." Cain said to pacify the goddess's doubt. "What if I could keep you connected to the core even when it is out of the pantheon, on my expensive energy? Surely you can agree on that. To be fair, I am being generous here because I have a use for you, or else I would have simply taken it." Hearing that, Ereshkigal pouted but still reluctantly agreed with Cain. And this was only possible due to Cain showing his near-perfect control to her. Ereshkigal then took Cain to the center stone of the dimension in which the Mesopotamian pantheon lived. The dimensional core was a single golden orb, usually radiating immense amounts of energy, but currently it was dull and lacking its usual luster. Due to the apparent weakness of the Mesopotamian pantheon and lack of faith to provide it energy. Cain went near it and grabbed it and then destroyed all the connection this thing had with the pantheon, only keeping the Ereshkigal one intact. And then used his own energy to maintain the connection. He quickly took Ereshkigal out of the dimension and into the dimensional gap. The dimension getting destroyed will attract the attention of many big shots, including a certain destroyer and a giantess red dragon. Cain then teleported back to his castle and showed Ereshkigal her room and introduced her to everyone. She hid behind Cain when she saw Skathak due to her title of the God's Lair. But after getting acquainted with her and Cain assuring her that she will not kill her, she shook hands with her. Cain mentally thanked that Skathak didn't make things difficult. After this, Cain prepared to go for a trip to Europe in a few days to get another on of his important peerage members. But before that, her inquired about his future bishop, Ingvild with Graphia, and found out that she was almost tricked many times, but managed to get out on her own and sometimes with Seraphal's help. Good, let her grow like this. And keep an eye on her at all times. And most importantly, do not let the GKF catch wind of her existence. Yes, my lord. And how's life? Mine is hectic due to exams. Anyways, give the power stones. Chapter 54, Fairy Queen. Third person POV. Again, a few weeks have passed since the last time Cain went out. He was watching the shenanigans in his castle for the past few days. Skathak being her usual self, Zira trying to know everyone as everyone is family. Sometimes he wonders if she can match that one bald guy from his previous world. Rayla making money, Lilith being the best wing woman, hellbent on getting the God's Lair, and Ereshkigal in his bed. Ereshkigal for the first time interacting with people who don't get scared by her. Graphia taking care of the most absurd requests of the two new residents. Everything was pretty amusing in its own way, but he can't stop now. He needs to get a fairy for his plan to continue. Someone needs to manage the world tree for him, and who better than a fairy? He first thought about Vivian, the Lady of the Lake. But seeing that she was a good person, he changed it to her counterpart, the Black Madonna, Morgan Le Fay. And what Cain found about her didn't disappoint him in the slightest. Having a scheme, and another one in the backup with a plot going in the background. Not trusting, evil and all kinds of traits suitable for nourishing a world tree for the devils. The only question being, how am I supposed to get her in my peerage? Scathach was sitting in front of him hearing that she said. Who? Morgan Le Fay, the Black Witch. It is fairly simple, I also have the title of the Lady of Spirits. I can get her to join me immediately. But Cain replied with astuteness. No, I am the king, I must get her by myself. If you do so she will listen to you, not me. And so did I pass your little test. So you knew, well I should have expected that. But yes, if you would have agreed I would have failed you. Showing off his skills to Scathach, Cain went to Europe in order to get the current location of Morgan. He knew that she was living in a forest which was completely isolated to any and all normal humans. And there were a lot of forests like that in Britain. Cain was hoping that his sense witch could spend the entirety of Europe and more will help him find the famed witch faster. Cain was in the middle of a forest currently searching for something he sensed. While flying he felt a spatial disturbance arise from here but soon disappeared. Feeling that this might be the place he came down and was searching for it. But the pulse never appeared again. Cain continued searching for it and couldn't find anything, so he decided to go into the dimensional gap. Going in he could feel the fabric of space much better. And he could see that in the forest, there was a little pocket space hidden. This was much smaller than a dimension but much easier to hide. But that posed no problem for those who knew how to traverse the dimensional gap. After all, the entire world was built on the dimensional gap, hence anything in the world unless very brilliantly hidden could not escape being breached from the dimensional gap. Cain teared a part of space and directly entered the little sanctuary of Morgan. Entering inside, Cain felt like he was inside a different world. No pollution, clear sky, and large variety of animals roaming around. He could even spot some fairies flying in the distance. The trees were massive and of vibrant colors. And in the horizon a massive castle stood, no doubt the abode of the fairy queen. Sensing Cain, the little fairies came close to him and tugged at his sleeves. Devil. He's a devil. Hey you, this is fairy territory, go away. Another one said. Oh, no, this devil has come to help the queen. Our lives will become even more worse. Hearing that the other two distanced from him and attacked himself with their little attacks. Cain didn't feel any power in them, so he let them hit him and looked at them with his eyes. But the fairies mistakes him as preparing for an attack and started crying. Please, spare us. Yua. Queen, help us. Seeing that they were just baby fairies, Cain touched their heads and poured a little energy, the purest one he could manifest. Sensing the pure energy, the fairies calmed down and spoke. This devil is good. Umo. Devilman, help us defeat our queen, we will make a contract with you. Hearing that, Cain said. Sure, why not? Take me to this queen of yours. Cain, while playing with the baby fairies and watching the pocket space, reached in front of the gate of the castle. Teaching there, the fairies stopped and said to him. The queen lives inside, we can't go in. Why? She is scary, she says we lack power and are unreliable. Yeah, very scary. Oh, so you guys go and play, I will talk to the scary queen. Hearing him say that, the three little fairies cried and said. Don't die, kind devilman. Let's play sometime later. Beat the queen up. Cain laughed and then went inside the castle, whose gates were open as if inviting him. Fearlessly Cain waltzed in. Inside the castle, in the throne room, a single woman was sitting. With a large black spear leaning on her throne. Her eyes glinted with mysterious intent. Cain, reaching there, stood for a moment to appreciate the beauty of the fairy queen, as he was not uncouth, he was a man of culture. Long white hair with enchanting blue eyes, a revealing black and blue outfit showing her navel and abdomen. A black crown in her head. And a large black spear resting on her throne image. Morgan looked like the perfect queen to anyone who met her, but to Cain she was not the ideal queen. After all, he had met Scathach, and Northwest Queen comes close to her. If you have watched my beauty enough, devil, state your reason for breaching my barrier and coming to my utopia. I have come to the Black Madonna with deal. Do you take me for a fool, making a deal with devil? And that silver hair of yours doesn't make it any better. What is your name? Cain Levon Lucifer, your majesty. Cain called her majesty, but Morgan felt that it was sarcasm. Morgan was the queen of fairies who were almost extinct and weak. While standing in front of her is the king of devils, who are a strong race. Knowing that she was provoking him by sitting on the throne while he was standing. As this could be seen by him, that she was not thinking him as an equal. But Morgan was an experienced queen, she stood up and said with grace. Apologies for not knowing of your lineage, shall we go for a better place to talk? Cain, knowing her intentions, didn't cause a scene and said, sure. Morgan lifted her spear and started walking alongside Cain. She went out from the throne room and walked inside a room with a round table with two chairs, each made up of enchanted gold. They both sat on the chairs and then Morgan asked him. So what is the deal you are proposing to me? First of all, let's talk about something. Do you know why no Pantron acts you? Like Odin must really want his Yggdrasil to run by fairies, not like the dragon in Roots and some squirrels. Hearing that, Morgan said. Of course I have thought about that. He can't afford to win without some damage to the Norse pantheon. Cain sighed. Looks like she doesn't really know stuff or is too lost in her own world that she forgot that Thor is a god in the Norse pantheon. When was the last time you went outside, or what was the last major thing you know happened outside? Morgan looked in deep thought and then answered. It's been 2 centuries since I went outside and I don't really keep a track of the outside. Many people will figure out this pocket space if I go out often. So you have no idea what happened in the devil faction or the supernatural in general? No. Well, let me get you updated. After that, Cain explained to the witch all that had happened in the last 2 centuries, and about Thor and the reason why no one attacked her. And finally the devil civil war and the evil pieces. Hearing that, Morgan was in shock. She, whose only goal was to rule over Britain, mostly ignored this stuff, but now she was bewildered by the knowledgeable Cain gave her. So you are telling me that the only reason I wasn't attacked was because some another pantheon may use this excuse and start a divine war? Yes, divine wars are troublesome. No one wants to start it, but everyone wants to participate in it. But then Morgan looked at Cain with renewed vigor and said. Then I only need to get stronger and more powerful, right? If your deals help me with this, then I can make it. What a woman. Even after all of this, she is thinking about manipulating me and using me. Sure, but first answer this. What does any fairy want the most? Many things rushed in the Fae Queen's mind, but only one thing was the answer. Even Morgan, with all her determination for control and ruling, couldn't deny this. The thing a fairy wants the most is to serve a world tree. Even Morgan was willing to do so currently, even if it meant she will be the one serving him, not the other way around. But Morgan scoffed at Cain. There is only one world tree. That is Yggdrasil. Cain, after hearing what Morgan said, showed a smirk, reminiscent of a certain American when he heard a British guy say bottle of water. You will be astonished to know that as of now I have this thing. Saying so, Cain revealed the world tree seed. Seeing that Morgan's instinct as a fairy were raging to submit to Cain, but she was a queen too. She tried to move her hand in order to snatch it from Cain, her instinct making her stupid. But just then she felt death. From all sides, pure death. She started shivering, sweating from all over her body, nausea hit her like a brick and she was trembling non-stop. Seeing that she would most likely faint and get PTSD from his killing intent, Cain stopped his it and allowed Morgan to breathe as she had forgotten to do so. I think your rational mind is back on track, so let's talk again. Why yes, let's continue. Morgan was still stuttering and recovering from the full brunt of Cain's killing intent. She was sure of one thing: she can't control him like this. She needs to find another way, but first, the most important thing. So you are planning on creating a new pantheon, I presume? And you need me to look after the world tree? Indeed, I do. The more detailed plan will be revealed when everything is ready. So any conditions you want to put or nothing else? Sheesh. She is back to her queen persona and planning to negotiate, truly living up to her name. I do not have any wish, but what about my utopia? Do not worry, I will teleport this inside the newly made hell. So you can still keep your fairies. I am grateful for that. After some other minor talks, the plan was finalized. Cain took out his bishop and laid Morgan on the table. He kept the piece on her chest and started chanting. I, Cain Levon Lucifer, hereby order you. Heed me, Morgan Lefey, your soul belongs to me from this moment. You shall become my bishop and rejoice in your newfound role in life. With that, Cain had got the Queen of Fairies in his peerage. With this, the formation of hell comes more closer than ever. Morgan then went with Cain to the underworld. In the way back she asked. Can I call you husband? Cain raised an eyebrow at that and said. Get permission from my wife, Zira. Then maybe. Till then let's stick with something simple. What about master or lord? Morgan tried to keep a smile at that but failed. After all, Cain was insinuating that she can't control him, but he can. But still she agreed, and they entered inside the castle of the Lucifer. And just as they entered inside, they found an interesting scene in front of them. Ereshkigal was sitting beside Lilith, who was whispering something in her ears, and every time Ereshkigal was blushing harder. Skathak was at the side, seeing it and shaking her side from side to side as to signal Ereshkigal to get away from Lilith or she will fall into a pit. Seeing so many legendary figures in front of her, Morgan was shocked, especially seeing the Lord of Spirits, Skathak Scotty, in front of her. You never said that your queen was the God's lair. You never asked. She looked at Cain with scrunched up eyes but went back to normal soon after. Graphia came from the stairs and announced that dinner was about to be served. She was also the first one to notice Cain and Morgan. Welcome back, my lord. Will you like to eat too? Yes, I would, and also make a seat for our newest member. As you wish, my lord. Hearing that, the other three looked at them. Ereshkigal looked at Cain, then at Skathak and then at Lilith. And after that she blushed hard. Cain found it amusing but left this for a later time. On the dinner table, some of the most famous people were sitting. Cain sat at the top with Zerah and Rayla at his either sides. On Zerah's side, Lilith and Skathak, and on Rayla's side sat Ereshkigal and Morgan. Graphia was standing behind Cain on his left side while Melissa and Vanessa were standing on his right. Morgan, sitting in front of Skathak, was nervous but didn't show it. She was a queen as she must maintain her queen persona, but it was failing spectacularly because of Lilith's empathy. Cain lifted up his glass and hit it with his spoon, drawing everyone's attention. I would like to introduce the new member of my peerage, the Fey Queen, Morgan Le Fay, as my bishop. She will also be the caretaker of the world tree. Please be kind to her. Cain said that as he knew that not everyone will accommodate her in the clan immediately, some will work fast while some slow. And then the main question started, how to deal with Olympus. And important announcement, I have my final board exams from 22nd of February till 19th of March. So no chapters in between. But from now to 21st I will post a chapter daily and a mass release after my exams. So give them stones. Also here's the image for Ereshkigal, image. Chapter 55, Olympus. Third person POV. So what are your plans regarding dealing with Hades? Zerah asked and everyone looked at Cain. Dealing with Hades. He wouldn't agree no matter what I offer. I will deal directly with Olympus. Rayla added, you are going to talk with Zeus. No, the entirety of the 12 gods of Olympus, I can convince Zeus, Poseidon, and Athena pretty easily. And others will be neutral or supporting. Lilith made an understanding face and replied. I see, even if Hades disagrees, he can't do anything as it will seem as an affront to Zeus's authority as the god king. Exactly. And I also have the name of Skathak on my side. Hearing that, all of them looked at Skathak, who simply continued eating without much discomfort. But she was deeply listening to Cain and understanding his plan. Ereshkigal said, yeah, her name is a big deterrent. Then my lord, shall I tell the other Satans about this? Indeed, Graphia, tell Ajuka to be ready on going for a tour of the underworld. Also tell Seraphal to create a ruckus so that every pantheon is busy. At this point, Morgan finally intervened. Distract every pantheon. Isn't that very hard to do? Indeed it is, so tell Seraphal my plan. What is the plan? Skathak chimed in the discussion finally. She was interested in the plan. Cain had to distract multiple pantheons at once. For Shinto, just send some devils who are impending for death row in Kyoto and Tokyo. That would be enough, just leave them near a shrine. For the Chinese, I think there are more than enough fights, but just to be sure. Make the young master of the Yellow Dragon sect attack or heavily injure the son of the sect master of the Azure Dragon sect. Norse is already distracted. The Hindu pantheon doesn't meddle with the outside much. Get some sacred gear users and throw them into Grigori territory in the human world. And lastly, make a satanic ritual take place in Europe for the church and heaven, just make sure it takes enough sacrifices. It was a simple but effective plan. Zerah asked. What about Falbium? Tell to him make sure there are no devils outside the boundary of the devil's ground. No soldiers either. And make sure to tell him to do a damn well job at that. Also, tell him to off anyone who tries to go outside in the current time period. Graphia nodded and Cain again spoke. Also Zerah, inform the devil pillars and lords of extra houses about the upcoming event. Do not tell them anything about the world tree or the negotiations with the Greek pantheon. Just tell them we are becoming independent. Sure, I will inform them about this and tell them that the details will be provided in the next Ars Goetia, in which you will be present. As for the common devils, I think telling them after everything has settled will be for the best. Indeed. With that, the dinner of the Lucifer clan finished and Cain was ready to depart for Mount Olympus the next week. He had Graphia send a letter to ask for an audience with the 12 Greek gods. He also briefly mentioned in the letter about him having a beneficial deal for them. Cain was sitting in his garden, sipping tea, when a glowing man suddenly appeared in front of him. But Cain was not surprised, as his eyes were able to follow him with ease. Not bad for a devil to be able to see my movements. Well, I am also kinda fast, Hermes. Hermes had come here to take him to Olympus. Cain could have gone there if he wished by teleporting to Nyx, but he did not want them to know about his relationship with her, just yet. That may harm his plan, after though, it doesn't matter. Cain stood up and went near Hermes, and then he was engulfed with light and then vanished along with him. When Cain came out of the white portal, he was in a completely different place. Halls large enough to fit entire towers. Celestial bronze decorations like they are common, and 12 giants sitting on all of his sides. Cain knew he has came to where he wanted to, MT Olympus. Time to get serious. Time to scam some gods. The first thing Cain did was to see if all the gods were present. Zeus, Poseidon, Hermes, Hera, Hephaestus, Athena, Ares, Apollo, Aphrodite, Demeter, Artemis, Hestia, and of course he can't forget the extra one present here, Hades. Hades was here when he heard that the new Lucifer is coming to Olympus for a deal. And so far if the things he knew through his grim reapers were true, then he will truly fuck him over. Zeus in his authoritative tone, with a hint of lust directed at Cain, spoke. Lucifer, you said you had a deal for Olympus. State it. Thundering occurred outside the hall, and divine presence filled the hall, forcing upon everyone. Zeus as his true nature wants to have a go with Cain. But Cain, undeterred by that, responded by letting his presence out, and spoke. I will keep it simple. I want all of the lands currently occupied by the devils to be permanently mine. This horndog really wants to play sword fight with me. Seriously, that bad upbringing by Kronos. Hearing that, everyone was shocked, but before Hades could speak, Athena talked, her voice filled with calmness and wisdom. Devil, don't you feel anything? As Zeus had used his authority as the god king to pressure him, but he is standing just fine. Oh. I felt like someone was massaging me, but I guess that's a godly thing here, right? Zua was scared hearing that, but then Hades spoke with anger. You want what? Forget it, Lucifer, you will not get a single rock from my domain. Cain looked at the old bag of bones dressed as a high priest with a large golden skull-like wand in his hand, his eye socket glowing blue with fury. I am talking to the entirety of Olympus, Hades. Not to you, so calm down, or are you above the god king of your pantheon? Hearing that, Zeus coughed and spoke up with his godly presence once again acting up. Indeed, Hades first let him complete his deal. We only heard the part of his want in the deal. Majority of the gods agreed, and Hades had to shut up. Oh, how he wanted to tell that this Lucifer is bad news, but he can't, as that will show his weaknesses. Hades is a god who hates every race, except gods that belong to Olympus. Hence he can't be scared of a devil. That too, Cain was young by supernatural standards. Cain continued with his deal. Yes, so I want the entirety of lands that devils have occupied in place of that I am offering to relieve Olympus from its current greatest problems. Hearing that, the wisest of them spoke. Problems? Which one? The biggest are the spawns of our great gods popping of left and right. Athena. She is right, Zeus. My marriage divinity is the only thing saving our marriage. Cain coughed and said. I don't think I can handle either Zeus or Poseidon, but I can deal with Echidna and Medusa. 3 heads snapped in his direction, sensing that Cain was thrilled. 3 in the bag. Poseidon looked at Athena, while Hera looked at Demeter. Oh, bonus. Hera spoke, as she was not on good terms with Echidna. How will you do that? The same question was in the minds of Poseidon and Athena. Demeter just didn't like Echidna, so didn't care about the method, she just wanted her gone. As for Athena, she cursed Medusa, and Poseidon always wanted her gone due to his history with the former priestess of Athena. My job is to take care of them, as to not trouble Olympus and take them out. Leave the process and method to me, care for the results. But just for that, aren't you asking a lot? Zeus spoke this time, not thinking with his lower body but his mind. Oh. I still have one more left. I will also deal with Nyx. That one line silenced the entirety of the hall. Nobody was calm after hearing him say that, but 2 gods were especially ecstatic hearing that, even if they didn't show it outwardly. Those 2 being Zeus, as he was scared of her, and Apollo, which was obviously due to her divinity countering his. Cain had managed to gain the votes of half of the gods, now only one of them remained for his success. And he knew it was going to be either Ares or Aphrodite. But Hades couldn't take it anymore and shouted, using his divinity to axe Cain. You filthy bat, you dare covet my domain. But Cain was prepared. He released all of his aura, destroying the death god's attacks and forcing him back at the same time. But the effect of that was enormous. Cain, having mastered his super devil form, was stronger than Satan-class devils, so unless Hades went all out, there was no way Cain would lose to him in a confrontation of aura. The goddess, which was the most bored here, immediately got INTRS'd. Aphrodite wetted her divine undies when she felt the raw power of Cain, even surpassing that of Typhoon and Hades. Everyone ignored that for their own mental health. I must invite him to my chambers, now. Cain, knowing the effect he had on her, looked at her and signaled her to vote for his deal. The love goddess agreed immediately for a single night of passion. Alas, she didn't know that Cain had no plans to follow his promise. After all, a devil rarely makes good of his promises. But Zeus was scared, because if he denied this deal, then even Hades wouldn't be able to save him, as he saw his older brother being inferior to Cain. So in order to appease the Lucifer, he restricted Hades' authority. Looks like the underworld is independent of Olympus. Cain said. There is no such thing like that. Poseidon spoke up this time. Oh, it isn't. I thought I needed to call Scathack here in case I was attacked. Ares smiled ferally at that, and Artemis looked at shock on his statement. She idolized the god's lair, and Cain just spoke like she served him. I am gonna kill him. First he takes away the source of hunts and then disrespects my idol. But she knew she couldn't, so suppressed her desire and waited. A hunter know when to hunt and when to stop. Athena, hearing that, chimed in. We need to discuss it, so why don't you go and see Olympus while we decide on whether to accept or not? Cain said, fair enough, then see you gods in a while. But just then Hades asked, why do you want that land? I am not troubling you. Cain looked at Hades and said, that is none of your concern. I didn't ask why you guys want these being out of your pantheon, so you don't ask my reasons. Also, your hate is very well known, Hades, don't even try. And I am making the deal with Olympus itself, not the underworld, so let Zeus and the council decide, or is the underworld and you above the gods of Olympus, I wonder? Zeus and the others looked at Hades with shock. With this he had no choice but to back up. But again, Cain was hell-bent on creating a rift between him and Olympus, so he spoke further. Or is it rebellion that you want to start? With those statements Cain went out of the hall. Just as Cain went out, all chaos was let loose inside the hall. I say we accept, the underworld is too big anyways. Spoke Athena, totally not due to Cain dealing with Medusa. We agree. Chanted Hera, Demeter, Aphrodite, Poseidon, and Apollo. Totally not due to their own agendas. But everyone knew it was to maintain the agenda. But everyone knew why Aphrodite agreed. Hestia was neutral. But Hermes and Artemis disagreed. A man like him doesn't deserve our help. Spoke Artemis, due to her man hate, while Hermes was of different vision. He can keep up with me, even when he is not a god. I say we kill him by tricking him, lest he becomes a threat in the future. Everyone ignored these two, as their votes are not going to change. In the middle of these Hephaestus spoke. I disagree. I will lose material from monsters if he takes Echidna. I agree, he is a warrior. If he had a woman like the god Slayer to help him. I want to have a spar with him. Zeus looked towards Hades and was terrified. His brother looked like he was about to kill everyone present who was agreeing. But he was even more terrified of Nyx. But he still asked. Gods of Olympus, raise your votes if we agree or not to the proposal of the Lucifer. Zeus, Hera, Poseidon, Athena, Apollo, Demeter, Ares and Aphrodite raised their votes in support of Cain. While Artemis, Hermes, Hephaestus and Hades were in disagreement with supporting Cain. And Hestia was natural on the deal proposed by Cain. Zeus spoke up with that it has been decided that Olympus will accept the deal given by Cain on Lucifer. Hermes, go and call him. While Hermes went to find Cain, Hades spoke up. You guys are still ever the fools I see. You didn't even ask him why he wants that land, just seeing your immediate gain, not the future. Pathetic. Zeus and the others ignored him, while Zeus decided to keep a close eye at his brother in Tartarus. With that, Hades went back to his abode, to prepare for the completion of the deal. He also can't act up in the near future in case the rest of Olympus blames him for the breaking of the deal. Thus Hades went to plan and scheme against Cain in the long term. Just after Hermes came with Cain, obviously not in a good mood but still followed Zeus's order. We have decided to accept your deal. So let's make a pact. We will wager the Mount Olympus while your soul. Sure. With that, Cain had managed to get around Hades and get the last thing required to make hell into a reality. I will go and handle Echidna and Medusa firsthand and at the last Nyx. Very well, as you please. With that, the council was dismissed and Cain went out to get the two monster girls. And second chapter. Bring on those stones. Chapter 56, Medusa and Echidna. Third-person POV. Cain was on his way towards the monster girl duo. Surprisingly, the two were living very closely to each other in caves next to each other. Isn't Echidna supposed to be Typhoon's wife, and she lives in a cave? Greek and their weird tendencies. And it was a mystery to Cain why Medusa was still alive. Because he remembers that Perseus was supposed to kill her. Cain lamented the Greeks to be able to fail on killing a mortal Gorgon. He landed in front of the cave, which have of the aura of a snake. The other has an aura of many types of monsters. Just as Cain stepped his foot inside the cave, a powerful wave of aura mixed with divinity tried to thrust him back, but he simply scoffed at it and moved forward. A warning sounded, reminiscent of a snake. Intruder. Do not come inside, you will forfeit your life doing so. Cain nodded his head in a disappointing manner and said. If that was your attempt to scare me, please do better. You are supposed to be a legendary monster appearing in the myths. Cain entered the depths of the cave and came in front of a monster. No, it would be apt to call it an existence closer to the queen of magical beasts. Purple hairs with snakes in it, a blindfold in her eyes, golden scales on her legs and hands. Counting only her human body parts, she is smaller than Cain, only coming to 172 centimeter, image. But taking her monster parts into consideration, that figure runs into the meters. Cain looked at her clothing and raised his eyes. Her scanty clothing didn't leave much to imagination, but somehow it looked more erotic than being completely naked. Gorgon was standing at the side, looking at Cain warily. Her snakes were also looking at him. Seeing that, Cain laughed lightly, said to reduce her wariness. Don't be that scared. I am not here to hurt you. That didn't deter Gorgon, she being still wary, asked. Then why are you here? State your intentions. Cain sighed, seeing that she wasn't going to relax till she really trusts him. I made a deal with the gods of Olympus. Just as Cain spoke that, he found himself launched into one of the walls of the cave. He steadfastly put his legs on the wall and jumped back to where he was, only to find an angry-looking snake queen, ready to kill him. Now that I think about that, it really wasn't a good conversation starter. Gorgon launched herself at Cain, but just as Cain looked at her, she stopped and jumped back. She had seen her death in that moment. Gorgon, knowing that she can't be careless, she removed her blindfold and looked at Cain with all the power and intensity she could muster. The famed eyes of Medusa, the Gorgon, met with Cain's. Contrary to the famous ability of them to paralyze and petrifying people, their true strength was something else. The ability to seal all magical properties. Cain felt his power go, but he could also feel that he could easily break free from this attack, but he didn't think he would need them to fight her. Seeing his magical properties sealed, Gorgon rushed at him to finish him off. She slashed using her claws. She was expecting to easily cleave him off, but instead she felt her claws stop midway. Cain moved her large hands from in front of his face and said, "Now we are going to have a talk, in a civil manner. No more attacks." And then he chucked the meters-long Gorgon into the cave wall and embedded her inside it. He then sat at the rocks and waited for her to come to her senses. Gorgon, now knowing that she can't do anything to the intruder, came and sat down in front of him. She tried to act like her usual self, but monsters and magical beasts have a tendency to be submissive to stronger beings, unless they hate them to the core. So she was also kind of listening to Cain, but it was nowhere enough for her to trust him. But still Cain continued with his talk. "So yeah, I made a deal with the gods of Olympus that I need to make sure that you don't cause trouble for them, in other words to take you out." Gorgon hissed and said, "So you are here to kill me? Calm down, I only need to make sure that you don't cause trouble for them, killing isn't the only way." Gorgon looked at him for more explanation. And Cain again explained to her the same thing he explained to Morgan, except the politics and power play part. "So you are asking me to serve you? I barely know you and yet you are asking such of me." "Yes, to be honest. And I know you don't like staying here. But you have to do so to protect yourself. After all, a Gorgon is very exotic, surveying without being the part of a pantheon is nigh impossible." Medusa was silent, hearing that. Cain had hit the bullseye with that statement. Due to her beef with Poseidon and Athena, she wasn't safe here either. "You are correct, but I will be fine. Mother is here to protect me. She did so when Perseus was about to kill me." "Mother? I thought yours was dead." "Echidna." "What? I know she is called the mother of all monsters, but she isn't your mother." "And what do you mean she saved you from Perseus?" Medusa then told him how Echidna saved her from Perseus. Cain was shocked knowing about the motherly love of Echidna. "Well, that's all well and good, but what if Typhoon or Hades comes to attack? Then even Echidna will fail, and before you say that Echidna is Typhoon's wife, their relationship is not good." Medusa was in a serious dilemma here. What Cain said couldn't be ignored. So she looked at Cain and asked, "If I follow you, can you fulfill my one request?" "Yes. I want to kill Poseidon." Cain knew that wish of hers and said, "I can't say that I will kill him now, but I can swear on my name as a Lucifer, that in the future one day, when Olympus and Hell are fighting, Poseidon's head will be yours." Medusa, hearing that, said, "Very well, then till that day comes I will hold on to your words, master." With that, Cain took her out from the cave and went to visit Echidna, to get her on board with their team. Medusa was sure that she will happily comply. But alas, it was not easy as it seems. Echidna, the mother of all monsters, stood in front of them with anger. Her first response was releasing an attack at Cain. Cain easily deflected the attack but was surprised at why Echidna was angry at him. He signaled Medusa to talk to her adoptive mother. "Mother, he is here to take me." Cain looked at Echidna's reaction and then at Medusa's face and said, "Again, that could have been phrased better." Echidna roared, "You devil want to take my daughter away from me." She started transforming into her true form. But she only transformed in an imitation of it. Seeing that both Medusa and Echidna herself were shocked, image. But Cain looked normal. "Looks like Zeus cut off the authority of Echidna from Olympus. Well, this makes things easier for me. Gorgon, deal with quickly or I will. And it will not be nice." Medusa looked at Cain like a slave would look at a slave driver and ran towards the mother of all monster, or more correctly former mother of all monsters. In the middle of it, Medusa also transformed into her true snake deity form. As only in this way she could match Echidna, even then only if she was weakened, image. The fight had just begun but the area was already half destroyed. Both of their forms were incredibly large and caused immense amounts of collateral damage. Medusa also got too much into her instincts and forgot about the main reason she was fighting. Her snakes were latching onto Echidna's monstrous body while Echidna, while only a little more than half of Gorgon's size, was still stronger. The mystic eyes were limiting her magic, yet only her physical strength was almost matching a deity of snakes. Seeing that if the fight continued the damage to the area will be too great, Cain decided to step up and end this. As if he let the two monsters fight, the Greek gods will ask him compensation if the damage caused by these two, as technically he is their owner now. A man can't have a peaceful moment when around multiple women, and Nyx is still left. Let's do this. Motivating himself, Cain flew above both the monster woman and released his demonic pressure. Sensing that both Gorgon and Echidna were shocked and stopped their fight to look at him. Medusa quickly calmed down. The fear induced in her instincts from the last time was enough to free her from her primal instincts. Echidna also was smart enough to know that if Cain wanted to do something she was powerless to resist. This made her calm down as well, but she didn't trust him just yet. Seeing that Cain also receded his aura and came down, he signaled Medusa to tell Echidna everything. While the adoptive mother and daughter were talking, Cain was observing Echidna, or more specifically her body. It was mind-blowing image. Damn, the dress tempts me too much. Surely I can expect mommy play in the future. Medusa told Echidna everything that happened and most importantly explained that Cain isn't a bad person, but is here to help them. Echidna still wasn't sure as Medusa has been tricked in the past, so she decided to ask Cain herself. Are you like the other children of mine, who always run away and hate me, or are you like the gods who always lie and make my daughter suffer? Cain looked at Echidna and thought. She looks like a mother who had been through too much, and only wants to protect her child. I am not, and I will not harm either of you, I can promise that. If not, I can have you meet someone whom you can trust more. Who? My mother Lilith. I am sure she will understand your pain. Seeing Medusa nodding her head and waiting for her decision, Echidna agreed and said. I am willing to go with you, but without turning into a devil servant of yours. If you speak the truth, then you can use your evil pieces later on us. Sure. Cain agreed without any problem, and then with telling them to take anything they might want to take as a memento, he went to Zeus. Zeus, I have handled Medusa and Echidna. As for Nyx, I am going now, so cut her off from Olympus, lest I fight her and destroy half of Olympus. I have already thought about it, Lucifer, and cut her off using my authority as the god king. I have divided her divinity between Artemis, left the rest to the primordials, under Hades. Whatever. With that, Cain went to meet Nyx. Nyx POV. I was once one of the strongest gods to ever roam the world, but then our creator and master, Chaos, suddenly disappeared and his power did too. All the primordial fell from grace and got weak, rebellion came and the rulers of Olympus changed. My Otherus was stripped of its position and MT Olympus became the new seat of power. I was one of the primordial who still were relatively strong, hence I secluded myself to conserve my strength. Zeus being the paranoid god, he stopped the flow of energy from Olympus to me, making my power go down with time. I knew I would die sooner or later, but I had hope. Hope in a devil, how ironic. A god having hope in a devil. But he showed me that not everything is as I know. Even a primordial sometimes learns new. Today when I was lying on my bed, I felt the connection between me and Olympus cut off. Unlike the past where it was blocked, now it was completely removed. I knew that my time was here, my divinity was leaving me, and I was losing strength. My instincts told me I was about to perish, but my heart said otherwise. I knew he would come. And I wasn't wrong. Yo. Still living. Third person POV. Cain entered the realm of Nyx only to find it almost nearing its end. He immediately connected to the source and fueled it using his own energy. The realm stabilized and Cain breathed a sigh of relief. He was briefly worried that Nyx may have fell into slumber due to Zeus cutting the connection beforehand, but he was fast enough. One day I am going to cut that bastard's dick off. He entered the house and saw Nyx lying on her bed, pale, weak and not so lively compared to the first time he saw her, but to cheer her up he said. Yo. Still living. Nyx chuckled lightly at his humor and said in a meek and frail voice. Yes. Now that he was running the realm, Nyx can still be awake until he runs out of gas, but before that he will create hell. Which was needed to be done fast, as he is also providing energy to Ereshkigal. He briefed Nyx about his plans and went to bring the other two future members of his peerage. Cain brought Medusa and Echidna to Nyx's divine realm. Echidna was shocked seeing Nyx and Medusa was scared, but seeing her not like what she was thinking, Medusa calmed down. Then Cain notified Zeus that his part of the deal is done and then teleported the entire realm of Nyx directly to the forest behind his castle. Teleportation across pantheons drained Cain much more than he anticipated, due to him carrying an entire realm with him, but he was still fine and then told Nyx to wait and conserve her strength as it would be needed for something else later. He brought Medusa and Echidna with him. Just as he exited the realm, he was greeted with the entire top-level fighting force of the Devil faction. Zira, Rayla, Graphia, Lilith, the Satans, Cain's peerage, all were alerted at the sudden presence of a divine realm in the Lucifer's backyard. But seeing him, Ajuka sighed and said, "Never in my life would I have thought that I would see a Lucifer teleporting an entire divine realm into the Devil territory. I tend to do some weird stuff now and then," Cain said with a smirk on his face. And how's the new cover? Sick, right? Made using Copilot AI. Keep on bringing the stones. Let's aim for the top 5. Chapter 57, Hell. Third-person POV. After everyone was calm seeing Cain, all of them went inside his castle to discuss the upcoming things. In the hall, all the important persons sat down in the couch and looked at Cain, motioning him to start explaining on how to create hell. First of all, Falbium and Sarah, I think you guys have finished what Graphia told you to. I have made sure no one is outside of the border. Falbium responded in an awake voice. The current situation was tense, so he wasn't sleeping. I also finished my work. With that, Cain looked at Ajuka and said, then me and Ajuka will go on a little inspection tour. Till then, do the following things I have told Graphia. Saying that, Cain teleported along with Ajuka. After the two Satans disappeared from the hall, Graphia without any delay stared, barking out order like a sergeant. Lord Falbium, Lady Scathatch, please clear the entirety of the monsters and beasts in the forest. Lady Morgan, please be prepared, as you will need to handle the world tree when it is planted. What do you mean be prepared? The world tree will take centuries to grow. Zira then revealed something to her. Cain has a way to make it grow quickly, so be ready. You might need to tend to a fully grown world tree from the start. Morgan, hearing that, got serious and went to prepare her mind. Graphia then sent Lilith to talk with Tiamat and Medusa, while Zira was to clear a place in the backyard for creation of a new space. So Cain had told her to destroy the space in the backyard. Why do we need to destroy the space? Ereshkigal, silent for so long, finally asked something. This time Graphia responded. Lord Cain said that a world tree for its quick growth needs a new and pure space. The current space is very old and not pure, thus the need to destroy it. The world tree will create its own space, suited to it. Then Graphia looked at Ereshkigal and Seraphal and said, Lady Seraphal, please provide energy to Lady Ereshkigal, as Lord Cain needs his reserves full for the upcoming event. Also, I will be handling the energy requirements for the divine realm outside, so please ask anything you want to know now. Nobody had any questions, as everyone had already been briefed about this. Graphia and Lilith went to the divine realm while Seraphal and Ereshkigal stayed inside. Scathack and Falbium were killing the demonic beasts. Morgan was readying herself. Zira was literally deleting space, while Cain and Ajuka were mapping the boundary which they need to take into the newly created dimension. Cain had taken Ajuka because of his calculation prowess, and he himself was necessary just to check if Hades was not playing any tricks. While Cain and Ajuka were busy marking the boundaries, a very important discussion was going on inside the divine realm of Nyx. This discussion was crucial in making Cain's peerage, and it was left in the hands of someone he trusted, his mother Lilith. Just as Lilith and Graphia, along with Rayla, who didn't have any work to do, entered the divine realm of Nyx, they were faced by two monster beauties. Just as Echidna and Lilith matched eyes, they formed a mutual understanding. After all, only a mother can feel another mother. Also, it helped that both of them had very similar past, neglected and used by their husbands, bad children, and being saved by Cain. Thus only with this Echidna was convinced that Cain wasn't bad being from her point of view. For his enemies though, he was nothing short of the devil, which he was both racially and metaphorically. Lilith went to talk with Echidna and Medusa, while Graphia went inside the house to meet with Nyx. As a maid, it was her duty to be acquainted with her lord's wives. And Nyx was ranked very high up in Cain's harem, although the hierarchy was purely made up by Rayla and the other were dragged into it. And as much as Graphia doesn't show it, she is proud that she is the one to marry Cain first, even though it is not officially known to anyone except the harem members. Seeing her, Nyx said, So, you are his Lucifuge. I guess you are maintaining my realm and me currently. Indeed, Lady Nyx. I am Graphia Lucifuge, personal maid of Lord Cain. Your demonic signature suits Cain, his being monstrous and domineering, while yours frosty and submissive, only to him I might add. I work to please. The meeting between the two moms and Snake Queen went nicely, with Echidna even calling her sister. Although Lilith told her not to say that to Cain for unknown reasons. Sometime later, everyone was done with their job and was waiting for the two Satans to come back so the main part can start, and they appeared, from a magic circle. So everyone ready? The voice of Cain was different from normal, stand ratings of excitement and anxiousness in it, and it was justified. After all, he was going to do something that not even his father, the creator of devils, was able to do, create a real hell. Seeing everyone confirmed to him, he took out the world tree seed and told everyone to step away. The basic plan told by Cain was pretty simple to understand but hard to execute. Cain, Zira, and Ajuka will feed the world tree just as it was planted, the entirety of their energy reserves in their superdevil form. Doing this will make it grow faster. Cain expected the tree to be equivalent to a 2,000-year-old world tree at the end. Just as they finished this, Morgan would teleport her pocket space around the space that will be created by the tree. This will make the tree connected to that space. After that, Nyx and Ereshkigal will take control of the dimensional core and connect it to the world tree, after that Ereshkigal will create a separate pocket space in the newly created dimension, specially dedicated for storing, punishing, and reincarnating souls. Nyx will take control and make it such that the dimensional core will suck the extra energy from the dimension and give it to the world tree. The world tree will then purify and increase its amount. The new, better energy will be replace the old energy, while the extra will be used by the tree for its own growth, thus enabling it to grow as the dimension grows and its inhabitants do so too. While this was going on, Skathatch, Tiamat, and Medusa will be responsible for handling anyone who comes to interfere. A certain death god was sure to cause trouble. Falbium had included everyone inside his absolute defense for extra security. Seraphol and Graphia will be busy supporting the two goddesses. Rayla will be just there for moral support or not, she will be the one handling the devil pillars, if any come for answers due to the trouble. Lilith will be helping and providing Morgan support, as the Fey Queen's magic reserves were not enough to last the entire duration of the process. The formation of a new pantheon after such a long time was started by the transformation of 3 superdevil at once. The density of demonic energy at the place went from above average to the densest in the entire underworld. Everyone inside the absolute defense barrier felt the pressure. Skathatch, sensing that from outside, remarked, "So those two also have that form." The warrior inside her was trembling to challenge them, but her thoughts were interrupted by Medusa saying, "I doubt even you are capable of fighting any one of them, currently." "Indeed, but the future is uncertain, Gorgon." "Call me Medusa, we serve the same master from now on." "Yes, Godslayer. I also am a part of the peerage of the child of Lilith named Cain." Skathatch looked weirdly at Echidna's way of speaking but ignored it. She was already sensing some grim reapers, but they appeared to be scouts instead of attackers. Cain had told her to only to kill them when they attacked first. So she let them be, or killing them was way too easy for her. Sending the other two was only a precaution in case Hades appeared himself with Pluto and Thanatos. The 3 superdevils poured the entirety of their powers in the rainbow-colored glowing seed. The seed slowly started germinating. First the roots came out and they went inside the space instead of ground. They binded the space around it, compressing it and making it more stable. Cain, seeing that, said, "Morgan, just when I say summon your pocket space." The tree gradually increased its roots and started covering more and more space, and slowly its shoot also started growing. Morgan, now. With that, Morgan did her job and the tree, just as predicted, started compressing to the pocket space, but wasn't grown enough to do so at a larger scale. Thus, it merged with it, the pocket space becoming a part of the tree. Without anyone knowing, Cain summoned his scythe inside the trunk of the world tree, which was hollow and not filled yet. He did this in order to create a spirit for the dimension. It will take 1 or 2 centuries to grow, but when it does it will be worth it. But till then he needed to refrain from using his scythe frequently. He can still use it if he required, it's just that the process will be delayed depending on much he uses it. The world tree gradually grew, and it was becoming massive. When the 3 superdevils felt their reserves becoming half, Cain signaled to Nyx and Ereshkigal to start the connection between the world tree and the dimensional core. Both the goddesses, not in their best state but still gave it their all. Both of them were used to using the dimensional core. Nyx due to her age and her divine realm, while Ereshkigal as she used it after the Mesopotamian pantheon collapsed and only she survived. The world tree, just growing, was not able to avoid the masterful use of dimensional core by the 2 goddesses and was connected with it. Just then Cain increased his output and said, "Ajuka, connect to the dimensional core and create the dimension." The Beelzebub did as he heard and directed the formation of the dimension, but just as he started it, some unpleasant things were going on outside the boundary. Skathatch was standing on top of a small mountain of grim reapers, all dead of piercing wounds from her spear, while Tiamat and Medusa were also surrounded by some dead grim reapers. Skathatch decided agents letting these scouts go back and report the formation of a dimension to Hades. It is better to kill them, as it will delay the response of the death god. This was the reason Cain chose her as the queen. She is capable of making decisions when he is not around quickly. A vital skill for a queen, due to being second in command. This act of Skathatch managed to earn a significant amount of time for the process to be successful. In the meantime, the world tree had grown up to a humongous size. The only reason the devil pillars were unable to see and not question its appearance were due to it being inside a different pocket space. The process was almost finished. Just as Ajuka finalized the coordinates and came back to providing energy, the entire Devil Society was feeling the tremors form the dimensional change. Zekrom, Zeoticus, Lord Agars and Lord Citri immediately teleported to the Lucifer castle to know if the Satans knew about this. But they only found Rayla there waiting for them. Zekrom immediately questioned, "May I ask what is happening to the Devil Society?" "Lady Lucifer ne Phoenix. I think Zira had informed you of this, Lord Baal. But just to pacify you I will tell you that currently, we are becoming independent and this is just the precursor to the formation of hell." The lords went on to ask some more questions but Rayla managed to answer them all, while still keeping the important information safe. Finally, after some time, the dimension stabilized. Hades felt his authority weakening. He was prepared for this, but was still shocked as he could not sense anything from the part of the underworld where the devils lived. He contacted the Grim Reapers stationed there but found them all dead. And just after that he felt the presence of another dimension very close to the underworld but gradually going far. He cursed out loud. "Damn you foolish gods of Olympus! Damn you spawn of Lucifer!" That day the entirety of Olympus trembled from the anger of Hades, but alas there was nothing he could do now. Attacking the devils will lead to a divine war. On the other hand, the newly formed dimension slowly drifted in the dimensional gap going towards the destination fixed by a Juka that was known only to himself and Cain. In that time, Morgan was busy handling the world tree. Even being supported by an expert and experienced magic user like Lilith, defining the rules and conditions of the dimension and pantheon was tough. Not to mention the world tree suddenly growing from a seed to such huge tree was not able to control its powers correctly. But somehow they managed to do so. In the dimensional gap the place was found by Cain and Ajuka after searching in the dimensional gap very much. And they had put a lot of high-level barriers even to keep even God-King level beings from approaching it. After a few hours the dimension reached the place and stopped. Just about the same time Ereshkigal finished creating a miniature core inside of Hell and embedded the divine realm of Nyx in the dimension of Hell. And soon after that Falbium lowered his absolute defense, and the 3 members of Cain's peerage came inside. They had jumped inside the dimension when it was forming its barrier. And just after that Ajuka and Zira ran out of energy and reverted back to their normal forms and fell. But Ajuka was supported by Falbium while Cain caught Zira. Cain, being used to his super devil form, didn't fall. And then looking at everyone said, "To everyone present in this dimension." His voice echoed in the newly formed dimension, courtesy of Nyx. "We have created history, we have created hell. And done. Last chapter for this week and for a month. We are doing great in the ranking. Let's aim for top 5. See you guys in a month. Post pics for the world tree here. I will choose one from here. P.S. Tiamat in this chap equals Echidna. I can't edit as it will delete the paragraph comments. I will make sure not to do this later. Chapter 58, Domains and Territories. Third-person POV. Everyone was tired from the creation of hell. But rest was not an option. Very soon the various pantheons will act, trying to get any kind of information about the newly formed pantheon. Not to mention that the Greeks would be royally pissed. They thought that they were making a good deal, but instead they helped, although indirectly, in the formation of a new pantheon. More are the pantheons, less the chance of stronger gods being born. And in the case a god with the same divinity is there in the new pantheon, his divinity will cause the other gods of the same divinity to lose some power. After all, the dimensional gap can only handle so many pantheons and gods. This is the reason that gods with very less competition are stronger. Shiva has no major competition as there are no strong gods of destruction, while someone like Apollo is weak as there are many gods of sun. Currently the Satans and the Lucifer clan were again sitting in the hall of the Lucifer castle. But this time everyone was relaxed. But they were here because Cain had asked them to wait. Cain began to explain the reason he made everyone wait. So now I will explain one of the greatest benefits of having a separate dimension, world tree, and a pantheon. I know many of you thought that we are strong enough to beat Olympus easily or put up a fight against any other pantheon. But no, that is not the truth. Even against Olympus we would have won, but at a tremendous cost. Seraphal commented. Why? I don't think that you would lose to Hades or Typhoon. I wouldn't, but that is when the advantage of a pantheon and dimension come in. First of all, what are territories and domains? Nyx, Ereshkigal, Lilith, Morgan, and Scathatch nodded their heads showing their knowledge. While Echidna said that she knows a little bit about this topic. Cain, seeing that, began to explain. Domains are the manifestation of one's personal power. It is a symbol that their power has reached a high enough level that they can be called truly strong. A domain is a personal space that is under the complete control of the owner, boosts the strength and gives various effects depending upon the nature of the domain. Those who can create a domain are almost considered invincible inside it. Unless their opponent has a domain or a way to counter it, they are guaranteed to win. So, my super devil form is a domain in itself. Ajuka said, and Cain replied. No, from what I have seen your domain automatically activates when you transform. You need to consciously stop it when not fighting, it's a rare case. Currently only you possess a domain in the devils. Technically Falbium's absolute defense also falls in that category, but it is not strong enough. But domains aren't the reason why gods are so strong and their pantheons are so valuable. It's due to territories. Wait a second, you are saying that Ajuka has a domain but you don't. Cain nodded his head at Falbium's question and continued his explanation. Domains are very hard to get, that is why Ajuka is a rare case. For me and Zira to gain a domain it will take decades of training. And territories, they are the pantheon itself manifesting at a different place. Normally when a god comes down to Earth or any other place, he loses a bit of his strength, but when he is in his territory he gets a boost. But to summon a territory, all the leaders of the pantheon must agree, it's been more than 7 centuries since a territory has been manifested in the human world. Most beings who were present here were shocked as they didn't know that territories were so dangerous. Hence, if Zeus along with his brothers summoned MT Olympus, then even I would be a little drained and suppressed when fighting typhoons and Hades at once. Although Cain said so, his way of speaking was light. Scathatch and Lilith scoffed as he basically said, even 2 top 10 beings with territory boost will not be able to defeat him. Cain explained the more definite basis of domains and territories to the others and told them to attain a domain as fast as they can. Also the name of our world tree is Cliffeth. With that everyone went to rest as they had been very tired. But still many important things were left. Nyx and Ereshkigal, although they regained their powers a little bit, were not completely fine. Currently Cain needed to convince the angels to allow him to take the evil souls from the biblical pantheon's worshippers. Not to mention that he needs to form connections to other pantheons, as hell is relatively new and needs time to become strong. Peace is very important now for the devils. And in a few days the common devils need to be informed about this and the Lord's tomorrow. Cain had decided to let the matter of telling the information to the devil's pillars and common devils rest on his wife's shoulders. He had to deal with much more pressing matters. Some weeks later. Currently Cain was laying on his bed with a body beside him, covered in the silk sheets. At first to anyone this was normal. He was contemplating his life very seriously at this moment. But then the gate opened and his wives and personal maid walked in. Cain squinted his eyes and saw 2 different colored strands of hairs peeking from the gate, one brown and one black. Zerah, Rayla, and Graphia were looking at him with very questioning eyes, and then Graphia removed the sheets and Cain's dilemma was brought to light. A small body, with maroon hair was lying beside him. He was looking at the ceiling and thinking about last night, because he most certainly didn't remember going to sleep with his mother. My lord, although I may be steeping my authority as a maid, may I ask that you just banged your mom? Rayla looked shocked at the words uttered by the maid, but Cain knew that his little maid can be very sharp with her words when required. Not to mention Zerah spoke up too. Is this your attempt to keep the bloodline pure? This was a joke he frequently used to tell her when discussing the similarities between the human nobles and some devil pillars. It came to bite his ass back. Now how do I explain this? Cain started his tale of how he ended up purifying his bloodline with a sigh. As you know, most of the time alcohol doesn't affect me, but yesterday mom brought some real old wine. She said it was from a millennial ago. I drank it and after then it was kind of blank, but she talked about her time with my father and then I tried to console her, and it ended up being this stuff. Not to mention her charm was going haywire last night as she was drunk and not in control of it, so it might not be my fault entirely. All this explanation was for only one person, that is Graphia. Cain knew that Zerah was only angry now, she can always agree for the family. He was pretty sure he can sleep with Venelana and she will be fine, encouraging even. Zeoticus really was wasting her potential. Rayla, although shocked, was used to it. Not to mention her grandfather married his own twin. Sometimes Cain was astounded by how nobles work. The audacity of him to say this would also astounding, in Zerah's mind. Hence he only thought and not said this. But Graphia was comparatively tame as compared to the other two. Zerah had a weird obsession with her family, while Rayla was just used to shit like this happening. But the poor maid didn't have the obsession nor the experience, only her loyalty to her master. Cain was sure that if he glared at her and flared his aura, she would accept it without any question, but he didn't want to do this until truly required. Just at that moment, the culprit woke up and looked at 3 women and said, "Good morning, my daughters." At this Rayla commented, "It would be better if you said, sisters." Hearing that, Lilith looked a little bit confused but then turned around to find herself face to face with her son. Her eyes went a little lower to see the body even better than a Greek god. And then the memories of last night came in. She didn't blush or do anything a virgin would, but still felt the impact this would have on her son's wives. She turned around, used magic to conjure some clothes. Still in her human form, and bowed and said, "I apologize for it dash." But before she could speak it, Zerah caught her shoulder and said, "There is no need to apologize, mother. I just wanted to check if you were aware of what you had done. As for this, I was sure this would happen sooner or later. I had just hoped that you would inform me before jumping at Cain." Graphia and Lilith were shocked hearing what Zerah said. But Lilith felt relieved and hugged her daughter before turning towards Rayla. But her words were even more weird. "Do tell me some tricks in bed later on, mother." The last word was uttered in a snicker by Rayla. This left Graphia the only one who was out of the loop. Cain was calm, still in bed trying to get more sleep. His mother truly lived up to her name as the queen of succubuses. But then Lilith turned toward the silver-haired maid hoping that she would be the same as the other two, but no, Graphia was not. At that moment Cain stood up and clapped his hands. "Zerah, Rayla, let's go outside." And with that he left the two ladies to talk to themselves. But he stood just in front of the door, while telling his other two wives that he would handle it. The other two maids had ran away not to get involved. Graphia was the one to break the silence and said, "Lady Lilith, are you projecting your husband on Lord Cain, or is your reason something different?" "No. I would never. My son is way different from his father. I truly love him." But Graphia didn't budge and asked, "Lord Cain sometimes tells me the writings in the book of Lucifer. He told me that his father was a good husband at the start. How can I be sure that you aren't simply using Lord Cain for that? I don't know why you are asking it, but no. I loved Cain as my child and now I love him as a lover. You may see it for yourself." The fire in the eyes of Lilith managed to convince Graphia. But she still said, "I am not comfortable with the relationship between you two, but as my lord isn't averse to it, I will not say more. But please remember, Lady Lilith, that if you hurt Cain, even if he hates me, I will kill you." Saying, Graphia went outside the room. She found Cain leaning on the wall with his eyes closed. "Did I overstep my authority?" "No, what you did was fine. Just don't hate her for this." Lilith was shocked at many things. Graphia had called her son by name and insinuated that she could hurt her son. She was angry but at the same time happy that her son had people caring for him. She vowed that she will make that girl understand that she too is devoted to her son, like she is to her master. Seeing that his mother was fine, Cain went to have a bath and go on about his work. A day later. The Devil's Pillars had been informed about the hell stuff, and so had been the common devils. Today Cain was planning to visit the Norse pantheon to befriend them. As always, Zira was asking about how he was going to do that. Cain had sent a letter to Odin and asked for him to take the trial for Valhalla. "It's very easy, Zira, I just need to punch Thor hard enough, make double-meaning jokes with Odin, and win the trial. Very easy." Zira sighed at her husband's way of thinking. She was surprised that he hasn't started a divine war by now, to the way he thinks befriending works. But still he always succeeded, so she simply kissed him on his lips and sent him on his way to victory. And I am back. For a little bit at least. There will be updates for about 5 to 6 days, and after that I am not sure. But still I will try to end the Norse arc. Chapter 59, Valhalla. Third-person POV. As Cain was on his way to the Norse pantheon, his mind wandered to the night with his mother. He hadn't told everything to his wives, as some other topics were also spoken in the drunkenness by him. He didn't get drunk, but the wine, his mom had some good stuff. Not to mention her charm. He hadn't banged his mother, they had just slept together, although none of them were clothed, nothing had happened. But when his wives saw him like that, they just assumed he banged Lilith. He told that to his wives to ease them into the idea that he may really fuck his mother. Both him and his mother knew that. Flashback no jutsu. Cain and Lilith were in his room. He always talked to his mom over wine whenever he was free. Today was one such day. Lilith had brought out the special wine, she called it the devil's shots. Cain didn't think it would affect him much, but the first cup told him that he was wrong. Fearing that he might do something when drunk, he refused to drink it. Era, is the king of hell afraid to drink some old wine? Cain was not to fall for such a simple provocation, but he was weak to his mom, not to mention her charm that she was releasing. He also loved the human form of his mom. The succubus form made his primal urges rise, while the devil form made him feel a euphoric rush to show his dominance. But the human form, he only had a feeling of motherly love for it. It may be due to the fact he saw her first in the form first when he was born, and his mind unconsciously imprinted that form as mother. Thus he said, "Only if you agree to stay in this form all night." Lilith agreed and they started drinking. At first both were silent, but as the level of wine decreased in the bottle, the silence also broke. "You know, Cain, I wanted to raise your brother and you both. I wanted to see your life, and perhaps if I was there, Rizevim would not be how he is now." Cain wanted retort, his ability to reason had lowered significantly, but he still held back and let his mother talk. "But then I never got the chance. And what's more is that I can't even have a child anymore." Cain knew that his mother was not as mentally stable as everyone thought. She hid it well behind her acting. He knew what he had to do. Maybe Serafal will be angry with him, but his mother takes priority. He poured his mom another drink and said, "Do you want a child?" Lilith responded with hope in her voice. She thought that if Cain could cure her, maybe he can make her fertile again. But her hopes were crushed. "No, I cannot cure you, but I can give you a chance to feel what being another is like. Teaching a being who knows nothing about the world." "What do you mean?" Cain sighed and said, "There's a girl named Ingvild." After that he promised that he will have Ingvild come over and she can help her adjust to society. This will help both of them. After that Lilith went overboard in happiness and took off her clothes and pulled him along to the bed. Cain being the drunk guy, he also tore off his shirt and slept with his mom. Flashback over. Cain HND almost reached the town where the entrance to the Nordic pantheon is. He was surprised to find a white-haired beauty waiting for him. Just as he reached closer he could sense her being a demigod and her dress was an indication to her status as a Valkyrie. I presume, the new Lucifer. The Allfather has been awaiting you. Indeed. And who you might be. The albino beauty scoffed and said. Brynhildr, the leader of Valkyries. Behave yourself in front of the Allfather. With a curt introduction Cain knew that Brynhildr didn't like him or more correctly his guts to challenge Valhalla. After all that was a sacred place to the Valkyrie. Nevertheless he also knew that after winning the trial and telling her about Scathatch, he will be her role model real soon. He entered the pub and with the first step inside it he was greeted with a clear sky, and sky-scraping mountains in the far distance. It was almost like a scene out of a movie, but out of the corner of his eye saw Valkyrie jump with her wings spread and saying, "Reach Asgard as fast as you can on foot." With that information the leader of the female fighting squad of the Nordic pantheon disappeared in a flash. On the top of the mountains Cain had seen, stood a man with rainbow eyes. They glowed mysteriously. Next to him a flash of light occurred and Brynhildr appeared. The man was unfazed as if he had already seen this beforehand. "That devil is a guest of the Allfather, why did you leave him? If he can't even come here on his feet he is not worthy enough to meet the Allfather. Am I now worthy?" The voice of Cain rang out. He was standing in front of both the Asgardians. Heimdall was still calm, having already seen this due to his eyes. While Brynhildr was shocked. She couldn't believe that the devil was as fast as she was. What she didn't know is that Cain hadn't even gone all out. If he went all out even Heimdall wouldn't be able to see him even if he was inside of Asgard. Brynhildr, take him for what he came for, do not make the Allfather wait. The maiden Valkyrie started walking towards the vast castle in the center of the dimension which was only a part of Yggdrasil. Cain followed her and led him to a hall in which only two people were present. An elderly man with long gray hair and beard with a gold and white monocle on his left eye. He had a glint in his eye showing his experience although the expression on his face didn't match the same. That was Odin, the god king of the Norse pantheon. Next to him stood the god of thunder, Thor. Thor was an absolute beast of a god standing at 7 feet and a bit extra with long red hair, greenish-yellow eyes with black scara. He showed off his torso which was sculpted with muscles. There were 2 gloves on his hands and the famous Mjolnir was hanging on his waist. Brynhildr, after allowing Cain enough time to observe the 2 gods, said, "Here is the challenger to Valhall, Allfather. We may now proceed." Odin and Thor both didn't say anything. After looking at him Odin said, "Very well, don't lose your life in Valhalla, or your wife may kill me." Contrary to his age Odin was very big of a pervert. He teleported in a flock of ravens leaving Cain with Thor, as Brynhildr had already left for the gate of Valhalla. The giant god said, "I will be waiting for you until you reach the 100th match, Lucifer." And with that went with a thunderclap. How the heck am I supposed to know where the trial is going to take place? The Aesir are a bunch of battle maniacs, I swear not to God. Cain using his senses located where the most people were gathered and flew there. As he reached and landed in the center of the arena, his eyes wandered through the crowd to find many more gods. But his observations were cut short due to the announcement of Odin. In the grand arena of Valhalla, Odin's voice thundered through the air, commanding the attention of all who gathered. The gods and warriors fell silent as the Allfather spoke. "Behold," Odin declared, his one eye blazing with intensity, "a challenger has come forth seeking to prove his worth in the halls of the mighty. Cain, son of the morning star and Lilith, steps forward to face the trial of Valhalla." The assembled warriors murmured amongst themselves, intrigued by the presence of this newcomer. Cain stood tall, his gaze steady as he awaited for the trial to start. Odin raised his spear high, the gleaming tip catching the light of the eternal fires that burned around them. "Let the trial begin," he boomed, his voice echoing through the hall. With a wave of his hand, Odin summoned forth the first challenge. A man appeared out of the massive gate in front of Cain. The man was naked above the waist and had a large battle axe in his hand, a scar down his face showing his life was not easy. The referee of the match, Brynhildr, spoke. "This is the great dash." A single dark light spear pierced the warrior and he vanished into the gate from which he came. "Can we start already? I would rather not waste my time with such a weakling." Thor laughed boisterously at that, while a goddess, her beauty rivaling that of Aphrodite, raised her eyes in amusement. Brynhildr summoned the second opponent quickly and began introducing him. "This is the fearsome dash." Another spear, and another victim. And it was going to continue. "This is the ferocious dash." "This the dragon SL dash." "This is the croc dash." Within an hour Cain passed 96 trials out of the 100 and he didn't move from his place. The first trial required 1 dark light spear, the 96th required 20. But when the next opponent was summoned he felt that the trial finally got interesting. He let the poor Valkyrie complete her lines this time. She was glaring at him very hard. The next warrior is Great King Sigmund, the father of the hero Siegfried, the dragon slayer who defeated Fafnir. The Gigantes dragon. The man appeared completely covered from head to toe, with only his eyes gleaming eerily. The king drew out a great sword from his sheath hanging on his back and pointed it at Cain, taunting him. I was deciding on warming up a little, but I guess he isn't allowing me to. Taking up the taunt, Cain rushed at the king with speed he could keep up with. The king brought his sword down on his shoulder. Cain didn't bother to dodge it and let it hit, while he gripped the face of his opponent and crushed it with ease. The sword didn't even scratch his clothes, he simply dusted it to remove any grains of rust from it. The entire arena was silent, only the upper tiers of gods had reached the 97th trial, and except Thor none of them had done it with such ease. But they still were calm, as the next one was not something anyone can win against. Brynhildr this time spoke with even great fervor and reverence in her eyes. The next warrior is the former queen of Valkyries, the queen of Fjodarland, the greatest Valkyrie, GNA. The entire arena cheered at the mention of the name. This was the amount of respect wielded by the former queen of Valkyries. Cain was prepared for a good fight, unless the queen of Valkyries decided to belittle him. It's been a while since someone has managed to reach such heights in Valhalla. But your journey stops now, devil. With the GNA rushed at Cain, not giving him any time to respond, but Cain was already prepared for this. Valkyries were warriors, they talked less and fought more. Speaking was meaningless here. Cain dodged the grab and responded with a punch, which was caught by her and she threw him in the air. Cain brought out his wings and stabilized in the air. Seeing that he can easily fly as fast as her, GNA decided to change her approach. She charged up in combination attack of ice and electricity, knowing that individually no attack of her will do much to Cain. Cain rushed at her to interrupt her but was blocked by her using geokinesis. By the time he broke the wall, a dragon made up of ice and current jumped at him, but before they could do anything, the two were bound by dark light chains and ripped apart. GNA tired to use the ability of Bifrost to curse him, but Cain raised a hand at her, unleashing an attack he rarely uses. The liquid beam of dark light assaulted GNA, even the geokinesis and armor could not save her. She was impeded into the wall of the arena with half of her body being badly burned. What horrifying strength! With that, the former queen was defeated by Cain. Just then a deafening howl rang out. And getting directly into the action. The interactions with the gods will be after the trial. Chapter 60, God v/S Devil. Third-person POV. Brynhildr was absolutely horrified by the howl. The warrior who was supposed to come was not alive, even his soul being destroyed. But the one who came by ripping the space was Garm, the hellhound. The large wolf rushed at Cain, feeling him as a threat to him. Brynhildr looked towards the gods to help them, but Odin refused to do so. Cain, knowing that Garm was almost comparable to Fenrir, only lacking in his destructive capacity, decided to not mess around and end it in one blow. Just as the wolf brought his mouth to bite Cain, he punched it in the lower jaw, closing the humongous mouth which can rip space to shut. He jumped and kicked at the upper jaw too. This gave a concussion to the hellhound, making him fall on the ground. But this was only for a short period of time. But before Garm could recover, Cain put his hands on top and below of the wolf's mouth. And lifted him, till he was vertical. And then in a swift motion dropped him on his back on the ground with all his strength. All of this created a large crater in the ground and a sickening crunch sound, from the backbone breaking of the wolf. Brynhildr was shell-shocked. The feared Garm, the rival of the war god Tyr, was defeated by the new Lucifer in mere seconds. But before she could speak, she found herself near Thor, and Odin speaking. Vidar, take the wild wolf back to hell and tie it up nicely this time. While the god of vengeance went to follow the words of his father, Cain was looking at the one responsible for this stuff, Loki. It was nice seeing the smug look replaced by the look of supreme terror. But just then a hammer fell in the middle of the arena. And the weather began to change to a thunderstorm. Thor landed beside his hammer and looked at Cain with a hungry grin on his face. Finally, I was getting tired waiting for this. Show me your strength and win Valhalla, Cain. I was getting bored too. Let's do this, Thor. The final trial of Valhalla unfolded amidst the rumbling skies. Thor, the god of thunder, stood at the ready, Mjolnir firmly grasped in his hand, while Cain faced him barehanded. As the clash began, Thor swung Mjolnir with the force of a giant, the air crackling with electricity as the hammer hurtled toward Cain. With lightning reflexes, Cain sidestepped the attack, his movements highly precise. Cain countered with a flurry of strikes, his fists a blur as he unleashed an assault on Thor. Each blow landed with the force of a thunderclap, but Thor was no slouch, his divine reflexes helping him to avoid and block Cain's relentless onslaught. Thor roared with glee, summoning bolts of lightning to strike at Cain from above, but the devil defied the laws of physics as he evaded each deadly bolt with uncanny agility. Undeterred, Thor pressed on, his hammer swinging in mighty arcs as he sought to bring Cain to his knees. But Cain fought with an unreal sense of combat, his fists striking with the precision of a seasoned warrior, thanks to the god's lair teaching him. As the battle raged on, the arena was getting destroyed beneath by intensity of their clash. Yet none of the fighters were serious. In a final attack before getting serious, Thor unleashed the full might of his glove-covered hands, channeling the fury of the storm into a single, devastating blow. Mjolnir descended like a meteor, aimed straight for Cain's head, its impact meant to crush his skull. But Cain, with a glint in his eyes, brought a shield made up of dark light between his head and Mjolnir. In that clash, Cain emerged victorious. With a mighty thrust of his self-made shield, he sent Thor flying to the ground with a resounding crash. Thor, stunned and humbled, with a nod of respect, he acknowledged Cain's strength, his voice a solemn rumble in the crackling of the thunderstorm raging in Asgard. Cain, this is the first time in centuries I have had such a great fight. I wasn't allowed to fight Surtur or Nidhogg this time, but you happened to come. Now come and face me at my peak. The gloves at his hands shattered, an enormous amount of divinity was pouring out of Thor, drowning the arena in his power. The Aesirs began to shout and howl, and then it came. The blow from Thor. Cain's body reacted before his mind. He punched Thor's gut while dodging the hammer, but the god was unfazed and said, "Girid." And threw his hammer at Cain. His instincts helped him dodge and Cain rushed for a punch, but Thor blocked him. Just then the hammer came back in Thor's free hand. Cain was smacked before he could comprehend what happened. Cain found himself hitting the barriers of the arena, tearing them like paper, flying miles away and crashing into a statue of Thor. Breaking it. Shit. I need to transform or I will lose. Thor really lives up to his name. But before he could, Thor had already reached him. The thunderstorms which was storing the lighting from the start was unleashed at Cain at once. Cain once again thanked Scathatch for helping him and dodged the lighting. He unfurled his wings, tackled Thor, and threw him with all his might back into the arena. Instantly teleporting above the arena, he created hundreds of liquid dark light cannons and struck them at Thor. The entire arena went up in explosions and glowed like a firework festival. Cain stood at the top with his 6 pairs of wings on his back, his shirt torn and pants teared at some places. Thor came out of the explosion with only a slightly charred left hand, which was now black up to his shoulder. But the look of absolute ecstasy of Thor's meant something else. Brynhilde was again left with her mouth hanging. GNA was defeated by a single liquid dark light cannon, while Thor tanked hundreds of them with light injuries, looking absolutely fine. She was still in disbelief by the strength shown by both the warriors. In fact, everyone except for the gods were unaware of Thor's full strength. Knowing a top 10 being and seeing a top being go all out is a very different thing. Thor, being a mighty stage god, most definitely had a domain. But it was unlikely he would use it, but his hammer was still sealed. Cain also transformed into his super devil form. When he appeared back, everyone present was shocked with the amount of strength radiating from him. If Thor's divinity was drowning them, then Cain's demonic energy was crushing them with the weight of a mountain. Even Thor was feeling a bit pressured now. But still undaunted, he said, "So this is the famed super devil form. It truly lives up to the name. And to think there are 2 more of them, truly scary. But I think I still can do this. You are the 3rd person to make me go super devil, Thor. If you have a boost, then better take it now." "Why, thank you, Cain." Then Mjolnir broke, the hammer became bigger and the cracks were filled with lightning. The divinity of Thor was boosted again, now matching Cain. And when the amount is equal, the quality is the main factor, and Cain has the edge in it. Not many people can boast to have a better quality of reserves than mighty stage god, but Cain was one of them. Now the real battle has begun, but it will end quickly, as if the fight continues, Asgard will not have any live inhabitants, unless Odin uses Yggdrasil to heal Asgard. Hence both of them prepared their best moves. Cain couldn't summon his scythe as of now, hence he was forced to use more energy and chant in his move. Thor threw his hammer, which was circling the arena and gaining speed with every circulation. Scythe of death, dark light's embrace. Unleash the tempest, the void to trace. In the dance of echoes, let chaos surge. The final requiem, the eternal dirge. A scythe was constructed in Cain's arm, radiating amounts of energy to crush the very fabric of space. Garm's teeth looked like blunt knives in front of it. He continued. Blight the heavens, shatter the veil. With each swing, let dimensions quail. I am the bringer of fate untold. In this dark symphony, your tale is foretold. The scythe became solid. Now Cain waited for Thor to charge. This was not his style, but he had come to respect Thor now. This is the strongest Aesir's strongest attack. Even the world serpent was vaporized and his existence was erased. Prepare yourself, Devil King. The hammer came into Thor's hand and he swung in front of him, surprising as Cain was above in the air. But mid-strike Cain appeared in front of Thor, and said, "Let's see if you are truly strong." Limited death. Girid Thor hammer. The blunt side of the hammer connected with the shaped end of the scythe, and then everything went blank, as if the world lost its color, and then it broke. The very dimension of reality was destroyed. The dimensional gap appeared in Asgard. Odin hurriedly closed it using his authority and saw the center of the arena. And to his surprise, Mjolnir was struck in the wall. Back in its sealed form. Cain one hand was completely mangled, fingers twisted, a bone coming out of his elbow and a fountain of blood from his shoulder to elbow. While Thor, to everyone's surprise, was on his knees, unconscious. And then without any wait Odin announced. The winner of this cataclysmic battle is Cain Levon Lucifer. He had faced the trials of Valhalla and proved himself worthy. He will get any one of his wish fulfilled and a banquet will be thrown for him tonight. The Aesir shouted at the top of their lungs. The gods each have their own agenda going in their mind. Meanwhile Cain lifted Thor on his shoulder and brought him near Odin, and put him down. Baldur, seeing that, was surprised at the action performed by Cain. Carrying an injured Asgardians on one's shoulder was a sign of brotherhood. Heal him, I will be fine in a few hours, my healing factor is strong. Odin nodded and began to cast various magic spells at Thor to stop his bleeding as he was drowned in his blood. Frigga came near and also started healing Thor. Loki looked livid at Thor losing, the reason being unknown. Vidar, who came just back, was looking at Cain with stars in his eyes. Freya was giving a very weird look. Cain, seeing that, said, I have seen women's look thirsty, but bitch, you are dehydrated. She looked offended at that, but everyone laughed at that. Thor had woken up just in time to hear that. And said, Tonight we drink till you drop, Cain. Yeah, sure. But I doubt you have drinks enough to even get me intoxicated. The old voice of Odin said. Just wait till you try royal Asgardian mead, then you will understand, brat. Sure, whatever. Cain's plan at befriending the Norse had gone very well. Now tonight, or he guesses tomorrow, he will finalize the deal. Although he is still wrecking his mind on how to get a Valkyrie to join his peerage. Fuck it. I will just be honest, it seems to work well with Thor and Odin. Cain mentally reminded himself to be wary of Loki and talk to Odin about the world tree without arousing suspicion that he has one too. Now the only thing I need to avoid is Freya. She is damn sure to try to sleep with me, and with the stuff I pulled last time. Grafia will kill me. The new relationship with the Norse had still began, and Cain was already planning on how to avoid banging a goddess, truly the seducer of mankind. And the fight. Now it will be known to all the supernatural how strong the new king of hell is. Chapter 61, Asgardian Banquet. Third-person POV. Cain was lying in a bed which was provided to him. He was ready for the banquet. He went outside his room to find one of the most beautiful goddess around. Freya was standing beside the door, in a gorgeous gown. The outfit was plenty revealing, not leaving much to imagination yet making it more wild. She smirked when she saw his eyes lingering on her for much longer than it did the last time. It was worth it to dress up like this in her mind. When Cain defeated Gna she was impressed, when he silenced Garm instantly she was aroused, and when he defeated Thor she was wet. This is no surprise, as probably only Ishtar and Aphrodite surpassed her in being horny over strong men. So Cain was standing next to the fourth horniest woman in his life. The first place being to Lilith, obviously. He gave her the satisfaction and then went on his way, ignoring her. This irked her, he could sense it due to the small burst of divinity behind him. Freya ran after him but lost him at the first corner. Making haste, Cain came across Thor, now fully healed and ready to drink. He grinned seeing him and said, So the main guy for the banquet is late. It's called being fashionably late, Mr. Battle Wanker. Cain and Thor started talking about their fight, forgetting that they needed to attend the banquet. Freya was unlike Aphrodite, who wanted people to just fuck her if they were strong, or like Ishtar, who used her powers just so she could enjoy herself. Freya was a sadist, a little maso too, but no one knew that, unless you were really good at bedroom activities. She was planning on how to break Cain, make him beg for her, and then she would ride him till his mind is filled with pleasure and becomes her. She was doing a lot of things, instructing a Einherjar to purposely make a wine glass fall at Cain, so that she can get him alone. But where is that guy? The banquet has been going on for 2 hours and he is still absent. Just as she was about to brutally end someone's good life, Cain appeared with Thor in tow with him. Both seemed deep into a conversation, but that was stopped when Odin's voice rang out. Asgardians. I present to you the youngest winner of Valhalla, and the king of hell, Cain Levon Lucifer. Drink to your heart's content and make him drink too. For Asgard. The fuck he means for Asgard? He thinks it will be easier for him to negotiate with you after drinking. Cain looked at Thor and said, You would probably need wines thousands of years old for that. Thor smirked and said, Thanks for giving me an excuse. And then ran away to get the oldest wine he could find. Cain went up to Odin only to be stopped by Baldur. Now big boy, drink up first. And handed him a jar of Asgardian mead. Cain chugged it up in no time and ignored him, while he and Vidar were looking at him in surprise. He just drank like an Asgardian. Come here, you devil brat. Pay up for the statue you destroyed. Looks like he let himself get drunk. Frigga was nowhere near and Sigrun alone was unable to handle him. Cain mentally applauded the Valkyrie for handling someone like Odin. He was very liberal with his hands, especially if a beautiful woman was around him. The banquet went on while Cain was enjoying stuff. Odin gestured to him to follow him to a secluded place. Cain sat down on the couch in front of Odin, who was flanked by both Sigrun and Brynhildr. Now the white beauty was looking at him with very much admiration in her eyes. He had just won Valhalla after all. Sigrun was also respecting him but was unable to keep up with Odin and his perversions. Soon Thor also came with a bottle of wine, compared to him. Odin seeing that was shocked and said, "You brat. Why did you bring the royal mead? No one here will be able to talk if we drink that. Then we will get drunk after the talking is done. Hurry up, old man." And then sat down in another couch while laughing boisterously. Ignoring Thor, Odin and Cain were serious. "What do you want from Asgard? No one will take the trial of Valhalla for no reason. 2 reasons, but I guess I only get 1 wish. I want the Norse pantheon to be completely neutral to hell. For as long as possible. As long as possible. Why not forever? Enemies and friends are always temporary. I would rather not go on a war against you. Why though, I am only as strong as Thor, he didn't even use his domain. Do you take me for a fool? Where is your scythe? Your domain? You weren't using Darklight after going Super Devil. Not to mention there are 2 others at that level. Still, that isn't enough reason, is it? Hell is new while Asgard is very old. You even have Yggdrasil. What about the God's Lair? The Queen of Fairies, the Monster Queen and the legendary Medusa. The God's Lair. Oh my god. The 2 Valkyries were mentally fangirling. They knew that the God's Lair was with the Devil faction, but the tone of Odin's voice told them that she was directly under Cain. That was a very good plus point for anyone who wanted Valkyries on their side. Cain finally relented. Fine, it would be really close, all right. Thor looked at him and said, "You weren't going all out." "I wasn't going for the kill." And shrugged. Fair enough. Thor surprisingly didn't react negatively seeing that Cain moved forward with his negotiations on the peace treaty with Odin. After half an hour the rules and conditions were finalized and Odin agreed to abide by them, vowing his knowledge. After that Odin asked, "What was your other wish?" "For that let me explain this." Cain again, for God knows how many times, explained the evil pieces to them. Hearing that, Odin was very impressed, even going as far as to ask Cain if meeting with the Jukka was possible. "I will try." Sigrun and Brynhildr were also surprised at this. Brynhildr was the current leader of the Valkyries, and their numbers were pitifully low. "If we could get something like the evil pieces, then we can boost our numbers along with Asgard's strength very fast." Sigrun also came to the same conclusion but was more vocal with it. "I may be presumptuous in thinking this, but can something like that be created for the Valkyries too?" The former Queen of Valkyries raised this question. Odin also agreed that if this could be done, Asgard will be stronger than ever. "If that is possible, then maybe we can provide another request of yours." "How about that?" Cain's mind raced as he thought about this. He wanted to deny this as evil pieces were really essential to the devils, but this was an opportunity to get a Valkyrie. "I need to bullshit now. If I can delay them getting this for maybe centuries or put a limitation on this version of evil pieces, then the deal isn't bad. But first I need to increase the value. It's hard, especially for you guys." "What do you mean?" "Creating it requires a great understanding of the anatomy, physiology, and soul of the race you will be turning into. We devils have enough prisoners for experimentation. I doubt there are any imprisoned Valkyries, also not to mention they will be dead if a Jukka is allowed to do his stuff. Probably thousands died due to this, not to mention the other races he got for trials as well." Hearing that both Brynhildr and Sigrun were silent, Odin understood what Cain was trying to do. "You said hard, not impossible. What is the other way?" "Jackpot. Well, I also helped out a lot with the soul part of the evil pieces, so after a Jukka I know them the most. So if a Valkyrie turns into a devil, then, over time we can see the changes and create one specifically for the Valkyries." "So you are asking for a Valkyrie to join a devil house?" "Not any devil house. The Lucifer house. That was my second wish. Now that I have a reason, I am just saying it." "Which one?" Odin agreed immediately. Not caring about the people present. He can handle the Valkyries, not to mention it will give him a close connection to the Lucifer clan, along with a massive power boost in the long time. Probably Brynhildr. The Valkyrie looked surprised. She wondered why he didn't choose Gna or Sigrun. Both were older and stronger than her. She will be more easier to change from a Valkyrie of Odin to a Valkyrie of Cain. She is still young and not strong. Scathatch will have a field day with her. If you can convince her, then why not? Before the person in question could say anything, Cain said, putting his offer on table. "Personal training by Scathatch Scotty. I am not agreeing just because of that. This for helping Asgard." "Sure." That was quick. With that finally, Odin opened the royal mead and pushed it towards Cain. Thor also came and sat alongside them on another couch. Brynhildr, go and tell the arrangements made between Hel and Asgard to everyone concerned, also do whatever you want for tonight. I guess I will have to take up the position of the Valkyrie Queen again, as GNA will not take it back. Sigrun said with a sigh and went along with Brynhildr, leaving the three men alone. Then Odin said, what about you, Thor? Every Valkyrie is like a sister to me, especially Sigrun and Brynhildr. And you are letting me take her. If you were not someone I thought good of, then you wouldn't even be alive as of now. Also, I think Brynhildr hides her true self due to her position. I think that you will be able to help her with that and break her shell of always putting others above her. Thanks. Cain said sincerely. Bah. That's enough drama for now, let's drink. With that, the two newly made friends began to drown the royal mead, making Odin worried. If these two fought when drunk, nobody will be able to stop them. He went back to the party and was met by a very angry Freya. Where is he? Outside with Thor. And quickly went to meet Frigga. He didn't know how, but he felt a very scary aura coming from the goddess of beauty. In the room, although it will be a stretch to call it a room. The walls were broken, the furniture ripped apart, the floor was full of potholes. Some of them filled with lightning and dark light. Freya, entering that room, was shocked to find the perpetrators of the destruction of the room arm wrestling. That amount of destruction was only from them arm wrestling. And Freya could see that Odin had cast durability runes on the room. Truly monstrously strong, bastards. But she can handle them, she thought, the poor goddess. Both of you stop this at once. Both of them looked at her and then ignored her. At this, the goddess, not used to being ignored, yelled, do not make me use force. At this, Cain said, Miss Dehydration, if you think you can stop us, then please do so. Aye, Freya, let's see if you are strong as two drunk warriors. Both of them laughed and continued their match. Each of them putting more power as the time passes. Freya, seeing this, went to call Sif. She was the only one Thor listened to when drunk. The match continued with neither of them winning, but the room was gradually getting destroyed and soon their aura will leak outside. But just then a blonde goddess along with Freya entered the room, a stern expression on her face. Thor looked at her and instantly removed his arm, making Cain's arm move too fast and embedding in the ground, causing more destruction. Thor, come with me now. The thunder god looked shamefully at his wife and then told to Cain while tears flowed from his eyes. We will meet again, my brother. And then was dragged by an angry Sif. Cain, seeing that, looked at Freya, who was smiling with glee. Freya closed her eyes, her body shivered and she said in a crazy sultry voice. Finally we are alone, I will teach you pleasure. May we not meet again, thot. Saying that, Cain jumped out of the window, too fast for Freya to catch, and before she had opened her eyes. What did you just call me? But was too late, only being able to catch a glimpse of the silver hair. No. My plans. She dramatically fell down on her knees, a bulk cloud on her head, and began muttering some crazy stuff. Cain, being drunk, entered a room, took off his shirt, went to sleep. The bed smells good. Not knowing that this was a certain albino Valkyrie's room. And Freya image in the comments down below. Chapter 62, Back in Hell. Third person POV. Cain was still lying in the bed he had fallen asleep last night. Currently he was sleeping while Brynhildr was standing next to him. Her eyes were glued to his abs and well-defined muscles. If he had a body like this, then it isn't far off for him to be strong. Cain opened his eyes to find an unknown ceiling. The amount of times I have woken up to a different ceiling has once again grown. Brynhildr didn't understand at first, but then her mind clicked and she blushed a little bit, but then put her hand on his shoulder and spoke. If you would be kind enough to get up from my bed, Lord Lucifer, then we can proceed further with today's agenda. That is, me going along with you. Ah, yes, we had to do that. The royal mead really lives up to his name. Make sure to remind me to bring something like that when Thor visits Hel. Is that an order? No, if you remember then tell me. The chances are I will remember it though. Brynhildr nodded her head at that and went out of the room, leaving Cain to get ready. Cain got ready and met up with the newest yet to be his peerage member standing along with Thor and Heimdall at the focus of Bifrost. Nice, I get to see the famed weapon in action, although it is used as traveling equipment now. Giddy about how he will get to see a very ancient and powerful weapon in action, Cain's pace doubled. Seeing that Thor was confused but kept it to himself. Heimdall had closed his eyes while he faced the massive structure which served as a controller for Bifrost. Cain had no doubt that the all-seeing men had known about his excitement. But he was now on friendly terms with the Norse, so it was not a problem for him to show his emotions a bit. Just as he neared his destination, Thor opened his arms and hugged him. He was sure that would have killed even a strong god, but he was a lot stronger than a normal god. He reciprocated the hug with his own, putting equal power in it. Thor laughed and let him go. The Allfather wishes you a happy journey, Cain. As for the future, invite me when you have made a little Bryn. and Weather on his merry way not saying much. But Brynhilde was a blushing mess and was muttering something about Thor being a muscle-headed dumbass. They do act like a brother and sister, as much as it is possible in godly terms anyway. Cain stood in front of the cannon and waited for Brynhilde to come and stand by his side. Heimdall opened his eyes and said, "I can't fire the Bifrost into hell. It's under lockdown currently, due to security reasons." After thinking for some time he said, "Send us to an abandoned church in Europe." Heimdall and Brynhilde both looked weirdly at him but didn't say anything. And then a rainbow flashed in front of Cain and he then found himself at his designated place, with only the burnt markings at the ground to prove that Bifrost was used. Brynhilde, someone who has used the Bifrost quite a few times, still didn't understand how it worked. But Cain was quite surprised. That thing could rip apart the barriers surrounding hell. This was one of the reasons why Cain is so paranoid, going as far as to lock down space around hell. Hell is new, it doesn't have the history and powerful weapons like Bifrost. And in one ride he was unable to glean anything useful from it. Not to mention every old pantheon had something like Bifrost. Be it the Sword of Olympus or the Tree of Life. But who made this, Ymir? Boar? Or Barry? Cain put these thoughts at the back of his mind and looked at Brynhilde, who was looking at him. "We are going to use the evil piece here." The Valkyrie tilted her cutely and asked, "Why?" "Multiple reasons. I can't take you inside hell as it is locked, and unfortunately I do not control that. So I need to make you a peerage member so that you can go inside. Also I need to talk with the angels, and what better way to bring them other than a satanic ritual performed by the devil himself." "Why? Can't you be civil and just talk to them like you did to us?" Cain looked at her dead serious in the eye and said in a sagely voice, "They are angels, I am a devil. Of course it gotta be a evil ritual. That is the way." She nodded her head and ignored his babbling. Cain took out the box of evil pieces and conjured a table out of thin air. He made her lay down on it and put the rook piece on her chest. "I, Cain Livian Lucifer, hereby order you. Heed me, Valkyrie Brynhilde, bring your soul under me in this world and become my rook. You shall become my rook and rejoice in your newfound life." The rook piece went inside her chest and the Valkyrie became the devil's servant. She stood up and checked her body to see if any outward changes in her appearance were visible. "It doesn't change that, only the soul and energy. Now go and fetch me a soul." "What?" Cain sighed as she didn't get the reference but regardless said, "Go and bring me a human, alive for the ritual." "Can I say no?" "Yes, but I would be pleased if you didn't." "Does it need to be a virgin, young pure maiden?" Cain looked at her in questionable way and said, "That was oddly specific, but no, any human will do. Bring whoever you see fit to die here. Also make sure that no one sees you." With that the newly born devil went to fulfill the demands of her master. Cain was standing inside the church on top of a circle dug into the ground of the church. The circle had a pentagram imbued inside of it. The points of the pentagram which touched the circle were slightly wider. Just then Brynhilde came inside with a middle-aged shabby-looking man and threw him in the middle of the circle. The man was still in shock. "Why this specific man, may I ask?" "Scum." "Fair enough. Don't I get a say in it, Mr. Lucifer, Satan, devil, whatever you wish?" "That lady is also a devil but a former Valkyrie." "Haha, very funny. Now why don't you tell me your correct name?" Cain sighed and sat up and with a wave of his hand slashed off the left arm of the guy. The man didn't even register the pain till a few moments later. "Hey why are you screaming? Just tell yourself that this is a hallucination. Human brain is very strong." The man continued to sob for some time before he managed to control his breathing and his adrenaline kicked in. But till then the ritual circle on the ground was full of his blood. Cain used his dark light to fill in the larger circles at the corner of the star and then spoke in ancient devil language. Some scary-ass words later the man burst into a pool of blood, coloring the church crimson. The other two present shielded themselves and then walked away. "What will this do?" "This will slowly suck up the life force of the people of this town, and kill them. If no one stops this in a week the other animals will slowly become monsters of hell, losing their mind and attack the humans. Why go this far? If I don't, then the church will not report it to the angels and the archangels will not come. I have left enough energy in the church so that only a being at that level can handle it, not to mention I have also left a bit of dark light inside. And what if they come? How will you know? Also, why will they agree to your terms if you call them like this? The church is a bunch of rabid dogs who hunt everything supernatural, regardless of good or bad, except a few. Also, heaven is weak currently and hell is strong. But I also need a few souls to test some things. Weak? I think Yahweh is strong enough. Between you and me, Big G is quite dead, not completely but also not alive enough to fight anyone." Brynhilde's mind clicked and she said, "The heaven system. Yes, and the true Longinus. Also I have put up a barrier here so that no one can see this except angels, also it stops all kinds of noise and smell. When? Just as we arrived. Why didn't I sense it? And is it so easy to put up a barrier like this? Devil magic is very versatile, you just need imagination and reserves to sustain. Also you aren't an angel, as beautiful you are. Then how was I able to come back? She said quickly to avoid Cain from seeing her blush but didn't succeed. Figure it out yourself. Aren't Valkyries supposed to be quite good at barrier magic? Fine, I will. I will put up a similar one as this in hell for you to study. Thanks. Brynhildr gave a sincere smile at that and Cain also responded with a smile of his own, although it was less noticeable than the one Brynhildr had on her face currently. Cain then teleported back to hell with the albino Valkyrie in tow. After teleporting inside his study, Cain took Brynhildr along with him to introduce her with the rest of the castle residents. The architecture here is quite good and old. As horrible my father was, he still had a bit of redeeming qualities although the bad qualities were too much. The Allfather talked a bit about the Morningstar, he kicked the Allfather in the groin and slapped Freya in the face, yelling something about how he is more beautiful. Sounds about right, if the book is anything to go by. The conversation fell into a lull and they walked till they entered the hall. Rayla was talking with Morgan about something. Seeing Cain come, she stopped her talking and looked at the new being and said, "Another one." "Indeed, meet the youngest queen of Valkyries, former Brynhildr. She is my latest peerage member, a rook." "Oh ho. A Valkyrie now, I am sure by the time you are done we will have our own supernatural version of Noah's Ark with every species." "That is the plan, dear." Rayla just sneered at him. Morgan stood up and went up to Brynhildr and said, "Morgan Leifui, the Fey Queen, also the bishop of my lord. Brynhildr, the Valkyrie Queen, and as my lord said, his rook." Cain looked at the two of them awkwardly and then it clicked. Both of them are beings used to talking like this, they are famous people after all and trained in this stuff too. "Anyways, that is my wife Rayla, let's take you to Scathatch." Brynhildr had goosebumps hearing that. Rayla, seeing this, walked closer to Cain and said in his ears, "Isn't she excessively excited? Valkyries have strange admiration for the famed Godslayer. The meeting will be amusing to say the least." "Then it seems imperative that I must see this, don't you think my love?" Cain followed Rayla and said, playing along with her little charade. "Used to such things by now." "If you wish, my dear." The two of them, followed by the Fey Queen, reached the battleground where Scathatch was training Medusa. Currently the Snake Queen was in her normal form, with no snake-like features. She just got used to her powers and learned how to control them. Due to her connection to Olympus and Zeus meddling she was unable to do this beforehand. Cain spoke after seeing the look of confusion on Morgan's face. Rayla spoke seeing the almost drooling face of Brynhildr. "What now? Well, I get first row seats to a very good show now." And thus chapter was lying half complete for a month. I was riddled with mock tests this month, almost 20 of them. Anyways, the next chapter of this FIC along with one another will come on June 1st. Harry Potter FIC ideas, experimental only for now. I will lost the tropes and vote which you like. Gryffindor, Smart Harry, Animagus Harry, Elemental Magic, Greater Good Dumbledore, Multiple Masteries. Slytherin, Manipulative Harry, Alchemist Harry, Wrong Boy Who Lived, Martial Magic, Genuinely Good Dumbledore. These fics may or may not be realized on June 1st. Chapter 63, Valkyrie and Godslayer. Recap till now. Volume 1. Cain Levon Lucifer was born into the world of DxD, as the brother of Rizevim Levon Lucifer. But instead of being born during the end of the Great Holy War, he was born 500 years later. After catching a fleeting glimpse of his mother, he began his journey in this unknown plane. Just a few years into his life he came very close to death and lost his mother figure to a traitor. Awakening his clan trait in anger, he was finally not powerless. Years passed and he worked hard after knowing that this was the world of DxD. At the tender age of 10 he got his Lucifuge, Graphia. The bond between them was precious. He along with his brother and Lucifuge went to the Vatican and killed the Pope. It was surprisingly easy for them as Uriel didn't let any angels interfere due to the Pope being corrupt. In the young devil gathering he fought some of the strongest devils and won easily. In this he met what would be his future wife, Zira Gremory. He also met the future Satans, Ajuka, Seraphol, and Falbium. He saved Zira from his brother, who was already on a warpath to make it look like that all devils are evil. After a brief adventure with the future Satans and opening their eyes to a new world of strength and making a deal with a goddess, he moved forward. In a chance exploring he came across the Angels of Stars, Kokabeel, resulting in a duel between them. Towards the end, Shemazai also joined, but Cain came out victorious. But at a price, lost in a different world somewhere in the dimensional gap. The species residing there, the demons, were vicious and barbaric. Led by the 7 demon kings, they would be feared anywhere. But they became an experience ground for Cain. In the next 2 decades, Cain killed all of them, driving them to extinction. In the midst of fighting an interracial war, Cain lost his virginity to his maids in a night of passion. Along with finding a world tree in the demon world. Cain, in the last fight with the 2 demon kings of wrath and pride, awakened his super devil form, winning easily and taking the world tree seed with him. The explosion from the dimensional collapse hurled Cain into a divine realm, ruled by the goddess of night, Nyx. Finding out that he was nursed to health by the famed goddess and hearing her story, Cain vowed to help her. Thus, taking a divine being as his lover, Lucifer moved forward with his life. Cain lived a peaceful life for a few years. But the devils were very close to a civil war, and in a few years they started the war to end themselves. But due to Rizevim being neutral and Cain leading one side along with the heirs of Gremory, Astaroth, Citri and Glasiolabalas, the victory came quickly. The Satan's descendants were not strong enough. With the Leviathan being dispatched by Ajuka, the Beelzebub descendants by Zerah and Cain. The little problems with the Malebranche was solved by Cain, but at the cost of Gerhard Lucifuge's life. The civil war marked the end after the battle between the Lucifers. The battle ended with the crippling of Euclid Lucifuge and death of Rizevim Levon Lucifer. After the war, Euclid went AWOL. To change the mood of the underworld, Cain celebrated his wedding with Zerah, making her a Lucifer too. Volume 2. Becoming the sole heir of Lucifer clan, Cain gained access to the Book of Lucifer. In it were tales of his late father. Cain also made a deal with the legendary devil, Mephistopheles, to work as the overseer of Ars Goetia, the devil-ruling body. To take care of the vast fortune of the Lucifer clan, Cain organized a secret competition to select a manager. The winner was Rayla Phoenix, surprising her by picking her up on the way to the Baal ball. Cain was intrigued by her service. That intrigue later turned into a budding romance, and later he married her, increasing his total number of wives. Exploring the basement dungeon in his castle, Cain found a piece of flesh. Thinking that nothing useless should be here, he went on to cure it using his mastery over demonic energy. The end result ended up with him reviving the mother of all devils, the succubus queen, Lilith Levon herself. After a tearful reunion between the son and mother and telling her the truth about Rizevim, Cain was overjoyed by the invention of Ajuka, the current Beelzebub. The evil pieces greatly hastened the plans of Cain, making hell a separate faction from the underworld. Soon after their discovery and discussing it with the other Satans and his family, Cain was revealed that a Leviathan was still in the underworld. This news was quickly hidden, and the little Leviathan, Ingvild, was sent on a journey of self-discovery at the behest of Seraphal and Graphia. In order to create his peerage, Cain went to find the famed god's lair, Skathatch. After finding her, he fought a battle worthy of legends, but he won in the end. He did get surprised when it was revealed that this was not Skathatch but both Skathatch and Skadi fused, courtesy of Odin. Soon after making her his peerage member on the condition that he will prove to be a great leader, he gained the allegiance of the Witch of Dun Scaith. Soon after that, he managed to get Ereshkigal to join the devil faction due to the deal he made with her in the past. He gained the dimensional core of the Mesopotamian pantheon and a goddess to take care of souls in the future hell. Later he again went out to find Morgan Lafey, to fill his bishop place. Finding her easily, Cain convinced her of joining her after giving her the incentive of a world tree. Soon after, Cain put his sights on Olympus and Nyx, and the final part to create hell began. Making a deal with Olympus and getting the land from Hades, Cain also managed to recruit the famous Medusa and Echidna into his peerage. Scamming the gods of Olympus, Cain managed to create hell. With the help of the dimensional core, world tree, and the various gods he had managed to win over in the past. After quickly telling everyone the importance of a territory and domains, Cain went to make relations with the Norse and also to find a new peerage member. Winning the challenge of Valhalla and fighting with Thor allowed Cain to easily make a good impression with the Asgardians. The battle was legendary and also helped Cain firmly make his strength known in the supernatural world. Cain also succeeded in finding a peerage member in the form of Brynhildr. With the blessings of Odin and best wishes of Thor, Brynhildr left for hell. Cain made a quick detour and set up a trap for the angels, as he needed to talk with them, and came back to hell with his new rook. Cain introduces Brynhildr to Rayla and Morgan. Then the party of 4 went to meet Skathatch, due to the Valkyries being fangirls for the god's lair. Cain and Rayla were interested in seeing the interaction. Now we continue the saga of Cain. Third-person POV. Brynhildr was standing rooted in her place, watching Skathatch gracefully twirled the spear in her hand and easily parrying Medusa's attack. Skathatch's eyes moved towards to see Cain and nodded at him, acknowledging his presence, and then looked at the new being. Cain moved and pinched Brynhildr. Yua. She looked at Cain with retribution in her eyes. How dare he try to ruin her image in front of Skathatch-sama. Now go and talk with the two of them before I really start ruining your image. Remember, I am the devil. Brynhildr straightened up and walked in between the two people in the arena. Greetings, Skathatch-sama. I am Brynhildr, a Valkyrie. Scathatch looked at her and nodded in appreciation. You seem to have made a habit of getting the most curious people in your peerage, Cain. Cain just laughed at it. Pleased to have you on board, Valkyrie. Brynhilde was nearing an orgasm when a chain shot past her and then curved towards her body. Being used to attacks, suddenly Brynhilde reacted quickly by summoning her spear and parrying the chains. It would be good if you don't ignore me, Valkyrie. I am Medusa. Master's pawn. Brynhilde was torn between retorting to Medusa and maintaining her image in front of Scathatch. In the end, her Valkyrie pride won and she spoke. I didn't ignore you, I simply was going to greet you after this. And as I said before, I am Brynhilde, the Rook. This is indeed amusing. Rayla spoke to Cain. I told you. Valkyries are gangrels for Scathatch, and Medusa is learning god-killing techniques from Scathatch, which is very important for her. Greek gods. Morgan said, and both Rayla and Cain followed. Indeed. Greek gods. That was splendid spear work. Brynhilde. Thank you. Scathatch-sama. If it is all right with you, Scathatch, can we move forward with my training on how to kill gods? No, today's training is finished. You have just started, I will amp up the training in phases. Rayla was looking at Brynhilde, who had suddenly materialized a small notebook and was taking notes about what Scathatch was saying. Medusa was about to retort, but Cain intervened. Listen to Scathatch, Medusa. Her training is not for beginners. I am no beginner. Yes, you are. You have fought on your instincts till now. You can't suddenly master skills, it takes time. And rest is also important. Medusa was grumpy hearing that but didn't talk back. And compared to Scathatch-sama and Cain-sama, you are indeed a beginner. Hearing Brynhilde say that, Medusa was growling. Why you, Scathatch, I can accept, but I am older than Cain. He just fought Thor and won, not to mention he also won against Scathatch, so your age is irrelevant. Stop riling her up, Brynhilde. Hearing Cain speak with a stern voice, Brynhilde backed down. But her words sparked another person's interest way too much. Defeated Thor. I didn't hear about that. If you were going to fight, you should have taken me along with you. Scathatch was very much interested in this, is what Cain concluded. It was a diplomatic visit. I will be sure to take you next time. With that, the little meeting between the peerage members was over. Where's Echidna? With Lilith. Brynhilde can meet her during dinner along with the remaining residents. As the group was returning, Brynhilde made a request to the god's lair. Scathatch-sama, can I also train with you? Cain looked at her and said, poor soul. May Big G.O. Odin save you. Morgan looked at him and said. Why are you saying that? Scathatch is a brutal person during training. Medusa is determined enough in her revenge to go through it. Brynhilde, well, she will learn it the hard way. You would certainly know that, right, Cain? You got your ass handed to you last time you trained with her. Rayla spoke out loud while snickering. Oh, so that's why you stopped. Morgan apparently had concluded his defeat being the reason for not training. Cain looked at Rayla with a look that promised some nighttime torture. It was only skill-based, all right. I win if we fight. Excuses. And yes, Brynhilde, you can. It will be most delightful if you can join me. Another soul had been sacrificed to the training devil. It's not that bad. It is Scathatch, it is. Brynhilde was now wondering if she spoke too soon. Maybe I should have watched a little before asking this. Later that day, Brynhilde was introduced to Echidna, Lilith, Zira, Graphia, Nyx, Ereshkigal, Vanessa, and Melissa. The interactions went well and everyone was satisfied. So what's next, a yokai? Rayla asked, lying on top of Cain with him still inside her. Nah, next is going to be a knight. But a yokai isn't a bad idea. You will end up being known as the collector in the supernatural world if you continue like this. Before that, don't I have to get back at you for saying about me losing to Scathatch? Seeing the devious smirk on Cain's face, Rael tried to move but was stopped by the hands on her ass. Wait. Cain, I am still tired and sensitive. Phoenixes are known for their stamina if I remember correctly. Kaya. Rayla did not get a wink of sleep tonight. And Lilith had a field day about how she was limping the next day. I am not going to talk about him in front of others, or maybe I will, it felt so good. Maybe the punishment wasn't as much of a punishment Cain thought it was. And we are so back. Recap and some slice of life. From next day a new FIC will begin. Planning on releasing around 20k words in a week for that. So save up your stones and be ready to write some reviews. Chapter 64, New FIC. My new FIC Strike the Blood, 4th Primogenitor is out. Go read it, review it, and mark it in your collections. I will release more than 20k words on that FIC in a single week. Donate your power stones, let's aim for a high rank in the rankings. Synopsis. Koju Akatsuki, the fourth primogenitor also known as the Kaleid blood, is a good person who still maintains his humanities and principles even after becoming a vampire. But not this time around. Getting absolute power along with immortality, Koju is different this time around. This time the world will tremble in front of the fourth primogenitor, the apex predator this world. With an hunger for blood and urge for getting blood companions, he will stop at nothing. Smart Koju, not dense, unprincipled, some questionable pairings. The prologue is out. 2 more chapters and an auxiliary chapter to come out today. More chapter tomorrow and the day after. Chapter 65, Devil and Angel. Third-person POV. Cain was sitting in his study looking at some documents, when suddenly the barrier he had placed in the abandoned church was bypassed. So an archangel finally came. Vanessa was also in the study helping him with the work. Usually Graphia helped him, but today, Graphia was with Rayla in the human world. Vanessa, I will be going out for an important meeting. Inform anyone if they ask about me. As you ask. My lord. With that, Cain teleported near the church. And he was very surprised to find that instead of 1 or 2, all the 4 archangels were present. This certainly is a surprise. Cain was not expecting this but was happy regardless. He can deal with all the archangels right now. If only 1 or 2 came, they can make the excuse of talking with others and avoid him, but now they need to give him an answer. Cain nonchalantly walked through the front entrance and said, his hands behind his back, his eyes slightly closing. Well, what do we have here? The 4 of them turned towards the source of the noise and were jump-scared. As Cain had a frighteningly similar posture to Lucifer at this moment. An extremely beautiful woman with curly blonde hair and a voluptuous figure blurted out, "Big brother." Cain mentally agreed that Gabriel was a bombshell. But due to her statement, his dramatic entrance was wasted. Not your big brother. His son. The angel, with an appearance of a handsome-looking man with long blonde hair and green eyes, looked at Cain and said, "It's nice to meet you, Cain Lucifer. Leader of the devils." "Same here, Uncle." Hearing that, Michael had a twitch in his eyes. But continued, but was slower than Uriel. "Damn, devil scum. How dare you tarnish the sacred church?" And jumped towards Cain with his holy fire ignited in his hands. Cain easily caught the hand, surprising everyone present except Michael, and said, "I am hurt attacking your nephew at the first meeting. That doesn't suit an angel now, does it?" Uriel stepped back. Michael reprimanded Uriel. His strong glare then landed on Cain and he said, "And Lucifer, care to explain why you did a ritual here? You're no fun." He removed his grip on Uriel's hand and snapped his fingers. That removed the ritual circle and cancelled the effects inside the church. Seeing that now, even Michael was confused. Seeing that Cain spoke. "I just wanted to talk." Hearing that, Raphael said, "Was there a need to hurt so many innocents for just a talk? Well, I can't come to the Vatican and ask for an audience now, can I? Not to mention last time I visited, I killed the Pope, and I also can't barge into heaven." Hearing that, Uriel attacked Cain with twice the force and speed. Cain again caught it easily but was not smiling now. The force from the blow decimated the church, which was on its last legs. "Really, didn't we have a truce just now?" Cain said, light-hearted, but his eyes were not joking. Michael and the other 2 angels were also surprised by that, as Uriel, although had a short temper, didn't attack like this. The 12 wings of Uriek were out, showing that he is serious. Seeing that, Cain responded by showing his 6 pairs of wings and taking it to the air. "I will kill you, spawn of my incompetent brother. Really, although my father is not a great role model, he still was leagues above you." Uriel ignored the taunt and launched the famed holy fire on Cain. The holy fire was countered by dark light. The waves of fire were failing to penetrate the shield of dark light. Seeing that damage to the people will be large, Michael erected a barrier over the city. And then rushed in to stop Uriel but was unable to. But Cain was not forgiving. He looked over to the leader of heaven and said, "Don't blame me." Cain rushed at Uriel, surprising the flame of God. In a moment, Uriel was punched in the face and was launched into the ruins of the church. The landing was not smooth, but Uriel was comparable to a Satan-class devil. His output was number 1 in heaven. The ruins burst into flames and an enormous amount of heat and light energy was released into the surroundings. The energy was enough to shatter the barrier raised by Michael. Seeing that, the other 3 archangels acted and created a separate dimension, as no barrier will hold 2 beings of that level. Uriel on his own was capable of destroying a mid-sized country easily, and even if Seraphal or Graphia were here, they would take him seriously. But unfortunately for him, Cain was here. Someone who had no threat from him. As his bloodline gave him some amount of protection from holy attacks. Is this a power-flexing contest? Saying so, Cain also started to power up. His demonic energy dwarfed the holy energy. He didn't give any time to Uriel for attacking back and dive-bombed him with his legs. The speed was too much for Uriel, who was distracted by the strength of Cain, and thus he was struck down to the ground with Cain standing on his back. Cain didn't stop there and then started pulling at the wings. It was the most painful thing for a devil, angel, or a fallen angel. But before he could proceed, Michael put a light sword at Cain's neck. "Are you sure about this?" Michael felt a cold feeling on his neck. A dark light scythe was resting on his neck. In that split second, Cain was able to use one of his hands to summon it. "He is my brother. I will fight for him," Michael said regardless. Behind him both Gabriel and Raphael were also ready with their attacks. "Do you think you four can win against me?" "No, I doubt we can even fight Thor, but we are ready to die here. Make sure he doesn't act like a rabid dog. I am here to talk. I would appreciate it if you guys could be civil." Cain then stepped away from Uriel and allowed for Michael to help him. Sometime later the four angels and devil found themselves at a poorly run tavern, which was empty, courtesy of Cain. Uriel was glaring at him, Michael looked tense. Gabriel was pouting and Raphael was unhappy. Looking at the Cain side and said, "Let's get to the main point immediately. I want all the evil souls currently going into heaven to be sent to hell." "What? Why should we do that? Technically all the evil souls are for hell while only the good souls are for heaven. And I am not asking that for free. What will you offer?" Michael, hearing that, said in an almost relieved tone, "Peace treaty." All the four archangels had their eyes bulging at that, while Gabriel was surprised at the taste of the food rather than Cain's offer. "Why should we trust you? You were about to kill Uriel just now. He attacked first. Also, do you really wish to deny me? Hell currently has 4 top 10 beings. No matter how good the heaven system is, you will lose. Not to mention it wouldn't work completely against me. Also, why was Uriel so angry at me?" Michael started. "We are not denying you outright, but we need time for this. Also, how can you handle so many souls at once?" As for Uriel, he stopped other angels from helping the Vatican as he knew that the Pope was corrupt, but now that he knows that a devil killed him, he is angry. "Oh. And I have people ready for that, I got some gods for that." Michael only raised his eyebrow at that. "So how fast can you transfer the stuff?" Cain questioned. "Almost instantaneously, we will also be very happy. The amount of souls is too much, without our Father to help. We will stop taking the evil souls and you can simply route them. But do you have something like the heaven system to do that? The world tree along with Azrael's scythe should work just fine, not to mention Ereshkigal is used to this." "Yeah. Then we have a deal." "Wait a second, Michael. Just like that?" "Indeed, Raphael. What can we do? In fact, this will help us more in the long run. I can control the system better with fewer souls to manage." "And what about the peace treaty?" Uriel finally commented. "You have my word for it." "Your word? Why should we trust that?" "Trust my pride, then. And I have plans to rope in Azazel in this too. We can officially sign it when the time is favorable." "Indeed. As of now there is no common ground for the 3 factions to come together. And the devils are too strong. We will work on this internally, and when we have a common objective we will announce it." "That works well with me. You can contact Azazel after I talk with him and make the preparations. I will have Seraphal stay in contact with you." "Sure. Also, can I ask you to watch over Gabriel sometime?" "Watch over? She is older than me." Cain found himself being glared at by a very cute creature. "You look more cute than scary, Gabriel. As you can see, she is not the smartest person around." "Fine by me. I can certainly enjoy a date with a beautiful woman. I would be grateful if you didn't try to make her fall." "Can she though?" "Most probably not." "How did you know?" "Thought so." Book of Lucifer. Now except Michael the other 3 angels were confused. But neither of the 2 cared to explain about this. "So I will wait for the souls." Saying so, Cain went away. Just as that happened, Uriel and Raphael, who were silent throughout the entire deal, began to ask questions. "Brother, why did you accept the deal with him? Isn't it bad in our favor?" "No, Raphael, the correct question will be why did we even listen to him? We should have killed him." At this Gabriel said, "You think even if we 4 fought him together we would win? You know, Raphael, even if I don't like to fight, my empathy can tell me what a person is thinking in general." Cain wasn't even amused by the thought of us fighting him. Uriel was looking with his mouth open at Gabriel, he didn't expect her to speak like that. But Raphael continued. "Even if we couldn't fight, we have the heaven system. We can simply use it to win. Why did you think he created a new dimension? The system is removed out of the equation from that. Even if we wait for them to come out, it doesn't work well on transcendent beings. And he is a Lucifer. Big Brother had more control than me, and Cain has his book. I do not want to take any chances as of now. Even then, aren't we just losing souls from this? How can he have something like the Tree of Life in Eden or the system? Raphael was really probing Michael. He must have something on that level. Some time ago the Mesopotamian pantheon was destroyed, so the dimensional core came from there along with Ereshkigal. Now that question is what is keeping the dimension stable. And honestly I don't want to know are keeping that big of a dimension stable. At that both Uriel and Raphael were silent. After that the angels went back to heaven to fulfill their part of the deal. Finally Gabriel asked Michael. Brother, why did you ask him to look after me? Well, he seemed like a playboy from the rumors, so we can use you for turning his view on us. And you get to roam around a bit more. Honestly I don't want to do this, but as a leader I have to take the big picture into account. Don't worry, brother. He is my nephew, I can surely make him like the angels. Don't, Gabriel. If we lose him to you my heart won't be able to last. You must act with caution. Here's the siskin. Raphael muttered and Uriel huffed at the antics. Cain POV. It had been surprisingly easy for me to get the souls from heaven. Too easy in fact. I may be paranoid but Michael doesn't seem like the kind to trick someone. I remember him giving Issei the Ascalon just because of the peace treaty, so I also offered him peace in exchange for the souls. I will probably delay the treaty till canon anyways. Chapter 66, Souls and Hell. Third-person POV. Cain immediately after reaching his castle asked for Vanessa and ordered her to quickly send Nyx, Ereshkigal, and Morgan to his study. While they were coming he mentally thought of the advantages he will gain after controlling so many souls. As most of the souls are classified as evil, due to angels being really pure beings, they didn't take anything less than 100% pure person's soul. Thus most of the souls were being recycled too quickly and the excess energy was not being utilized effectively. The soul grows in power as it becomes older. So while reincarnation, the energy required for a baby souls is recycled while the excess is used for the pantheon. But heaven wasn't capable of this without Yahweh. Hence, Cain will be taking full benefit of this. Hell will now have a tremendous growth rate, due to having so much pure energy. The world tree will also grow faster, as will the spirit of hell, bound to the world tree and his scythe. Not to mention that Cain and the goddess residing in hell will get a major power boost. Ereshkigal's divinity will get a boost. As the dimension grows stronger, Nyx, who controls the majority of it, will also get stronger. And Cain, who is the main party, aka the owner of hell, will also receive some major boosts in his strength. This will also help raise the level of hell to the old pantheons in due time. Just then the resident goddesses and Morgan came inside his study, the three having curious looks on their faces. I made a deal with the angels to allow us to control the cycle of the evil souls. So that just means hell now is a storage place for almost all the biblical pantheon's followers' souls. Not all, Nyx, I would say about 90%. Ereshkigal said. Shouldn't the number of good souls and evil souls be around the same, like 40 to 69 or so? Being out of such matters for long, Morgan questioned. Well, yes, that is the case in most pantheons, but the big was a right piece of work, perfectionist. So his definition of pure is very tough to fulfill. Cain answered. His answer was also backed up by Nyx. Indeed. Yahweh was a weird case even for us Greek gods. And we have Zeus as our god king. For him pureness meant, no sex, no drinking, no cursing and stuff. Like there is a book about that somewhere. I have a copy of it. Cain gave his valuable opinion. Morgan by then was gaping like a fish and Ereshkigal was not doing the same as she knew that Yahweh was not really a fair god, even though he is portrayed as a good god. Now that Cain had briefed the ones mainly responsible for the soul management, he finally calmed down from his little excited state. Ereshkigal had already created the required place for this. Nyx was familiar with this and fairies knew how to handle the world tree the best, maybe after Ratatoskr. The Satans were already informed about this. In fact, many of the devil pillars were technically informed of this. Zira had distributed a book containing all the future plans for hell's development. But devils being the arrogant race ignored it, only keeping it on them, not reading it. Thus only a few people were informed of this. And that included the Satans and of course the Lucifer clan's members. Cain knew that some of the pillars must have known this too, but they were smart to not spread it or reveal to anyone. After all, Zekrom, Agars, and few of the devil pillars were smart enough to discover some of Cain's plan even without being informed of it. Currently Cain along with Nyx and Ereshkigal was in the pocket space made for the souls. Currently it was barren. The place itself was more hell-looking like than the actual hell. Its name was Soulscape. Red skies with gargoyles flying and screeching. Lava flowing across the entirety of the space. Rivers full of purple water. And most importantly the cages that were placed randomly. Someone in air, hanging by the legs of the massive gargoyles. In the river or in the pit of lava. There were huge mountains in the horizon, continuously spewing lava or deadly poison, strong enough to even affect ultimate class beings and trouble Satan class beings if they stayed long enough inside it. Cain was visibly impressed with this. He had left this space entirely to the two goddesses and it was a good decision. This place was now a mixture of the underworld of the Greek pantheon and core. The cages will be used for storing the extra souls. The river is for punishing the lighter sins. While the lava pits are for middle-level crime. The mountains were for very horrible sins, while gargoyles were used as transportation. Cain asked Ereshkigal, "What are the punishments?" At that question Nyx was happy while Ereshkigal was shuddering. What did Nyx do to make the goddess of the underworld shiver? Well, the cages on rivers are nothing, the souls inside just have their desires amplified and then they are prevented from getting what they want by being trapped in a cage, a never-ending illusion sort of. It stops after a certain amount of time, decided by the intensity of the sin. Pretty basic but still effective. The lava pit ones are also an illusion but almost hyper-realistic. All the form of torture known to humans and all of the supernatural are used on the ones in the lava. From water torture to the goat torture. Even the gods' methods are used. They are repeated till the person accepts their sins and reforms themselves. Also the torturer is either their most hated person or their most loved one. The magma is the connection between the illusion and the mind, as long they touch it they will continue to suffer. The more pure they become, the lighter their soul becomes. Eventually coming to the surface and ready to be reincarnated. Kinda fucked up. But it's still pretty good. Now what is in the mountains? If mid-level is this then that must be something really devious, right? Yes it is. I told her to tone it down a little. In fact the lava pit one was supposed to be the final level, but Nyx interfered and asked if she could design the last level. I think her Greek side was involved too much. Now even Cain was intrigued. What could be such that even Ereshkigal was saying that it was too much? As if looking proud of her work, Nyx started to explain. Like the last two, this one is also an illusion but more real. In fact it is based on my minor divinity of dreams. So they are lucid dreams too. Looking at the smile of Nyx, even Cain was concerned to whoever got yo experience that stuff. Some of the lucid dreams can be terrifying. And if Greek god was making a lucid dream, even Satan will ask them to tone it down. Warning, may be too graphic for some viewers, caution is advised. So they can only be freed when they are free of any and all negative emotion, before that they cannot. Isn't that impossible? If you torture them, they will hate the torturer or fear him. So they will never get out. Indeed, hence people may be inside even for centuries. That is horrible. Ereshkigal gave her input. And the premise is very good. Cannibalism, rape, betrayal, slaughter, beasts eating them, making them mothers then getting them pregnant and ripping out their unborn children, dusiki from their stomachs. These are just the starting. Many more horrible things like skewering them through their mouth and anus, then putting them on a hill for beasts and birds to tear into them. The list is long and this goes on for as long as they become emotionless or begin to enjoy this and not hate it. Alright, that is enough. Cain was a bit scared at how the Greek worked. But he didn't object, as some people in the world were really lowest of the low. But still he wouldn't condemn them to that 4 centuries. Maybe he will secret ask Morgan to not throw many souls inside it. But Cain had a hunch that the number of souls in the mountain will only go on to increase as the time passes and humanity progresses. Over. The three were patiently waiting for the influx of souls. Morgan was standing near the world tree. As the souls would pass through it when coming inside and then again when going out. First time was to keep track of the total number, the second was to purify them and take away the excess energy. And Morgan need to work on that for the first time only. After the first soul completed one cycle the process would be completely automatic, only requiring some management. That too will not be needed when the spirit of the world tree will finally reach maturity, as it will handle everything on its own. Soon a singular soul came from a crack that Cain had made prior above the world tree. The one soul was wandering about after dying, not knowing anything, as heaven has shut its evil soul recycling down. He came near the tree seeing that it was radiating energy. But just as he reached near it he was caught and thrusted inside its canopy. It tried to scream but his pleas were unheard. Morgan watched over the process and used her fey magic to guide the soul from this space to the soulscape. Josh Carter was a petty thief. Living his life by scamming people and stealing wallets. He tried not to, but a man needs to do what he needs to for filling his stomach. After the first time, his adrenaline surge became addictive and he was constantly stealing even when he didn't need to. Little by little plans became grander and he planned to rob a big man in his village. The heist was successful and he was a rich man, although only for short time, as when escaping the guards he fell into a river and was torn to shreds by the crocodiles. He became a soul and wandered to a garden with a huge tree and a beautiful woman standing near it. Ah. An angel. But before he could understand, he was sucked into the canopy of the tree. And his scenery changed from pleasant to hellish in an instant. And he found himself inside a cage looked on by 3 beings. 2 beautiful, drop-dead gorgeous beauties. One with black hair and one with blonde. And a man so sinfully beautiful that he was questioning his sexuality, with silver hair. Is it not working? The men questioned. Josh tried to speak but was unable to. But the men understood. Oh, you are in hell. I am Lucifer, and by the way, please give a review after your punishment. What hell? No. He didn't break the law that much. My sins are not bad. But his soul was getting tired, as if being forced into slumber, and he was suddenly in front of a pile of gold, but he couldn't move himself and he was still inside the cage. No. Release me. But his voice was again unheard. Ereshkigal explained that she hadn't started the system yet. And then brought out her cage and activated it, covering it in blue fire. The man's soul went poof and landed on the bottom of the cage, which slowly sunk down, but not by much. It was still visible. He didn't sin much in his life, I guess. Cain commented, seeing that, and said, make a review system. What? Ereshkigal said, confused. Nyx only giggled as the ridiculous ideas of Cain made themselves known to Ereshkigal. Exactly what I said, make a review system so that before reincarnation the souls can write a feedback. It will be fun to read them, no. Also take their names along with the review. As such, the sinners will never truly die, only remembered by the devils. Sure. Ereshkigal said, giving up any knowledge of common sense she had. Soon the man's soul rose up to the land level and the soul started floating again. He repents that fast. Must be a really good guy under his sins. The cage was then carried by a gargoyle and was put down in front of a huge gate, housing another crack in space leading to behind the world tree. And now besides it was a little book on a pedestal. Josh saw that, moved towards the gate but was stopped by Cain. Please write a review. Seeing that Josh was scared, but Cain said, please write your honest thoughts, I wouldn't mind if you cursed me either. And hence the first sinner of hell wrote. Review. Pretty nice place. But the gold was not as solid as the real one. The devil is a nice guy too. Less points for not giving me my gold. Bonus points for the 2 beauties. Josh Carter, a petty thief. With that, Josh Carter passed through hell, was reborn as a baby. Let's hope he does better this time. And with that, the system of souls was online in hell. The souls gushed in the world tree and the cages were filled at astronomical speed in hell. Thus the system in the future will be known famously as Helldive. Turned by the governor of Grigori, Azazel. And Helldiver system is online. This will open a new oath of powers for the devils. Next chapter of Favorite Fae Queen will get some well-deserved love. 200 power stones for an interlude chapter this week. Chapter 67, Fae Queen, R18*. Third person POV. Cain, after seeing that everything was going good on the goddess's side, he went to meet his bishop to see if everything was going well on her side. Bidding the 2 hot goddesses adieu, he made his way towards the Fae Queen's space. He found that the souls were moving as he expected, and Morgan didn't need to do much work. Standing in a garden with a massive tree ahead of her. Morgan was looking very picturesque. As if sensing his arrival, she turned around, her hair hitting her back. And then said in her regal voice, I take it everything went according to plan in the soulscape. Indeed. How are things on your side? Fine, I have nothing much to do. Is that so? Any suggestions? As if thinking a plan, she looked in deep thought and said, yes, how about I tell you while taking a walk? Sure. Cain agreed, not having much time to do at the moment, and he also needed to be in touch with his peerage. Scathatch was training daily with him. Brynhildr always asked about magic, while Echidna and Medusa sometimes also trained with him and the Godslayer. Not to mention that Lilith talked a lot with Echidna. Morgan was the only member of his peerage which didn't mingle much with the others. Hence he needed to do it personally. Little did he know that Morgan Le Fay always got what she wanted, by hook or crook. Back in Soulscape. So when are you going to go to the 7th heaven with Cain? Nyx asked Ereshkigal. What? The blonde goddess was now choking at her own spit. Don't look at me like that, your intentions are very clear to me and the look in your eyes is begging for him to take you. I don't know what you are talking about. Don't try. I am a Greek god, I know a pervert when I see one. I am not a pervert. My sister was. So then what is the problem? Even if you just go and ask him to fuck you, he would agree. He is very open-minded. I feel like a cradle robber. Ereshkigal mumbled. What? This time Ereshkigal said loudly, almost shouting. I will feel like a cradle robber. Pft, haha. I assure you, if anything you are going to be a victim, not him. And screw your morals, he is a devil and you are a god. Saying so, Nyx went away. But now Ereshkigal was determined. It only took a slight push from Nyx to help her make up her mind. She went to find Cain. Weird, he said he will be with Morgan. But neither of them are here. Well, sooner or later I will find him. Currently unknown to the blonde goddess, the two persons who were the reason for her hunt were behind a tree, trying to suffocate each other with their mouths. Cain finally searched enough with his tongue and removed his lips from the gorgeous woman. I have rejected succubuses, goddesses of lust and love. And here I am getting seduced by a witch. Do you mind it though? The Madonna said in a sultry voice, bringing out the sin of lust in Cain in its entirety. Not in the least. Cain said, his voice getting huskier. His hands on the slim waist gradually lowered to her shapely ass, and started kneading them. The sweet moans that came out of the mouth of the strong-willed woman made this even more exciting for Cain. At such an important moment, a certain fate decided to wander upon the king and bishop. Oh! It's the devil from back then, and he is doing weird things to the good queen. The two put a little distance between them, hearing the voice. But the hands of Cain didn't stop, while the dainty hands of Morgan still rested on the broad chest of Cain. Scram! Morgan said in an icy tone. She didn't like her plans going awry. Wah! The evil queen is back again. The face screamed before flying away in haste. The delicate face of Morgan was now scrunched up in frustration. Seeing that his plan was going to not work as expected, she said coyly, "Hey, can I call you husband?" The same request was once again Cain, and this time he didn't want to reject it. "Only when we are alone," Cain said resolutely. "It's only a matter of time before I can call you that in front of everyone." Little did Morgan know that beating Cain in bed was impossible, due to his incubus nature gradually coming out due to contact with his mother, Lilith. Even though knowing that giving such privilege to Morgan may be wrong, Cain didn't care, as he had some idea as to what her plan was. Well, let's derail the plan now. Few hours later, her pride did indeed allow her to accept a loss. Leaving one of the world's most evil and great black mages in a pleasure-induced coma after making her reach a near catatonic state due to orgasm, Cain was roaming the space of the world tree. Post-nut clarity is indeed the greatest joy. His wisdom was unheard by anyone. While Cain was roaming high on his post-nut clarity, a certain budding spirit of the world tree had watched both its caretaker and master fuck like rabbits. Cain didn't feel this due to him not knowing that inducing souls in this much amount would create a basic sentience inside the world tree this fast. The hardest process was now complete. And now only little time was needed for it to become a true entity. Its main goal being to fuck its master. And smut scenes are exponentially harder to write. Anyways, rate the novel. Also read my second novel, On Strike the Blood, and write some reviews on it.